The morning of Awakening Day arrived beneath a sky as clear as polished glass. Azure City had been awake long before sunrise. From the 36th floor of his apartment block, Zephan could see silver transport rails glowing between towers, patrol drones drifting past the outer districts, and far beyond them, the massive city wall cutting across the horizon like a sleeping steel dragon. Outside that wall was the wildlands, monsters, dungeons, death, and also the only path to power. Today, every 15-year-old in Azure City would awaken their class and talent. Today, ordinary students would become warriors, mages, archers, healers, assassins, summoners, and hunters. And Zephan, standing in front of his bathroom mirror with a toothbrush in his mouth and hair sticking up like he had fought a pillow monster all night, stared at himself with deadly seriousness. Statistically speaking, he muttered, foam at the corner of his mouth, awakening at tank class isn't bad. His reflection stared back. Black hair, dark eyes, normal face, normal body, normal everything. He raised one hand and clenched his fist. If I awaken S-rank defense, I can enter the Academy's elite class. If I awaken a rank defense, still acceptable. If I awaken B rank, he paused. Then calmly continued brushing his teeth. Then I'll pretend I wanted a stable career anyway. A soft laugh came from the kitchen. Zephan, stop calculating your future in front of the mirror and come eat. His mother's voice carried the warmth of cooked rice and morning soup. The apartment was small, but clean. Sunlight slipped through pale curtains and landed across the dining table, where a simple breakfast had already been prepared. His father sat beside the window, scrolling through today's Awakening news on a thin blue system tablet. Dragon Capital produced 3 S-rank talents yesterday, his father said. 1 Sword Saint, 1 Fire Lord, 1 Beast Emperor. Zephan sat down and picked up his chopsticks. Only 3. His father looked up. Only? Zephan nodded seriously. Azure City has to beat them. Otherwise, our city ranking drops. If the ranking drops, hunter subsidies drop. If subsidies drop, academy meal quality drops. If meal quality drops, student combat performance drops. This is a chain reaction. His mother placed a boiled egg into his bowl. You're 15, not the city finance minister. I'm preparing for society. You're preparing excuses in case your awakening is bad. Zephan froze for half a second. Then he lowered his head and ate. His mother smiled, but her eyes softened. In truth, everyone was nervous today. Awakening was not just a ceremony. It was the line between ordinary life and a new destiny. A good class could change a family forever. A rare talent could bring guild invitations, scholarships, equipment sponsors, even direct protection from the city. A bad awakening meant becoming support labor. A failed awakening meant remaining ordinary. And in the game era, ordinary people survived only because others stood on the walls. Zephan glanced out the window again. On the giant screen hanging above the distant central square, golden words rolled across the morning sky. Asterisk asterisk Azure City 15th Awakening Ceremony asterisk asterisk. Beneath it, promotional videos showed young hunters standing before roaring monsters, weapons shining, cloaks burning in wine and light. The voiceover was and heroic. Awaken your destiny. Guard humanity. Conquer the wildlands. Zephan watched for 3 seconds before nodding. Marketing is good this year. His father nearly choked on his tea. You really don't feel nervous? Zephan peeled his egg and replied. Nervousness reduces decision quality. My current plan is simple. If I awaken attack class, I train damage. If I awaken support class, I train utility. If I awaken tank class, I train durability. No matter what, the goal is survival first. His mother rested her chin on one hand. And if you awaken something strange? Zephan stopped. For some reason, that question lingered in the air longer than expected. Outside the window, a beam of sunlight flashed against the distant city wall, bright enough to sting his eyes. Something strange. He had never considered that seriously. In this world, talents were usually straightforward. Fire amplification, sword mastery, healing boost, shadow movement, defense enhancement, skill cooldown reduction. Simple, understandable, useful. Zephan liked useful things. A talent that could be measured, trained, optimized, and ranked. He did not like vague things. Vague things were dangerous. Vague things meant uncertainty, and uncertainty meant bad planning. After a moment, he swallowed the egg and said with complete confidence, "Then I'll figure out how to use it." His mother smiled. His father nodded. Neither of them laughed. That made Zifan lower his gaze slightly. For all his jokes and calculations, he knew what today meant to them. His parents had lived through the early chaos of the game era, when Azure City's walls were still unfinished and monster sirens could wake people in the middle of the night. They had seen hunters leave and never return. They had seen ordinary families rise overnight because one child awakened well. They had never pressured him. That somehow made it heavier. His mother reached across the table and straightened his academy collar. "Whatever you awaken, come home safely." Zifan looked at her hand, then at his father's quiet expression. For once, he did not joke. "I will." The words were simple, but he meant them. A few minutes later, Zifan stood at the door with his academy bag slung over one shoulder. His uniform was dark navy with silver lines along the sleeves, the standard outfit of Azure's third academy. On normal days, it made him look like any other student. Today, every student wearing it looked like someone waiting for fate to judge them. Before leaving, he checked his bag again. Identity card, academy pass, emergency medicine, portable water, notebook, snack bar. His mother watched silently. His father finally asked, "Why are you bringing a snack bar to your awakening ceremony?" Zifan zipped the bag. "In case awakening consumes stamina." His father stared at him. "The ceremony has never consumed stamina. First rule of survival. Never assume patch notes are complete." His father opened his mouth, then closed it. His mother laughed so hard she had to turn away. Zifan gave them both a small wave and stepped into the hallway. The door closed behind him. For a moment, the laughter and warmth disappeared, replaced by the quiet hum of the apartment corridor. Blue guide lights pulsed along the floor. Somewhere above, an announcement echoed through the building. "All registered awakening students, please proceed to your assigned academy locations." Zifan adjusted his bag strap. His heart was beating faster than he wanted to admit. He took a breath, then another. "Calm down," he whispered to himself. "It's just a class selection screen." The elevator doors opened. Several other students stood inside, all wearing different academy uniforms. Some looked excited, some looked pale. One boy was muttering prayers to every known high-ranking hunter in history. Zifan stepped in. The elevator descended through the tower, glass walls revealing Azure City layer by layer. Residential districts, training fields, hunter hospitals, equipment shops already packed with parents hoping to buy beginner weapons. And in the distance, the academy district glittered beneath the morning sun. The city felt alive. No, it felt like it was holding its breath. When the elevator reached the ground floor, Zifan walked out into the bright street. Hover buses moved in silver lines overhead. Giant screens displayed past awakening legends. Vendors had set up temporary stalls selling lucky charms, energy drinks, imitation swords, and guaranteed S-rank awakening bracelets that were almost certainly scams. Zifan passed one stall and glanced at the price. 300 credits for fake probability manipulation, he muttered. Terrible value. The vendor heard him and shouted, "Little brother, don't say fake." This bracelet was blessed by a retired A-rank priest. Zifan looked back. "Can I get a refund if I awaken F-rank?" The vendor immediately looked away. "Next customer." Zifan shook his head. Confirmed scam. Despite himself, his lips curved faintly. The tension in his chest loosened a little. Today, the road to Azure Third Academy was crowded with students and families. Some parents gave final advice. Some cried before anything even happened. Some students walked with their heads high, already imagining themselves as future legends. Zifan kept walking. He had no glowing sword, no noble bloodline, no famous family, no hidden master. Just a bag with emergency medicine, water, and one snack bar. But as the academy towers rose ahead, silver-white beneath the sun, something stirred quietly in his chest. Not fear, not excitement, something between them. A feeling that today, no matter what happened, his life would never return to the way it had been. The gates of Azure Third Academy stood open in the distance. Above them, blue system light formed a floating banner. Asterisk asterisk welcome, awakening students. Asterisk asterisk. Zifan stopped for half a second. Then he smiled. "All right," he said softly. "Let's see what kind of build I get." The road leading to Azure Third Academy was brighter than Zifan remembered. Maybe it was because of the morning sun. Maybe it was because every building had been decorated for Awakening Day, with blue banners hanging from balconies and silver ribbons tied around street lamps like streams of light. Or maybe it was because everyone around him looked like they were walking toward the most important moment of their lives. Students filled the avenue in waves. Some walked proudly, laughing too loudly as if confidence alone could summon an S-rank talent. Some clutched their academy passes so tightly their knuckles turned white. Others remained silent, eyes fixed on the distant academy gates, as if afraid that speaking would scatter whatever luck they had saved for today. Zifen moved among them with his usual calm face. At least, he hoped it looked calm. Inside his head, however, countless possible awakening outcomes were already being arranged like a strategy board. Attack class, defense class, support class, rare talent, common talent, trash talent, worst case scenario, best case scenario, hidden growth type ability. He had ranked them all. If he became a sword type warrior, he would need to improve speed and burst damage. If he became a mage, he would need mana control. If he became a healer, positioning would become his priority. If he became a tank, then his first goal would be to maximize survivability and learn taunt mechanics as soon as possible. If he awakened nothing, Zifen paused, then immediately deleted that thought. Negative probability analysis before a major event is bad for morale, he muttered. A familiar voice came from behind him. Then why are you still doing it? Zifen turned. A girl stood a few steps away beneath the shade of a roadside maple tree, sunlight falling through the leaves and scattering across her cream-colored academy jacket. Lin Xiaoyu. Her long chestnut brown hair was tied neatly behind her shoulders, though a few soft strands had escaped near her cheeks. Her eyes were warm amber, gentle in the way morning tea was gentle, carrying a kind of quiet brightness that made the noisy street seem a little softer around her. In her hands, she held a small paper bag. She smiled at him. You were talking to yourself again. Zifen blinked once. I was performing mental preparation. You were muttering about probability analysis. That is mental preparation. Lin Xiaoyu walked up beside him, tilting her head slightly. Then what did the probability analysis say? Zifen answered with complete seriousness. It says the most optimal strategy is to awaken something strong. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him for a moment. Then she laughed. It was not loud, but it was warm enough to make a few nearby students glance over. You really worked hard on that conclusion. I know. Genius-level thinking. She handed him the paper bag. Here. Zifen looked down. What is it? Breakfast snack. I already brought a snack bar. I know. Then why give me another one? Lin Xiaoyu looked at him like this was the simplest thing in the world. Because you might get hungry. Zifen opened the bag and found a small piece of honey toast wrapped carefully inside. It was still warm. For some reason, he suddenly remembered his mother straightening his collar before he left. His fingers paused. Then he accepted it properly. Thanks. Lin Xiaoyu's smile became softer. Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous. You checked your bag 3 times just now. Zifen froze. How did you know? I was standing behind you. Then you saw nothing. I saw everything. Zifen silently put the honey toast into his bag. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes curved. They walked side by side toward the academy. The avenue widened as they approached the central district. Around them, floating screens displayed the names of famous past awakeners from Azure City. Some had become guild leaders. Some had died young in the wildlands. Some had disappeared into high-level dungeons and never returned. Their portraits shone in blue light above the street, heroic and untouchable. Zifen glanced up at them. Do you think we'll be up there one day? Lin Xiaoyu followed his gaze. The morning wind brushed her hair against her cheek. I don't know. That's honest. But I think. She paused for a moment, then looked at him. If it's you, you'll definitely find a way forward. Zifen looked at her. Lin Xiaoyu looked back with no hesitation, as if she had simply stated something obvious. He was silent for half a breath. Then he nodded seriously. That confidence is appreciated. I will record it as emotional support. Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed. Record it, in case I awaken a support class and need morale data. She stopped walking. Zifen. What? Sometimes I really can't tell whether you're joking. Good. That means my delivery is improving. Lin Xiaoyu sighed, but she was smiling. They continued toward the academy gates. Before they could reach the main road, someone suddenly jumped out from the side, with enough energy to startle 3 passing students. Brother Fan. A red-haired boy threw an arm around Zifan's shoulders. Zhang Hao grinned so widely that his confidence almost looked illegal. You two came together again. Zifan calmly removed his arm. We live in the same district. Sure. Same district. Same road. Same timing. Same breakfast bag. Lin Xiaoyu's face warmed slightly. Zifan looked at Zhang Hao, That is called logistical convenience. Zhang Hao slapped his thigh. Listen to him. Logistical convenience. You even described walking with a girl like a supply route. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, pretending to check her academy pass. Zifen frowned. Walking efficiency matters. Zhang Hao leaned closer and whispered in a voice that was absolutely not quiet. Brother, let me teach you something. When a girl waits for you on awakening day and brings you breakfast, that is not logistics. Zifen thought about it. Then what is it? Zhang Hao looked at him in disbelief. Lin Xiaoyu looked away faster. Several passing students slowed down, clearly interested. Zhang Hao covered his face. Forget it. Your emotional stat is definitely negative. Zifen nodded. Then, I hope awakening can fix it. Zhang Hao nearly laughed himself breathless. Decide them. Lin Xiaoyu quietly pinched the edge of her sleeve, her ears faintly red. But when Zifen glanced at her, she only gave him a small glare that lacked any real anger. The three continued walking. Zhang Hao was also a student of Azure Third Academy, known among their class for three things: impossible confidence, terrible exam luck, and the ability to speak before thinking. Today, his messy red hair looked even messier than usual. His uniform jacket was open, and around his wrist hung a cheap flame-patterned bracelet that looked suspiciously like one of the scam items from the roadside stalls. Zifen noticed it immediately. You bought one. Zhang Hao raised his wrist proudly. Blessed fire bracelet. Increases chance of flame-type awakening. It's fake. How do you know? The vendor refused my refund question. Zhang Hao went silent. Then he slowly lowered his wrist. How much did you pay? Zifen asked. Zhang Hao coughed. Not much. How much? 300 credits. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him in shock. Zifen placed one hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Brother. Zhang Hao's eyes trembled. Don't say it. You were scammed. I said don't say it. Zifen nodded solemnly. Your first battle today was against capitalism. You lost. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Zhang Hao clutched his chest like he had been stabbed by a goblin. The laughter loosened something in the air around them. For a while, awakening day felt less like judgment and more like an ordinary school morning. But that feeling did not last long. As they neared Azure Third Academy, the crowd thickened. Towering walls of white stone and silver alloy rose ahead, carved with blue rune lines that glowed faintly under the sunlight. Above the main gate hovered the academy emblem, a sword and shield crossing beneath a burning star. Rows of instructors stood near the entrance, their hunter badges shining on their chests. Beyond the gates, the central awakening plaza could already be seen. A massive circular platform stood in the middle, surrounded by floating crystal pillars. At the center of the platform, a transparent blue obelisk slowly rotated, releasing waves of system light. The awakening core. Every 15-year-old student would place their hand on it. Every future would be revealed there. The nose of the crowd gradually faded in Zifen's ears. His fingers tightened around the strap of his bag. Lin Xiaoyu noticed. She slowed down slightly. You okay? Zifen looked at the platform. I'm calculating. What now? How many people will awaken stronger than me? Lin Xiaoyu gently said. You don't have to compare with everyone. Zifen turned to her. If I don't compare, how do I know my ranking? Maybe today isn't only about ranking. That sounds like something someone with high emotional intelligence would say. And I'll consider it after awakening. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. You're hopeless. That has not been officially confirmed. Zhang Hao leaned between them. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. If Brother Fen awakens badly, I'll protect both of you after I awaken my S-rank Flame Emperor talent. Zifen looked at him. With the bracelet, Zhang Hao instantly straightened his back. This bracelet is merely auxiliary equipment. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Then I'll look forward to it. Zhang Hao placed a hand over his heart. See? Xiaoyu believes in me. Zifen nodded. She is kind. That sounds insulting. It was observational. Before Zhang Hao could argue, another group of students passed by them, dressed in crisp academy uniforms with polished badges. Their laughter was louder, sharper, carrying the careless confidence of people who had never had to wonder whether the world would make space for them. At their center walked a tall boy with neatly combed black hair and a silver watch on his wrist. Zhao Kai. Even before awakening, he was already famous in their grade. Top written scores. Top combat simulation results. Family backed by a mid-tier hunter guild. The kind of student teachers praised before he did anything and other students hated after he did. Zhao Kai's gaze swept across the crowd, then landed on Zifen. A faint smile appeared on his face. Not friendly. Zifen. Zhao Kai said, stopping near the gate. You actually came early. Zifan replied calmly. Awakening ceremony attendance is mandatory. Several students behind Zhao Kai laughed. Zhao Kai's smile deepened. I heard you've been studying tank theory lately. So, nothing. It suits you. Zhao Kai looked him up and down. Standing in front, getting hit, hoping someone useful finishes the fight. Very practical. Zhang Hao's expression darkened. Zhao Kai, today hasn't even started. Must you be annoying this early? Zhao Kai ignored him. His eyes remained on Zifan. Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious what kind of talent someone like you can awaken. Zifan's face did not change. What kind is someone like me? Zhao Kai smiled. Average. The word fell lightly, but the air around them seemed to tighten. Lin Xiaoyu took half a step forward. Zhao Kai, everyone awakens today. Nobody knows the result yet. Zhao Kai finally looked at her. His smile softened slightly, but not in a warm way. Lin Xiaoyu, you're too kind. But kindness doesn't change talent. Then he turned and walked through the academy gate with his group. The students around them whispered. Zhang Hao cursed under his breath. That guy's mouth is more poisonous than a swamp lizard. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zifan worriedly, but Zifan only watched Zhao Kai's back for a moment. Then he adjusted his bag strap. Average isn't always bad. Zhang Hao blinked. You're not angry. I am. You don't look angry. Anger wastes energy before major events. Lin Xiaoyu studied him quietly. Zifan looked toward the Awakening Plaza again. His voice was calm. But if there's a chance to prove him wrong, I'll take it. For the first time that morning, the usual joking tone faded from his words. The wind passed through the academy gates, carrying the sound of thousands of students gathering beyond. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside him, her amber eyes reflecting the blue light of the Awakening Core. After a moment, she smiled. Then I'll watch. Zifan turned to her. Watch what? You proving him wrong. Zhang Hao raised his fist immediately. Me too. After I awaken Flame Emperor, I'll stand beside you and burn his eyebrows off. Zifan glanced at the fake bracelet on his wrist. Let's first survive your refund problem. Brother Fan. Lin Xiaoyu laughed again. This time, even Zifan smiled. Together, the three of them walked through the gates of Azure Third Academy. Above them, the floating banner shimmered in blue light. Asterisk asterisk welcome, awakening students. Asterisk asterisk. For a brief moment, Zifan felt the entire world waiting beyond that gate. He did not know what talent he would awaken. He did not know whether he would rise or fall. He did not know that, years later, people would speak of this day as the beginning of something no system screen had ever predicted. Right now, he was only a 15-year-old boy walking beside a childhood friend who believed in him, a loud best friend wearing a fake bracelet, and a future that had not yet opened its eyes. Inside Azure Third Academy, the Awakening Plaza had already become a sea of restless voices. The plaza was vast enough to hold thousands of students, shaped like a circular arena beneath an open sky. White stone tiles spread outward in perfect rings, each line engraved with faint blue runes that pulsed softly underfoot. Around the plaza stood 7 tall crystal pillars, their surfaces transparent like frozen water, with streams of system light flowing inside them like silent rivers. At the center of everything floated the Awakening Core. It was larger than Zifan had imagined. From a distance, it had looked like a simple blue obelisk. Up close, it was almost alive. It turned slowly above the platform without any visible support, its surface flashing with countless tiny symbols, as if the entire history of human awakening was trapped inside that crystal body. Every few seconds, a ripple of blue light spread from the core. Whenever it passed through the crowd, the students became quieter. Even Zhang Hao stopped joking for almost 5 full seconds. Brother Fan, he whispered, staring at the Awakening Core with wide eyes. If I touch that thing and awaken Flame Emperor, remember this moment. Zifan glanced at him. Why? Because this is the last time you'll stand beside me as an equal. Zifan nodded. True. After you awaken Flame Emperor, I'll sell your fake bracelet as a historical relic. Zhang Hao's expression collapsed instantly. Can you stop attacking my bracelet? No. It's a financial crime scene. Lin Xiaoyu tried very hard not to laugh, but the corners of her lips betrayed her. The three of them moved with the crowd toward the class gathering area. Students were separated by academy badges and arranged according to registration number. Above each zone floated translucent screens displaying class names. Azure Third Academy. Year 1 Awakening Batch. Class 7. Zifan found their group near the eastern side of the plaza. Dozens of familiar faces had already gathered there. Some were stretching as if awakening required muscle flexibility. Some were praying. Some were staring blankly at the platform with expressions that suggested their souls had left early to scout the results. Near the front stood Chen Lei. He was tall for his age, with broad shoulders, short black hair, and the kind of steady face that made people instinctively trust him with heavy objects and bad news. His uniform was buttoned properly. His posture was straight. Even on awakening day, he looked like someone who had prepared emergency plans for everyone else. When he saw Zifan and Zhang Hao, he raised one hand. "You're late." Zhang Hao immediately protested. "We are not late. The ceremony hasn't started." Chen Lei looked at him. "You're emotionally late." Zhang Hao froze. Zifan nodded approvingly. That was accurate. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and greeted Chen Lei. "Morning." Chen Lei's expression softened slightly. "Morning, Xiaoyu." Another voice came lazily from behind a nearby pillar. Zhang Hao got scanned, didn't he? A slim Wo leaned against the crystal railing with his arms folded. His dark gray hair half-covered one eye, and his entire presence felt quieter than the others, as if he had naturally learned how to stand in places people forgot to look. Luo Yan, Class 7's information specialist. Nobody knew how he knew everything, but he always knew. Zhang Hao clutched his wrist. "Who told you?" Luo Yan pointed at the flame bracelet. "That vendor scammed 12 students this morning. You were number 9. Zhang Hao's face turned pale. 12, 13, if you count the Bo who bought 2. Zhang Hao suddenly looked relieved. "At least I'm not the worst." Zifan looked at him calmly. "That is not the correct lesson." Lin Xiaoyu finally laughed, soft and helpless. For a short while, the tension around them loosened again. This was Class 7 as Zifan knew it. Nosy, ordinary, nervous, and pretending not to be. But beyond their small circle, the mood of the plaza was growing heavier. More students arrived. More families gathered outside the viewing barrier. More instructors climbed onto the platforms. High above the plaza, enormous floating screens displayed the previous year's awakening rankings. Names appeared one after another, each followed by class, talent grade, and current guild status. Asterisk asterisk Gluming, a rank talent. Wine Blade, join Azure Wine Guild. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk Zhao Yiren, S-rank talent. Holy Flame, accepted by Dragon Capital Preparatory Camp. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk by Chen, or rank talent. Iron Skin, deceased during Wildlands training. Asterisk asterisk, the plaza quieted at that last line. No one spoke for a moment. The game era was generous to the talented, but it was never kind. Zifan stared at the word deceased until the screen changed. Beside him, Lin Xiaoyu's fingers tightened slightly around her academy pass. Zifan noticed. Without thinking too much, he shifted half a step closer, blocking her from the nearest wave of pushing students. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at him. He was still looking at the screen, face calm, as if he had done nothing unusual. Her eyes lowered. Then she quietly smiled. Zhang Hao, unfortunately, saw everything. His eyes immediately sharpened. He leaned toward Chen Lei and whispered loudly, "See, protective positioning. Classic pre-confession behavior." Zifan turned his head. "I was optimizing crowd safety." Zhang Hao pointed at him. "That's what all emotionally damaged geniuses say." "I'm not emotionally damaged," Luo Yan said softly. Unconfirmed. Chen Lei nodded. "Needs observation." Lin Xiaoyu covered her face with one hand. Zifan looked at his 3 so-called friends and made a mental note that if he awakened a powerful taunt skill later, he would test it on them first. Before Zhang Hao could continue, a bell rang across the plaza. It was not loud, but it cut through every voice. The blue runes beneath the students' feet brightened. All 7 crystal pillars released beams of light into the sky, forming a dome of translucent energy above the entire academy. The sunlight dimmed slightly beneath it, and the awakening core at the center rotated faster. A line of instructors walked onto the central platform. At their front stood a middle-aged man in a dark combat uniform, his shoulders broad, his hair streaked with gray. A long scar cut across his left eyebrow, and the badge on his chest showed 3 silver stars. The moment he appeared, the students fell silent. Even those who loved gossip knew when to shut up. "Li Zhenshen," Luo Yan murmured. Zhang Hao swallowed. "That's Instructor Li." Chen Lei's voice became serious. "Former frontline hunter, silver-ranked instructor. They say he once held a city gate for 6 hours during a monster tie." Zifan studied the man carefully. Li Zhenchen did not look like the heroic hunters on the advertisements. There was no dramatic cloak, no shining smile, no polished pose beneath golden light. He looked like someone who had survived things most people only read about. That made him feel far more real. Li Zhenchen stepped to the front of the platform. His gaze swept across the plaza, sharp enough that many students straightened unconsciously. When he spoke, his voice carried without needing amplification. Today, you awaken. The plaza held its breath. Some of you will receive powerful talents. Some of you will receive ordinary talents. Some of you may receive talents so weak you will wonder whether the system made a mistake. Several students lowered their heads. Li Zhenchen's expression did not change. I will say this only once. Talent determines where you start. It does not determine whether you survive. His words were heavy, not comforting, not cruel, just true. You are not awakening for glory. You are not awakening so your names can appear on banners. You are awakening because outside these walls, monsters do not care about your dreams. A faint wind passed over the plaza. The banners above the academy gates fluttered like blue flames. If you become hunters, remember this. The first rule is not to kill. The first rule is not to win. The first rule is to come back alive. Zifan's eyes shifted slightly. Come back alive. Those were almost the same words his mother had said. For some reason, they settled deeper than the speeches about glory. Li Zhenchen raised one hand. The awakening core flashed. Now, when your name is called, step onto the platform and place your hand on the core. Your class and talent will be revealed to the academy record. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The ceremony was beginning. The floating screens above the plaza changed. Names appeared. The first student walked forward with trembling legs. He was a boy from class 1. His face was pale, but he forced himself to keep his back straight. As he climbed onto the platform, every eye followed him. He placed his palm on the awakening core. Blue light swallowed his hand. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the core shone. A system voice echoed across the plaza, cold and clear. Asterisk asterisk awakening complete. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk class. Warrior. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. C-rank strength enhancement. Asterisk asterisk. The bow exhaled sharply. Not great. Not terrible. A safe, ordinary result. His friends clapped. His parents outside the barrier looked relieved. The second student stepped up. Asterisk asterisk class. Archer. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. B-rank wine sense. Asterisk asterisk. This time, the applause was louder. The third student awakened a healer class, and half the plaza gasped. Even a C-rank healer was valuable in the early stages. Several instructors immediately began writing notes. Zifan watched silently. His earlier calculations began adjusting in real time. Class distribution seemed normal. Talent variance was within expected range. The awakening core's response time averaged 3 to 5 seconds. No abnormal cases yet. Zhang Hao leaned over. Brother Fan, why do you look like you're reviewing a restaurant menu? I'm gathering data. For awakening, yes. Can you gather me an S rank? No. But I can gather evidence that your bracelet is ineffective. Zhang Hao turned away in pain. The ceremony continued. One student after another stepped forward. Some cried from happiness. Some forced smiles after disappointing results. Some stood frozen, unable to accept what the system had given them. A girl from class 3 awakened in a rank water mage talent, and her entire class erupted. A boy from class 5 awakened a rare assassin class, causing Luo Yun to narrow his eyes with mild interest. Then Zhao Kai's name appeared near the top of the screen. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Whispers spread like sparks. It's Zhao Kai. He's definitely a rank at least. His family hired private trainers since he was 10. I heard he already cleared beginner combat simulations at 90% efficiency. Zhang Hao clicked his tongue. Here we go. Young master show off. Zhao Kai stepped from the front row with calm confidence. He did not look nervous. Not even slightly. His uniform was perfect. His hair was neat. His expression carried the faint arrogance of someone who had already imagined this moment 100 times and like every version of it. As he walked onto the platform, several teachers leaned forward. Even Li Zhenchen's gaze sharpened slightly. Zhao Kai placed his hand on the awakening core. Blue light surge. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. Then the crystal pillars around the plaza flashed at the same time. A brighter radiance exploded from the core, washing over Zhao Kai's figure like a storm of silver blue lightning. The system voice echoed louder than before. Asterisk asterisk awakening complete. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk class. Lightning swordsman. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. SS rank Thunder Vein. Asterisk asterisk. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then the entire plaza erupted. SS rank. Not A, not S. SS. Students shouted. Teachers exchanged looks. Terrence outside the barrier stood on tiptoe, trying to see the bowl on the platform. The floating screens immediately highlighted Zhao Kai's result in golden text. Zhao Kai slowly withdrew his hand. Lightning flickered faintly around his wrist. He looked down at the crowd. Then his eyes found Zifan. That faint smile returned. Zhang Hao muttered, "I hate that smile." Chen Lei's expression was grave. SS rank Thunder Vein. He'll be hard to catch. Luo Yun said. Hard? Try expensive. Zifan said nothing. SS rank Thunder Vein. Lightning attribute. Sword compatible. High burst potential. Fast growth curve. Strong academy value. He mentally placed Zhao Kai several tiers above their current level. Then he sighed. Zhang Hao looked at him. Why are you sighing? Because if I want to prove him wrong. The difficulty setting just increased. Zhang Hao blinked, then grinned. You're still thinking of beating him? Zifan stared at Zhao Kai's back as the boy walked off the platform beneath thunderous applause. I said I'd take the chance if it came. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him quietly. The blue light from the awakening core reflected in her amber eyes. She did not say anything this time, but she smiled. Not because she thought Zifan would definitely win. Not because she knew what he would awaken, but because when everyone else was staring at Zhao Kai's brilliance, Zifan was already calculating how to climb. That had always been the Zifan she knew. Not the strongest. Not the loudest. But stubborn in a way that felt almost unreasonable. The ceremony moved on. More names were called. The sky above the academy seemed brighter now, as if Zhao Kai's result had ignited the entire plaza. Students who had been nervous became even more nervous. Students who had been confident began clenching their fists. Everyone wanted to be the next miracle. Zhang Hao bounced on his heels as his name drew closer. Chen Lei closed his eyes, breathing steadily. Luo Yun looked half asleep, though Zifan suspected he was memorizing every result. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside Zifan, fingers wrapped around her academy pass. Zifan noticed and asked, nervous, a little. Do you want probability analysis? No, it may help. It will definitely not help. Zifan nodded. Correct judgment. She laughed softly. The blue screen above the plaza continued scrolling. One name after another. One future after another. Then, not far away, Zhao Kai returned to his group of followers. The students around him congratulated him eagerly, their voices full of admiration and envy. He accepted it all calmly, as though SS rank had merely confirmed what everyone should have known. Then he looked once more towards Zifan. This time, he did not speak. He did not need to. The difference between them had already been displayed across the sky in golden letters. Zhang Hao clenched his fist. Brother Fan, don't worry. When I awaken Flame Emperor, we'll form a double-core lineup. Lightning means nothing before true flame. Zifan glanced at the fake bracelet. Your flame budget is currently minus 300 credits. Zhang Hao clutched his chest again. Why must you keep attacking my economy? Because it's the weakest point. Even Chen Lei smiled faintly. The laughter was small, but it kept their corner of the plaza from being swallowed by pressure. Then the next name appeared. Asterisk asterisk Zhang Hao. Asterisk asterisk. The red-haired boy froze. For the first time all morning, his mouth stopped moving. Zifan patted his shoulder. Go. The bracelet has waited long enough. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Then another. Then he suddenly grinned. Bright and reckless. If I awaken something amazing, remember to cheer loudly. Zifan said. If you awaken something terrible, I'll also cheer. Emotional support should be consistent. Zhang Hao pointed at him. That's why you're my brother. He turned and walked toward the platform. As Zhang Hao climbed the steps, Lin Xiaoyu whispered, do you think he'll be okay? Zifan watched his friend place a trembling hand on the awakening core. He'll be fine. The core lit up. Blue light gathered. For several seconds, the plaza waited. Then the system voice rang out. Asterisk asterisk awakening complete. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk class. Flame warrior. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. B rank fire enhancement. Asterisk asterisk. Zhang Hao stood frozen. Then he slowly looked at his wrist. At the fake flame bracelet. His eyes widened. From the crowd, Zifan's expression became complicated. Lin Xiaoyu whispered, no way, Chen Lei said seriously. Coincidence? Luo Yun added. Probably. On the platform, Zhang Hao suddenly raised both fists to the sky. It worked. The plaza did not understand why he was so emotional over a B-rank result, but Class 7 did. Zifan lowered his head and sighed deeply. That scam vendor has gained too much evidence. Lin Xiaoyu laughed until her shoulders shook. Even under the pressure of Awakening Day, even with Zhao Kai's golden SS rank results still hanging over the plaza, their small group found a moment of ridiculous joy, and somehow, that made the day feel survivable. Zhang Hao returned like a victorious general, holding his bracelet as if it were a sacred artifact. Brother Fan. No, I haven't said anything. I'm not buying one. Just admit it helped. I admit your belief was powerful enough to overcome rational thinking. Zhang Hao accepted this as praise. Soon after, Chen Lei was called. He awakened as expected. Asterisk asterisk class. Shield Guardian. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. A rank Iron Wall. Asterisk asterisk. A solid, impressive result. Class 7 cheered loudly. Chen Lei returned quietly, but the slight lift in his eyes revealed his relief. Then Luo Yun stepped forward. The awakening curve barely reacted before shadows flickered beneath his feet. Asterisk asterisk class. Shadow Scout. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. Or rank silent step. Asterisk asterisk. Luo Yun returned with the same lazy expression, as if awakening an excellent talent was only mildly inconvenient. Zhang Hao stared at him. Can you at least look happy? Luo Yun said. I am happy. You look like you're waiting for soup. I like soup. Zhang Hao had no answer. One by one, familiar classmates awakened. The future began sorting itself. Some rose, some fell, some laughed, some cried. Zifan watched them all, and with every result, the pressure on his chest grew heavier. Zhang Hao had B-rank fire. Chen Lei had a rank defense. Luo Yun had a rank stealth. Zhao Kai had SS rank lightning. Even ordinary students had begun taking their first steps forward. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu would be called. Soon, he would be called. The plaza seemed brighter than ever. Yet Zifan felt as if he were standing before a door that opened into darkness. He flexed his fingers once, then stilled them. No matter what came, he had already decided. He would survive. He would grow. He would find the optimal path. Even if his starting hand was bad, even if the build was strange, even if everyone else moved ahead first, he would not stop. Above the plaza, the blue screen refreshed. Another name appeared. The students nearby quieted slightly. Lin Xiaoyu looked up. Her name glowed softly in the air. Lin Xiaoyu's name shimmered in the air above the awakening plaza. For a moment, the nose around Class 7 softened. The girl beside Zifan stood still, her amber eyes reflecting the blue glow of the floating screen. The morning wind brushed against her chestnut hair, lifting a few loose strands across her cheek. Zhang Hao, who had been proudly admiring his questionable flame bracelet, immediately lowered his voice. Xiaoyu, don't be nervous. Just walk up there like you own the place. Chen Lei glanced at him. That advice has never worked for you. Zhang Hao coughed. But emotionally, it sounds good. Luo Yun, standing half in shadow as usual, added softly. Try not to think about the thousands of people watching. Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders stiffened. Zifan looked at Luo Yun. That is negative support. Luo Yun blinked lazily. Accurate support. Lin Xiaoyu exhaled, then laughed lightly despite herself. The tension in her fingers eased. She turned toward Zifan. Then what's your advice? Zifan thought seriously for 1 second. Place your hand on the awakening core. Wait for result. Do not trip. If you awaken healer, maintain distance from frontline. If you awaken combat class, avoid overconfidence. If you awaken production class, don't sign any contracts before reading them. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him. Zhang Hao slapped his forehead. Chen Lei looked away. Luo Yun nodded. Useful. Lin Xiaoyu's lips curved. Thank you. Very romantic. Zifan froze. I didn't mean it that way. I know. Her smile became a little brighter. Then she turned and walked toward the central platform. Zifan watched her go. Lin Xiaoyu's figure was not dazzling like Zhao Kai's, nor arrogant like those born into hunter families. She walked quietly, both hands resting at her sides, her cream-white jacket fluttering gently with each step. Yet somehow, in the middle of that enormous plaza, she did not disappear. There was a softness to her that made people want to protect her. But Zifan had known her long enough to understand that softness was not weakness. When they were younger, during emergency evacuation drills, John Hao had cried because the sirens sounded too real. Chen Lei had tried to organize everyone but forgot where the exit was. Zifan had been busy calculating whether hiding under the desk increased survival odds. Only Lin Xiaoyu had quietly held everyone's hands and led them out. She had always been like that, gentle, steady, the kind of person who seemed fragile only to those who had never seen what real courage looked like. On the platform, Lin Xiaoyu stood before the awakening core. Li Zhenshan watched her with the same stern expression he gave every student. Place your hand on the core. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Her palm touched the blue crystal. Light spread outward. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The awakening core suddenly released a warm white glow. It was different from Zhao Kai's violet lightning and John Hao's flickering flame. This light did not explode. It bloomed. Soft circles of pale gold expanded beneath Lin Xiaoyu's feet, like ripples spreading across a silent lake. The 7 crystal pillars surrounding the plaza brightened one after another, and countless tiny particles of light rose into the air like fireflies at dawn. The plaza became strangely quiet. Even the students who had been whispering stopped. The system voice echoed clearly. Asterisk asterisk awakening complete. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk class. Healer. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. A rank spring recovery. Asterisk asterisk. For half a breath, Lin Xiaoyu only stood there, stunned. Then class 7 erupted. A rank healer. Xiaoyu awakened healer. Spring recovery. That's a recover type talent. John Hao jumped so high Zifan suspected his B rank fire enhancement had activated by accident. Xiaoyu. Amazing. Chen Lei clapped with rare visible happiness. Even Luo Yun straightened slightly. Zifan let out a slow breath. A rank healer. In early hunter teams, healers were more valuable than most combat classes. A good healer could turn a failed battle into survival. A great healer could decide whether a squad dared to enter dangerous dungeons at all. Lin Xiaoyu's talent suited her. Not because she was weak. Because she had always been the kind of person who helped others stand back up. From the platform, Lin Xiaoyu looked toward them. Her eyes found Zifan first. For some reason, after seeing his calm face, her nervousness finally disappeared. She smiled. Zifan raised one hand. Not exaggerated. Not loud. Just a simple gesture. But Lin Xiaoyu's smile deepened. Beside him, John Hao narrowed his eyes. Brother Fan. What? That was suspiciously gentle. I was acknowledging a successful awakening. With that face. What face? The I'm proud of you but too emotionally constipated to say it face. Zifan stared at him. Lin Xiaoyu returned just in time to hear the last sentence. Her ears immediately turned faintly red. Zifan calmly said, Zhang Hao's post-awakening fire talent seems to have damaged his brain. Zhang Hao protested. My brain was always like this. Chen Lei nodded. That is not helping your case. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed. When she stepped back into their group, several classmates came over to congratulate her. Some were sincere. Some were clearly already imagining inviting her into future teams. A rank healer was not merely a good result, it was a social status upgrade. For the first time that morning, Zifan watched the way people looked at her change. Before, Lin Xiaoyu had been kind, pretty, and well-liked. Now, she was valuable. That word settled uncomfortably in his mind. The game era had a way of turning people into roles before they even understood themselves. Healer, tank, damage dealer, scout, support, useful, useless. The world loved labels because labels made people easier to rank. Zifan looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who was smiling politely at everyone, and silently added one more line to his mental notes. If they formed a team in the future, her safety priority would be extremely high. Not because she was a healer, because she was Lin Xiaoyu. The ceremony continued. After Lin Xiaoyu's result, the plaza's excitement rose again. Every student seemed to hope the streak of good awakenings would continue. The floating screens flashed with names, classes, talent grades, and the first rough outlines of countless futures. Some awakenings made the crowd cheer. Some made families cry with relief. Others passed in silence. A boy who had always boasted that he would become a swordsman awakened a D-rank cooking flame talent. His face turned white on the spot. A girl from class 2 awakened no combat class at all. Only a low-level appraisal talent. Her friends comforted her, but she kept staring at the platform, as if the blue crystal had stolen something from her. The plaza was not only a place where dreams began, it was also where many dreams ended quietly. Zifan watched them all. His earlier humor gradually faded. He had always treated awakening like a game system, a class selection screen, A starting tilt. But the expressions on those students' faces reminded him that no one got to choose their starting point. Not really. Zhang Hao leaned closer, his voice softer than before. Brother Fan, what if I only got B rank? You did only get B rank. I mean, what if B rank isn't enough? Zifan turned to him. Zhang Hao still wore his usual grin, but it had become thinner. After the first excitement faded, reality had probably begun catching up. B rank was not bad, but next to Zhao Kai's SS rank, next to Chen Lei's rank, next to Lin Xiaoyu's rank healer talent, it no longer felt amazing. Zifan thought for a moment, then said, your flame talent can improve with combat mastery. If you focus on burst timing and weapon compatibility, B rank fire enhancement has room to outperform some A rank talents in short battles. Zhang Hao blinked. You analyzed that already, while you were celebrating your scam bracelet. Zhang Hao's eyes brightened. So I'm still strong, you are usable. Can you say it in a cooler way? You have development potential. Zhang Hao looked deeply moved. Brother Fan, that was almost encouragement. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Chen Lei said, he means you'll be fine if you train properly. Luo Yun added, and stop buying fake equipment. Zhang Hao immediately clutched his bracelet. This is my lucky artifact now. Respect it. The small warmth returned to their group. Then another name caused the atmosphere to shift. A girl from Class 1 stepped onto the platform and awakened an S-rank wine mage talent. Blue-green currents swirled around her like ribbons, lifting her hair as the crowd cheered. Soon after, a Wo from Class 4 awakened an A-rank spear master talent. Another student awakened a rare crafting class that made several merchant guild representatives outside the barrier begin sending messages immediately. The world continued sorting people, and each result pushed Zifan closer to his own turn. He was not afraid of weak talents. Not exactly. He was afraid of useless talents. There was a difference. Weak could be trained. Unusual could be studied. But useless meant no clear path, no obvious direction, no role in a team. In a world where monsters stood outside the walls and cities ranked students before they even became adults, useless was heavier than weak. The blue screen changed again. Asterisk asterisk Chen Lei. Asterisk asterisk. The tall bow beside them had already awakened earlier in the batch. No. This was a second verification stage for class assignment grouping. The screen corrected itself and moved on. A minor system delay that made several students laugh nervously. Zhang Hao exhaled dramatically. Even the system is nervous today. Zifan looked at the floating text. The system doesn't get nervous, Luo Yun said. That's what it wants you to think. Zifan gave him a sidelong glance. That sounds like conspiracy theory. Conspiracies are just information with bad lighting. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. That actually sounded cool. Zhang Hao immediately pointed at Luo Yun. Unfair. Why does he get cool lines? Because he speaks less, Chen Lei said. Zhang Hao looked wounded. The ceremony rolled forward like an unstoppable wheel. More students awakened. Some brilliant, some ordinary, some painful. The sun climbed higher above the academy, spilling white light across the plaza and turning the rune-lined tiles into mirrors. The awakening core continued spinning, calm and indifferent, as if it had no understanding of joy or despair. Then Zhao Kai's group began moving again. The newly awakened SS rank lightning swordsman stood near the front rows, surrounded by students who had already begun treating him differently. Even some teachers spoke to him with measured politeness. Zhao Kai noticed Lin Xiaoyu's return. A rank healer, he said, walking over with that same faint smile. Congratulations. That's a rare and valuable talent. Lin Xiaoyu nodded politely. Thank you. Zhao Kai's gaze shifted towards Zifan. Class 7 has decent luck today. Flame Warrior, Shield Guardian, Shadow Scout, a rank healer. He paused, then smiled. I wonder if the luck will last. Zhang Hao's expression darkened. Zhao Kai, your talent is lightning, not mouth poison. Stop practicing the wrong skill. A few students nearby laughed under their breath. Zhao Kai ignored him again. His eyes remained on Zifan. Zifan, I'm looking forward to your result. Zifan met his gaze calmly. Thank you for your emotional investment. Zhao Kai's smile stiffened slightly. Lin Xiaoyu almost laughed. Zhang Hao whispered, good counterattack. Zifan continued, expression serious. That expectation management is important. Please prepare for all outcomes. Zhao Kai narrowed his eyes. He had clearly expected anger, embarrassment, or silence. Instead, Zifan responded like a customer service notice. For the first time, Zhao Kai seemed mildly irritated. We'll see. He turned and walked away. Zhang Hao immediately gave Zifan a thumbs up. Brother Fan, that was beautiful. You made him look stupid without even insulting him. I was sincere. That makes it better. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zifan with amusement. You really don't like him. I dislike inefficient arrogance. What is efficient arrogance? Zifan thought about it. Being arrogant after actually winning. Zhang Hao slapped his shoulder. Then after you awaken, be super arrogant. That depends on result. If your result is good, I'll consider controlled arrogance. And if your result is bad, Zifan looked at the awakening core. The blue light shimmered in his dark eyes. Then I'll consider alternative strategies. His voice was calm. Too calm. Lin Xiaoyu's smile softened a little. She wanted to say something, but before she could, the screen above the plaza refreshed again. Names moved downward. Closer. Closer. Each one was another step toward the unknown. The students around them became quieter as their own turns approached. The earlier excitement had thinned, replaced by the weight of waiting. Even Zhang Hao stopped playing with his bracelet. Chen Lei stood with arms folded, silently watching the platform. Luo Yun's lazy expression had sharpened, his eyes tracking every result. Zifan rolled his shoulders once. He was not Zhao Kai. He was not born into a guild family. He did not have private tutors, famous bloodline rumors, or expensive training equipment. But he had watched, studied, calculated, prepared. If you awaken something ordinary, he would optimize it. If you awaken something weak, he would explode its niche. If you awaken something strange, he would dissect its rules until it became useful. That was his way. That had always been his way. Then the system screen flashed. The next name appeared. Not his. Another student stepped forward, trembling. Zifan exhaled slowly. Beside him, Lin Xiaoyu quietly moved closer. Not enough for others to notice. Just enough that her shoulder almost brushed his sleeve. Whatever happens, she said softly, don't let Zhao Kai decide what your talent means. Zifan turned his head. Lin Xiaoyu was looking at the platform, not at him. Her voice was gentle, but steady. You're good at finding ways other people don't see. For a moment, Zifan did not answer. Then he said, that sounds like a rare passive skill. She looked at him. What? Your encouragement. It has unusually high morale efficiency. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Then her face turned slightly pink. Just say thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhang Hao, who had definitely been listening, leaned toward Chen Lei. See, this is exactly what I mean. Chen Lei nodded solemnly. Protective support interaction. Luo Yun added. High compatibility. Zifan looked at them. Are you three forming a commentary team? Zhang Hao grinned. For your love life. Absolutely. Lin Xiaoyu turned red. There is no love life. Zifan nodded. Correct. Current priority is awakening. Zhang Hao stared at him in despair. Brother, sometimes your correctness is painful. The group laughed softly. And beneath that laughter, beneath the bright banners and the solemn crystal pillars, beneath the golden name of Zhao Kai still shining in the academy records, fate continued approaching. One name at a time, one future at a time. Until finally, the blue screen above the awakening plaza flickered again. The light paused, then slowly formed to characters. Asterisk asterisk Zifan. Asterisk asterisk. The two characters hovered above the plaza like a verdict. Asterisk asterisk Zifan. Asterisk asterisk. For a moment, the world seemed to narrow. The voices around him faded. The bright banners, the crystal pillars, the restless crowd, even the golden record of Zhao Kai's SS rank Thunder Vein all blurred into the edge of his vision. Only his name remained clear. Zhang Hao stopped smiling. Chen Lei turned toward him. Luo Yun's half-lidded eyes sharpened. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zifan quietly, her hands clasped around her academy pass, as if she were more nervous than he was. Zifan inhaled once. The air tasted faintly of metal and sunlight. Brother Fan, Zhang Hao whispered, unusually serious. Go shock them. Zifan adjusted the strap of his bag out of habit, then remember he was about to step onto the awakening platform, not enter a dungeon. I'll aim for a controlled shock. Zhang Hao almost laughed, but his voice caught in his throat. Lin Xiaoyu took half a step forward. Zifan. He turned to her. She seemed to have many things she wanted to say, but under the gaze of the entire plaza, only one sentence came out. Don't be afraid. Zifan looked at her amber eyes, gentle, steady, still believing in him before there was anything to believe in. He nodded. I'm not. That was not entirely true. but it was close enough. He walked toward the platform. The path from Class 7's gathering area to the Awakening Core was not long. Maybe 30 steps, maybe 40. Yet, every step felt strangely clear. His shoes touched the white stone tiles, and the blue runes beneath them pulsed faintly, as if measuring him. Students on both sides turned their heads. Some looked curious, some indifferent. Some recognized him as the Wu Zhao Kai had mocked earlier and whispered behind their hands. Zifen heard fragments. That's the one Zhao Kai mentioned. Class 7, right? Average scores, tank theory guy. Let's see what he gets. Their voices were not loud. But in that moment, Zifen heard all of them. Average. That word again. He did not hate the word itself. Average meant stable. Average meant measurable. Average meant not yet eliminated. But when Zhao Kai had said it, the word had not meant ordinary. It had meant limited. It had meant predictable. It had meant someone whose ending could already be seen. Zifen looked ahead. At the center of the platform, the Awakening Core turned silently, blue light flowing across its crystal surface like the heartbeat of a machine that had never known hesitation. Li Zhenchen stood beside it. The combat instructor's stern gaze fell on Zifen. There was no mockery there, no encouragement either. Only assessment. That was better. Zifen stepped onto the platform. The world expanded again. From above, the Awakening Plaza was even larger than it had seemed from below. Rows of students surrounded him in perfect rings. Beyond them, parents and families stood outside the viewing barrier. Above all of them, floating screens waited to display his result. For one absurd second, Zifen remembered the snack bar in his bag and wondered whether bringing it onto the platform violated ceremony rules. Then he immediately crushed the thought. Now was not the time for emergency food logistics. Li Zhenchen spoke calmly. Zifen, place your hand on the core. Zifen nodded. His right hand lifted. The Awakening Core hovered before him. Up close, he could see countless tiny lines of light moving inside it. Some formed swords. Some formed shields. Some formed beasts, flames, wings, and symbols he did not recognize. It was as if the entire world's possibilities had been compressed into one crystal. His palm touched the surface. It was cold. Not painfully cold. Just enough to make his nerves tighten. The moment contact was made, blue light rushed up his arm. Zifen's vision went white. The plaza disappeared. For a heartbeat, he felt as if he were falling through an endless system interface, surrounded by fragments of sound and light. Names, classes, talents, numbers, rules. A vast, indifferent presence brushed across him, scanning bone, blood, breath, thought, and something deeper than thought. Then, in the middle of that cold blue emptiness, something strange happened. The light stopped. For the first time since the ceremony began, the Awakening Core became silent. 1 second passed. Then 2. Then 5. Down in the plaza, whispers began to rise. Why is it taking so long? Is the core malfunctioning? Maybe it's a rare talent? Or failed awakening? Zhang Hao clenched both fists. Rare talent, he muttered. Definitely rare talent. Chen Lei said nothing, but his shoulders had gone tense. Luo Yun's gaze moved from the Awakening Core to the instructors. Li Zhenchen's expression changed slightly. Only slightly. But for someone like him, that was enough. Lin Xiaoyu's heart beat faster. On the platform, Zifen could no longer hear the whispers clearly. He stood in the white-blue space, his palm still pressed against the cold crystal, watching countless symbols collapse and reform before his eyes. Warrior, mage, archer, assassin, healer, summoner, priest, shield-bearer, guardian. At the word guardian, one symbol suddenly stabilized. A silver shield appeared before him. Then another line of light formed beneath it. Asterisk asterisk class confirmed. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk guardian knight. Asterisk asterisk. Zifen's mind steadied. Tank class. Not bad. Guardian knight was a defensive class, one of the more reliable frontline options. High survivability. Strong team compatibility. Stable growth. Not flashy, but useful. Acceptable. Very acceptable. Then the system began searching for his talent. This time, the light did not stabilize. It scattered. Flame symbols appeared. Then broke. Sword marks appeared. Then vanished. Stone skin. Iron bones. Taunt enhancement. Damage reduction. Shield mastery. All of them flickered across his vision like rejected answers. Zifen's thoughts sharpened. Something was wrong. A normal Guardian Knight talent should have selected within seconds. Defense enhancement. Iron Wall, Shield Mastery, Tain Resistance. Even a low-rank talent had structure, but the system seemed unable to classify what it had found. The blue space trembled. Then, in the depths of that light, a single pink-gold thread appeared. It was faint, almost laughably faint compared to the violent lightning Jia Kai had awakened or the warm healing glow around Lin Xiaoyu. The thread drifted through the blue emptiness like a strand of silk. Then another appeared. And another. They did not connect to his muscles, not to his bones, not to his mana. They stretched outward, toward somewhere beyond him. Zifen frowned. What is this? No one answered. The threads gathered. The system light flashed once. Then words slowly formed before him. Asterisk asterisk talent identified. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk grade. SSS. Asterisk asterisk. Zifen's eyes widened. SSS. For a single instant, his heart slammed against his ribs so hard he nearly forgot to breathe. SSS. Higher than Jia Kai. Higher than everything awakened today. A talent beyond the recorded public scale of Azure Third Academy. Before he could even process it, the final line appeared. Asterisk asterisk talent. Heart resonance. Asterisk asterisk. Zifen stared at the words. Heart. Resonance. His mind went blank for half a second. Then immediately began searching for meaning. Heart as in vitality. Resonance as in energy amplification. Team-based aura, morale conversion, support scaling, mental link. The blue space gave no explanation. No skill list. No combat effect. No damage bonus. No defense bonus. No active ability. Nothing. Only the name remained. Asterisk asterisk SSS talent. Heart resonance. Asterisk asterisk. The white-blue world shatter. Zifen's vision returned. The awakening core released a pillar of light into the sky. Not lightning. Not flame. Not healing radiance. A strange pink-gold shimmer rose around him, soft and beautiful, almost gentle. It spread across the platform like mist at sunset. For a breath, the entire plaza fell silent. Then the system voice echoed. Asterisk asterisk awakening complete. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk class. Guardian Knight. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. SSS rank heart resonance. Asterisk asterisk. The plaza froze. Thousands of students stared at the floating screen. The words asterisk asterisk SSS rank asterisk asterisk appear in brilliant golden text. For 1 second, 2, 3. No one spoke. Then the whispers exploded. SSS rank. Did I hear wrong? Heart resonance. What talent is that? Is that a combat talent? Guardian Knight with heart resonance. What does it do? Even the instructors on the platform exchanged glances. Li Zhenshen's eyes narrowed. SSS rank should have produced a terrifying reaction. A storm. A domain. A weapon manifestation. At least a visible aura of power. But Zifen stood there surrounded by faint pink-gold light that looked less like a battle talent and more like something used during wedding ceremonies. Zhang Hao's mouth opened wide, then wider. Brother Fan, he whispered. SSS. Chen Lei stared at the screen in disbelief. Luo Yun murmured, that name sounds suspicious. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes shone. For a moment, she forgot everyone else. She only looked at the boy on the platform, standing beneath golden words no one understood. SSS rank. Zifen had done it. But on the platform, Zifen did not look like someone who had awakened an unmatched talent. He looked like someone who had received a puzzle without instructions. He slowly withdrew his hand from the core. The pink-gold light around him faded. The floating screen continued displaying his result. Asterisk asterisk class. Guardian Knight. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent. SSS rank heart resonance. Asterisk asterisk. Several seconds passed. Then someone in the crowd laughed. It was not loud at first, just one short sound. Then another student laughed. Then more. The confusion spread faster than admiration. Heart resonance. What is that? Emotional defense. Does he protect people with love? Guardian Knight? Heart resonance. Is he going to tank monsters by confessing? Maybe monsters will feel touch and leave. The laughter grew. Not from everyone, but enough. Enough for the plaza to change. Zifen stood on the platform, hearing every word. His expression did not collapse. He did not blush. He did not panic. But his fingers slowly curled. A talent's name mattered less than its effect. That was his belief. If the effect was strong, any name could be forgiven. But the problem was, He had no idea what the effect was. No combat enhancement, no defensive aura, no skill prompt, no stat increase. Nothing had appeared. Only a name, a beautiful, useless-sounding name. From below, Jacai's laughter cut through the nose. He did not laugh wildly. That would have looked ugly. He only smiled, then shook his head with just enough pity to be humiliating. SSS rank, Jacai said, his voice carrying clearly among the nearby students. Congratulations, Z-Fan. The plaza quieted slightly, sensing drama. Jacai stepped forward from his group, lightning still faintly flickering around his wrist. To think Azure Third Academy would produce an SSS rank talent today. His smile deepened. Heart resonance, truly impressive. Zhang Hao's face darkened. That bastard, Jacai continued, each were gentle enough to cut. I suppose from now on, when we enter the wildlands, you can stand behind us and cheer with your heart. Laughter broke out again. Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed. She took a step forward, anger rising in her amber eyes. But Chen Lei gently raised an arm to stop her. Not because she was wrong. Because Z-Fan was still on the platform. Because this moment belonged to him. Z-Fan looked down at Zhao Kai. For a moment, the two bows stared at each other across the Awakening Plaza. One stood beneath the golden record of SS rank Lightning. The other beneath the golden record of SSS rank Heart Resonance. Yet somehow, everyone already knew which result looked stronger. Zhao Kai's smile was calm. Victorious. Z-Fan's face remained still. Inside his mind, however, calculations were breaking apart. No known talent database, no visible combat utility, no immediate class synergy, no support explanation. Unknown trigger condition, unknown growth method, unknown value. In strategy terms, this was the worst kind of ability. Not weak, unclear. And unclear meant dangerous. Li Zhenshan finally spoke. Enough. His voice struck the plaza like a hammer. The laughter stopped. The instructor looked at the floating screen, then at Z-Fan. There was no mockery in his eyes, only a faint, unreadable seriousness. Return to your group. Z-Fan nodded. He walked down the platform. The path back felt much longer than the path up. Students watched him with strange expressions. Some envy remained because of the SSS label, some curiosity. But most were disappointed. People wanted miracles to look like miracles. They wanted lightning, flame, wings, swords, divine light. They did not know what to do with a tank whose supreme talent sounded like a love poem. As Z-Fan returned to Class 7, Zhang Hao immediately rushed forward. Brother Fan, don't listen to them. SSS is SSS. It must be broken. Maybe you just haven't found the activation method yet. Z-Fan looked at him. That is possible. His voice was calm. Too calm. Zhang Hao's words stuck in his throat. Chen Lei stepped forward. Dan said steadily. Guardian Nai is a solid class. Even without talent, you still have a path. That was meant to comfort him. It also proved a problem. Even without talent. Luo Yun tilted his head slightly. Heart resonance, it may be a hidden type talent. Z-Fan's eyes shifted toward him. Luo Yun continued. Rare talents often require conditions. The system doesn't always explain them immediately. Z-Fan nodded. That was useful. Hidden type talent. Condition-based activation. Possible. But uncertain. Lin Xiaoyu did not say anything at first. She only walked up to him. The noise of the plaza continued behind them. More names were being called. More futures were being revealed. The ceremony did not stop because one boy had received a strange talent. The world never stopped for confusion. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Z-Fan. You're amazing. Z-Fan paused. The words were simple, almost unreasonable. He looked at her. Did you hear the talent name? I did. Did you understand what it does? No. Then your conclusion lacks evidence. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes softened. Maybe. Z-Fan was silent. She continued, but it's still SSS rank. And even if nobody understands it now, you'll understand it one day. Zhang Hao nodded fiercely. Exactly. If Brother Fan can analyze a scam bracelet's business model in 3 seconds, he can analyze a talent. Z-Fan glanced at him. That is not comparable. It is emotionally comparable. Chen Lei nodded. Let him have this. Even Luo Yun said, morale matters. For some reason, Z-Fan felt something in his chest loosen slightly. Not enough to erase the humiliation. Not enough to solve the talent. But enough that the laughter around him became a little farther away. He lowered his gaze and looked at his palm. The hand that had touched the awakening core. A faint trace of pink gold light remained for less than a second before disappearing completely. No one else seemed to notice. Zifan closed his fingers. Heart resonance. SSS rank. Useless until proven otherwise. Fine. If the system refused to explain, he would test it himself. If the world laughed before understanding, he would let them laugh. After all, laughter was also data. Jia Kai's voice drifted faintly from the distance, surrounded by renewed praise. Some talents are born for battle, some are born for decoration. Zhang Hao nearly exploded, but Zifan only lifted his head. His expression had returned to calm. Don't argue, brother Fan. Arguing does not improve talent efficiency. Zhang Hao stared at him like he had been betrayed by common sense. Lin Xiaoyu looked worried. Are you really okay? Zifan looked at the awakening platform. Another student had already stepped forward. Another name. Another destiny. He took a slow breath. Not completely. Lin Xiaoyu froze. For once, he did not pretend. His voice was quiet, almost drowned by the plaza noise. But I will be. Lin Xiaoyu watched him. Then, gently, she smiled. I believe you. The words were the same as before. But this time, they landed differently. Zifan did not know why. He only knew that for an instant, somewhere deep inside his chest, the faintest thread of warmth seemed to stir. So faint it could have been imagination. So brief it vanished before he could examine it. He frowned slightly, then looked down at his palm again. Nothing. No system message. No blue panel. No explanation. Only the distant laughter of students, the glow of the awakening core, and Lin Xiaoyu standing beside him, as if his result had not changed anything at all. Zifan slowly exhaled. Unknown talent, he murmured. Unknown trigger, unknown value. Zhang Hao leaned closer. What are you doing? Creating a research list. You just got publicly mocked and you're making a research list. Zifan looked at him seriously. Emotional damage should be converted into productivity. Zhang Hao stared. Then turned to Chen Lei. He's hopeless. Chen Lei nodded. But stable. Luo Yun added. Dangerously stable. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head and laughed softly. The laughter was small, warm, different from the laughter around the plaza, and for reasons Zifan still could not understand, the strange warmth in his chest stirred once more. The awakening ceremony continued, but for Zifan, the plaza had already changed. Before his name was called, the world had still felt uncertain. After his name was called, the world seemed to have made its decision. The blue light of the awakening core kept turning at the center of the platform. Students continued stepping forward, placing their trembling hands against the crystal, receiving their classes, their talents, their futures. Cheers still rose. Terrence still cried. Instructors still recorded results. But every now and then, Zifan could feel gazes drifting toward him. Curious, doubtful, mocking. SSS rank. Those three letters should have been enough to make people tremble. Yet paired with the words asterisk asterisk heart resonance asterisk asterisk, they became something strange, something awkward, something that made people want to laugh because they did not know how else to react. Zifan stood with Class 7, face calm, fingers resting against the strap of his bag. Inside his mind, however, the same question repeated again and again. What exactly did heart resonance do? No, that was too broad. He corrected himself. What conditions did heart resonance require to activate? A hidden talent always had rules. If there were rules, they could be tested. If they could be tested, they could be understood. If they could be understood, they could be optimized. Simple, logical, survivable. Zhang Hao leaned close, still glancing angrily toward Jia Kai's group. Brother Fan, just say the word. I'll challenge him. After the ceremony, Zifan looked at him. With B-rank fire enhancement, Zhang Hao froze. With courage, courage does not counter lightning. It counters arrogance, not effectively. Chen Lei nodded from the side. He's right. You'll lose. Zhang Hao clutched his chest. Why are all my brothers so rational when I need emotional support? Luo Yun said lightly, because your emotional support usually ends in hospital admission. Lin Xiaoyu could not help smiling, but her eyes remained worried. She had been watching Zifan carefully since he returned from the platform. He had not broken down. He had not reacted to the laughter. He had not even argued with Jia Kai. But Lin Xiaoyu knew him well enough to understand that Zifan's calmness did not mean he felt nothing. Sometimes, the calmer he looked, the more desperately he was trying to organize everything inside himself into something manageable. Zifan noticed her gaze. What? Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. Nothing. That expression usually means something. You're overanalyzing again. I analyze everything. I know. Her answer was soft. Too soft. Zifan looked away first. Not because he was embarrassed. At least, that was what he told himself. The ceremony finally reached its final batch of students. The sun had climbed high enough that the plaza tiles reflected light like pale mirrors. The excitement from the morning had begun to settle into exhaustion and reality. The first rankings appeared on the floating screens. At the very top, Zhao Kai. Class, Lightning Swordsman. Talent, SS rank Thundervein ***. Beside his name glowed a golden lightning symbol. Below him were several S-rank Kanda rank Awakeners. Then, in a separate highlighted section, Zifan's name appeared. Zifan. Class, Guardian Knight. Talent, SSS rank Heart Resonance ***. The SSS rank labels shone brighter, but there was no symbol beside it. No weapon mark, no elemental mark, no combat classification. Only an empty heart-shaped outline that looked far too gentle for a hunter academy. The plaza began whispering again. That's the SSS talent. Why is the icon like that? Maybe it's support type. Support for what? Dating. Someone laughed. This time, John Hao did not hold back. He turned sharply. Who said that? The laughing student immediately looked away. John Hao rolled up his sleeves. Say it again, if you have courage. Zifan grabbed the back of his uniform collar and pulled him back. Stop, brother Fan. They're mocking you. Yes. And you're stopping me? Yes. Why? Because if you start fighting before combat class placement, your disciplinary record will reduce team selection value. John Hao stared at him. Is there anything in your life that isn't a calculation? Zifan thought about it. Then said honestly, breakfast. Lin Xiaoyu laughed despite the situation. Even Chen Lei's mouth twitched. John Hao, robbed of both anger and momentum, could only point at Zifan with trembling disappointment. You are impossible, stable, Luo Yun corrected. Before they could continue, Li Zhenshen's voice echoed across the plaza. Awakening ceremony complete. The students straightened. The instructor stood on the central platform, arms behind his back, gaze heavy as iron. Your classes and talents have been recorded. Beginning tomorrow, you will be divided into training groups based on combat role, talent compatibility, and growth potential. A wave of nervous murmurs passed through the students. Training groups. That was the next division. Awakening only revealed potential. Training groups decided resources. Elite students would receive better instructors, better equipment access, safer but more rewarding early missions, and priority guild recommendations. Ordinary students would fight for what remained. Li Zhenshen continued. Do not become arrogant because your talent is high. Do not collapse because your talent is low. Outside the walls, monsters will not read your rank before tearing into your formation. His words were blunt enough to silence the plaza. Dismissed. The blue dome above the academy slowly faded. Students began scattering across the plaza, some laughing with relief, some rushing to their families, some already surrounded by guild representatives. The world had resumed moving, but for Zifan, the trouble had only begun. He had barely taken 2 steps before Zhao Kai appeared in front of him. The students around them slowed immediately. Some pretended to leave while obviously listened. Zhao Kai stood with one hand in his pocket, faint lightning still flickering around his fingers. His followers gathered behind him, faces full of anticipation. Zifan, Zhao Kai said, smiling. I owe you an apology. John Hao narrowed his eyes. Nothing good starts like that. Zifan's expression remained calm. For what? Zhao Kai looked at the floating ranking screen, then back at him. I called you average earlier. That was inaccurate. The students nearby began murmuring. Zhao Kai's smile became sharper. After all, not everyone can awaken an SSS rank talent that makes people laugh. The silence that followed lasted only a second before scattered laughter broke out. Zhang Hao's face flushed with anger. Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned cold. Chen Lei stepped half a pace forward. Luo Yun's eyes narrowed quietly. Zifan, however, only looked at Zhao Kai. You practiced that line. Zhao Kai's smile stiffened. What? Zifan nodded slightly. The pause before laugh was intentional. Delivery was smooth, slightly too theatrical, but effective for crowd reaction. The surrounding students froze. Zhang Hao's anger vanished instantly. Then he burst out laughing. Brother Fan. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, shoulders trembling. Even Luo Yun looked away, clearly hiding a smile. Zhao Kai's followers did not know whether to laugh or stay silent. Zhao Kai's expression darkened for the first time. You think you're funny? No, Zifen replied. I think your insult structure is predictable. Zhang Hao almost collapsed. Chen Lei pressed one hand to his forehead. Lin Xiaoyu tried to stop smiling and failed. For a heartbeat, Zhao Kai looked genuinely annoyed. Lightning flickered sharper around his fingers, faint blue-white sparks snapping against the air. Several students stepped back instinctively. Then Zhao Kai took a breath. He smiled again, this time colder. Fine, since you like analysis, analyze this. He raised his hand slightly. A thin arc of lightning danced between his fingers. Tomorrow, the academy will begin role assessment. Combat potential matters. Talent practicality matters. Actual performance matters. His gaze dropped to Zifan's chest, where no visible lore remained. I wonder how your heart resonance will perform when a monster charges at you. The words landed more heavily than his earlier mockery, because this time, Zifan had no immediate answer. A strange talent could be ignored during ceremony, but tomorrow, training began, and soon after that, the first monster hunt. If heart resonance truly had no combat use, then Zhao Kai's insult would become reality. A guardian knight without defensive talent. A tank with no reliable enhancement. A frontline student whose only SSS feature was an unknown name. Zifan's fingers tightened slightly. Lin Xiaoyu noticed. She stepped forward before he could speak. Zhao Kai, enough. Her voice was not loud, but it was clear. Zhao Kai looked at her. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside Zifan, her gentle features carrying a firmness that made several classmates fall silent. Awakening only ended today. Nobody fully understands their talents yet. Mocking someone before training even starts only proves you're impatient to show off. Zhao Kai's eyes cooled. Lin Xiaoyu, you're an rank healer. You should choose your future teammates carefully. I am. The answer came without hesitation. The air seemed to pause. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Chen Lei looked at Lin Xiaoyu, then at Zifan. Luo Yun whispered. Interesting. Zifan turned slightly. Lin Xiaoyu did not look at him. Her eyes remained on Zhao Kai. For some reason, Zifan felt that faint warmth in his chest again. Small, brief, gone before he could identify it. Zhao Kai stared at Lin Xiaoyu for a moment, then laughed softly. Sentiment is admirable. He turned away. But sentiment does not clear dungeons. His followers followed him through the dispersing crowd. The students around them whispered with even more excitement than before. Some talked about Zhao Kai. Some talked about Zifan's strange SSS talent. Some talked about Lin Xiaoyu standing up for him. Zhang Hao immediately leaned toward Zifan. Brother Fan. Zifan did not like his tone. What? Xiaoyu just publicly chose your team. She said she was choosing teammates carefully. Exactly. That does not imply romance. I didn't say romance. You were about to. Zhang Hao's grin became unbearable. I was thinking it. Zifan looked at him seriously. Thinking wrong things is still inefficient. Lin Xiaoyu's face had already turned pink. Zhang Hao raised both hands. Fine. Fine. I'll stop. For now. Chen Lei looked at Zifan. Are you okay? This time, Zifan did not answer immediately. The crowd was thinning. The ceremony was over. The massive floating screen still displayed the rankings, and his name remained there in bright golden letters. SSS rank. The highest grade in the plaza. And yet, he felt no stronger than before. He lifted his hand again, staring at his palm. No shield aura. No defensive glow. No system explanation. Nothing. Only the memory of pink gold threads drifting through endless blue light. And Lin Xiaoyu's voice. Asterisk asterisk I am. Asterisk asterisk. Why had that made his chest feel warm? Was it emotional response? Stress reaction? Talent activation? Zifan's eyes sharpened. Possible trigger. Verbal support from compatible target. Possible condition. Trust. Possible resonance factor. Emotional connection. Insufficient data. Need repeated testing. He looked at Lin Xiaoyu. She was still talking to Zhang Hao, trying to defend herself from his teasing while failing to hide her embarrassment. A rank healer. Childhood friend. High trust baseline. Potential test subject. Zifan paused. That phrasing felt strange. He silently corrected it. Potential observation source. Better. Less villainous. Luo Yun glanced at him. What are you thinking? Zifan answered honestly. Research methodology. Luo Yun stared at him, then slowly said, for your talent, yes. Does this research involve Lin Xiaoyu? Zifan looked surprised. How did you know? Luo Yun was silent. Zhang Hao, who had overheard, slowly turned around. His grin returned like sunrise over disaster. Brother Fan, Zifan frowned. Why are you smiling like that? You want to research Xiaoyu? Lin Xiaoyu froze. Research? Zifan nodded seriously. My talent reacted twice after she encouraged me. There may be a connection. The air went still. Zhang Hao's grin widened until it looked painful. Chen Lei closed his eyes. Luo Yun turned away. Lin Xiaoyu's face slowly became redder. Zifan noticed everyone's reaction and felt confused. What? Zhang Hao placed both hands on Zifan's shoulders. Brother. Yes, never say that sentence to a girl again. Why? Because it sounds extremely wrong. Zifan replayed his words, then paused. Then, very slowly, he said, I meant system research. Lin Xiaoyu covered her face. I know what you meant. Her voice was small, but she did not sound angry. That made Zhang Hao even more excited. See? She understands you. That's rare. That's precious. Zifan looked at him. Can I transfer you to Zhao Kai's team? No. Brother, you need me. I provide emotional interpretation. You provide nose. Same category. Lin Xiaoyu finally laughed. The embarrassment in her eyes softened into something warmer. The earlier humiliation had not vanished. Zhao Kai's words still lingered. The laughter from the crowd still remained somewhere behind Zifan's ribs. But his friends were still here. Lin Xiaoyu was still here. And the strange talent inside him, useless or not, had reacted to something. That meant it had rules. If it had rules, he could find them. The Academy Plaza slowly emptied around them. Above, the golden list of awakeners began fading from the sky, but Zifan's name remained in his memory with painful clarity. **SS rank hard resonance. ***. The title sounded ridiculous. The effect was unknown. The public evaluation was terrible. The first antagonist had already decided he was a joke. Zifan adjusted his bag and looked toward the distant academy gates. Beyond those gates, Azure City stretched beneath the afternoon sun. Beyond Azure City, the wildlands waited. He was not strong yet. Not even close. But as Lin Xiaoyu walked beside him, Zhang Hao complained about bracelet resale value. Chen Lei reminded everyone of tomorrow's assessment, and Luo Yun quietly recorded Zhao Kai's follower names for future reference. Zifan felt the first shape of a plan forming in his mind. Tomorrow, he would begin testing heart resonance, carefully, logically, scientifically. With minimal misunderstanding, he glanced at Lin Xiaoyu, who happened to look back at the same time. She smiled. The faint warmth stirred again. Zifan's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Hao noticed. Brother Fan, why are you staring at Xiaoyu like she's a rare drop? Lin Xiaoyu stumbled. Zifan turned expressionless. I was not. You absolutely were. I was observing possible talent reaction. That is worse. As their voices drifted beneath the academy gates, the last light of the awakening ceremony faded behind them. On the central platform, the awakening core turned silently. For a brief instant, deep within the crystal, a pink gold thread flickered, then disappeared. By the time Zifan left the academy gates, the city had already begun celebrating other people's futures. The floating screens above Azure City replayed the best awakenings of the day. Zhao Kai's SS rank Thunder Vein appeared again and again, silver blue lightning exploding around his figure as the announcer praised Azure Third Academy's new genius. Lin Xiaoyu's rank Spring Recovery appeared too, wrapped in warm golden light, gentle and rare enough that several healer guilds had already started sending early invitations. Then Zifan's name appeared. **SS rank hard resonance. ***. For one brief second, the golden letters looked majestic. Then the replay showed the soft pink gold glow around him. No weapon. No armor. No explosion. No visible power. The announcer's voice paused for half a breath before continuing with forced excitement. An unusual SSS rank talent with unknown growth potential. Zhang Hao pointed at the screen immediately. See, unknown growth potential. That means hidden overpowered. Luo Yun said calmly. It also means nobody knows what it does. Hidden overpowered. Zhang Hao insisted. Chen Lei nodded once. Unknown is better than confirmed useless. Zifan looked at him. Thank you. That was almost comforting. Chen Lei replied seriously. You're welcome. Lin Xiaoyu walked quietly beside them, her hands folded behind her back, her academy jacket catching the afternoon light. She had not laughed at the replay. She had not avoided looking at it either. Every time Zifan's name appeared, she watched it as if those golden letters still meant exactly what they were supposed to mean. SSS rank. Not a joke. Not an embarrassment. A possibility. The street outside the academy was crowded with students, families, guild scouts, and vendors who had already changed their signs from awakening luck charms to new hunter celebration discounts. Someone nearby was selling roasted meat skewers shaped like monster claws. Another vendor shouted about beginner mana drinks with proven combat support ingredients, which Zifan suspected was mostly sugar and marketing. Zhang Hao slowed down beside one stall. Brother Fan, should we celebrate? Zifan glanced at the prices. No. Zhang Hao looked hurt. You didn't even consider it. I considered the price-to-nutrition ratio. It's celebration food. It doesn't need nutrition. That explains why your finances are collapsing. Zhang Hao clutched his bracelet dramatically. This again. Luo Yun said. The bracelet has become part of your identity. Chen Lei added. A cautionary identity. Lin Xiaoyu laughed softly, but the sound faded faster than usual. They all knew the jokes were filling space. Behind every laugh, Zifan's strange awakening still hung over them. A few students passing by recognized him. Some whispered. Some stared. One Bo pointed at Zifan before his friend quickly pulled his hand down. The words were not always clear, but fragments slipped through. Heart resonance. SSS but useless. Maybe support. Zhao Kai was right. Zhang Hao smile disappeared again. Chen Lei's jaw tightened. Luo Yun's eyes moved quietly, memorizing faces without saying anything. Zifan heard them too. Of course he did. He simply kept walking. His expression remained calm, his posture straight, his pace steady. If the whispers cut, he did not show where. If the laughter followed, he did not turn back. Lin Xiaoyu watched him from the corner of her eye. After several minutes, the group reached the main crossroads, where students began separating toward different residential districts. Zhang Hao stopped first. My house is that way. Chen Lei nodded. I need to report my result to my family. Luo Yun raised one hand lazily. I'll check tomorrow's assessment rumors. Zhang Hao immediately leaned toward him. Get the important stuff. Training format. Instructor preferences. Whether Flame Warriors get bonus points for dramatic entrance. They do not. You don't know that. I know enough. Zhang Hao sighed, then turned to Zifan with unusual seriousness. Brother Fan. Zifan looked at him. Tomorrow, no matter what assessment they give, don't let Zhao Kai mess with your head. Zifan paused. Zhang Hao scratched his red hair, suddenly less loud than usual. I mean, yeah. Your talent name is weird. Very weird. Extremely weird. Your encouragement structure is failing. That. Zhang Hao raised a finger. SSS is still SSS. If even you can't figure it out, then the rest of us definitely can't. So you have to figure it out. Zifan looked at him for a moment, then nodded. I will. Chen Lei placed a firm hand on Zifan's shoulder. If your talent needs testing, tell us. Safely. The last word was stressed. Clearly, Chen Lei already understood Zifan too well. Luo Yun gave a faint smile. I'll look for any record of similar talents. Heart type, resonance type, emotion type, hidden support categories. Zifan's eyes sharpened. That would help. I know. Zhang Hao clicked his tongue. Look at him. Acting cool again. Luo Yun replied. Acting. Zhang Hao fell silent. After a final round of half-serious, half-awkward goodbyes, the three boys left in different directions, their figures gradually swallowed by the afternoon crowd. Soon, only Zifan and Lin Xiaoyu remained on the sidewalk. The nose of the city softened around them. For some reason, without Zhang Hao's loud commentary, the space between them became strangely quiet. Zifan adjusted his bag strap. Your house is also this way. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him. We live in the same district, right? You forgot. No. I was confirming route efficiency. Lin Xiaoyu blinked, then smiled. Of course. They walked together beneath rows of silver street lamps and young maple trees planted along the Academy Road. Their leaves glowed faintly from the city's protective rune network, each vein carrying a thread of blue light. Above them, hover buses passed in smooth arcs. Far away, beyond the walls, the sky was beginning to turn pale gold. For a while, neither of them spoke. Zifan was rarely uncomfortable with silence. Silence was useful. It allowed thinking, planning, and review. But today's silence was different. It contained too many things. The plaza, the laughter, Zhao Kai's smile, the golden SSS rank letters, the useless pink gold glow. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly slowed. Zifan. He stopped with her. They had reached a quieter side street leading toward their residential district. The crowd was thinner here. Sunlight fell between buildings in long warm bands, and the distant celebration nose felt like it belonged to another world. Lin Xiaoyu turned to him. "Are you really okay?" Zifan opened his mouth. The usual answer was ready. "I'm fine." It was efficient. It ended concern quickly. It prevented unnecessary emotional follow-up. But Lin Xiaoyu was looking at him with those warm amber eyes, and somehow the efficient answer felt harder to use. He looked away first. Not completely. Lin Xiaoyu did not interrupt. That made it easier and harder at the same time. Zifan stared at the glowing leaves above the street. "I expected many outcomes today. Good talent. Bad talent. Ordinary talent. Even failed awakening." His voice remained calm, but quieter than usual. "I didn't expect a result that looks amazing but tells me nothing." Lin Xiaoyu listened silently. SSS rank should be good. Logically, it should be valuable. But if it has no visible combat effect, no defensive enhancement, no activation method, then during tomorrow's assessment, I'm just a guardian knight without a usable talent. He paused. That means Zhao Kai wasn't completely wrong. Lin Xiaoyu's brows tightened. He was wrong to mock you. That's different. No. It isn't. Her voice was still gentle, but firmer now. Being confused doesn't make your talent a joke. Not understanding something on the first day doesn't make it useless. Zifan looked at her. Lin Xiaoyu continued. When I awakened Spring Recovery, everyone understood it immediately. Healer, recovery. Useful, easy to explain. She lowered her gaze slightly. But if I awakened something nobody understood, I think I'd be scared too. The honesty in her voice made Zifan fall silent. Lin Xiaoyu smiled faintly. So I'm not telling you to pretend you're fine. She looked back up at him. I'm telling you that even if you're not fine today, you don't have to decide your entire future today. A soft wind passed between them. The city seemed quieter than before. Zifan had always liked clear answers. Yes or no. Useful or useless. Win or lose. Strong or weak. Lin Xiaoyu's words did not give him an answer. They gave him room. That was different. And somehow, it helped. He looked down at his palm again. No glow. No system. No explanation. Still nothing. But the tightness in his chest eased slightly. Your comfort method has high stability, he said after a moment. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him. Then sighed. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Yes, it needs work. I'll optimize it. She laughed. This time, her laughter was light enough to chase away some of the shadow between them. They continued walking. At a small crossing, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly stopped at a vending machine and bought 2 bottles of chilled honey tea. She handed one to Zifan without asking. He looked at it. I have water. I know. You also knew I had a snack this morning. I did. Is this a healer habit? Maybe. Zifan accepted the bottle. Then as a future healer, you should know necessary resource expenditure reduces long-term efficiency. Lin Xiaoyu twisted open her own bottle and took a sip. As a future healer, I also know morale is a resource. Zifan paused. That was hard to refute. He unscrewed the cap. Valid. They sat for a while on a bench beneath a maple tree, watching students and families pass in the distance. Some laughed loudly, already planning celebration dinners. Some walked in silence. One mother hugged her son so tightly he looked like he might suffocate before ever entering a dungeon. The world had changed for all of them today. Some changes were bright. Some were heavy. Some, like Zifan's, had no shape yet. Lin Xiaoyu held her bottle between both hands. Tomorrow is role assessment, right? Yes. What will you do? Test basic guardian knight abilities first. If heart resonance has no combat activation, I'll rely on class fundamentals. That sounds like you already have a plan. A temporary survival framework, that means plan. Zifan considered it. Fine. A bad plan. Still a plan. He looked at her. You're oddly optimistic today. Lin Xiaoyu's smile became softer. I'm optimistic about you. The words were quiet. Not dramatic. Not the kind of sentence that belonged on a giant screen above the city. But Zifan felt them more clearly, and he had felt the plaza's laughter. For a brief instant, that faint warmth stirred in his chest again. This time, it lasted a little longer. Pink gold light flickered deep inside his awareness, too faint to become visible, like a thread pulled tight somewhere he could not see. Zifan's eyes sharpened. He immediately sat up straighter. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. What's wrong? Say that again. What? The sentence. Which sentence? I'm optimistic about you. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him. Then her face slowly warmed. Why? Possible talent reaction. The warmth vanished instantly. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head. Zifan? Yes. Do you know how strange that sounds? He replayed the conversation, then said carefully, slightly. Very. I was focusing on data. I noticed. She looked away, ears red, but she was smiling. Zifan frowned. Possible trigger. Verbal trust from Lin Xiaoyu. Observed reaction. Faint chest warmed. Visibility. Internal only. Repeatability. Uncertain. Emotional side effect. Cause target embarrassment. Conclusion. Further testing required with improved wording. He mentally recorded everything. Lin Xiaoyu looked at his serious expression and seemed to guess exactly what he was doing. You're making a list again, aren't you? Yes. About me. About talent activation. That doesn't make it better. Zifan paused. Then no. She laughed helplessly. For a moment, the golden afternoon light fell across them both. The huge city moved around them. The walls stood in the distance. Monsters waited beyond. Their futures had only just begun to unfold. But on that quiet bench beneath glowing maple leaves, Zifan felt something he had not felt on the awakening platform. Not certainty. Not strength. Something smaller. A starting point. Lin Xiaoyu finished her tea and stood. We should go home. Our parents are probably waiting. Zifan nodded and stood as well. They walked the rest of the road together. When they reached the entrance of their residential district, Lin Xiaoyu turned toward him. Zifan. No matter what other people say tomorrow, don't rush. He looked at her. Rush? To prove yourself. Her voice softened. You always act calm, but sometimes you push yourself too hard when people doubt you. Zifan did not answer immediately. Then he said, Noted. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Good. She started walking toward her building, then stopped and looked back. And Zifan. Yes, I really do believe in you. The afternoon light caught in her amber eyes. This time, Zifan did not ask her to repeat it. He only nodded. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyu seemed satisfied. She waved and left, her figure gradually disappearing through the entrance of the neighboring tower. Zifan stood there for several seconds. Then he looked down at his hand. Nothing appeared. No panel. No stat change. No skill activation. But the warmth in his chest remained faintly, like a candle shielded from wind. For the first time that day, Zifan did not feel like immediately analyzing it. He simply stood beneath the glowing city lights, holding an empty honey tea bottle, and watched the place where Lin Xiaoyu had disappeared. After a while, he muttered to himself, morale resource. He nodded slowly. Important. Then, after another pause, he added with absolute seriousness, potentially overpowered. By the time Zifan returned home, the sky outside Azure City had deepened into evening blue. The city looked different at night. During the day, Azure City was bright, clean, and proud, all silver towers and white walls beneath the sun. But after dusk, the true shape of the game mirror emerged. Blue room lines lit up along every street, flowing like veins beneath glass roads. Patrol drones drifted between buildings with quiet mechanical wings. Far away, the outer wall glowed with defensive arrays, a massive ring of light separating human warmth from the darkness beyond. Beyond that wall, the wildlands waited. Zifan stood for a moment before his apartment door, watching the distant wall through the corridor window. Today, his future had changed. The problem was, he still did not know what it had changed into. When he opened the door, warm light spilled over him. His mother turned from the kitchen almost immediately. You're back. His father stood up from the sofa, tablet still in hand. From the look on his face, he had already seen the public awakening broadcast at least 10 times. For a second, no one spoke. Then his mother walked over and touched his shoulders, checking him as if awakening day might have left physical wounds. Are you all right? Zifan nodded. Alive. No injuries. Hydration level acceptable. His mother paused, then sighed in relief anyway. His father looked at him carefully. Guardian Knight. Yes. SSS rank talent. Yes. Heart resonance. Yes. The third answer came slower. His father's expression became complicated. Pride, worrying, confusion, and helplessness all crossed his face like clouds passing over the moon. Finally, he said, That sounds special. Zifan took off his shoes. That is currently the most optimistic description. His mother shot his father a look. His father immediately corrected himself. I mean, SSS rank is amazing. On paper, paper matters. Practical effect matters more. His father had no good rebuttal. Zifen walked into the living room, placed his bag on the chair, and sat down. The exhaustion he had not allowed himself to feel all day finally settled onto his shoulders. The table was already set. Dinner was simple but warm. Rice, vegetables, steamed egg, and a bowl of soup that smelled faintly sweet. His mother must have started cooking before the ceremony ended. For a while, they only ate. His parents did not ask too much. That was their kindness. They congratulated him. They worried for him, but they did not force him to explain what even he did not understand. Halfway through dinner, his mother gently placed more food into his bowl. Tomorrow is role assessment. Yes. Will it be dangerous? Controlled environment. His father frowned. Controlled does not mean safe. Zifen nodded. Correct. His mother looked even more worried. Zifen paused, then added, but first-year assessments rarely cause serious injuries. Instructors supervise. Emergency healers stand by. Mortality probability should be close to 0. His mother put down her chopsticks. Can you stop using mortality probability at dinner? His father coughed. Zifen silently lowered his bowl. Noted. The tension eased a little. After dinner, Zifen returned to his room. It was not large. A bed, a desk, a bookshelf, a training mat, and a small window facing the distant academy district. On the desk sat several old notebooks filled with monster diagrams, class theory, dungeon formation basics, and combat role analysis. He had studied for years. Not because he was naturally gifted, because he liked being prepared. Zifen sat at his desk and opened a blank page. At the top, he wrote, ****Heart Resonance Research Notes ****. Then he paused. After a few seconds, he added, ****, Temporary Classification, Unknown SSS Talent ****. Below that, ****, Confirmed Information ****. 1. Class Awakened. Guardian Knight. 2. Talent Awakened. Heart Resonance. 3. Talent Grade. SSS. 4. Visible Manifestation. Pink Gold Light. Thread. 5. Combat Effect. None observed. 6. Possible Reaction. After Verbal Trust. Support from Lin Xiaoyu. 7. Reaction Type. Faint warmth in chest. 8. External Visibility. None confirmed. He stared at point 6 for a long time. Then underlined **** Lin Xiaoyu *** once. After thinking about it, he crossed out the underline, then rewrote the sentence more formally. ****, Possible Reaction, after emotional support from compatible individual. ****, Better. Less suspicious. He leaned back in his chair. The room was quiet except for the distant hum of the city's protective barrier. Occasionally, a hover bus passed outside the window, leaving a soft trail of blue light across the glass. Zifen lifted his right hand. Heart Resonance. Nothing happened. He tried again with more seriousness. Activate Heart Resonance. Nothing. System. Nothing. Status. Still nothing. He frowned. Most awakened talents did not require voice commands, but many responded to mental intent. He closed his eyes, focused on the faint warmth he had felt earlier, and tried to pull it forward. A minute passed. Then 2. Then 5. Nothing. Zifen opened his eyes. Uncooperative. He wrote another line. ****, Manual activation failed. ****. Then he tried every possible emotional state he could think of. Calm. Focus. Determination. Embarrassment. Anger at Zhao Kai. Mild hunger. The last one was mostly accidental. Nothing produced a reaction. At some point, he opened his bag and found the honey toast Lin Xiaoyu had given him that morning. He had forgotten to eat it. The wrapping was slightly crumpled, but the toast was still intact. Zifen stared at it. For some reason, the image of Lin Xiaoyu handing it to him under the maple tree returned clearly. Because you might get hungry. He was quiet for a while. Then he unwrapped it and took a bite. It had gone cold. Still sweet. He chewed slowly, then wrote, ****, food-based emotional support may have delayed effect. Further evidence needed. ****. He looked at the sentence. Even he felt it sounded ridiculous. After finishing the toast, Zifen opened the Academy Talent database on his tablet. He searched, ****, Heart Resonance ****. No result. ****, Resonance Talent ****. Hundreds of results appeared. Mono Resonance, Sword Resonance, Elemental Resonance. Beast resonance, soul resonance, none matched. He searched, ***, emotion type talent ***. Restricted records, most were mental support abilities, morale aura talents, leadership amplification, fear suppression, charm resistance. Rare, but not unheard of. He searched, ***, affection talent ***. No result. The system auto-suggested. ***, did you mean affliction talent? ***. Zephyr stared at the screen. No. He closed the search, then reopened it, then closed it again. His research had reached a wall. No database match, no activation method, no clear trigger, no measurable result. By every practical standard, heart resonance was currently useless. Zephyr sat silently beneath the desk lamp, golden notebook light reflecting in his dark eyes. Outside, Azure City's night grew deeper. From somewhere in the distance, the city broadcast played again. Junkai's awakening replay appeared on a neighboring tower screen, lightning flashing silver blue across the glass. The cheers from the recorded crowd were faint, but audible. Then another replay. Lin Xiaoyu's rank spring recovery. Warm light blooming around her like spring rain. Then Zefan's SSS rank heart resonance. Soft pink gold shimmer. Pause. Forced announcer tone. Unusual growth potential. Zephyr watched the replay through his window. This time, the embarrassment felt quieter. Still there, but not as sharp. Maybe because no crowd surrounded him. Maybe because Lin Xiaoyu's words still remained somewhere in his mind. You don't have to decide your entire future today. He lowered his gaze. His tablet suddenly vibrated. A message appeared. Zhang Hao, brother fan. I asked my cousin. He says hidden talents are always broken. Just wait. Tomorrow you'll shock everyone. 2 seconds later. Zhang Hao, Also, the bracelet vendor disappeared. Suspicious. Another message followed. Chen Lei, Tomorrow's assessment will likely test basic class skills. Rest well. Don't overtrain tonight. Then, Luo Yan, found 3 resonance type talents in old records. None match yours. We'll continue searching. Also, Junkai's group is already spreading jokes. Ignore them. Zephyr stared at the messages. Something warm moved through his chest again. Not the same as before. Weaker. Different. He wrote. Possible reaction from group support. Before he could think further, another message arrived. This one was from Lin Xiaoyu. There was no long paragraph, only a simple line. Lin Xiaoyu. Don't stay up too late. I believe in you. Zefan's hand stopped. The room seemed to become quieter. The words on the screen were ordinary. No special effect. No dramatic confession. No grand promise. Just a message from a childhood friend who had walked with him in the morning, stood beside him in the plaza, defended him before Junkai, and bought him honey tea, and the whole city felt too loud. Then the world inside Zefan's chest trembled. A thread of pink gold light appeared in his vision. Not outside. Inside. It stretched from somewhere beyond his awareness, thin as silk, warm as sunlight, and connected to a floating blue panel that had not been there a second ago. Zefan's eyes widened. The panel unfolded silently. Its design was unlike the ordinary system screens he had seen in class. Those were cold blue, sharp, mechanical. This one was still blue, but its borders glowed with faint pink gold light, like dawn touching the edge of glass. Words appeared slowly. Heart resonance activated. Zephyr stopped breathing. The panel changed. Resonance target detected. Name. Lin Xiaoyu affection. 10 The room. Zephyr stared at the screen. Once, twice, 3 times. The words did not disappear. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 10. For the first time all day, Zefan's brain failed to produce an immediate conclusion. He looked at Lin Xiaoyu's message, then at the panel, then back at the message. Then slowly, very slowly, he picked up his pen and wrote on the notebook with unprecedented seriousness. Confirm trigger. Lin Xiaoyu. He paused. Then added, heart resonance may be related to affection value. Another pause. His expression became extremely solemn. Asterisk asterisk, this is either the worst talent in history. Asterisk asterisk, the pink gold panel glowed faintly. Zifen stared at the number again. Affection. 10. His eyes sharpened. Then he finished the sentence. Asterisk asterisk, or completely overpowered. Asterisk asterisk, at that exact moment, his tablet vibrated again. Asterisk asterisk, Lin Xiaoyu. Asterisk asterisk, you really won't stay up till late, right? Zifen looked at the message. Then at the system panel. For some reason, an absurd thought crossed his mind. If one message activated the system, would replying properly increase the number? His fingers hovered over the keyboard. He typed, asterisk asterisk, I won't. Thank you. Asterisk asterisk. Then stopped. Too ordinary? He deleted it. Typed again. Asterisk asterisk, your support today helped a lot. Asterisk asterisk, he stared at the sentence. It was true. It was also potentially useful. A perfect balance between sincerity and data collection. He sent it. 3 seconds passed. 5. 10. The system panel remained unchanged. Zifen frowned. Then Lin Xiaoyu replied. Asterisk asterisk, Lin Xiaoyu. Asterisk asterisk, really? I'm glad. The pink gold thread pulsed once. A small notification appeared. Asterisk asterisk, affection +1 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk, Lin Xiaoyu affection. 11 asterisk asterisk. Zifen stood up so fast his chair nearly fell over. His eyes locked onto the panel. Affection. Increased. By 1. From a text message. From emotional response. His mind began racing. If affection increased, stats later. If affection unlocked talent effects. If multiple targets existed. If values could be raised through meaningful interaction. Zifen slowly sat back down. His face was calm. His eyes were not. He opened a new page in his notebook. At the top, he wrote, asterisk asterisk, heart resonance development strategy asterisk asterisk. Then below that, after careful thought, asterisk asterisk, step 1. Make Lin Xiaoyu happy. Asterisk asterisk, he stared at the sentence. It looked simple, too simple, dangerously simple. Then, as if realizing the implications, he added a second line. Asterisk asterisk, important. Do not sound suspicious. Asterisk asterisk. For a long moment, Zifen sat in the quiet glow of his room, while the city lights shimmered outside, and the unknown SSS talent hovered before him like a secret door opening in the dark. The world thought his talent was a joke. Jia Kai thought he had awakened decoration. The academy thought his growth potential was unclear. Even Zifen himself had nearly believed it. But now, staring at Lin Xiaoyu's name and the number beside it, he felt the first real smile of the day slowly appear. Not arrogant, not relieved. A little dangerous, a little foolish, very Zifen. So, he looked at the glowing panel, then at his notebook, then at Lin Xiaoyu's message. His voice was quiet, but full of terrifying calculation. Everyone else levels up by killing monsters. The pink gold light reflected in his eyes. And I. He paused. Then wrote the next sentence with absolute seriousness. Asterisk asterisk, may level up through relationship management. Asterisk asterisk. The next morning, Azure City woke beneath a sky painted in pale gold. For most students, awakening day had ended. For Zifen, the real problem had only just begun. A translucent pink gold panel floated above his desk. It had been there for almost 10 minutes. Zifen stared at it. The panel stared back. Neither side had made meaningful progress. Asterisk asterisk, heart resonance activated. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk, Lin Xiaoyu asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk, affection. 11 asterisk asterisk. That was all. No explanation. No tutorial. No beginner guide. No helpful system fairy. Nothing. Just a single number that had somehow turned his entire understanding of talents upside down. Zifen sat at his desk with a notebook open before him. The title at the top read, asterisk asterisk, heart resonance research log. Day 1 asterisk asterisk. Below it were already 3 pages of notes. Unfortunately, most of them raised more questions than answers. What exactly was affection? How was it calculated? Why was Lin Xiaoyu the only visible target? Could affection decrease? Could it increase? How many targets existed, most importantly? Could it be farmed efficiently? Zifen's pen froze. He crossed out the last sentence, then rewrote it. Asterisk asterisk, how can affection be increased naturally and sustainably? Asterisk asterisk, better. Far less suspicious. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Zifen. His mother's voice drifted through the door. "You're going to be late." He looked at the clock, then immediately stood up. The first academy assessment began today. Late arrival would create a negative first impression. Negative impressions often reduced opportunities. Reduced opportunities reduced growth. Unacceptable. 5 minutes later, he was already dressed and seated at the breakfast table. His father looked up from the news feed on his tablet. The headlines were exactly what Zifan expected. **SS rank Thunder Vane shines during awakening ceremony ***. A large picture of Zhao Kai occupied half the screen. Lightning flashed around the smiling teenager. Below it, ***, mysterious SS rank talent causes debate ***. The accompanying image showed Zifan. Specifically, a screenshot taken while toothpaste foam was still visible at the corner of his mouth. Zifan stared at the image. His father slowly lowered the tablet. Unfortunate timing. His mother looked, then immediately burst out laughing. Zifan closed his eyes. Journalistic integrity is dead. His mother laughed harder. Even his father looked like he was struggling. Breakfast ended with Zifan accepting that his first public appearance as an SS rank awakener involved toothpaste. History could be cruel. The academy train was packed. Students filled nearly every carriage. Some discussed talents. Others compared rankings. A few bragged loudly. Several kept sneaking glances at Zifan. The SS rank talent had already become local gossip. He ignored them. Instead, his attention remained fixed on the floating panel only he could see. Affection. 11. The number had not moved. Not once, which suggested passive time alone was insufficient. Useful information. Perhaps, a familiar voice suddenly appeared beside him. "You're staring into space again." Zifan looked up. Lin Xiaoyu stood there. Morning sunlight streamed through the train window behind her. Her chestnut hair shimmered softly beneath the golden light. For a second, Zifan's thoughts stopped. Not because she was beautiful. That was already established. Because the system reacted. The pink gold thread inside his chest stirred slightly. Zifan immediately straightened. Research opportunity detected. "Good morning." Lin Xiaoyu blinked, then smiled. "Good morning." Zifan watched the panel. Nothing happened. Interesting. Greeting alone produced no increase. He mentally noted it. Lin Xiaoyu sat beside him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zifan hesitated. The honest answer seemed problematic. "Data collection." Lin Xiaoyu froze. "What? Nothing." That definitely wasn't nothing. Zifan decided retreat was the superior strategy. Fortunately, Zhang Hao arrived before further damage occurred. The train doors opened. A whirlwind of noise entered. "Brother Fan." Several passengers immediately looked annoyed. Zhang Hao either failed to notice or simply did not care. Probably the second. He dropped into the seat opposite them. "Big news." Zifan looked up. "What happened?" "The forums exploded. About you." "That was unfortunate." Zhang Hao immediately pulled out his phone. The academy discussion board appeared. At the top was a poll. ***, which awakening was the biggest surprise? ***, 1. Zhao Kai's SS rank Thunder Vane. 2. Zifan's SS rank Heart Resonance. 3. Unknown Monster Tamer Talent. 4. Other. Zifan noticed something. Why is Zhao Kai winning? Because people know what his talent does. Reasonable. Why am I second? Because nobody knows what yours does. Also reasonable. Lin Xiaoyu leaned closer. What are people saying? Zhang Hao grinned. Want the nice version or the honest version? The nice version. They think Zifan's talent might secretly be amazing. The honest version. They think it sounds like a dating simulator. Silence. Zifan slowly turned toward the window. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth. Zhang Hao immediately realized his mistake. Wait. I wasn't agreeing with them. You laughed first. I did not. You absolutely did. The train continued toward the academy, while Zhang Hao desperately defended himself. For the first time since yesterday, Zifan felt strangely relaxed. The embarrassment remained. The uncertainty remained. But so did his friends, and somehow, that mattered. The train eventually reached Azure Third Academy. Students poured from the station like a river. The academy looked different today. Less ceremonial, more competitive. Yesterday had been about dreams. Today was about proving whether those dreams had value. Large holographic screens floated above the entrance. Assessment schedules rotated slowly across the displays. Combat evaluation, physical evaluation, mana evaluation, class compatibility, team potential, Every student's future would begin taking shape here. The atmosphere felt noticeably heavier. Excitement had transformed into pressure. Zifan stepped through the academy gates. The familiar plaza stretched before him. Thousands of students moved between buildings. Instructors barked orders. Staff distributed schedules. Guild scouts lingered near observation platforms. Everything felt faster, sharper, more serious. As he scanned the crowd, a familiar figure appeared near the central fountain. Silver-blue sparks danced lazily around his fingers. Students naturally gave him space. Jia Kai. The boy stood surrounded by admirers. Several instructors spoke with him. Even guild representatives seemed interested. Confidence radiated from him like sunlight, as if the world had already confirmed his future. Zhang Hao clicked his tongue. There he is. Chen Lei and Luo Yun arrived moments later. The four friends gathered naturally. Chen Lei folded his arms. Assessment board was updated. Luo Yun nodded. Physical tests first. Zhang Hao groaned. I hate physical tests. You hate exercise. Same thing. For a moment, the group simply stood together, watching the academy awaken around them, watching futures begin, watching rivalries form, watching opportunities appear. Then a new notification flashed across Zifan's vision. Tiny, almost invisible. **** Lin Xiaoyu affection. 12 ****. Zifan froze. The world seemed to pause. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. The number had changed. No warning. No explanation. No visible trigger. Just 11. Then 12. His heartbeat accelerated. Research breakthrough. Massive research breakthrough. Brother Fan. Zhang Hao waved a hand. You all right? Zifan looked at him. Then immediately opened his notebook. What are you doing? Recording data. Right now. Yes. Lin Xiaoyu stared. Why? Zifan's pen moved furiously. Possible causes. * shared commute. * positive conversation. * emotional comfort. * social interaction. * presence effect. Multiple variables. Insufficient data. Need additional testing. Far more testing. Lin Xiaoyu looked increasingly concerned. Zifan, why are you smiling? Zifan paused. He touched his face. He was smiling. A little. Not because of romance. Not because of Lin Xiaoyu. Because the experiment had finally produced a measurable result, which, somehow, felt much worse when explained out loud. Before he could respond, the academy speakers activated. A powerful voice echoed across the entire plaza. All first-year awakeners. The crowd quieted immediately. In 10 minutes, assessment phase 1 will begin. Thousands of students turned toward the main arena. The first real test had arrived. And for Zifan, a far more important question remained. He looked once more at the glowing panel. **** Lin Xiaoyu affection. 12 ****. His eyes narrowed. Yesterday, he had discovered the existence of affection. Today, he intended to understand it. Preferably before accidentally getting misunderstood again. Unfortunately, fate appeared to have very different plans. In 10 minutes, assessment phase 1 would begin. For most students, that meant preparing their bodies. For Zifan, that meant preparing an experiment. The Academy Plaza had transformed into controlled chaos. Students moved in waves toward the assessment arena, their uniforms flashing beneath the morning sun. Holographic signs floated above different gates, guiding newly awakened classes to their assigned zones. Warriors and swordsmen were directed toward the strength halls. Mages toward mana testing. Healers toward support compatibility. Scouts and assassins toward agility tracks. Guardian Knights were sent to the defensive assessment zone. Zifan should have gone there immediately. Instead, he stood beside a glowing blue pillar near the plaza's edge, notebook open, eyes fixed on the translucent panel hovering in his vision. **** Lin Xiaoyu affection. 12 ****. The number remained stable. No movement. No fluctuation. No hidden explanation. He narrowed his eyes. Yesterday, one supportive message had increased affection by 1. This morning, simply spending time together on the train had also increased affection by 1. That suggested affection could rise through positive emotional interaction, but the system gave no formula, no progress bar, no reason, no trigger lock, completely irresponsible design. Zifan wrote quickly. ****, experiment, objective, ****, determine affection, increase conditions, ****, current target, ****, Lin Xiaoyu. He paused, then crossed out asterisk asterisk target asterisk asterisk. That sounded bad. He rewrote it. Asterisk asterisk current observation. Subject. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu. Still bad. He crossed it out again. After thinking carefully, he wrote, asterisk asterisk current friend. Lin Xiaoyu. Asterisk asterisk. Much safer. A shadow suddenly fell over the notebook. Zhang Hao leaned in from the side. Brother Fan. Zifan calmly closed the notebook. Yes. Why did you write Xiaoyu's name 3 times? I didn't. I saw it. You saw incorrectly. I have B rank fire enhancement, not eye damage. Zifan looked at him. Fire enhancement does not improve eyesight. Zhang Hao was silent for 1 second, then turned around. Xiaoyu. Brother Fan is secretly writing your name in his notebook. Lin Xiaoyu, who had been checking her healer assessment schedule nearby, froze. Several students turned their heads. Zifan slowly looked at Zhang Hao. For the first time that morning, genuine killing intent almost appeared in his eyes. Almost. Zhang Hao sensed danger and immediately stepped behind Chen Lei. Chen Lei looked at him. Don't use me as a shield. You're literally a shield guardian. Not for this. Lin Xiaoyu walked over with a confused expression, her cream-white academy uniform catching the soft sunlight. Zifan, why are you writing my name? Zifan's mind moved at high speed. Truth was dangerous. Lie was inefficient. Partial truth was optimal. I'm researching my talent. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. My name is related to your talent. Yes. The moment he answered, he realized the problem. Lin Xiaoyu's face warmed faintly. Zhang Hao's eyes widened like he had just witnessed a divine revelation. Luo Yun, who had appeared silently at some point, murmured, bold. Chen Lei sighed. Zifan immediately corrected himself. Not emotionally, mechanically. Lin Xiaoyu's blush deepened. That doesn't make it better. Zhang Hao placed both hands over his mouth, visibly fighting laughter. Zifan frowned. Why did every accurate explanation make things worse? The assessment bell rang once from the arena. Students began moving faster. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the direction of the healer zone, then back at Zifan. You should go to your assessment. I will. Don't overthink too much. Zifan paused. The system panel remained unchanged. No affection increase. Possible cause. Statement to General. He nodded. I'll try. Lin Xiaoyu smiled softly. Good. Still no increase. Zifan recorded it silently. Asterisk asterisk general concern. No immediate affection increase. Asterisk asterisk. Zhang Hao peeked at his face. Brother Fan. Why do you look disappointed after a girl worries about you? Zifan replied without thinking. No numerical change. The air froze. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him. Zhang Hao slowly turned to Chen Lei. Chen Lei closed his eyes. Luo Yun whisper. He said the quiet part out loud. Zifan replayed his words. Then, very calmly, he said, I was referring to assessment ranking. Nobody believed him. Not even himself. Lin Xiaoyu's expression shifted between embarrassment, confusion, and helpless amusement. Finally, she pressed her schedule tablet against her chest and looked away. I'm going to the healer zone. Zifan nodded. Good luck. She took 2 steps, then stopped. She looked back. You too. The pink gold thread in Zifan's chest trembled. The panel flickered. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 12 asterisk asterisk. No increase. Zifan stared. Nothing. He frowned. Zhang Hao leaned closer again. Did the number move? Zifan turned his head slowly. Zhang Hao immediately raised both hands. I guessed. That was not comforting. The defensive assessment zone was located behind the main arena, inside a massive training hall reinforced with blue barrier crystals. The entrance alone looked wide enough for a monster to charge through. Students wearing Guardian Knight, Shield Bearer, Stone Warrior, Heavy Fighter, and Defensive Hybrid class badges gathered outside, most of them bigger than Zifan. Some had thick arms. Some had broad backs. Some looked like they had been born holding shields. Zifan stood among them with his lean build and calm expression. The contrast was obvious. Zhang Hao looked around. Brother Fan. What? You sure you're in the right place? Guardian Knight is a defensive class. Yes. But everyone here looks like they eat bricks for breakfast. Chen Lei, standing beside them, nodded seriously. Body size can help early stage defensive classes. Zifan examined the other students. True. But size also increases target area. Zhang Hao blinked. Are you comforting yourself? No. I'm identifying their weakness. Luo Yun said lightly. Being smaller may help dodging. Zifen nodded. Correct. Chen Lei looked at him. Guardian Knights are usually supposed to block, not dodge. Blocking is ideal. Dodging is acceptable. Surviving is mandatory. Zhang Hao pointed at him dramatically. That sentence sounded cool. Say that during assessment. No. Why? It may raise expectations. That's the point. Incorrect. Expectations create pressure. Before Zhang Hao could continue, the doors of the training hall opened. A deep mechanical hum rolled outward. Inside, the hall was enormous. White stone floors were divided into lanes by glowing blue lines. At the far end of each lane stood heavy impact machines, defense crystals, stamina platforms, and simulated monster constructs waiting in standby mode. Above the hall floated a massive holographic ranking board. Each student's name was listed beside empty scoring categories: strength, endurance, defense, reaction, class compatibility, talent effect. Zifan's eyes stopped on the last category, talent effect. That column was going to be a problem. An instructor wearing a black combat uniform stepped forward. Defensive class assessment begins in 3 minutes. Students will be tested in order. His gaze swept across the group. Remember, this is not a battle. This is measurement. Do not show off beyond your capacity. Several large students straightened proudly, clearly intending to show off beyond their capacity. Zhang Hao whispered. He said don't show off. That means some people definitely will. Zifen said, correct. Then his eyes shifted. Across the hall, Jia Kai stood near the observation deck. He was not part of the defensive assessment. Lightning Swordsman belonged to the attack category, yet he had come here anyway. Several students noticed him immediately. Jia Kai. Why is he here? Watching the SSS rank heart resonance, probably. Jia Kai leaned against the railing with a faint smile. Silver blue sparks dancing around his fingers. His gaze found Zifan. The meaning was obvious. He had come to watch. Not out of curiosity. Out of entertainment. Zhang Hao's face darkened. That guy is really free. Luo Yun murmured. No. This is intentional pressure. Chen Lei looked at Zifan. Ignore him. Zifan nodded. I plan to. But ignoring someone and not feeling their presence were two different things. The assessment began. The first defensive student stepped onto a testing lane. He was a shield bearer with thick arms and an orang stone skin talent. When the impact machine struck him with a glowing hammer of compressed force, his entire body flashed gray, absorbing most of the blow. The hall erupted in cheers. His score appeared. Asterisk asterisk defense. 86 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent effect. A very good result. Another student followed. Then another. Some performed well, some crumbled immediately. One Bo bragged that his talent could withstand anything, then got knocked backward by the first impact and rolled 3 times across the floor. Zhang Hao covered his mouth. Should we laugh? Chen Lei said. No. Luo Yun said, later. Zifen watched each test carefully. Impact power. Barrier response. Talent activation timing. Score calculation. Instructor reaction. He was not the strongest here. But data was available to everyone. Most people simply failed to collect it. After 12 students, Chen Lei was called. He stepped forward calmly. His rank iron wall activated the moment the impact machine struck. A gray-blue barrier spread across his body like metal plates forming beneath the skin. First impact. Stable. Second impact. Stable. Third impact. His foot slid back half a step, but he remained upright. The ranking board flashed. Asterisk asterisk defense. 91 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk endurance. 84 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent effect. Excellent asterisk asterisk. Class 7 cheered loudly. Zhang Hao nearly lost his voice. Chen Lei returned with only a slight nod, but Zifen saw the relief in his eyes. Good result, Zifen said. Chen Lei looked at him. Your turn soon. Yes. Don't force it. I won't. Zhang Hao stared at him. You absolutely will. I will force it within acceptable limits. That is still forcing it. Before the argument could continue, the holographic board changed. Asterisk asterisk Zifen asterisk asterisk. The hull quieted faster than expected. Even students from other lanes turned to watch. SSS rank heart resonance. The strange talent from yesterday. The dating simulator talent. The Guardian Knight with no visible defensive ability. Zifen walked toward the testing lane. Each step echoed lightly against the polished floor. He could feel Zhao Kai's gaze from the observation deck. He could feel classmates watching. He could feel the weight of the empty talent effect column. But what he focused on was not them. It was the panel in his vision. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 12 asterisk asterisk. Still unchanged. No immediate benefit. No visible buff. No defensive enhancement. Good. That meant this test would establish his baseline. Painful, perhaps, but useful. The instructor checked his information. Zifan. Class. Guardian Knight. Talent. SSS rank heart resonance. The instructor paused briefly at the talent name, then looked at him. Activate your defensive talent when ready, Zifan said calmly. Currently unable to activate. The hall stirred. The instructor frowned. Enable. Activation conditions unknown. Murmurs spread. On the observation deck, Zhao Kai smiled. The instructor studied Zifan for a moment, then said, "Then use class ability only." Zifan nodded. He lifted his arms. Guardian Knight's basic defensive stance. Feet grounded. Center lowered. Shoulders relaxed. Mana gathered slowly around his body, forming a faint silver outline. Compared to Chen Lei's iron wall, it looked painfully thin. Zhang Hao clenched his fists. Chen Lei frowned. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. The impact machine activated. A heavy blue hammer of condensed force rose into the air. The first strike came down. Bang! Zifan blocked with both arms. Pain exploded through his shoulders. His feet dragged back half a meter. The hall was silent. The score appeared. Asterisk asterisk defense. 48 asterisk very low. Second strike, bang. This time, he adjusted the angle. Instead of receiving the blow directly, he shifted his weight and let part of the force slide across his guard. Still painful, but better. Asterisk asterisk defense. 52 asterisk asterisk. Some students whispered. Only 52. SSS talent? No talent effect at all. Guardian Knight without defense talent. Zhang Hao shouted. Shut up and watch. The third strike descended. Zifan's eyes sharpened. He had watched 12 students before him. Most tried to endure the impact straight on. But the machine's hammer had a slight delay before compression release. If he timed his guard at the exact moment of contact, he could reduce direct force transfer. The hammer fell. Zifan stepped half a pace forward instead of back. The force struck. His bones screamed. But his posture held. Asterisk asterisk defense. 61 asterisk asterisk. The instructor's eyes changed slightly. The score was still not excellent, but the improvement was obvious. Technique, not talent. Technique had raised his result. The fourth strike came stronger. Zifan failed to time it perfectly. The impact slammed him backward. His knee nearly touched the floor. Tain shot up his arms. But he did not fall. Asterisk asterisk defense. 57 asterisk asterisk. Final score appeared. Asterisk asterisk defense average. 54.5 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent effect. None detected asterisk asterisk. The last line was brutal. No detected effect. The hall erupted in whispers. Zhao Kai finally spoke from the observation deck, voice calm but loud enough to carry. SSS rank talent. No effect detected, he smiled. Interesting. Zhang Hao looked ready to climb the railing and fight him. Chen Lei grabbed the back of his collar. Luo Yun said quietly. Not worth it. Zifan lowered his arms. They were trembling slightly. Pain pulsed beneath his skin, but his face remained calm. The instructor looked at him. Your class fundamentals are acceptable. Your talent requires investigation. For now, your practical ranking will be based on class performance only. Understood. Zifan stepped off the lane. Every whisper followed him, but inside his mind, something else was happening. He had confirmed one thing. Heart resonance gave him no passive combat boost at affection 12. Which meant affection value alone was not enough. Maybe milestone required. Maybe threshold activation. Maybe reward-based structure. His eyes sharpened. A talent that did nothing at 12 could still do something at 20, or 25, or 50. He needed more data. When he returned, Zhang Hao immediately rushed up. Brother Fan, are you okay? Arms hurt? That's not okay. It's within expected damage range. Lin Xiaoyu was not in the defensive hall, but perhaps because of the pain, perhaps because of the whispering crowd, Zifan suddenly remembered her message from last night. I believe in you. The pink gold thread stirred faintly. No panel change. No number increase, but the warmth remained. He exhaled slowly. Zhang Hao stared at him. Why are you smiling again? Zifen looked at his trembling hands, then at the ranking board. Asterisk asterisk talent effect. None detected asterisk asterisk. A normal person might have been discouraged. Zifen was annoyed, very annoyed, but also excited. Because failure was information, and information was useful. He opened his notebook with slightly shaking fingers and wrote one sentence. Asterisk asterisk combat test failed. Asterisk asterisk. Then after a moment, he added, asterisk asterisk therefore. Affection threshold likely exists. Asterisk asterisk. Zhang Hao looked over his shoulder. Brother Fan, you just got hit by 4 magic hammers and your first reaction is homework. Zifen closed the notebook. No. Then what? Research. Zhang Hao covered his face. Somehow that's worse. From the observation deck, Zhao Kai turned away. The test had given him exactly what he wanted. Zifen, the SSS talent holder, had shown no talent effect. The academy would remember that. The students would remember that. By tomorrow, the forums would remember that. But Zifen did not watch him leave. His gaze had already returned to the pink gold panel. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 12 asterisk asterisk. 12 was not enough. Then he would find out what number was. And if the system refused to provide a guy, he would write one himself. The defensive assessment ended with 2 conclusions. First, Chen Lei was strong. Second, Zifen's SSS rank talent remained publicly useless. By the time the students moved from the defensive hall toward the academy's main physical assessment field, the second conclusion had already spread faster than wildfire. The academy forums had updated. Again, Zhang Hao discovered it first, because Zhang Hao seemed to possess a supernatural ability to find bad news at maximum speed. He walked beside Zifan with his phone raised, face twisted in outrage. Brother Fan, they're too much. Zifan flexed his sore wrists. What now? Zhang Hao cleared his throat and read aloud with the anger of someone reciting enemy propaganda. Post-title: SSS Heart Resonance. First talent effect test shows 0 combat value. Chen Lei frowned. Luo Yun leaned closer with mild interest. Lin Xiaoyu had joined them after completing her healer compatibility registration. At first, she looked concerned. Then Zhang Hao continued reading. Top comment: maybe the talent only works if monsters fall in love with him. Zhang Hao stopped. His face twitched. He clearly wanted to be angry, but also clearly found it funny. Zifen looked at him. You laughed internally. I did not. You paused. I paused from anger. Your mouth twitched. That was muscle instability caused by rage. Luo Yun said softly. He laughed. Chen Lei nodded. He laughed. Lin Xiaoyu tried to remain serious. Failed. A small laugh escaped her before she quickly covered her mouth. Zifen looked at her. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her eyes, embarrassed. Sorry. The pink gold panel flickered at the corner of his vision. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 13 asterisk asterisk. Zifen stopped walking. The others nearly bumped into him. Zhang Hao blinked. Brother Fan. Zifen slowly looked at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu froze. What? He stared at her like a scientist who had just seen lightning strike the same tree twice. Laughing increases value. The air fell silent. Then Zhang Hao's face transformed into pure horror. Brother Fan. Zifen realized the danger half a second too late. Lin Xiaoyu's face began turning red. What value? Assessment value. You were looking at me. I was measuring. He stopped. Good. Stopping was correct. Continuing would be fatal. Zhang Hao grabbed Zifan's shoulder with both hands. Listen to me. As your brother, as your emotional translator, as the only person here willing to say what must be said, never tell a girl that her laughing increases value. Zifen looked at him. Even if accurate, especially if accurate. Chen Lei said. This is one of the rare times Zhang Hao is right. Luo Yun added. Historical moment. Lin Xiaoyu turned away, ears red, but she was smiling again. The panel did not move. Zifen silently recorded a new note. Asterisk asterisk humor may increase affection, but excessive suspicious wording causes embarrassment. Net effect uncertain. Asterisk asterisk. The main physical assessment field was located beyond the training halls, beneath the academy's open sky. Unlike the defensive hall, which felt controlled and mechanical, the physical field was enormous and alive with movement. Dozens of testing stations stretched across the polished white ground. Mana-powered sprint tracks glowed in long blue lines. Strength pillars stood in rows, each one reinforced with runic plates. Endurance platforms hovered slightly above the ground, ready to increase gravity pressure on command. Above everything floated a massive ranking screen. Names moved constantly. Scores updated. Students cheer or groan every few seconds. This field tested the most basic truth of every awakened student. D4 talents, D4 skills, B4 equipment. What could your body do? Zifan's name appeared near the middle of the waiting list. Zhao Kai's name had already been completed. Unsurprisingly, his results were displayed at the very top. Asterisk asterisk Zhao Kai asterisk 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 strength 89 asterisk 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 speed 90 for asterisk 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 reaction 91 asterisk 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 mana control 96 asterisk 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 overall physical rank 1 asterisk asterisk. A crowd had gathered beneath the board, staring at the numbers with admiration. Zhang Hao's expression soured. Of course. Chen Lei looked at the board seriously. His base stats are high. With Thunder Vein, his growth rate will be even faster. Luo Yun said. Expensive training since childhood. Zhang Hao clicked his tongue. Can money buy everything? Zifan replied calmly. Not everything. But it can buy better nutrition, private instructors, training gear, medicine, recovery pods, combat simulation access, and high-quality weapon practice. Zhang Hao stared. That was supposed to be rhetorical. It failed. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zifan's wrists. Are your arms okay? Minor pain. No structural damage. You're sure? I can still move all fingers. He raised both hands and flexed them. Lin Xiaoyu frowned. That is not the same as okay. The concern in her voice was genuine. The panel did not move. Zifan noted it. Concern alone. No change. But humor. Yes. Possibly because concern had already occurred frequently. Diminishing returns. Interesting. Zifan. Lin Xiaoyu's voice pulled him back. He looked up. She was watching him with narrowed eyes. You're analyzing me again. Zifan chose honesty with caution. Partially. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. Zhang Hao whisper. At least he admitted it. Chen Lei replied. That may be worse. Before the conversation could collapse completely, a sharp whistle rang across the field. An instructor announced the next group. Guardian Knight Group. Physical assessment. Prepare. Zifan stepped forward with Chen Lei and several other defensive class students. The first test was strength. One by one, students stood before a black stone pillar covered in glowing lines. They were instructed to strike with full force. The pillar absorbed impact, measured raw physical output, and displayed a score. A stone warrior scored 72. A heavy fighter scored 78. Chen Lei stepped forward and punched cleanly. The pillar flashed. Asterisk asterisk strength. 81 asterisk asterisk. Zhang Hao cheered loudly from the side. Léger. Solid. Chen Lei returned quietly, but his shoulders relaxed. Then Zifan's turn came. The whispers started again. SSS rank hard resonance. Let's see if it helps strength. Maybe he'll punch with love. Zhang Hao's face darkened. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip. Zifan walked to the pillar. His arms still hurt from the defensive test. That would affect output. Not ideal, but not avoidable. He took a breath. Lower body, core, shoulder alignment, impact angle. He punched. The sound was clean, but not impressive. The pillar glowed. Asterisk asterisk strength. 56 asterisk asterisk. Average. Painfully average. The whispers grew louder. Zifan stepped back. No visible reaction. No system message. No affection-linked improvement. The second test was speed. Students sprinted across a glowing track while the system measured acceleration and movement stability. Zhao Kai's record stood at 94. Chen Lei scored 63, respectable for a defensive class. Zhang Hao, who was tested in a separate attack class lane, scored 76 and celebrated like he had won a national title. Zifan ran. His form was efficient. His breathing steady. His path straight, but his body was still ordinary. Asterisk asterisk speed. 59 asterisk asterisk. Again. Average. The third test was reaction. Blue light projectiles fired from floating crystals in random patterns. Students had to dodge or block. This was where Zifan performed slightly better. Not because of talent. Because he watched the crystal rotation before firing. Not random. Pseudo-random. The fourth crystal always delayed half a breath after the second. The sixth tended to fire low. The eighth often followed a diagonal pair. He adjusted, dodged, blocked, shifted. His body was not fast enough to avoid everything, but his prediction raised his score. Asterisk asterisk reaction. 72 asterisk asterisk. Some students quieted. The instructor raised an eyebrow. Zhang Hao immediately shouted, "That's my brother." Zifan returned to the waiting area. Luo Yun looked at him with interest. "You saw the firing pattern?" "Yes." "There was a pattern?" "Yes." Zhang Hao stared at the crystals. "I only saw attempted murder." Chen Lei nodded. "Same." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. "You did well." The panel flickered. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 14 asterisk asterisk. Zifan's heart jumped. He almost reached for his notebook. Almost. Then he remembered Zhang Hao existed. He stopped himself. Progress. His self-control had improved. Unfortunately, Zhang Hao still noticed. "Brother Fan, why did your expression become research paper accepted?" Zifan replied calmly. Reaction score was acceptable. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. "No, that face wasn't because of the score." Luo Yun said. Something triggered. Lin Xiaoyu looked between them. "What triggered?" Zifan stared at Luo Yun. Luo Yun smiled faintly. "Just guessing." "Dangerous. Very dangerous. If Luo Yun continued growing smarter, future research would become difficult." The final physical test was endurance. Students stood on hovering platforms as gravity pressure increased gradually. Defensive classes were expected to perform well here. The platform beneath Zifan activated. A low hum filled the air. Pressure descended over his body. At first, it felt like carrying a heavy backpack, then like wearing armor, then like standing beneath invisible water. His legs tightened. His shoulders ached. The pain from the impact test returned. Beside him, Chen Lei stood steady, Iron Wall talent unconsciously strengthening his posture. Other defensive students gritted their teeth. One dropped at the 3rd level, another at the 4th. Zifan remained standing. Not because he was strong, because he knew how to conserve energy, relax unnecessary muscles, control breathing, keep knees unlocked, reduce wasted movement. He endured. Level 5. Level 6. His vision darkened slightly. The pressure pressed against his spine. His arms trembled. In the corner of his eye, he saw Zhao Kai watching from the edge of the field. Not smiling now, just observing. Zifan did not look away. Level 7. Chen Lei remained steady. 2 other students dropped. Zifan's legs shook. The instructor glanced at him. "Stop if needed." "Stop." "Not yet." His body was average. His talent was unknown. His public reputation was terrible. But this much he could still decide himself. Level 8 began. The pressure slammed down like a giant hand. Zifan's knee bent. The world blurred. For a moment, he heard the whispers from yesterday again. Heart resonance. Dating simulator. No effect detected. Maybe monsters will fall in love with him. He also heard Lin Xiaoyu's voice. "I believe in you." His breathing steadied. He did not rise, but he did not fall. The platform beeped. Asterisk asterisk endurance. 79 asterisk asterisk. The pressure vanished. Zifan nearly collapsed forward, but Chen Lei caught his arm. "Enough." Zifan exhaled slowly. Yes. His final physical scores appeared. Asterisk asterisk Zifan asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk strength. 56 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk speed. 59 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk reaction. 72 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk endurance. 79 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk overall physical rank. Middle upper asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk talent effect. None detect. The last line remained the ugliest, but the overall result was not bad. For a student with no visible talent effect, it was even respectable. Some whispers changed. He's not useless. His reaction score was pretty good. Endurance too. But still no SSS effect. Yet, talent is still weird. Zhang Hao slapped Zifan's back, nearly sending him stumbling. Middle upper, see? Not trash. Zifan looked at him. That complement structure needs revision. Zhang Hao grinned. Fine, you are an above-average piece of mystery equipment. Worse. Lin Xiaoyu handed him a bottle of water. Drink. Zifan accepted it. His fingers brushed hers briefly. The contact lasted less than a second. The pink gold thread inside his chest pulsed. Zifan froze. The panel appeared. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 14 asterisk asterisk. No increase. But the thread had reacted. Physical contact. No. Too early to conclude. possible resonance sensitivity. He looked at the water bottle, then at Lin Xiaoyu, then at his hand. Lin Xiaoyu noticed the sequence. Her expression changed. Zifan, he immediately said. Thank you. She paused. Oh, for some reason, she seemed both relieved and slightly disappointed. Zifan did not understand why. Zhang Hao saw everything. His eyes widened. Then he whispered to Chen Lei. Progress. Chen Lei frowned. What progress? Brother Fen said thank you before saying something weird. Luo Yan nodded. Rare growth. Zifan turned expressionless. You three are becoming increasingly unnecessary. Zhang Hao placed a hand over his chest. We are your emotional support team. You are emotional interference. Lin Xiaoyu laughed again. This time, the panel did not move. But Zifan did not feel disappointed. 14. It had risen twice today. Not from gifts. Not from obvious flattery. Not from forced testing. It rose when she laughed. When she felt proud of him. When he showed effort. A pattern was forming. Still incomplete. Still fragile. But real. Across the field, Zhao Kai finally turned away. Perhaps Zifan's results were not worth his attention. Perhaps they were. Either way. He left without speaking. Zifan watched his back for a moment. Lightning talent. Top rank. Clear path. Everything Zhao Kai had was obvious. Everything Zifan had was hidden. For now. He opened his notebook and wrote a new line. Asterisk asterisk affection does not respond well to artificial triggers. Asterisk asterisk. Then another. Asterisk asterisk genuine emotion produces stronger reaction. Asterisk asterisk. Then, after thinking for a while, he added one final sentence. Asterisk asterisk conclusion. This talent may be more difficult than expected. Asterisk asterisk. He paused. Looked at Lin Xiaoyu laughing at something Zhang Hao said. Then quietly wrote beneath it. Asterisk asterisk but not impossible. Asterisk asterisk. By noon, Zifan had learned three things. First, his physical ability was not terrible. Second, his SSS rank talent still looked terrible. Third, Lin Xiaoyu's affection seemed to rise only when he was not deliberately trying to make it rise. This was extremely inconvenient. The academy cafeteria was crowded when they arrived. It was less like a normal school cafeteria and more like a small city inside the academy. 3 floors of open seating surrounded a central dining hall. Floating menu panels rotated above food stations, displaying meals designed for different awakened classes. Warrior meal set, Mage Mana recovery set, Healer nutrition set, Scout light meal, Defensive class high-calorie set. Zhang Hao stopped under the food signs and stared upward with reverence. Today, I finally feel the benefit of awakening. Zifan followed his gaze. Because of class meals, because fire warriors get spicy meat stew. That is not a combat advantage. It is a soul advantage. Chen Lei looked at the defensive meal set, which consisted of rice, roasted meat, eggs, vegetables, soup, and something labeled bone-strengthening paste. His expression became serious. This is efficient. Zhang Hao stared at him. You and Brother Fen really deserve to be friends. Luo Yun appeared beside them with a tray that contained only noodles, tea, and a small bowl of soup. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. When did you buy food? When you were staring at meat. I only looked for 3 seconds. Long enough. Lin Xiaoyu joined them. After collecting the healer set, her tray looked much lighter than the others, with warm soup, rice, steamed vegetables, and a small dessert that looked suspiciously better than everyone else's. Zhang Hao immediately pointed at it. Why do healers get dessert? Lin Xiaoyu blinked. I don't know. Zhang Hao turned to Zifan. Brother Fan. Explain. Zifan glanced at the tray. Likely because healers are strategically valuable and the academy wants to improve healer satisfaction. Zhang Hao froze. That's unfair, correct? Can I become a healer? No. Can I befriend more healers? Zifan paused. Then looked at Lin Xiaoyu's dessert. That may be a valid strategy. Lin Xiaoyu quietly moved her tray closer to herself. Zifan noticed. Interesting. Protective behavior toward dessert. Noted. They found a table near the second floor railing, overlooking the busy cafeteria below. Students from every class filled the space, their newly awakened roles already changing how they grouped together. Warriors gathered loudly. Mages compared mana control results. Healers were surrounded by students trying very hard to seem friendly. Scouts sat in corners, where they could see everything. The game era sorted people quickly. Even lunch became a ranking system. Zifan sat across from Lin Xiaoyu, not beside her. across from her. This position allowed direct observation of facial expressions, eye movement, and reaction timing. Perfect for research. Lin Xiaoyu lifted her spoon, then paused. Why are you sitting like that? Zifan looked down. I am sitting normally. You moved your chair slightly. Optimal viewing angle. Lin Xiaoyu's face slowly changed. Viewing what? John Hao's spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. Chen Lei closed his eyes. Luo Yun calmly drank soup. Zifan realized too late that the correct answer could not be you, so he chose the second most accurate option. Behavioral patterns. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him. John Hao dropped his spoon. Brother Fan. Zifan looked at him. Again. Yes, again. What did I do? You told the girl you adjusted your seat to observe her behavioral patterns. Zifan considered the sentence, then admitted, that sounds worse when repeated. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, trying very hard not to smile. Unfortunately, the pink gold panel did not move. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 14 asterisk asterisk. Zifan frowned slightly. Comedy alone was inconsistent. Maybe natural comedy worked. Intentional comedy did not. But he had not intended that to be comedy. This system was unreasonable. Zhang Hao leaned forward, whispering loudly. Brother Fan, let me teach you. If you want to sit across from Xiaoyu, just say you want to eat with her. Zifan replied, but I also want to observe. Chen Lei picked up a piece of meat and put it into Zhang Hao's bowl. Eat. Zhang Hao looked down. You're silencing me with food. Yes, it's working. Lin Xiaoyu finally laughed. The panel flickered. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 15 asterisk asterisk. Zifan froze. There it was. Another increase. Cause. Zhang Hao being silenced with food. Lin Xiaoyu laughing naturally. Group comfort. Positive social atmosphere. He slowly reached for his notebook. Lin Xiaoyu immediately raised her spoon. Don't. Zifan's hand stopped. I didn't say anything. You were going to write. I might forget. You can remember without writing my reaction down in front of me. Zifan thought about it. Difficult, but possible. Zhang Hao nearly choked on his stew. Luo Yun looked at Lin Xiaoyu. You're adapting quickly. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. I have known him too long. Zifan accepted this evaluation calmly. At that moment, a sudden wave of noise moved through the cafeteria. It began from the staircase, then spread across the second floor. Students turned their heads. Even Zhang Hao paused mid-bite. A girl walked up the stairs surrounded by several academy students. She looked about 16 or 17, clearly a senior. Her golden brown hair fell neatly over her shoulders, catching the cafeteria light like warm honey. Her academy uniform was not the standard first-year version, but a senior hunter track uniform, fitted more elegantly, with a small guild training badge pinned near her collar. She was beautiful in a bright, expensive way. Not cold, not gentle, confident, polished. The kind of girl who looked like she had never once worried about cafeteria prices. Zhang Hao stared. Senior. Chen Lei glanced once, then looked away politely. Luo Yun said softly, Tang Ruo. Zifan looked at him. You know her. Second-year student. Merchant guild family. A rank talent. Popular. Good social network. Not top combat rank, but very influential. Zhang Hao whispered. Why do you know all this? Luo Yun replied. Information is free if people are loud enough. Tang Ruo passed several tables, greeting students with an easy smile. She seemed to know everyone. More importantly, everyone seemed happy that she knew them. When she reached their side of the cafeteria, her gaze swept across the second floor, then stopped on Zifan. For a brief second, curiosity flashed in her eyes. She walked over. Zhang Hao immediately sat straighter. Chen Lei also straightened. Luo Yun remained unchanged. Lin Xiaoyu looked slightly surprised. Zifan continued eating, because interrupting nutrition intake without knowing the purpose of the visitor was inefficient. Tang Ruo stopped beside their table and smiled. You're Zifan, right? Several nearby students immediately turned to listen. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. He mouthed silently. Brother Fan. Zifan placed down his chopsticks. Yes. Tang Ruo's smile brightened. I saw yesterday's awakening broadcast. SSS rank heart resonance. The nearby students began whispering again. Zifan replied calmly. Currently unknown effect. Unknown doesn't mean useless. The sentence was unexpected. Zifan looked at her properly. Tang Ruo leaned lightly against the empty chair beside the table, relaxed and confident. My family sponsors several hunter teams. I've seen many strange talents before. Some talents don't show value during basic tests. Zhang Hao immediately slapped the table. See? Senior understands. Several people looked over. Zhang Hao coughed and sat back down. Tang Ruo laughed. You have energetic friends. Zifen nodded. Excessively. Zhang Hao looked betrayed. Tang Ru's gaze shifted to Lin Xiaoyu. And you must be Lin Xiaoyu. A rank spring recovery. Congratulations. Lin Xiaoyu smiled politely. Thank you, Senior Tang. Tang Ru's eyes curved. Don't be so formal. Just call me Senior Ruo. Zhang Hao almost whispered the name aloud before Chen Lei kicked him lightly under the table. Tang Ruo looked back at Zifan. If your talent remains hard to classify, you may need resources to test it properly. Hidden talents often require unusual conditions. Training halls and public assessments won't be enough. Zifan's interest sharpened. This was useful. Very useful. What kind of resources? Tang Ruo smiled as if she had expected the question. Private test rooms. Emotional response crystals. Mono-resonancy equipment. Team compatibility chambers. Zifan's mind immediately began arranging possibilities. Emotional response crystals, mono-resonancy equipment. Those sounded directly relevant. Where? My family has access to some. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Senior, are you inviting Brother Fan? Tang Ruo looked at Zifan with a playful smile. If he wants help, he can ask. The cafeteria whispered louder. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her spoon. Her expression did not change much, but Zifan noticed her fingers pause on the tray. The panel remained. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 15 asterisk asterisk. No decrease. Good. Wait. Why had he checked for decrease? Zifan frowned inwardly. Tang Ruo placed a small card on the table. Golden edges. Elegant design. A contact card. Don't worry, I'm not recruiting you. She smiled. Just curious. Then she turned and walked away, leaving behind a faint scent of expensive perfume, and a cafeteria full of students pretending not to gossip. The moment she was gone, Zhang Hao slammed both hands on the table. Brother Fan. Zifen picked up the card. Yes, you've done it. Done what? You attracted a senior. I attracted resource information. That's what they all say. Chen Lei frowned at the card. Be careful. Merchant guild families don't offer help for free. Luo Yan nodded. Tang Ruo is famous for being friendly, but friendly doesn't mean simple. Lin Xiaoyu quietly continued eating. Zifen noticed. For some reason, her silence felt more significant than Zhang Hao's nose. Xiaoyu, he said. She looked up. Do you know Senior Tang? Only by reputation? Is her reputation bad? No. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. She's popular. Many people like her. Her tone was calm, but not as warm as usual. Zhang Hao's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked at Lin Xiaoyu, then at Zifan, then at the card, then at Lin Xiaoyu again. His face lit up with terrifying realization. Oh. Lin Xiaoyu immediately looked at him. What? Zhang Hao slowly covered his mouth. Nothing. Chen Lei looked confused. Luo Yun smiled faintly. Zifan looked between them. What happened? Zhang Hao whispered. Brother Fan. This is advanced content. You are not ready. That sentence is unhelpful. It's saving your life. Zifan ignored him and looked back at Lin Xiaoyu. If you think the card is risky, I won't use it immediately. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Her expression softened. I didn't say that, but your reaction indicated discomfort. Zhang Hao inhaled sharply. Chen Lei lowered his head. Luo Yun murmured. Direct hit. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned red. I wasn't uncomfortable. Then what was it? I was just... She stopped. The noise of the cafeteria seemed to grow louder around them. For a moment, Lin Xiaoyu looked like she wanted to say something, but did not know what shape the words should take. Finally, she said softly. Just be careful. The pink gold thread stirred. The panel flickered. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 16 asterisk asterisk. Zifan's eyes widened slightly. Not because of the number. Because he had done nothing strategic. He had simply noticed her discomfort. Listened. Responded. Affection increased. The conclusion was both obvious and terrifying. Human emotions responded better when he treated them as human emotions. This would make the system much harder to farm. Zhang Hao leaned across the table and whispered. Did it move? Zifan slowly turned his head. Zhang Hao grinned. I knew it. Lin Xiaoyu looked alarmed. What moved? Nothing. Zifan and Zhang Hao said at the same time. Chen Lei stared at them. Luo Yun took another sip of soup. This team is doomed. Lunch continued with unusual tension. Zhang Hao kept trying to investigate Tang Ru's intentions. Chen Lei kept warning against accepting favors too early. Luo Yun quietly listed 3 possible reasons a merchant guild senior would approach Zifan, 2 of which were practical and 1 of which made Lin Xiaoyu choke on soup. Zifan listened seriously. Lin Xiaoyu pretended not to. The contact card rested on the table between them, shining faintly beneath the cafeteria lights. A possible resource, a possible trap, a possible misunderstanding, maybe all 3. When lunch ended, Zifan picked up the card and placed it carefully into his notebook. Lin Xiaoyu watched him. Zifan noticed. I won't meet her alone. Lin Xiaoyu froze. I didn't ask. I know. Then why say that? Preventive clarification. Zhang Hao slowly stood up and placed both hands together as if praying. Brother Fan, what now? For once, that was actually correct. Chen Lei nodded. Good judgment. Luo Yun said. Unexpected growth. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, but the corner of her mouth curved upward. The panel did not move this time, but Zifan felt strangely satisfied anyway. As they left the cafeteria, the academy bell rang in the distance. Assessment phase 2 would begin soon. Combat assessment. Training monsters. Real movement. Real danger. A place where Zhao Kai's lightning would shine even brighter. A place where Zifan's heart resonance might remain useless. Or perhaps, Zifan touched the notebook where Tang Ru's card rested, then glanced at Lin Xiaoyu walking beside him. Affection. 16. For more points to 20, a threshold might be near. His path to power, it seemed, had begun in the most unreasonable way possible. Not with a sword. Not with armor. Not with killing monsters, but with cafeteria conversations, emotional awareness, and making sure a girl did not misunderstand him too badly. Zifan sighed. Difficult build. Zhang Hao heard him. What build? Zifan looked ahead. Relationship-based tank. Zhang Hao stopped walking. Chen Lei paused. Luo Yun's eyes sharpened. Lin Xiaoyu almost tripped. Zifan realized the sentence too late. Zhang Hao slowly smiled. Brother Fan, Zifan immediately said. Not that kind of relationship, but nobody believed him. The academy bell rang once, then twice. The sound echoed across Azure Third Academy, like a warning carried by the wind. Assessment phase 2 had begun. Combat evaluation. For many students, this was the assessment that truly mattered. Strength could be trained. Speed could improve. Mana could grow. But combat revealed something harder to teach. Instinct, courage, decision-making, the ability to stay standing when something wanted you dead. The Academy's combat arena occupied nearly an entire district of the campus. Dozens of circular combat fields spread across the grounds, surrounded by reinforced barriers and observation platforms. Simulated monster habitats filled the center zones. Some contained goblins. Others housed training wolves. The higher-level fields even contained captured creatures from the wildlands. Real monsters, not illusions. Not holograms, real. As Zifan stepped through the entrance with his classmates, the atmosphere changed immediately. The noise disappeared. The excitement remained. But it became sharper, nervous, focused, dangerous. Students who had spent the morning bragging now grew quieter. Even Zhang Hao stopped talking for almost 30 seconds. A personal record. Brother Fan. What? I suddenly remembered Monster's Bite. Zifan nodded. Generally, I preferred them as concepts. You will likely continue preferring that. Zhang Hao sighed heavily. Ahead of them, instructors organized students into combat groups. The first years would not face dangerous monsters yet. Instead, they would fight academy training wolves. F-rank creatures. Still stronger than ordinary animals. Still capable of injury. Still capable of exposing weakness. A large holographic screen lit up above the arena. Combat rankings. Current top score. Asterisk asterisk Zhao Kai. 96 points asterisk asterisk. The crowd immediately reacted. Already. How? Combat assessment just started. Nearby students eagerly opened video recordings. Within minutes, Zhao Kai's evaluation was spreading through the academy network. Lightning exploded. Training wolves died almost instantly. The fight had lasted less than 20 seconds. Zhang Hao watched the footage. Then looked at Zifan. Then looked at Zhao Kai's score. Then looked back at Zifan. No pressure. Zifan ignored him. Mostly. A little pressure existed. Unfortunately. The first combat fields activated. Blue barriers rose around the arenas. Training wolves were released. Students entered one by one. Some performed well, some panicked. One Bo dropped his weapon and climbed a tree. The tree was inside the arena. Nobody knew how he got up there so quickly. The instructor spent 5 minutes getting him down. The Academy forums immediately named him Tree King. His reputation would never recover. Zhang Hao laughed so hard he nearly cried. Brother Fan, what? If things go badly, don't become Tree King. I wasn't planning to. Good. Chen Lei folded his arms. Focus. The defensive class evaluations began shortly after. Chen Lei entered first. A single training valve. The creature emerged from the artificial forest section of the arena. Gray fur, yellow eyes, lean body, predator. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere changed. No matter how controlled the environment was, a monster was still a monster. The valve lunged. Chen Lei planted his feet. Iron wall activated. The impact echoed through the field. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. Shield strike. Counter. Control. Methodical. Steady. 3 minutes later, the valve lay unconscious. Combat score. 88 ***. Applause erupted. Zhang Hao shouted loud enough for neighboring arenas to hear. Chen Lei pretended not to notice. His ears were slightly red. Luo Yun entered next. The scout-type assessment looked completely different. No direct confrontation. No flashy attacks. Just movement. Prediction. Positioning. The valve chased shadows for nearly 2 minutes before Luo Yun disabled it from behind. Combat score. 80 for ***. Clean. Exactly what everyone expected. Then Zhang Hao's turn arrived. The valve lasted 40 seconds. Fire exploded. Chaos followed. Half the arena caught fire. The valve caught fire. A training dummy caught fire. One instructor nearly caught fire. Combat score. 85 ***. Property damage penalty. -5 ***. Final score. 80 ***. Zhang Hao emerged proudly. I won. You lost 5 points. Details. Important details. History remembers winners. History will remember the fire. That seemed to make him even happier. Finally, Zifan's name appeared. The arena grew noticeably quieter. The SSS ranked talent holder, the Bo whose combat score everyone wanted to see, the Bo whose talent nobody understood, the Bo currently losing an argument with a water bottle cap. The cap finally opened. Zifan stepped into the arena. The barrier sealed behind him. Silence spread through the crowd. The artificial forest stretched before him. Tall grass. Stone formations. Scattered trees. Perfect terrain for ambushes. The training valve appeared moments later. Unlike the others, Zifan did not immediately move. He observed. The valve observed. For several seconds, neither side acted. Yellow eyes met dark brown eyes. Predator. Researcher. The valve growled. Zifan mentally noted. Healthy specimen. Good posture. Normal aggression pattern. Combat data available. The valve lunged. Fast. Faster than most first-year students. Zifan moved sideways. Not backward. The claws missed his chest by centimeters. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The valve landed and immediately turned. Zifan had already moved again. The second attack came. He blocked partially. Pain shot through his arm. But he stayed upright. Not enough strength. Not enough speed. But enough understanding. The difference mattered. The fight continued. 1 minute. 2. 3. Students watching began noticing something strange. Zifan was not stronger than the valve. He was not faster. Yet somehow, he kept surviving. Every movement looked calculated. Every dodge saved energy. Every block redirected force, like a player reading attack patterns in a game. On the observation platform above, several instructors exchanged glances. Interesting. Very interesting. The valve attacked again. This time, Zifan deliberately stepped into the creature's blind angle. Its momentum carried it forward. He struck. Not hard. Not dramatically, but perfectly timed. The valve stumbled. The crowd reacted. For the first time, real excitement appeared. The SSS-ranked talents still showed nothing, but Zifan himself was proving unexpectedly difficult. Zhang Hao nearly climbed the barrier. That's my brother. An instructor pointed at him. Sit down. He sat down immediately. The fight stretched longer than expected. 4 minutes, then 5. Sweat soaked Zifan's uniform. His breathing grew heavier. His arms ached. The valve was tiring too. Then the opportunity appeared. Small, brief, perfect. Dvalk committed fully to a charge. Zifin stepped aside. One hand grabbed fur. One foot shifted position. Momentum, angle, balance. The creature crashed into a stone formation. The impact stunned it. Only briefly, but briefly was enough. The evaluation crystal flashed. Combat complete. Dvalk collapsed unconscious. Silence, then cheers. Not because the fight had been spectacular. Because it had been unexpected. The score appeared. *** combat score. 83 ***. Higher than many expected. Lower than Zhao Kai. Higher than the rumors. The crowd reacted immediately. He won, without using his talent. His fundamentals are actually good. No wonder he got SSS. Still no talent effect though. That last comment followed him everywhere. Like a curse. Or an advertisement. Zifin stepped from the arena. Exhausted, sweaty, sore, victorious. The moment he exited, Lin Xiaoyu appeared. She had clearly watched the entire fight. Her amber eyes were bright. You were amazing. Zifin blinked. Amazing. Nobody had called him amazing today, or yesterday, or most of his life. The pink gold thread inside his chest stirred. The panel appeared. *** Lin Xiaoyu affection. 17 ***. He froze. The increase came instantly. Not from a joke. Not from a misunderstanding. Not from accidental comedy. Just admiration. Genuine admiration. Interesting. Very interesting. Dangerously interesting. Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head. Why are you staring at me? Zifin answered honestly. You caused an increase. Silence. The arena became quieter. Not because people heard. Because Zhang Hao happened to hear. And that was worse. Oh no. Chen Lei covered his face. Luo Yun looked toward the sky. Lin Xiaoyu blinked twice. What? Zifin immediately corrected himself. My combat score. You were looking directly at me. ... Correlation does not imply causation. That doesn't even make sense. Zhang Hao collapsed onto a nearby bench. I can't do this anymore. Lin Xiaoyu looked somewhere between embarrassed and amused. The panel remained. **** affection. 17 ***. Stable. No further increase. Zifin nodded slightly. Noted. Compliments from source target. High effectiveness. Very valuable data. Then another thought appeared. A dangerous thought. The kind of thought that usually led to disaster. What if admiration increased affection? Then perhaps gifts increased affection too. Reasonable hypothesis. Common social behavior. Frequently recommended in relationship guides. The Academy convenience store was nearby. 20 minutes later, Zifin returned carrying 3 desserts. Zhang Hao immediately sensed danger. Brother Fan. What? What are those? Experiment. Oh no. Chen Lei sighed. Luo Yun quietly moved farther away. Lin Xiaoyu looked up from her seat beneath a tree. Zifin approached, then placed a dessert in front of her. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. For me? Yes. The surrounding air changed instantly. Several nearby students noticed. A few started whispering. Lin Xiaoyu looked surprised. Then touched the small dessert box carefully. A soft smile appeared. Thank you. Zifin immediately checked the panel. **** affection. 17 ***. Nothing. No change. Interesting. Maybe delay exists. He waited. 10 seconds. 20. 30. Nothing. The number remained exactly the same. Lin Xiaoyu looked happy. The system did not care. Zifin frowned. The theory had failed. Completely. Meanwhile Zhang Hao stared from a distance. Did it work? No. What? No increase. Brother Fan. Yes. Maybe stop saying it like you're discussing crop yields. Zifin considered this reasonable. Unfortunately, the result remained. Admiration and increased affection. Desserts did not. Human emotions were clearly using and documented mechanics. Very inefficient. As the afternoon sun drifted lower across the academy grounds, Zifin added another note to his research log. **** theory number 4. Gifts increase affection ****. Result. Failure ****. Below it he added. **** theory number 5. Genuine emotional response produces greater results ****. Status. Likely correct ****. Then **** further testing required. ***. Unfortunately for him, The system was about to provide far more data than he expected, and not all of it would come from Lin Xiaoyu. The afternoon assessment field did not calm down after the combat evaluations. If anything, it became louder. Combat scores were the kind of thing students could understand immediately. A number beside a name. A ranking above a head. A victory that everyone could replay, compare, exaggerate, and argue about until the academy forums collapsed under their enthusiasm. Zhao Kai's 20-second Wolf kill remained at the top. Zifen's 5-minute pattern reading victory was spreading beneath it. Not as dazzling, not as dominant, but strange enough to become interesting. That was sometimes worse than being ignored. As Zifen sat beneath a tree, near the edge of the combat field, he could hear students whispering from several directions. His score was actually decent, yet, but still no talent effect. Maybe heart resonance is a late-blooming type. Or maybe he's just good at dodging embarrassment. Did you see him give Lin Xiaoyu dessert after the fight? That's the real SSS rank ability. Zifan's pen stopped. He looked toward the source of the last comment. The students immediately pretended to be fascinated by a training Wolf cage. Zhang Hao, who had been lying on the grass beside him like a defeated flame spirit, suddenly sat up. Brother Fan. No, I haven't said anything. You were about to say something unnecessary. Zhang Hao looked deeply hurt. Since when did friendship become so restrictive? Since you started narrating my social death. Chen Lei sat nearby, carefully checking the condition of his training shield. Luo Yun leaned against the tree trunk, eyes half closed, though Zifan was certain he had heard everything within a 20-meter radius. Lin Xiaoyu was a short distance away, helping a healer instructor organize recovery bandages for students with minor injuries. Her healer assessment group had been assigned support duty after lunch. The sunlight fell across her cream-white uniform, catching at the gold accents near her sleeves. She looked focused, gentle, and reliable in a way that made injured students calm down before she even used her talent. Zifan glanced at the panel. ***Lin Xiaoyu affection. 17 ***, still unchanged. Dessert had failed. Compliments had unknown effectiveness. Genuine admiration had worked. Physical contact had produced a reaction, but no increase. His research was progressing. Unfortunately, it was progressing like a monster walking through mud, slowly, messily, with constant risk of injury. He wrote another line. ***, GIF strategy inefficient. Emotional sincerity more effective. ***. He paused, then frowned. This conclusion felt obvious, a way that made him uncomfortable. Zhang Hao rolled over and peeked at the notebook. What did you write this time? Zifan closed it. Combat analysis. You close your notebook very fast for combat analysis. That means the analysis is valuable. That means suspicious. Chen Lei looked up. Let him write. Zhang Hao pointed at Zifan. He's writing about Xiaoyu again. Lin Xiaoyu, from across the field, seemed to sense danger and looked over. Zifan immediately sat straighter. Zhang Hao waved at her with a bright smile. Lin Xiaoyu smiled back, then continued helping the injured students. Zifan exhaled. Barely avoid disaster. Luo Yun opened one eye. Your reaction speed is improving. Thank you. I didn't mean combat. Zifan ignored him. At that moment, a new announcement echoed across the combat field. All first-year students with sword type, blade type, and close combat weapon classes proceed to Arena 3 for advanced demonstration assessment. The crowd stirred immediately. Advanced demonstration for first years? Is Zhao Kai doing another test? No, he already finished. Then who? Luo Yun straightened slightly. Not first year. Zifan looked at him. What do you mean? Advanced demonstration assessments are usually done by selected seniors. First years watch to understand upper-level combat standards. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. So we get to watch seniors fight? Yes, with swords, likely. With cool moves, probably. Zhang Hao immediately stood. Then why are we still sitting? Chen Lei looked toward Arena 3. It may be useful. Zifan agreed. Watching skilled combat was always useful. Even if he was a guardian knight, understanding sword movement helped predict enemy attack lines. Besides, his arms still hurt. Observational training was preferable to being hit again. The group followed the crowd toward Arena 3. Unlike the beginner arenas, Arena 3 was larger and far more polished. Its barrier pillars were taller, their blue light deeper, and the floor was marked with layered runes designed to absorb high-speed impact. Observation seats curved around the arena like an amphitheater, already filled with students. At the center of the arena stood a row of training constructs. Not wolves, not goblins. Humanoid combat dolls made of dark metal and glowing joints. Each carried a different weapon: sword, spear, axe, dagger, bow. The difficulty was clearly higher. Zhang Hao leaned forward over the railing. Those look expensive. Zifen nodded. Very. Can I burn one? No. I didn't say I would. You were thinking it. I was imagining it. Same category. Before Zhang Hao could argue, the arena lights dimmed. A thin layer of frost appeared across the barrier. The temperature dropped. Not dramatically, just enough for everyone to notice. The students fell silent. Someone whispered from the front row. She's here. Zifen looked toward the entrance. A girl walked into the arena. For a moment, even the floating dust beneath the light seemed to slow. She was older than them by perhaps 2 years, wearing the silver-blue senior uniform of Azure Third Academy. Her long silver-black hair fell straight down her back like winter night over snow. Her eyes were pale ice blue, clear and distant, carrying no nervousness, no excitement, no need to prove anything. Her face was beautiful. Not warm like Lin Xiaoyu, not bright like Tang Ruo, cold, elegant, sharp enough that people lowered their voices without realizing it. A thin training sword rested in her hand. No glow, no dramatic aura, yet somehow, the entire arena felt like it belonged to her the moment she stepped inside. Luo Yun said softly, Gu Qingsu. Zhang Hao forgot to blink. Who? Second-year top student. Ice sword talent. S rank. Known as the Ice Senior. Chen Lei's expression became serious. I've heard of her. She ranked first in last semester's solo combat exam. Zhang Hao swallowed. She looks like she doesn't know what fear is. Zifen observed silently. Gu Qingsu stood at the center of the arena as instructors activated the combat dolls. 1, 3, 5, then 8. The students began whispering. 8 at once. That's too much. She's doing multi-target combat. The instructor beside the arena spoke through the sound array. Advanced demonstration. Gu Qingsu. Objective. Disable all combat constructs without leaving center zone. A circular mark lit up beneath her feet. Small. Restrictive. She could not run freely. She could not retreat. She had to control everything from within that circle. Zifen's eyes sharpened immediately. This was not just combat. This was positioning, timing, range control. Exactly the kind of thing he needed. The first combat doll moved, then the second, then all 8 charged at once. Gu Qingsu lifted her sword. The air froze. Not metaphorically. A thin white mist spread from the blade, curling across the ground like breath in winter. The first doll struck. Her sword moved. One clean line. The doll's arm froze mid-swing, ice spreading across its joint. Second strike. Third. She did not waste movement. She did not overpower. She sealed, redirected, disabled. Every step remained within the glowing circle. Every movement seemed measured before the attack arrived. Zifen found himself leaning forward. Not because of her beauty, because of the precision. Her style was not wild, not flashy. It was cold calculation refined into swordsmanship. Beautiful, yes, but terrifyingly practical. Zhang Hao whispered, Brother Fan. What? She's strong. Yes. Like, very strong. Yes. Can we recruit her? No. Why? Because she would reject us before you finish speaking. Zhang Hao considered this, then nodded solidly. Accurate. Inside the arena, the last 3 dolls attacked together. One from the front, one from the left, one from behind. Gu Qingsu's expression did not change. She turned her wrist. Ice bloomed outward in a crescent. The front doll's blade froze. The left doll lost balance. The rear doll stepped into a trail of frost. She had placed 3 moves earlier. Zifan's eyes widened slightly. Trap preparation. During movement, almost invisible, the rear doll locked in place. Gu Qingsu struck once. The final construct collapsed. The entire arena remained silent for half a breath. Then applause erupted. Even instructors clapped. The score flashed above the arena. Asterisk asterisk combat demonstration. 98 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk control rating. Perfect asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk damage efficiency. Excellent asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk movement waste. Minimal asterisk asterisk. Zhang Hao stared at the numbers. Movement waste minimal. Then he looked at Zifan. Brother Fan, she fights like your notebook became a person. Zifen did not answer. He was still looking at the frost lines across the arena floor. 3 moves earlier. She had prepared that ending 3 moves earlier. That level of planning was rare. Very rare. Gu Qingsu lowered her sword. The frost slowly faded. She turned to leave. That was when something went wrong. One of the disabled combat dolls twitched. At first, only its fingers moved. Then its core flashed red. Luo Yun's eyes narrowed. Malfunction. The instructor's expression changed. Stop the construct. The red core doll jerked upright. Its frozen joint cracked. Then it lunged. Not toward Gu Qingsu. Toward the observation barrier. Toward the first-year seating area. The students nearest the front screamed. The barrier should have held. That the doll's blade had already been coated with frost energy from Gu Qingsu's strikes, and when it slammed into the barrier, the damaged joint released an unstable monopulse. The barrier flickered. For one instant, a gap opened. A small one, but enough. The combat doll's broken sword shot through like a spear. Straight toward the lower seats, toward a first-year student who had frozen in fear. Zifen moved before thinking. He was not the closest. He was not the fastest. He was definitely not the strongest. But he saw the path first. The sword fragment was not aimed at the student's chest. The angle was lower. It would hit the shoulder, deflect, and possibly strike the throat of the girl behind him. 2 injuries. Maybe worse. Zifen vaulted over the seat railing. Zhang Hao shouted his name. The world narrowed. White stone, falling blade, screaming students. A gap of less than 2 seconds. Zifen landed hard, his sore arm screaming from the earlier assessment. He grabbed the frightened student by the collar and dragged him sideways. At the same time, he lifted his left arm. The broken sword fragment struck. Pain exploded. Not deep enough to sever. Not shallow enough to ignore. The impact tore through his sleeve and cut across his forearm before spinning away into the ground. The student collapsed behind him. The girl behind him cried out, but the blade missed her. The arena barriers fully reactivated. Instructors surged forward. A senior instructor destroyed the malfunctioning doll with one palm strike, scattering metal fragments across the arena floor. Silence fell. Then chaos. Medical team, check the students. Who was hit? Someone's bleeding. Lin Xiaoyu's voice rose above the nose. Zifan. She ran from the healer section faster than he expected. Her face had gone pale. Zifan looked down at his arm. Blood ran from the cut, dripping onto the white floor. Painful, but not critical. He assessed it automatically. Laceration. Moderate bleeding. No bone damage. Functional mobility reduced. Survivable. Lin Xiaoyu reached in and immediately grabbed his wrist. Don't move. I'm not moving. You were about to check the wound yourself. That is efficient. That is stupid. Zifan blinked. Lin Xiaoyu rarely used that tone. Warm golden light bloomed around her hands. Spring recovery activated. Soft warmth flowed into the wound, slowing the bleeding. The pain dulled slightly. Her hands trembled. Not from lack of skill, from fear. Zifan noticed. The realization made him pause. He had moved because the path was obvious, because someone would be hurt, because he could reduce damage. He had not calculated affection. He had not thought about research. He had not even remembered the panel. For once, he had simply acted. Across the arena, Gu Qingsu had stopped at the entrance. Her ice-blue eyes rested on Zifan's injured arm, then on the student he had pulled away, then back to him. For the first time since she entered, something in her expression shifted. Not warmth. Not gratitude exactly. Recognition. She walked over. The surrounding students parted instantly. Lin Xiaoyu continued healing Zifan's arm, still frowning. Gu Qingsu stopped 2 steps away. Her voice was cool and clear. You saw the trajectory. It was not a question. Zifan looked up. Yes, most people would have said it was luck. He did not. Luck was inaccurate. Gu Qingsu's eyes sharpened slightly. You moved before the instructors, barely. You are injured. Moderately. Was it worth it? Zifan looked at the first-year student still trembling behind him, then at the girl who had nearly been hit, then back at Gu Qingsu. Yes. The answer came without hesitation. Gu Qingsu studied him quietly. For a moment, the nose of the arena seemed distant. Then she said, your defense score was low. Zhang Hao, who had just arrived panting, almost exploded. Senior, is now really the time? Gu Qingsu ignored him. But your judgment is not. Zifan paused. Zhang Hao closed his mouth. Lin Xiaoyu looked up. Gu Qingsu gave the faintest nod. Remember that. A tank who cannot judge danger is only a target. A tank who can judge danger can save lives. After saying that, she turned and walked away. No dramatic thanks. No smile. No emotional farewell. Only frost fading behind her steps. Zhang Hao stared at her back. She complimented you. Luo Yan, arriving silently, said, in her language. Yes. Chen Lei nodded. High praise. Zifan watched Gu Qingsu leave. Cold, precise, strong, and strangely fair. He had expected arrogance from someone that powerful. Instead, she had given evaluation, accurate evaluation, that made her more dangerous. Lin Xiaoyu tightened the bandage around his arm. Ow, good. Zifan looked at her. Good. You should feel pain. Maybe then you'll remember not to jump in front of flying blades. I reduced injury count from 2 to 1. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes reddened slightly. You were the one. Zifan's words stopped. The pink gold panel flickered. For a moment, he thought the number might rise. But it did not. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 17 asterisk asterisk. Stable. And for once, Zifan did not feel disappointed. He looked at Lin Xiaoyu's lowered eyes, then at the bandage around his arm, then quietly said, Sorry. Lin Xiaoyu's hands paused. Zhang Hao froze. Chen Lei looked surprised. Luo Yun raised an eyebrow. Zifan himself also felt slightly surprised. The apology had not been planned. It had simply come out. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him. Her expression softened, though worrying remained. Don't apologize for saving people. Zifan nodded. Then I apologize for making you worrying. This time, the pink gold thread stirred. The panel pulsed faintly. Still no number increase. But something changed. Not enough to measure. Not yet. Lin Xiaoyu looked away. Just, be careful next time. I will. Zhang Hao wiped fake tears from his eyes. Our brother Fan is growing up. Zifan turned toward him. You're ruining the atmosphere. I'm enhancing it. You are not. Luo Yun said. He is not. Chen Lei nodded. Definitely not. The injured student finally stood with help from an instructor. He bowed repeatedly toward Zifan, voice shaking with gratitude. Zifan accepted it awkwardly. He was not good at being thanked. Thanks created emotional variables, very difficult to categorize. On the observation platform, several instructors spoke quietly among themselves. One of them glanced at Zifan's name on the assessment board. Asterisk asterisk talent effect. None detected asterisk asterisk. Then looked at the blood on the arena floor. Perhaps, for the first time that day, some of them began to wonder whether measurable effects were not the only thing worth recording. Far above, on another platform, Zhao Kai had also watched everything. His expression was unreadable. No smile, no mockery, only a faint narrowing of the eyes. Zifan did not notice. He was too busy being scolded by Lin Xiaoyu, teased by Zhang Hao, evaluated by Luo Yun, and silently approved by Chen Lei. But as Gu Qingsu disappeared beyond the arena entrance, a faint thread of cold air lingered in the place where she had stood. And somewhere in Zifan's mind, a new name quietly entered his growing list of variables. Gu Qingsu. Not a target. Not a friend. Not an enemy. Not yet. Just a person whose strength felt like winter, and whose judgment, unlike most of the academies, had not stopped at his talent name. By the time the combat assessment ended, Zifan had collected more data than his injured arm preferred. The academy infirmary smelled faintly of herbs, disinfectant, and monocrystals. Rows of white beds lined the room beneath soft blue healing lamps. Students with bruises, sprains, shallow cuts, and wounded pride occupying most of them. A boy who had been bitten by a training Volf kept insisting the Volf had cheated. Another student claimed his failed dodge was actually an experimental movement technique. Nobody believed him. Zifan sat on the edge of a bed while Lin Xiaoyu finished securing the bandage around his forearm. Her fingers were gentle. Her expression was not. Does it still hurt? Less than before. That wasn't the question. Pain level reduced by approximately 40%. Lin Xiaoyu looked up slowly. Zifan immediately corrected himself. Yes. It still hurts. Good. He paused. Why is that good? Because if it hurts, maybe next time you'll remember not to jump in front of a broken sword. Zifan considered it seriously. If the same situation repeats, the optimal action may still be to intervene. Lin Xiaoyu tightened the bandage. Ow, good. Zhang Hao, sitting on the next bed with no injury whatsoever, watched with deep fascination. Brother Fan, I think this is what people call being cared for. Zifan looked at him. Why are you sitting on an infirmary bed? Emotional injury. Chen Lei stood by the wall with folded arms. You came here for snacks. Zhang Hao pointed at him. Those recovery biscuits are for patients. You are not a patient. My heart suffered when Brother Fan got hurt. Luo Yun, leaning near the window, said without looking up from his phone, recovery biscuits do not treat that. Zhang Hao looked at the packet in his hand. They help. Lin Xiaoyu ignored them and checked Zifan's wound again. Warm golden light gathered faintly around her fingertips, soft as spring sunlight. The cut closed a little more, though not completely. First-year healing talents had limits, even a rank ones. Still, the warmth spread to Zifan's arm and dulled the pain. Spring recovery. Simple, direct, useful. Unlike a certain SSS rank talent currently behaving like a mysterious locked box. Zifan glanced at the panel floating near the edge of his vision. Lin Xiaoyu affection. 17 still unchanged. The number had remained stable since the combat arena. Not even the apology had increased it. But something had changed when he said, I apologize for making you worry. The thread had pulsed. Not enough for a number, but enough to prove the system responded to more than simple point increases. That mattered. A system could have hidden layers. Hidden layers meant hidden rules. Hidden rules meant exploitable structure. Lin Xiaoyu noticed his focus drifting. You're thinking about your talent again. Yes. At least you're honest. I am optimizing honesty. That sounds less honest. Zhang Hao immediately lifted one finger. Brother Fan's honesty has cooled down. Zifan turned toward him. Your commentary has no cooldown. That is the problem. Luo Yun finally looked up. Actually, today's data is useful. Zifan's attention sharpened. Explain. Luo Yun slid his phone into his pocket and walked closer. You tried gifts. No obvious result. Zifan nodded. Correct. You received praise. Result. Correct. You noticed Xiaoyu's discomfort. Result. Correct. You protected people without thinking about the talent. No immediate number increase, but strong emotional reaction. Zifan's eyes narrowed slightly. That matches my observations. Zhang Hao looked between them. Wait. Are we openly discussing Brother Fan's mysterious girl number system now? Lin Xiaoyu froze. Girl number system? Zifan closed his eyes. Zhang Hao. What? That's basically what it is. No. Then what is it? Zifan opened his eyes and answered with complete seriousness. Emotion-based resonance progression. The room became silent. Zhang Hao slowly turned to Lin Xiaoyu. See? Girl number system. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned red. Chen Lei sighed. Luo Yun looked amused. Zifan realized there was no winning this discussion. He reached for his notebook with his uninjured hand. Lin Xiaoyu immediately stopped him. Rest first. I need to recur before memory decayed. Your memory is fine. Data loss risk exists. Your arm is injured. I write with the other hand. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him. Zifan stared back. After 3 seconds, he placed the notebook down. Temporary delay accepted. Zhang Hao looked amazed. He listened. Chen Lei nodded. Rare. Luo Yun added. Significant development. Lin Xiaoyu's lips curved faintly. The panel flickered. Lin Xiaoyu affection. 18 Zifan froze. He did not move. He did not breathe. He did not blink. Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head. What? Zifan's eyes shifted to the panel, then back to her. Then to the notebook, then back to the panel. The urge to write was overwhelming, but Lin Xiaoyu was still watching. His injured arm was still bandaged. Zhang Hao was still alive nearby. Risk level high. So Zifan did the most difficult thing he had done all day. Nothing. He did not write. He did not comment. He did not say. Increase confirmed. He simply sat there with a calm expression while his soul screamed for documentation. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes. Something happened. Zifan replied immediately. Note. Too fast. Your suspicion lacks evidence. It has pattern. Zhang Hao leaned forward eagerly. Did Xiaoyu's number go up? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. What number? Zifan turned to Zhang Hao with terrifying calm. If I ever awaken a taunt skill, you will be my first test subject. Zhang Hao raised both hands. Worth it. Lin Xiaoyu looked from Zhang Hao to Zifan, then to Luo Yun, then finally lowered her gaze to the bandage she had tied. Her ears were still faintly red, but she did not ask again. Perhaps he understood that Zifan was not ready to explain. Perhaps he simply trusted him enough to wait. Either way, the number remained. ***18***. Zifan silently engraved it into memory. The infirmary slowly grew quieter as injured students recover and left. The afternoon light outside the window had begun to soften, spilling gold across the academy rooftops. Beyond the glass, combat arenas continued operating, their barriers flashing as students faced training monsters one after another. Azure Third Academy did not pause for anyone's confusion. Assessment continued. Ranks changed, rumors spread, and somewhere outside, Jack Hai's name remained at the top of every major board. After Lin Xiaoyu finished checking Zifan's wound, the group left the infirmary and headed toward one of the smaller training courtyards. Official assessments were temporarily paused for their class, but the academy had opened several rest zones for students to review combat footage and discuss team compatibility. The courtyard was quieter than the main field. Blue leaf trees lined the stone paths, their branches casting shifting shadows over benches and training mats. A few students sat in small groups, replaying assessment clips above their tablets. Others argued about future class rankings. Zifan chose a bench near the edge. The moment Lin Xiaoyu sat down beside him, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Zifan immediately said, "Do not speak." Zhang Hao closed his mouth, then slowly raised a hand. Zifan looked at him. "No." Zhang Hao lowered his hand. Luo Yun sat across from them. Chen Lei leaned against a nearby tree. For a moment, the group rested in rare peace. Then Zifan opened his notebook. Lin Xiaoyu sighed. "I knew it. I waited. You waited 5 minutes. That is restraint." Zhang Hao nodded solemnly. "For Brother Fan, heroic restraint." Zifan ignored him and began writing. Asterisk asterisk observed affection changes asterisk asterisk. 11 gives 12. Shared commute / positive morning interaction. 12 gives 13. Lin Xiaoyu laughed naturally after forum joke. 13 gives 14. Lin Xiaoyu expressed pride after reaction assessment. 14 gives 15. Natural group laughter in cafeteria. 15 gives 16. Zifan noticed discomfort and gave preventive clarification. 16 gives 17. Lin Xiaoyu praised combat performance. 17 gives 18. Zifan listened instead of forcing research. He stared at the list. The pattern was not random, but it was not simple either. It was not gifts, not proximity, not physical contact, not compliments alone, not even concern. It was something more troublesome. Positive emotional response, trust, respect, comfort, relief, feeling understood, feeling safe. Zifan slowly wrote, asterisk asterisk core theory. Heart resonance responds to genuine affection, not repeated actions. Asterisk asterisk. Then below it, asterisk asterisk artificial farming is inefficient. Asterisk asterisk. His pen paused. The sentence felt personally offensive. He changed it. Asterisk asterisk overly artificial farming is inefficient. Asterisk asterisk. Better. Zhang Hao leaned over. What does that mean? Zifan said. It means buying desserts did not work. Zhang Hao looked stunned. You needed an SSS talent to discover that feelings can't be bought with cafeteria pudding. Zifan looked at him. Some feelings can be influenced by food. Chen Lei said. Not enough. Luo Yan nodded. Diminishing returns. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zifan with a helpless smile. I liked the dessert. Zifan's pen stopped. You did? Yes. But there was no increase. Lin Xiaoyu stared at him. Zhang Hao slowly covered his face. Chen Lei turned away. Luo Yan looked toward the sky. Zifan realized his mistake one breath later. I mean. Lin Xiaoyu's cheeks warmed. You really need to stop saying things like that. Zifan lowered his pen. Agreed. Zhang Hao whispered. Growth. Luo Yan said. Slow growth. Chen Lei nodded. Still growth. Zifan decided the entire team had become emotionally unsafe. He returned to his notes. If affection responded to genuine emotional experience, then the optimal method was not manipulation. It was understanding. This was inefficient. People were complicated. Monsters had attack patterns. Combat dolls had rotation cycles. Assessment boards had score categories. People had moods, memories, misunderstandings, unspoken feelings. No visible interface besides a number that only appeared after something already happened. Extremely poor design. And yet, when Lin Xiaoyu smiled after he listened to her, the number had risen. When she praised his combat, the number had risen. When he noticed her discomfort, the number had risen. The system was not rewarding actions. It was rewarding meaning. Zifan frowned. That was much harder to optimize, and somehow much more important. A sudden cheer rose from the main field. A holographic replay appeared above the distant arena. Silver-blue lightning flashed across the sky. Zhao Kai. Again. This time, he had completed a second advanced combat challenge. The ranking board updated. Asterisk asterisk Zhao Kai. Overall first-year combat rank. 1 asterisk asterisk. Students began talking excitedly. Insane. He cleared another challenge. SS rank Thunder Vein is too strong. Dragon Capital scouts might notice him. Zhang Hao looked irritated. Does he ever get tired of showing off? Luo Yun said, no. Chen Lei's expression was serious. The gap is real. Zifan looked at the replay. Zhao Kai moved like lightning given human shape. Fast, sharp, overwhelming. Every strike was visible proof of what a clear, powerful talent could do. No confusion, no hidden rules, no awkward conversations, no affection values. Just strength. Straightforward, easy to understand, easy to admire. For a brief moment, Zifan felt the weight of that difference. His path was not just strange. It was slow. Zhao Kai could train his sword and lightning every day, and the result would be obvious. Zifan had to understand human emotion. That might be the hardest dungeon in the world. Lin Xiaoyu noticed his silence. She followed his gaze toward Zhao Kai's replay. Then she said softly, "You're different from him." Zifan looked at her. "That is currently the problem." "No." She shook her head. "It might be your advantage." Zhang Hao immediately nodded. "Exactly. Zhao Kai shocks wolves. You confuse the entire academy." "Much rarer," Chen Lei said. "That was almost supportive." Luo Yun added. "Almost." Lin Xiaoyu laughed. Zifan looked at the panel. Still 18. No increase, but the warmth remained. He closed the notebook. For once, voluntarily. Lin Xiaoyu noticed and blinked. "You're done, for now." "Really?" "Yes." "Why?" Zifan looked toward the distant arena. Then at Zhao Kai's lightning fading from the replay. Then at Lin Xiaoyu beside him. Zhang Hao pretending to be wise. Chen Lei standing silently like a wall. And Luo Yun watching everything with unreadable eyes. He slowly said, "Because the current theory cannot be tested by writing." Zhang Hao leaned forward. "Then how do you test it?" Zifan was silent for a moment. Then answered seriously. "By not treating people like test subjects." The courtyard became quiet. Even Zhang Hao did not immediately joke. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him, surprise softening into something warmer. The pink gold thread in Zifan's chest stirred faintly. No number appeared. No reward. No skill. But the warmth stayed. And for the first time since heart resonance had awakened, Zifan wondered if perhaps that was not a failure. Perhaps some things were not meant to update instantly. Perhaps some values needed time. Then Zhang Hao ruined the moment. "So, brother Fan, does this mean you're going to flirt naturally now?" Zifan's expression went blank. Lin Xiaoyu nearly choked. Chen Lei sighed. Luo Yun smiled. Zifan turned to Zhang Hao with absolute seriousness. "I am going to train naturally." Zhang Hao grinned. "Same thing." "It is not. Depends who you ask." Lin Xiaoyu stood abruptly. "I'm going to get water." Her ears were red again. Zifan watched her leave, confused. Then looked at the others. "What did I do?" Chen Lei patted his shoulder. "Train hard." Luo Yun nodded. "Very hard." Zhang Hao laughed until he fell sideways onto the bench. Zifan opened his notebook again, stared at the sentence he had just written, and added one final line beneath it. Asterisk asterisk additional conclusion. Zhang Hao is a severe experimental interference factor. Asterisk asterisk. The final assessment of the day was supposed to be simple. Team compatibility. No dangerous monsters. No live blades. No malfunctioning combat dolls. Just a controlled scenario where newly awakened students were placed into temporary squads and tested on cooperation, role positioning, response timing, and support efficiency. In theory, it was the safest assessment of the day. In reality, Zifan had already learned that whenever an academy instructor said safe, fate liked to stand nearby with a knife. The team compatibility field was located behind the main combat arenas, inside a massive dome-shaped training hall surrounded by floating observation screens. The floor was divided into several simulation zones, each designed to imitate a basic dungeon environment. Forest path, ruined street, stone corridor, broken bridge, cave entrance. At the center of the dome, a large holographic display showed the rules. Asterisk asterisk temporary squad assessment asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk objective. Protect support unit asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk objective. Survive 5 minutes asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk objective. Defeat simulated monsters if possible asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk penalty. Support unit injury asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk penalty. Formation collapse asterisk asterisk. John Hao read the rules twice, then pointed at the second objective. Survive 5 minutes. Brother Fan, this assessment was made for you. Zifen nodded. Survival-based evaluation is reasonable. Chen Lei adjusted the training shield on his arm. We may be grouped separately. Luo Yun glanced at the floating assignment board. Temporary squads are randomized by class balance. Zhang Hao immediately grew nervous. Randomized? What if I get placed with idiots? Zifen looked at him. Then they will ask the same question. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth. Chen Lei nodded seriously. Fair. Zhang Hao clutched his chest. This team hurts me more than monsters. The assignment board flickered. Names began appearing. Students shouted as teams formed one after another. Some cheered when they were placed with strong teammates. Some groaned when they saw unfamiliar names. Some immediately tried to change teams and were rejected by the system. Then Zifan's group appeared. Asterisk asterisk temporary squad 17 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk guardian knight. Zifan asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk healer. Lin Xiaoyu asterisk asterisk. Asterisk Zhang Hao asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk shadow scout. Luo Yun asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk shield guardian. Chen Lei asterisk asterisk. For 3 seconds, nobody spoke. Then Zhang Hao raised both fists. Perfect, the original squad. Lin Xiaoyu smiled with visible relief. Chen Lei's expression eased. Luo Yun looked mildly surprised. Zifen stared at the list. This lineup was efficient. Too efficient. Frontline. Chen Lei and Zifan. Damage. Zhang Hao. Scout. Luo Yun. Support. Lin Xiaoyu. Balanced formation. High familiarity. Potential affection observation opportunity. He immediately stopped that thought. No. Not test subject. Friend. Current friend. Important distinction. Zhang Hao leaned closer. Brother Fan, why did your face become serious? Team strategy. Good. For 1 second, I thought you were thinking about Xiaoyu's number again. Lin Xiaoyu's ears immediately turned pink. Zifen looked at Zhang Hao calmly. You are a severe operational risk. Zhang Hao grinned. But I'm your operational risk. That is not comforting. The 5 of them entered Simulation Zone 4. The environment changed the moment they crossed the barrier. The clean white training dome disappeared. In its place stood a ruined city street, beneath a gray sky. Broken stone buildings leaned on both sides. Old signs hung from cracked walls. Blue system light marked the boundary of the assessment area. But everything else felt disturbingly real. A faint wind carried dust across the ground. Somewhere far away, a simulated monster growled. Lin Xiaoyu unconsciously stepped closer to the group. Zifen noticed, not as data, not as an affection trigger, just noticed. Stay behind Chen Lei and me, he said. Zhang Hao. Don't burn the entire street. Luo Yun. Check side alleys. Chen Lei. Hold center. Zhang Hao frowned. Why do I get a warning? Historical reasons. Chen Lei lifted his shield. Formation. Luo Yun vanished into the shadow of a broken wall without a sound. The assessment timer appeared above them. Asterisk asterisk 5 minutes remaining. Asterisk asterisk. Then the first wave came. 3 simulated goblins rushed from the ruined street. Small, fast, ugly. Their skin was gray-green. Their eyes bright with artificial aggression. Their claws glowing faintly with Monaco. Zhang Hao's flame ignited immediately. I'll take them. Wait, Zifen said. Too late. Zhang Hao charged forward. Fire burst from his fist. The first goblin exploded into blue particles. The second dodged. The third slipped past him. Straight toward Lin Xiaoyu. Zifen moved. Not fast. Not flashy. But he had already predicted the gap Zhang Hao would leave. He stepped into the goblin's path and blocked with his forearm. The impact stung. He turned his wrist, redirected the creature's momentum, and Chen Lei's shield crashed into it from the side. The goblin shattered into particles. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Thank you. Zifen nodded. Zhang Hao overextended. Zhang Hao spun around. I killed one. And leaked 2. But I killed one dramatically. Drama does not protect support units. Luo Yun's voice came from an alley. Third goblin escaping left. Zifen turned. Zhang Hao. On it. This time, Zhang Hao waited half a breath for Chen Lei to move first. Progress. Small, but real. The first wave ended cleanly. The score panel appeared briefly. Asterisk asterisk formation stability. 82 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk support unit safety. Perfect asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk damage efficiency. Moderate asterisk asterisk. Zhang Hao stared at the word moderate. Moderate? My flames were beautiful. Luo Yun returned from the shadows. Beautiful does not mean efficient. Chen Lei nodded. Your first charge opened the backline. Zhang Hao looked toward Lin Xiaoyu with wounded dignity. Xiaoyu, say something fair. Lin Xiaoyu smiled gently. Your flames were very bright. Zhang Hao pointed at everyone. See? Emotional support. Zifen looked at Lin Xiaoyu. The panel appeared. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 18 asterisk asterisk. Still unchanged. He exhaled quietly. Good. For once, he was not disappointed. The second wave came from two directions. A pair of training wolves rushed from the main street, while two goblin archers appeared on a rooftop. The scenario was simple. Too simple. Frontline distraction. Backline pressure. Zifen immediately understood. Luo Yun. Archers. Zhang Hao. Don't chase. Chen Lei. Left Volf. I take right. Zhang Hao opened his mouth. Zifen looked at him. Do not chase. Zhang Hao closed his mouth. Fine. The wolves charge. Chen Lei blocked the first with a heavy shield impact. Zifen met the second. The creature was faster than him. Its claws tore toward his shoulder. He could dodge, but if he dodged too far, the path to Lin Xiaoyu opened. So he did not dodge. He shifted just enough. The claws scraped his academy jacket, missing skin by a finger's width. Zifen grabbed the Volf's neck fur with his uninjured hand and twisted its momentum downward. Pain flashed through his bandaged forearm. He gritted his teeth. The Volf slammed into the ground. Zhang Hao's fire struck a moment later. Blue particles scattered. Above, Luo Yun appeared behind the first goblin archer and disabled it instantly. The second turned its bow toward Lin Xiaoyu. Zifen saw it. Too far. Chen Lei was occupied. Zhang Hao had just used his strike. Luo Yun could not reach in time. Lin Xiaoyu raised her hands, golden light forming instinctively. But she was a healer, not a shield. Zifen's body moved before his thoughts finished. He grabbed a broken metal sign from the ruined tree and hurled it upward. The sign spun through the air. Clang! It struck the goblin archer's bow, throwing the shot off course. The arrow of mana light passed harmlessly above Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder. Luo Yun reached the archer a second later. The goblin vanished. Silence followed. Then Zhang Hao shouted, Brother Fan, since when can you throw signs like that? Zifen lowered his aching arm. Since 2 seconds ago. That was not a proper answer. It was not a proper weapon. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the arrow mark on the wall behind her. Then at Zifan. Her lips parted slightly, but she did not speak immediately. The timer continued. 3 minutes remaining. More monsters came. The next waves were faster. Goblins, wolves, a simulated stone beetle, then a shadow rat swarm that made Zhang Hao scream louder than Lin Xiaoyu. I hate small monsters, Zifen shouted. Fire circle. I know, you were retreating. I was repositioning emotionally, not a valid combat term. Despite the chaos, the formation held. Barely. Chen Lei became the wall. Zhang Hao became the unstable but useful firepower. Luo Yun became the ice. Lin Xiaoyu became the quiet center, healing small injuries, calming panic, and keeping everyone moving. And Zifen became the gap filler. Where Chen Lei could not turn, he stepped in. Where Zhang Hao overextended, he covered. Where Luo Yun warned, he reacted. Where Lin Xiaoyu was threatened, he moved before anyone else. He was not the strongest, not even close, but his eyes remained clear. He saw the formation like lines on a board. Threat routes, weak points, safe zones, failure angles. It was exhausting. His body screamed. His bandaged arm throbbed. Several times, he nearly moved too late, but each time, he adjusted. Each time, he survived. The final minute began. The simulation changed. A larger monster appeared at the end of the ruined street. A training ogre, F-rank elite, 2 meters tall, heavy body, stone club. Zhang Hao's face paled. Is that still beginner level? Luo Yun answered from a rooftop. Unfortunately, Chen Lei stepped forward. I'll hold it. Zifen looked at the monster's movement. Slow, powerful, wide swings, heavy recovery. But the street was narrow. If Chen Lei took a direct hit, he might be pushed back into Lin Xiaoyu. Bad, very bad. Don't block directly, Zifan said. Chen Lei glanced at him. Angle. Yes. The ogre charged. Its club smashed downward. Chen Lei angled his shield. The impact still shook the ground, but instead of being crushed backward, he slid sideways. Zifan stepped in from the opposite side and struck the ogre's knee joint with a broken metal pipe. It barely did damage, but it changed balance. Zhang Hao's flame hit the same spot. Luo Yun's dagger followed. The ogre staggered. Lin Xiaoyu, standing behind them, suddenly raised her hands. Golden light flowed outward. Not a heal, a support pulse. Warm energy brushed over Zifan's shoulders. His breathing steadied. His pain dulled slightly. His stamina recovered just enough. The panel flickered. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 19 asterisk asterisk. Zifan almost stumbled. Not from the ogre. From the number. 19. 1 away. The ogre recovered and swung its club sideways. Zifan forced his attention back. Not now. Focus. He pushed Zhang Hao down by the shoulder. The club passed over Zhang Hao's head. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Brother Fan, you saved my hair. Your head was also included. Less important emotionally, but thanks. The ogre raised its club for one final strike. The timer showed 10 seconds. They did not need to kill it. Only survive. But the ogre's target shifted. Not Chen Lei. Not Zifan. Lin Xiaoyu. The simulation had identified the support unit. The ogre roared and charged straight past Chen Lei's shield angle. Too fast. Chen Lei turned. Too late. Zhang Hao's fire was still recovering. Luo Yun was too far. Zifan stood between the ogre and Lin Xiaoyu with a bruised body, an injured arm, and no useful talent effect. For one brief moment, the world slowed. The correct move was to dodge and reduce personal injury. The assessment would penalize support damage, but it was still a simulation. The instructors would stop it before real danger. Probably. Maybe. Zifan's eyes sharpened. Probably was not good enough. He stepped forward. Not backward. Not sideways. Forward. The ogre's club descended. Zifan raised both arms. Pain exploded before impact even landed, as if his body already knew this was stupid. Then Lin Xiaoyu's voice rang behind him. Zifan. Golden light surged around him. Not enough to block. Not enough to make him strong, but enough to make him feel, for one instant, that he was not standing alone. The club struck. Bang. The entire street shook. The barrier alarms flashed yellow. Zifan's knees bent. His arms screamed. Blood seeped faintly through the bandage, but he held. 1 second. 2. 3. The timer reached 0. The simulation froze. The ogre dissolved into blue particles inches from Zifan's face. Assessment complete. For a moment, nobody moved. Then the score appeared. Asterisk asterisk squad 17 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk survival. Complete asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk support unit safety. Perfect asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk formation stability. 89 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk tactical response. 90 for asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk combat efficiency. 78 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. The observation room erupted. Zhang Hao collapsed backward onto the broken street. We survived. Chen Lei lowered his shield and exhaled heavily. Luo Yun jumped down from the rooftop, landing lightly beside them. Lin Xiaoyu rushed to Zifan. You promised to be careful. Zifan lowered his arms slowly. I was careful. Her eyes widened. That was careful. I judged the impact survivable. You judged wrong. I am still standing. You are bleeding. Minor, Zifan. Her voice trembled. Not with anger, with fear. That hit harder than the ogre. Zifan looked at her. The simulation's ruined street faded around them, replaced by the clean white training dome. Students and instructors stared from outside the barrier. The assessment lights shone overhead, but for Zifan, the world narrowed to Lin Xiaoyu's worried face. He had been about to explain. Damage calculation, support unit priority, simulation uncertainty, survival probability. All correct, all useless. So instead, he said quietly, sorry. Lin Xiaoyu froze. Zifan looked at his bandaged arm, then back at her. I didn't want you to get hurt. The words were simple. No calculation. No research. No notebook. No optimization. Just truth. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes trembled. The pink gold thread inside Zifan's chest suddenly pulled tight. The panel opened. Asterisk asterisk Lin Xiaoyu affection. 20 asterisk asterisk. A soft chime echo in his mind. Different from before. Clearer, deeper, like a locked door opening. Asterisk asterisk milestone reached asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk affection 20 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk reward unlocked asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk shared vitality asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk effects recovery plus 20% asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk stamina plus 10% asterisk asterisk. Warmth exploded through Zifan's body. Not dramatic, not visible, but real. His aching muscles eased slightly. The throbbing in his arm dulled. His breathing steadied. The exhaustion that had been pressing against his bones loosened by a small, but undeniable amount. Zifan's eyes widened. It worked. It actually worked. Not theory. Not guess. Not emotional nonsense. A real reward. A real increase. A real path. Lin Xiaoyu saw his expression change. What's wrong? Zifan opened his mouth, then stopped. How was he supposed to explain that apologizing sincerely after nearly being crushed by a simulated ogre had unlocked stamina and durability through her affection? There was no normal version of that sentence. Zhang Hao stumbled over. Brother Fan, you look like you just discovered money on the ground. Luo Yun's eyes narrowed. Chen Lei looked at Zifan's arm. You recovered faster. Zifan's heart skipped. Chen Lei noticed. Of course he noticed. A good tank always noticed durability. The system panel was still glowing. Then another line appeared. Zifan's breath caught. Asterisk asterisk bond system. Locked asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk current bond candidates. 1 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk requirement not met asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk further affection require asterisk asterisk. He stared at the words, bond, candidate, 1. His mind went silent. Then raced. Bond system? What bond? Candidate for what? Why 1? Why locked? Why did the system mention it now? The panel faded before he could read more. Zifan stood in the middle of the training dome, surrounded by cheering students, worried friends, and a girl whose affection had just changed his body. Zhang Hao waved a hand in front of his face. Brother Fan. Zifan slowly looked at him. His expression was calm. Too calm. Zhang Hao. What? I think, he paused. The words felt ridiculous, dangerous, life-changing, so he chose the only accurate summary. I found the first reward. Zhang Hao blinked. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Chen Lei's expression sharpened. Luo Yun's eyes became very interested. Zifan looked back at the place where the system panel had vanished. His voice dropped. And something called a bond candidate. The training dome seemed to quiet around him. In the distance, Zhao Kai's ranking still shone at the top of the academy board. But for the first time since Awakening Day, Zifan no longer looked at it, because the path in front of him had finally revealed its first step. And it was stranger than anything he had imagined.
The academy dormitory training grounds were empty before sunrise. Most students preferred sleeping. A smaller number preferred breakfast. Only a tiny minority voluntarily chose pain. Xiao Fan belonged to the third category. The sky above Azure City was still dark blue when he arrived at the outdoor practice field. Thin morning mist drifted across the artificial grass. Tower lights glowed in the distance, their reflections shimmering against the glass walls of nearby academy buildings. The city felt quieter at this hour. Almost peaceful. Almost. Xiao Fan adjusted the academy training vest around his shoulders and opened his notebook. A fresh page waited. The title had already been written. Heart Resonance Research Log, Day 3, below it sat a single line. Shared Vitality Verification Test. His pen hovered for a moment. Then he added another line. Objective. Determine whether reward effects are real or placebo. That looked professional. Scientific. Reasonable. Certainly more reasonable than writing Did Friendship Make Me Stronger? Xiao Fan closed the notebook before anyone could ever read that thought. The pink-gold system panel flickered briefly at the edge of his vision. Shared Vitality. Recovery, A 20%. Stamina, 10%. Durability, 10%. Toy. The reward existed. He had seen it. He had felt it. The problem was that feeling something and proving something were completely different matters. He stretched his shoulders. Then began running. 1 lap. 2 laps. 5 laps. 10. The academy track circled the training grounds several times before connecting to the obstacle course used by first-year combat students. Normally, 10 laps would have produced noticeable fatigue, heavy breathing, muscle tightness, reduced movement quality. Instead, Xiao Fan merely felt warm. His breathing remained steady. His legs remained responsive. Not fresh, but fresher than they should have been. Interesting. Very interesting. He continued. 15 laps. 20. At lap 22, his lungs finally began protesting. His calves tightened. Sweat rolled down his neck. His heartbeat accelerated. Normal. Expected. But the recovery happened faster. Far faster. After stopping, he leaned against a fence and timed himself. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 90 seconds. His breathing stabilized. The soreness retreated. The strain faded. Xiao Fan stared at the timer on his phone. Then stared again. Then checked the timer a third time, just in case reality had malfunctioned. It had not. His recovery speed was genuinely higher. The reward was real. A slow grin appeared on his face, then immediately disappeared. Smiling without evidence was premature. He needed more testing. Much more testing. For science. Definitely science. 5 minutes later, he was performing repeated shield drills against a training dummy. The wooden construct absorbed impact after impact. Block. Step. A. Turn. Counter. Block. Step. Turn. Counter. His arm movement remained smooth longer than before. His stamina dropped more slowly. His recovery between sets accelerated. Every observation pointed toward the same conclusion. Shared vitality worked. The realization sent a strange excitement through him. Not because he had become powerful. Not yet. Recovery and stamina alone would not allow him to defeat Zhao Kai. They would not elevate him into the elite class. They would not suddenly transform him into a genius. But they changed something important. They changed growth. A person who recovered faster could train more. A person who trained more could improve faster. A person who improved faster could eventually surpass expectations. Growth. Everything came back to growth. The training dummy took another shield strike. Thump. Another. Tsum. Tia. Another. Crack. Day. Xiao Fan froze. The dummy's support pole bent sideways. Then collapsed. The wooden target fell face first into the grass. Silence. Xiao Fan looked at the broken training dummy. The broken training dummy looked broken. He slowly lowered his practice shield. That was not supposed to happen. A voice behind him answered. It definitely wasn't. Xiao Fan turned. Luo Yun stood nearby. The scout had somehow appeared without making a sound. As usual. One day Luo Yun would accidentally cause a heart attack. How long have you been there? Xiao Fan asked. A while. Define a while. I saw the dummy die. Xiao Fan looked back at the wreckage. It wasn't intentional. I know. Luo Yun walked closer and inspected the damage. His gaze moved from the broken dummy to Xiao Fan. Then back to the dummy. Then back to Xiao Fan. A dangerous expression appeared. The expression of someone collecting information. Xiao Fan recognized it immediately, because it was the same expression he often wore himself. You've improved. A little. More than a little. Xiao Fan said nothing. Luo Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. You have only had your talent for a few days. Correct. Your endurance increased, possibly. Recovery too, possibly. Luo Yun stared. Xiao Fan stared back. The silence lasted several seconds. Then Luo Yun sighed. You are becoming annoying. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. It sounded like one. The scout shook his head. then glanced toward the training grounds entrance. More witnesses incoming. Xiao Fan followed his gaze. A familiar voice echoed across the field. "Brother Fan!" Zhang Hao. Of course. The red-haired flame warrior jogged across the training grounds carrying 2 sports drinks and enough energy to power a small nation. Chen Lai followed several steps behind. As always, looking calm, reliable, and vaguely disappointed in Zhang Hao's existence. "Brother Fan." Zhang Hao arrived and immediately pointed at the broken dummy. "What happened?" Xiao Fan answered honestly. "It broke." Zhang Hao stared. Then looked at the shield. Then at the dummy. Then at Xiao Fan. "You punched it to death? It was a training accident. That is not reassuring." Chen Lai examined the damage. His eyebrows rose slightly. A significant reaction by Chen Lai standards. "You hit this repeatedly?" "Yes." "You don't usually hit that hard." Luo Yun crossed his arms. "That's what I said." Xiao Fan suddenly disliked where this conversation was heading. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. "You got stronger." "No." "You absolutely got stronger." "No." "The evidence is literally lying on the ground." Xiao Fan pointed at the dummy. "The evidence is poorly manufactured equipment." Chen Lai looked unconvinced. Luo Yun looked amused. Zhang Hao looked delighted. This was bad. Very bad. Fortunately, salvation arrived. A warm voice called from behind them. "Good morning." Lin Xiaoyu. The atmosphere changed instantly. Not dramatically. Just enough. The way sunlight changes a room. The way spring changes a garden. The healer approached carrying a small academy bag over one shoulder. Her long dark hair moved gently in the morning breeze. Golden sunlight touched the edges of her uniform, giving her a soft glow. Zhang Hao immediately straightened. Chen Lai nodded politely. Luo Yun became even quieter. Xiao Fan felt something strange. Not nervousness. Not exactly. Just awareness. The same awareness that had become more noticeable since the system awakened. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. "You all came early. We're hard-working students," Zhang Hao declared proudly. Chen Lai looked at him. "You overslept yesterday." Details. Lin Xiaoyu laughed. The sound was light. Natural. Easy. For a brief moment Xiao Fan forgot about training. Then the pink gold panel appeared. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 20. The number remained unchanged. Good. That was good. He was not expecting increases every conversation. That would be ridiculous. Probably. Hopefully. Lin Xiaoyu noticed the broken dummy. Her eyes widened slightly. What happened? Zhang Hao immediately pointed at Xiao Fan. He murdered it. It was not murder. It died. It was a training construct. It had dreams. It was wood. The group laughed. Even Luo Yun smiled faintly. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. Then looked at Xiao Fan. "You seem happier today." The observation caught him off guard. Happier? A little. Xiao Fan thought about it. The reward. The training. The confirmation. The realization that heart resonance was not just a strange number. Perhaps she was right. A productive morning, he admitted. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. "I'm glad." Simple words. Nothing special. Yet somehow they felt warm. For a moment, Xiao Fan almost opened the notebook. Almost. Then stopped himself. Not everything needed recording. The realization felt strange. Possibly dangerous. Definitely strange. Far above the academy grounds, the sun finally climbed above the skyline. Golden light spread across Azure City. Students began arriving in larger groups. Training fields grew busier. Instructors appeared. The academy slowly woke. And somewhere beneath all the noise, all the laughter, and all the ordinary moments, the mystery remained. Shared vitality was real. Bond candidate remained locked, and Xiao Fan still had no idea what a bond actually was. But for the first time since Awakening Day, he felt something he had not expected. Confidence. Guy. Not because he understood heart resonance. He understood almost nothing. Not because he was strong. He wasn't. Not because the path ahead was clear. It definitely wasn't. But because the path existed. And for now, that was enough. The Academy Ranking Board stood at the center of Azure Third Academy, like a monument. Students crowded around it long before the official announcement. Voices filled the plaza. Excitement, nervousness, boasting, complaints, hope. Every student carried some combination of the 5 to 5. Xiao Fan arrived with Zhang Hao, Chen Lai, Luo Yun, and Lin Xiaoyu just as the crowd reached its peak. The enormous holographic display towered above them. Rows of names continuously scrolled across its blue-white surface. Thousands of students. Hundreds of rankings. One giant public reminder that effort, talent, and luck rarely distributed themselves equally. Zhang Hao immediately pushed forward. Move. Nobody moved. Please move. Still, nobody moved. After several more attempts, Zhang Hao finally gave up and climbed onto a nearby planter. The academy probably had rules against that. Zhang Hao clearly considered those rules optional. Oh. He squinted. Oh no. Xiao Fan looked up. What's wrong? Nothing. That sounds suspicious. It is suspicious. Several seconds passed. Then Zhang Hao pointed dramatically. Brother Fan. What? I found Zhao Kai. Nobody was surprised. The academy had probably found Zhao Kai before finding oxygen. Xiao Fan followed the direction of Zhang Hao's finger. The name sat at the very top. Rank 1.01. Zhao Kai. The surrounding statistics stretched almost absurdly far beyond the names beneath him. Murmurs spread throughout the plaza. Admiration. Envy. Resignation. The reactions varied. The conclusion remained the same. Zhao Kai was in a different league. Nearby students discussed him openly. S-rank Thundervein. I heard 3 guilds already contacted his family. 3? I heard 5. My cousin said a military recruiter visited yesterday. Already? He awakened yesterday. He awakened. S-rank. Nobody argued. Some things required no defense. Xiao Fan studied the rankings. Not because he cared about Zhao Kai. At least, not directly. He cared about the gap. That was different. The distance between first place and everyone else felt larger than the numerical score suggested. It wasn't merely strength. Resources. Attention. Training. Opportunities. Mentors. Connections. Every advantage naturally gathered around talent. A strong talent attracted opportunities. Opportunities accelerated growth. Growth attracted even more opportunities. The cycle fed itself. His thoughts briefly returned to yesterday's notebook entry. Negative impressions often reduced opportunities. Reduced opportunities, reduced growth. The logic remained annoyingly correct. Zhang Hao suddenly shouted from atop the planter. I found us. Several heads turned, including an instructor's. Zhang Hao immediately pretended to be standing normally. Unfortunately, he was still standing on a planter. The illusion failed. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth to hide a laugh. Chen Lai rubbed his forehead. Luo Yun looked unsurprised. Xiao Fan sighed. Some things in life remained constant. Rank 27. Zhang Hao yelled. That's me. He pumped a fist. Respectable. A moment later, his expression changed. Oh, what now? Chen Lai asked. Rank 31. Chen Lai nodded. Acceptable. Oh, what now? Luo Yun is ranked 24. The scout shrugged. Nobody knew whether that meant he was pleased or disappointed. Then Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Oh. Xiao Fan immediately disliked that tone. Oh what? Lin Xiaoyu. The crowd seemed quieter for a moment. Not actually quieter. Just quieter inside Xiao Fan's head. What about her? Rank 14. Several nearby students turned. Even Xiao Fan blinked. 14. That was high. Very high. Lin Xiaoyu herself looked surprised. A healer ranked that high? Chen Lai nodded. Healing talent. Strong performance. Strong evaluation score. Lu Yun added quietly. You also saved multiple injured students during the assessment. Lin Xiaoyu looked embarrassed. I just did what anyone would do. Nobody believed that. Not because she was wrong. Because most people wouldn't. The ranking reflected more than combat power. It reflected value. And healers were valuable. Very valuable. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. She deserved it. More than deserved it. A translucent pink-gold panel appeared briefly. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 20. The number remained unchanged. Xiao Fan almost laughed. Apparently being proud of someone did not automatically increase affection. The system continued making less sense than expected. Then Zhang Hao cleared his throat dramatically. The dangerous kind. The kind that usually preceded disaster. Brother Fan. What? I found you. Xiao Fan looked up. Several seconds passed. Then, several more. His expression remained calm. Mostly because years of self-preservation had taught him not to react too quickly to information. What rank? 143. Silence. A nearby bird chose that exact moment to fly away. Even nature seemed uncomfortable. Zhang Hao immediately pointed both hands forward. Before anyone says anything. Nobody said anything. I think that's actually pretty good. Nobody said anything. I really do. Still nothing. I am helping. You are not, Chen Lei said. Lin Xiaoyu stepped closer. Rankings can change. The statement arrived immediately. Without hesitation. Without pity. Simply support. A small difference. A very important difference. Xiao Fan smiled. I know. And he did. The ranking bothered him. But not enough to break him. Yesterday, he had discovered that shared vitality was real. Growth was real. Progress was real. He did not need to be rank 1 today. He needed to become stronger tomorrow. That was enough. For now. The holographic board shifted again. A new announcement appeared. The crowd instantly erupted. Students pushed forward. Voices rose. Excitement returned. Elite class placement results. The words dominated the screen. Every first-year student immediately forgot everything else. This mattered. More instructors. Better facilities. Superior resources. Higher-level training. Every advantage in one package. Names began appearing. One by one. The plaza grew quieter. Then louder. Then quieter again. Each student experienced either celebration or despair. Sometimes both. Zhao Kai, Dr. Sirhimno. Jana Habor Hot Den Rapti Wing Orchard Motor. Elite Class 1. Nobody reacted. The sun rising each morning was equally shocking. More names followed. Several famous talents. Several expected choices. Several surprises. Then another familiar name appeared. Lin Xiaoyu. Elite Class 2. The surrounding students immediately began whispering again. A healer. Elite placement. Rare. Not unheard of. But rare. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the board for several seconds. Then, slowly smiled. A genuine smile. The kind that reached her eyes. Xiao Fan felt unexpectedly happy seeing it. Then came Zhang Hao. Elite Class 3. His celebration nearly caused structural damage to the planner. Then Chen Lai Date. Elite Class 3. Then Luo Yun. Elite Class 2 Dante Ens Auertund Anidau Milmeter D on Racing Heritain. One by one, the group found their placements, until only one remained. Xiao Fan. The crowd watched the board. Xiao Fan watched the board. The board watched nobody. Then finally, his name appeared. Standard Class 7 Tournament. The announcement lasted only a moment before additional names pushed it downward. Gone, almost immediately. A strange silence settled around the group. Not uncomfortable. Just uncertain. Chang Hao opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Closed it again. An impressive achievement. Lin Xiaoyu finally spoke. We'll still see each other. Simple. Dive Town. Direct. Daiwan. Honest. Oh. Xiao Fan nodded. Of course. And he meant it. Classes changed. People didn't necessarily have to. At least not yet. The crowd slowly dispersed. Students rushed to find schedules. Instructors gathered their new classes. The academy entered a new phase. The awakening period was over. The real competition was beginning. As Xiao Fan prepared to leave the plaza, a fragment of conversation drifted through the crowd. So that's him? The SS rank guy? Heart resonance? What kind of talent even is that? I heard nobody understands it. A few students laughed. Not maliciously. Not kindly either. Just curious. Dismissive. Uncertain. The most dangerous kind of judgment. Xiao Fan kept walking. But somewhere deep inside, something settled. The gap was real. The rankings were real. The academy hierarchy was real. And Zhao Kai was farther ahead than ever. Yet for some reason, the sight of that distance no longer felt discouraging. It felt measurable. And anything measurable could eventually be crossed. Far above the academy, hidden beyond the clouds, thunder rumbled faintly across the sky. Most students never noticed. Xiao Fan did. For a brief moment, he looked upward, then continued walking, unaware that somewhere else in the academy, someone had been watching the ranking board, watching Zhao Kai, Toti, watching Lin Xiaoyu, watching him. And as the plaza slowly emptied, that unseen figure smiled. Not at rank 1, not at the elite students, but at the name sitting quietly in Standard Class 7. The smile lingered, then vanished, leaving behind only one question. Why was someone interested in Xiao Fan at all? Standard Class 7 was located far from the elite training grounds. That was the first thing Xiao Fan noticed. The second thing he noticed was that the distance was probably intentional. Azura Third Academy was built like a city within a city. White stone towers rose beneath silver bridges, training halls floated on anti-gravity platforms, and glowing rune roads connected one district to another. Every building looked beautiful from a distance. But once the rankings were announced, beauty became hierarchy. Elite Class 1 occupied the Eastern Training Complex. The complex had open-air arenas, private mana chambers, advanced combat simulation rooms, recovery pods, and personal instructor stations. Elite Class 2 and Elite Class 3 were placed nearby, close enough to share resources, close enough to share attention, close enough to be seen. Standard Class 7 was assigned to the Western Bloc. The Western Bloc was not poor. Azura Third Academy did not do poor. But compared to the Eastern Complex, it felt older, quieter, less polished. The training field was smaller. The simulation room had fewer slots. The equipment racks looked used. The walls were still clean, but the shine had faded in places where countless students had trained, failed, improved, and disappeared into the larger world. Zhang Hao stared down the long academy road separating the elite district from the Western Bloc. Then he looked at Xiao Fan. Then he looked back at the elite district. Then he said, "Brother Fan, no. I didn't say anything. You were about to. I was about to say the walk is healthy." Xiao Fan looked at him. Zhang Hao sighed. Fine. Key. I was about to say this placement is robbery. Chen Lai stood beside them with his new elite class 3 badge clipped to his uniform. He had not left yet. Neither had Luo Yun. Lin Xiaoyu stood slightly behind Xiao Fan, fingers resting on the strap of her academy bag. All 4 of them had somewhere else to go. Yet none of them moved immediately. That silence said more than comfort would have. Xiao Fan looked at the path leading to the Western Bloc. Standard Class 7 has defensive training facilities. Zhang Hao's expression became painful. Brother Fan. That is the saddest sentence I've heard today. It is accurate. Accuracy can be sad. Luo Yun glanced toward the elite district. Elite classes get first access to advanced resources. Standard classes get scheduled access after hours. Zhang Hao pointed at him. See? Robbery. Chen Lai said calmly. The academy invests resources based on expected return. Zhang Hao turned to him in betrayal. Lai Ge. Whose side are you on? Realities. Reality is annoying. Xiao Fan nodded. Correct. Lin Xiaoyu finally stepped forward. You don't have to pretend it doesn't matter. Xiao Fan turned toward her. The morning wind moved through the academy road, lifting a few strands of her chestnut hair. Her elite class, 2 badge shone softly against her cream-white uniform. That badge suited her. A rank healer. Spring recovery. Rank 14. Valuable. Recognized. Placed where she deserved. Xiao Fan looked at it for a moment, then smiled faintly. I'm not pretending. Lin Xiaoyu did not seem convinced. He continued, it matters. But not in the way Zhang Hao thinks. Zhang Hao blinked. Why am I being used as the example? Because you are nearby. Unfair. Ah. Xiao Fan looked back toward the Western Bloc. Elite classes receive better opportunities. That means faster early growth. Higher instructor attention. Better training equipment. Title. Stronger peers. More competitive pressure. Chen Lai nodded. Yes. That is a disadvantage. Zhang Hao spread his hands. Exactly. But not a permanent one. The others looked at him. Xiao Fan's voice remained calm. If the difference is resources, then I need to gain resources. If the difference is instruction, I need to find instruction. If the difference is training volume, I need to train more. If the difference is reputation, I need results. Zhang Hao stared at him. Brother Fan, sometimes I forget you're weird in an inspiring way. Thank you. That wasn't fully praise. I accept the usable portion. Luo Yun smiled faintly. Chen Lai's expression softened. Lin Xiaoyu watched Xiao Fan quietly. For a moment, her worry eased. Then, the academy bell rang. A clear chime spread across the district. Elite students began moving east. Standard students began moving west. The academy had sorted them. The road finally demanded a choice. Chen Lai placed a hand on Xiao Fan's shoulder. Train safely. Define safely. Chen Lai stared. Xiao Fan nodded. I'll approximate. That is not reassuring. Zhang Hao grabbed Xiao Fan in a half-hug before Xiao Fan could dodge. Brother Fan, don't worry. When I become famous in Elite Class 3, I'll sneak resources to you. Please don't commit academic smuggling. Friendship is not smuggling. It is if you hide equipment in your bag. Zhang Hao paused. I had no plan like that. You do now. Maybe. Luo Yun simply nodded. If anything strange happens in Standard Class 7, send me a message. Xiao Fan looked at him. Why would anything strange happen? Luo Yun's gaze moved briefly toward the emptying plaza. Someone was watching you earlier? The air shifted. Zhang Hao's grin faded. Chen Lai frowned. Lin Xiaoyu looked around. Xiao Fan's eyes sharpened. Who? Unknown. Student? Maybe. Instructor? Possibly. Threat? Luo Yun shrugged. Not enough data. That answer was annoying because it was exactly the answer Xiao Fan would have given. Lin Xiaoyu stepped closer. Be careful. I will. This time, Xiao Fan did not add a probability estimate. Lin Xiaoyu seemed satisfied. The group separated at the fork. Chang Hao walked backward while waving until Chen Lai forced him to turn around before he crashed into a passing student. Luo Yun vanished into the flow of elite class. Two students so naturally that even looking directly at him felt like losing track. Chen Lai followed the elite class 3 route with steady steps. Lin Xiaoyu was the last to leave. She looked at Xiao Fan once more. You'll message us after class. Xiao Fan nodded. Yes. Promise? The word was softer than the rest. Xiao Fan paused. Then, nodded again. Promise. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Only then did she turn and walk toward the eastern complex. Xiao Fan watched her go for a moment. The pink gold panel did not appear. No number. No chime. No reward. Just the sight of his friends walking into better facilities while he walked the other way. He exhaled, then turned west. Standard Class 7 gathered in a training hall with wide windows and old blue rune lines across the floor. About 40 students were already inside. The atmosphere was complicated. Some students looked angry. Some looked embarrassed. Some pretended not to care. Some had clearly been crying before arriving. Standard class did not mean weak. But to 15-year-olds who had just watched elite placements decide their first step into the future, it felt close enough. At the front of the hall stood instructor Li Zhenqian, the same scarred instructor from Awakening Day. His dark combat uniform looked exactly as severe as his expression. His arms were folded behind his back. His gaze swept across the students like a blade checking for flaws. When Xiao Fan entered, several students immediately looked over. Whispers followed. SS heart resonance. He's here too? Standard class? So even SS wasn't enough, because the talent has no effect. Xiao Fan ignored the voices and found a place near the middle. Not front. Not back. Middle allowed visibility in all directions. Useful. Oh. Li Zhenqian waited until the final students entered. Then the doors closed. The room fell silent. Welcome to Standard Class 7. His voice carried without effort. Some students lowered their heads at the word standard. Li Zhenqian noticed. His expression did not change. If you think this class means the academy has abandoned you, leave now. No one moved. If you think being placed here means you are useless, leave now. Still no one moved. If you think the elite classes are your enemies, leave now. That line made several students raise their heads. Li Zhenqian's eyes swept across them. The academy did not place you here to comfort your pride. It placed you here because your current evaluation says you need structure before resources. The words were harsh, but not mocking. Some of you have poor fundamentals. Some of you have unstable talents. Some of you have strong talents with weak control. Some of you have strange abilities that the academy cannot classify yet. Several gazes shifted toward Xiao Fan. Li Zhenqian did not look at him. That somehow made the point stronger. Elite students receive better resources because they can immediately use them. If I give advanced equipment to someone who cannot stand properly in formation, that equipment is wasted. A boy near the front clenched his fists. So we're just worse? Li Zhenqian looked at him. Currently? The boy froze. Yes. The entire hall went silent. Li Zhenqian continued calmly. Currently worse does not mean permanently worse, but lying to yourself is the fastest way to remain there. Xiao Fan's eyes sharpened slightly. That statement was useful. Uncomfortable. But useful. Li Zhenqian turned toward the holographic board behind him. A list of training categories appeared. Posture. Breathing. Footwork. D. Reaction. Endurance. Team role basics. Damage control. Deremdiao. Survival discipline. No flashy skills. No advanced combat. No elite secret techniques. Only fundamentals. Several students looked disappointed. Xiao Fan did not. Fundamentals were reusable. A stable foundation supported every future strategy. Li Zentian noticed his expression. This time, the instructor's gaze paused on him for half a second. Then, moved on. Your first month will focus on survival fundamentals. If you want to complain while running. Or, if you want to catch up, stop wasting breath. The first training session began immediately. No motivational speech. No dramatic oath. Just pain. Li Zentian started with stance drills. 30 minutes. Then, movement drills. Then shield angle drills for defensive classes. Then, partner balance testing. Then, emergency fall recovery. By the time the first hour ended, several students were sweating heavily. By the second hour, someone vomited. By the third hour, Zhang Hao's earlier complaint about academic smuggling began to seem almost reasonable. Xiao Fan's body ached. His legs trembled. His injured arm protested under every movement. But shared vitality quietly did its work. Not visibly. Not dramatically. But steadily. He recovered between drills faster than expected. His breathing stabilized sooner. His soreness faded just enough to continue. Li Zentian saw it. Of course he did. The instructor missed nothing. During shield angle drills, Li Zentian walked past Xiao Fan and stopped. Again. Again. Xiao Fan reset his stance. The training dummy struck. He angled the shield. The force slid sideways. Again. Another strike. Again. Another. Again. By the 10th repetition, Xiao Fan's arm burned. By the 15th, his legs shook. By the 20th, half the class had stopped pretending not to watch. Li Zentian finally raised a hand. Stop. Xiao Fan lowered the shield. His breathing was heavy, but controlled. Li Zentian looked at him. Your strength is average. Your speed is average. Your talent effect is unclear. The hall quieted. The words were blunt enough to sting. Then Li Zentian added, but your correction speed is good. Xiao Fan paused. Thank you, instructor. Don't thank me yet. Li Zentian pointed at the floor. Again. Xiao Fan lifted the shield. Somewhere behind him a student muttered, he's really making the SSS guy repeat basics. Another whispered, maybe basics are all he's good for. Xiao Fan heard it. So did Li Zentian. The instructor turned his head. Since you have breath to speak, you have breath to train. The two students paled. Everyone. Stance hold. 10 minutes. A collective groan filled the hall. Xiao Fan blinked. Unexpected group punishment. Zhang Hao would have hated this. Actually, Zhang Hao would have somehow claimed it built team spirit. 10 minutes later, half the class looked at Xiao Fan with complicated eyes. Some resentment. Some curiosity. Some grudging respect. Class 7's first impression of him had shifted. Not greatly, but slightly. That was enough. Training continued until afternoon. When the session finally ended, students collapsed across the floor in various stages of regret. Xiao Fan sat against the wall, breathing slowly. His muscles hurt, but less than they should have. Shared vitality was real. Still real. Still useful. And for the first time, Xiao Fan understood something clearly. Standard Class 7 was not merely a downgrade. It was an environment. A harsh one. A slow one. A quiet one. But perhaps not useless. In the elite class, Zhao Kai would shine beneath lightning and attention. In Standard Class 7, Xiao Fan would be forced to build every inch of himself from the ground up. Maybe that was bad. Maybe it was necessary. His phone vibrated. A message from Lin Xiaoyu. How was class? Xiao Fan looked at the exhausted students around him. The old training hall. the cracked dummy, the blue rune lines worn by years of use. Then typed, "Practical." A few seconds later, Lin Xiaoyu replied, "That means hard, right?" Xiao Fan stared at the message. Then slowly typed, "Yes." Another reply came. "Rest properly. Don't overdo it." He looked at the message for a while, then looked at his trembling hands. For once, he did not write anything in his notebook. He simply replied, "I will." The pink gold panel flickered faintly. No number change. No system reward. Nothing measurable. Yet somehow, the fatigue felt lighter. At the front of the hall, Li Zhenqian watched Xiao Fan from a distance. The instructor's expression remained unreadable. But when the training record appeared on his tablet, his finger paused beside Xiao Fan's name. Rank 143. Standard Class 7. SS rank. Heart resonance. Unclear talent effect. Doi. Correction speed. High. Endurance recovery. Abnormal. Li Zhenqian stared at the last line for several seconds, then quietly marked it for observation. Outside the western block, far beyond the training hall windows, thunder flashed over the eastern complex. Zhao Kai's elite class had begun its first advanced combat session. Students cheered from across the campus. The sound reached Standard Class 7 faintly. Like a reminder. Like a challenge. Xiao Fan stood slowly, picked up his shield, and looked toward the distant thunder. The gap was still there, wider than ever. But now, for the first time, he knew exactly where to start. At that moment, an academy notification appeared on every student's device. Elite and standard classes alike. First joint training exercise scheduled tomorrow. Mixed class temporary squads will be formed. Performance will affect resource allocation. The exhausted students of Standard Class 7 stared at their call screens. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed. Mixed class. Temporary squads. Resource allocation. Then, a second notification appeared. Special observation candidate selected. Xiao Fan, Standard Class 7. Zhao Kai, Elite Class 1 Turtle. For a moment, the entire training hall went still. The notification remained on the screen. Xiao Fan, Standard Class 7. Zhao Kai, Elite Class 1 Turtle. The two names sat side by side like the academy had deliberately placed a spark beside dry grass. For several seconds, Standard Class 7 was silent. Then the hall exploded. They're comparing him with Zhao Kai? Why? Rank 1 and rank 143. Is this a joke? Special observation candidates? What does that even mean? A boy near the back laughed under his breath. Maybe they want to see how useless heart resonance is when placed next to Thunder Vein. The words were not loud, but the room was quiet enough for them to reach Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked at his screen. His expression did not change. That was the part some people misunderstood about him. He was not fearless. He was not emotionless. He simply knew that reacting too quickly usually gave other people free information. The boy who spoke noticed Xiao Fan's silence and seemed to gain courage from it. Seriously, what is there to observe? Zhao Kai is the strongest first year. Xiao Fan's talent effect still hasn't appeared. One is lightning, the other is a love letter with a rank attached. A few students laughed. Not many, but enough. Xiao Fan turned his head slightly. Li Zhenqian's voice cut through the hall. Do you have a problem with the academy selection? The boy froze. And no, instructor. Then stand. The boy stood immediately. Li Zhenqian looked at him. Since you have enough energy to evaluate special observation candidates, you have enough energy for another stance hold. The boy's face paled. Then Li Zhenqian looked across the entire hall. Everyone. 10 minutes. The atmosphere died. A collective groan rose through Standard Class 7. Xiao Fan blinked. This had happened twice now. He was beginning to suspect Standard Class 7 would eventually associate him with pain. That was not ideal for social development. Students spread out and entered stance position. Legs bent, back straight, arms lifted. 10 minutes of silent suffering began. Xiao Fan lowered into position. His muscles already ached from the earlier training session. The fatigue had not fully faded, even with shared vitality. His legs trembled slightly as he settled his balance. But pain, at least, was simple. Pain had location, intensity, duration. It could be endured. Rumors were harder. The training hall fell into heavy silence except for breathing and the faint hum of rune lines beneath the floor. Across the room, the boy who had mocked him shook visibly after only 3 minutes. By minute 5, sweat dripped from his chin. By minute 7, his legs almost gave out. Xiao Fan did not look at him. Not out of forgiveness. Out of efficiency. Watching someone suffer did not improve his own stance. At minute 10, Li Zentian finally said, "Stop." Several students collapsed. The mocking boy sat heavily on the floor, face pale and eyes lowered. Li Zentian did not scold further. That was his style. Punishment first. Die. Explanation only if necessary. The instructor's gaze landed briefly on Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Yes, instructor. After class, remain behind. The hall immediately became alert again. Whispers rose. Xiao Fan nodded. Understood. By the time the training session officially ended, the special observation announcement had already spread through the academy. Not just standard class 7. The whole academy. The forums moved faster than the wind. Zhang Hao sent 14 messages in 3 minutes. The first one simply said, "Brother Fan." The second, "Brother Fan too." The third, "Why are you and Zhao Kai in the same announcement?" The fourth, "Did you secretly challenge him?" The fifth, "If yes, why didn't you invite me?" By the 14th message, Zhang Hao had somehow suggested forming an anti-lightning support group, printing banners and recruiting cafeteria aunties as morale officers. Xiao Fan read none of them carefully. After the other students left, he remained in the training hall. Li Zentian stood near the window, looking out toward the eastern complex. In the distance, thunder flashed above Elite Class 1's training arena. Not natural thunder. Zhao Kai's thunder. Li Zentian did not turn around immediately. "Do you know why your name was selected?" Xiao Fan answered honestly. "No." "Good." Li Zentian turned. "That means you haven't started inventing comforting theories." Xiao Fan paused. That statement was uncomfortably accurate. Li Zentian walked toward him, each step steady against the worn training floor. Special observation candidates are not chosen only by ranking. Xiao Fan listened silently. They are chosen when the academy wants to track abnormal growth potential, unusual talent reactions, or strategic educational value. Strategic educational value. You and Zhao Kai represent two opposite cases. Xiao Fan understood immediately. Clear power and unclear power. Li Zentian's eyes sharpened slightly. Correct. Xiao Fan thought for a moment. Zhao Kai is the example of immediate combat value. I am the example of unknown classification risk. Partially. Partially? Li Zentian looked at him for several seconds. You are also the only first year who showed abnormal endurance recovery after a no-effect talent evaluation. Xiao Fan's heartbeat shifted. Slightly. He kept his expression calm. Li Zentian noticed anyway. Don't bother pretending. I taught frontline recruits before you learned how to hold a pen. Your recovery yesterday was not normal. Xiao Fan said nothing. Li Zentian did not press. Your talent may be useless. It may be hidden. It may be conditional. It may be dangerous. The academy doesn't know yet. He placed a training tablet on the desk beside him. Tomorrow's joint training exercise will test team adaptability under mixed class pressure. Elite and standard students will be grouped together. Some people will try to prove superiority. Some will panic. Some will become liabilities. His gaze settled on Xiao Fan. You are not being asked to defeat Zhao Kai. Xiao Fan looked up. Li Zentian's voice lowered. You are being observed because the Academy wants to know whether your growth has a pattern. The word pattern struck cleanly. Xiao Fan understood patterns. He trusted patterns. Patterns were doors. Then, what should I do tomorrow? Xiao Fan asked. Survive. Observe. Don't show everything. Xiao Fan paused. That sounds like a warning. It is. Li Zentian turned toward the door. Strong talents attract attention. Strange talents attract different attention. Sometimes worse attention. For a brief moment, Xiao Fan remembered Luo Yun's words. Someone was watching you earlier. The training hall suddenly felt quieter. Li Zentian waved one hand. Go. Your friends are probably waiting outside. Xiao Fan bowed slightly and left. The moment he opened the door, a red-haired figure almost fell into the room. Zhang Hao stumbled forward. Chen Lai caught the back of his collar. Luo Yun stood beside them with no expression. Lin Xiaoyu stood a little farther away, looking embarrassed on everyone's behalf. Zhang Hao straightened immediately. Brother Fan. Xiao Fan looked at him. Were you eavesdropping? No. Chen Lai said, yes. Luo Yun added badly. Lin Xiaoyu sighed softly. Zhang Hao placed one hand over his heart. I was guarding the door emotionally. That is not a real role. It should be. Xiao Fan looked at the four of them. Elite class badges on 3 uniforms. Lin Xiaoyu's soft concern. Chen Lai's steady silence. Luo Yun's quiet assessment. Zhang Hao's complete inability to be subtle. For some reason, the Western Bloc felt less distant now. Lin Xiaoyu stepped closer. Did Instructor Li say anything bad? No. Really? He said strange talents attract different attention. The group became quiet. Zhang Hao's expression finally grew serious. Different attention from who? Unknown. Luo Yun's eyes narrowed. That matches what I noticed. Chen Lai frowned. Then, tomorrow's joint training may not just be about scores. Xiao Fan nodded. Likely. Lin Xiaoyu looked toward the eastern complex, where thunder still flashed faintly in the distance. Would you be placed with Zhao Kai? Not confirmed. Zhang Hao immediately said, if they do, don't worry. I'll stand between you. Chen Lai looked at him. You are in Elite Class 3. You may not be assigned with them. Zhang Hao paused. Then, I'll stand emotionally between them. Luo Yun said, still not a real role. It is in my heart. Xiao Fan exhaled slowly. Your heart has poor job classification. Lin Xiaoyu laughed. The sound softened the heavy air. Then a pink-gold panel flickered briefly. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 20. No change. But Xiao Fan noticed something else. For a moment, beneath the affection value, another line shimmered faintly. Too fast to read fully. Only one word remained in memory. Bond et doi. The panel vanished. Xiao Fan froze. Lin Xiaoyu noticed instantly. What happened? Xiao Fan blinked, then shook his head. Nothing confirmed. Zhang Hao leaned forward. That means something happened. It means nothing confirmed. Brother Fan, when you say nothing confirmed, it means something is dangerously unconfirmed. That was annoyingly true. Xiao Fan decided not to respond. The group walked from the Western Bloc toward the central courtyard. Afternoon sunlight spilled across Azure Third Academy. Students moved through paths like streams splitting through a grand city. Some wore elite badges. Some wore standard badges. Some hid their badges under jackets, as if fabric could hide disappointment. The central courtyard was busier than usual. Everyone was talking about tomorrow. Mixed class temporary squads. Resource allocation. Special observation candidates. Zhao Kai. Xiao Fan. The two names had become a contrast people enjoyed repeating. Lightning and heart. Elite and Standard. Rank 1 and Rank 143. Clear talent and unclear talent. A rivalry had begun forming before Xiao Fan ever agreed to one. As they passed the courtyard fountain, several students nearby suddenly laughed. One of them spoke loudly enough to be heard. So tomorrow we finally see whether heart resonance can protect anyone, right? Another student answered. Maybe if the monsters feel moved. A third laughed. Or maybe he asks them to hold hands. Zhang Hao stopped. Chen Lai's eyes cooled. Luo Yun's gaze shifted. Lin Xiaoyu's smile disappeared. Xiao Fan kept walking. Not because it didn't bother him. Because responding to every low-value comment was inefficient. But this time, Lin Xiaoyu did not keep walking. She stopped. Say that again. Her voice was not loud, but it carried. The students turned. When they saw Lin Xiaoyu, their expressions changed. Rank healer. Elite class. 2 Dao Ta. Rank 14. Valuable. Respected. Not someone easy to dismiss. The student who had joked hesitated. We were just kidding. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him steadily. Then make a better joke. The courtyard quieted. Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Chen Lai raised an eyebrow. Luo Yun looked genuinely entertained. Xiao Fan turned around slowly. Lin Xiaoyu stood beneath the afternoon light, cream-white uniform glowing softly, amber eyes calm but firm. She did not look angry in a dramatic way. That would have been easier to ignore. She looked disappointed. That was worse. The student's face reddened. I didn't mean anything. You did, Lin Xiaoyu said. You meant to laugh at someone without understanding them. Silence spread wider. A few passing students stopped. Lin Xiaoyu continued. Xiao Fan's talent is strange. He knows that better than anyone. But yesterday he protected people in the combat arena. Today, he trained until he could barely stand. If you want to mock him, at least work hard enough to deserve an opinion. Zhang Hao whispered, "Ho!" Chen Lai nodded slowly. Luo Yun said softly, "Critical hit." Xiao Fan stood frozen. Not because of the crowd. Not because of embarrassment. Because Lin Xiaoyu had done what he had not expected. She had publicly defended him. Not gently. Not privately. Not with soft encouragement in a quiet street. In front of everyone. The pink gold thread inside his chest pulled tight. The panel appeared. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 21. A clear warmth spread through Xiao Fan's body. No reward. No new skill. Just the number. But this time, the number felt different. It was not a measurement. Not only. It was proof. Proof that Lin Xiaoyu's trust had grown in a way the system could see. The students who had mocked him lowered their eyes and left quickly. The courtyard slowly resumed movement. But the atmosphere around their group remained still. Lin Xiaoyu turned back. The moment she saw Xiao Fan staring at her, her confidence faltered slightly. What? Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Then closed it. The usual answers appeared. Thank you. Your public support produced measurable emotional growth. That was high-efficiency trust reinforcement. All terrible. He chose carefully. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Then smiled. You're welcome. Zhang Hao clutched his chest. He did it. Chen Lai looked at him. Did what? He gave a normal answer. Luo Yun nodded solemnly. Historical moment. Xiao Fan looked at them. I can still change it. Zhang Hao immediately raised both hands. No, keep the normal answer. We are all very proud. Lin Xiaoyu laughed again, softer this time. The tension finally broke. But not everyone in the courtyard laughed. On the second-floor walkway overlooking the fountain, a girl with golden-brown hair watched the scene with interest. Tang Rio leaned lightly against the railing, one hand holding a thin academy tablet, her senior badge shining faintly near her collar. Her eyes rested first on Lin Xiaoyu, then on Xiaofan, then on the place where the mocking students had disappeared. A faint smile curved her lips. Interesting. Beside her, another senior student asked, "Senior Ruo? Do you know him?" Tang Ruo tapped the tablet against her palm. Not yet. Below, Xiaofan suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. He looked up. For the briefest moment, his gaze met Tang Ruo's. The senior smiled. Warm, yet bright, yet impossible to read. Then she lifted one hand in a casual wave. Zhang Hao followed Xiaofan's gaze and instantly forgot how to breathe. "Brother Fan, no. Senior Tang is waving at you. She might be waving at someone behind us." Zhang Hao turned around. There was nobody behind them. He turned back slowly. "Brother Fan, no. Your life is becoming advanced content." Lin Xiaoyu looked up as well. When she saw Tang Ruo, her expression shifted slightly. Not much, but Xiaofan noticed. Of course he noticed. Tang Ruo turned and walked away from the railing, disappearing into the second-floor corridor. The golden contact card in Xiaofan's notebook suddenly felt heavier. Luo Yun watched the empty walkway. She saw everything. Chen Lai frowned. That may be why she appeared. Zhang Hao looked excited. Or she just likes dramatic timing. Xiaofan stared at the corridor where Tang Ruo had vanished. Tomorrow's joint training already involved Zhao Kai. Now, Tang Ruo had noticed him again. Someone unknown had watched him earlier. The bond panel had flickered. And Lin Xiaoyu's affection had reached 21. Too many variables. Far too many. Xiaofan took out his notebook. Lin Xiaoyu immediately looked at him. "Are you writing about me?" "No." He paused. "Partially. Xiaofan, correction. I am writing about today's incident." Zhang Hao leaned in. "Which incident? The public defense? The affection number? The senior waving? Or your rapidly escalating protagonist life?" Xiaofan looked at him. Severe experimental interference factor. Zhang Hao smiled proudly. "That's me." Above them, the Academy announcement board flickered again. A new notice appeared. Joint training exercise. Squad assignments released tomorrow morning. Special observation candidates will be prioritized. The courtyard buzzed instantly. Xiaofan looked at the message. Then, at Lin Xiaoyu. Then, at the empty second-floor corridor. Somewhere deep inside his chest, the pink gold thread remained warm. For the first time, Xiaofan wondered if heart resonance was not simply responding to affection. Maybe it was pulling people into his orbit. And if that was true, tomorrow's joint training might not merely test his growth. It might reveal who had started watching him. Night settled over Azure City in layers of silver and blue. The academy lights remained awake long after the sun disappeared. Training arenas glowed. Dormitory towers shimmered. Transport rails traced bright lines across the city skyline. Most students spent the evening discussing tomorrow's joint training exercise. Xiaofan spent it suffering voluntarily. The western training field was nearly empty. A few determined students remained scattered across the grounds, pushing through additional drills before curfew. Xiaofan stood alone before a reinforced practice dummy. Shield raised. Breathing steady. The academy issued timer counted down beside him. 3 minutes. The exercise was simple. Maintain defensive stance. Absorb impact. Do not collapse. The simplicity was deceptive. By the second minute, sweat covered his forehead. By the third minute, his shoulders burned. The reinforced dummy struck again. A heavy impact slammed against his shield. His feet slid half a step backward. Pain shot through his arms. The timer finally beeped. Exercise complete. Xiaofan lowered the shield and immediately sat on the grass. Every muscle protested. His lungs worked harder. His heart pounded. Normal. Dachi. Completely normal. He opened the notebook. Heart, resonance, research, log. Day 4. Training volume increased. Recovery remains abnormal. No visible side effects. Potential growth, acceleration, confirmed. His pen paused. Then, he added another note. Current conclusion. Friendship remains statistically overpowered. Xiao Fan stared at the sentence, then sighed. Unfortunately, the data supported it. He left it uncrossed. Progress. The faint sound of footsteps approached. Xiao Fan looked up. Chen Lai Dok Tuga, Now, Toridie, Tortiza, Etniro Dryu Panur. The defensive specialist carried 2 water bottles. Without a word, he tossed one over. Xiao Fan caught it. Thanks. Chen Lai sat nearby. The silence between them felt comfortable. Neither had ever been particularly talkative. Eventually, Chen Lai spoke. You've been training every evening. Observation skills improving. I learned from Luo Yun. Concerning. Chen Lai nodded. Fair. Jai. The two sat quietly for a moment. Night wind moved across the empty training grounds. The city glowed beyond the academy walls. After a while, Chen Lai spoke again. You're improving faster. Not a question. A statement. Xiao Fan took a drink. Maybe. Chen Lai stared. Xiao Fan stared back. The conversation ended immediately. Chen Lai sighed. You and Luo Yun would get along too well. I consider that a warning. It is. Another silence followed. Then Chen Lai looked toward the Eastern Training District. Lightning flashed briefly in the distance. Even from here, Zhao Kai's training remained visible. The thunder talent had become something of a nightly landmark. A reminder. A challenge. A giant glowing scoreboard hanging over the academy. Does it bother you? Chen Lai asked. Xiao Fan followed his gaze. The lightning flashed again. Students could be seen gathering around the elite training arena. Watching. Admiring. Discussing. Zhao Kai attracted attention naturally. The way fire attracted moths. The way mountains attracted climbers. The way Zhang Hao attracted trouble. A force of nature. A little, Xiao Fan admitted. Chen Lai nodded. Good. Xiao Fan blinked. Good? If it didn't bother you at all, I'd worry. The statement lingered. Chen Lai continued. Jealousy isn't the problem. What is? Letting it decide who you become. Xiao Fan considered that. Then nodded. The answer felt surprisingly reasonable. A notification buzzed across both of their academy devices. Joint training exercise. Temporary squad assignments released. Chen Lai immediately opened the message. Xiao Fan did the same. The screen loaded, then displayed a list. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Chen Lai laughed. Actually, laughed. A rare event. Possibly worth recording. What? Chen Lai turned the screen toward him. Xiao Fan looked. Then, understood. Squad 17. Xiao Fan. Lin, Xiao Yu. Chang Hao. Chen Lai Torten Tai. Itatadio. Itatanana Dorden Xiao. Luo Yun Dotai. The entire group had been assigned together. For several seconds, Xiao Fan simply stared. That felt statistically unlikely. Very statistically unlikely. Then he noticed the final name. Tang Ruo. The notebook nearly slipped from his hands. Chen Lai's expression became deeply amused. Interesting. That was one word for it. Another notification arrived immediately afterward. Squad Captain, Tang Ruo. Totadi. Chang Hao's message appeared less than 3 seconds later. Brother Fan. No. 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 This is not a drill. Xiao Fan did not need to ask. Chang Hao had clearly already seen the roster. Additional messages arrived. We got the whole group. And Senior Tang. Why is Senior Tang here? What is happening? I am too young for this. Xiao Fan closed the messages before they multiplied further. Too late. 3 more appeared immediately. The training field gate opened. A familiar voice echoed across the grass. Brother Fan. Too late. Far too late. Zhang Hao arrived at full speed. Lin Xiaoyu followed behind him. Luo Yun walked calmly beside her. Apparently, the entire squad had received the same notification at roughly the same time. Zhang Hao stopped directly in front of Xiao Fan, then pointed dramatically at the screen. Explain. I cannot. Try harder. I possess no relevant information. Unacceptable. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the squad list, then at Xiao Fan, then back at the squad list. A small smile appeared. At least we'll be together. The statement was simple, but Xiao Fan noticed something. The tension in her shoulders relaxed after saying it. The same realization seemed to affect him. Tomorrow had suddenly become less uncertain. Not safe. Not easy. Just less uncertain. The pink gold panel flickered. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 21. No change. The system vanished. Xiao Fan almost felt disappointed. The realization was concerning. Luo Yun looked at the roster quietly, then pointed at one name. Tang Ruo. That is unusual. Everyone immediately focused. When Luo Yun voluntarily offered information, it usually mattered. Why? Why? Chen Lai asked. The academy rarely places upper-ranked students into observation squads. Xiao Fan looked up. Upper-ranked? Luo Yun nodded. Senior Tang is stronger than most first-years realize. The information settled over the group. Lin Xiaoyu looked surprised. How strong? Luo Yun thought for a moment. Strong enough that most second-years avoid challenging her. Silence. Zhang Hao slowly lowered himself onto the grass. That is not encouraging. It wasn't intended to be. A new voice entered the conversation. Good. But everyone turned. Tang Rio stood near the training field entrance. No dramatic arrival. No special effects. No fanfare. Yet somehow everyone noticed her immediately. The senior student wore the academy uniform with casual confidence. Golden brown hair moved gently in the night breeze. A slim data tablet rested beneath one arm. The academy lights reflected softly in her eyes. Tang Rio smiled. I prefer honest reactions. Zhang Hao nearly stood so fast he injured himself. Senior Dart. Tang Rio waved casually. Relax. Nobody relaxed. Tang Rio walked toward the group. The closer she came, the more Xiao Fan understood why people paid attention to her. Not beauty, though she certainly possessed that. Presence. Confidence. The ability to make people focus on her without demanding it. She stopped beside them and looked down at the squad list. Looks like we're working together tomorrow. Apparently, Xiao Fan said. Tang Ruo's eyes moved toward him. The same unreadable amusement from earlier returned. You sound worried. I enjoy understanding situations before entering them. Interesting. You've said that twice. Tang Rio laughed softly. And you've noticed both times. The conversation lasted only a few seconds. Yet Zhang Hao already looked like he was witnessing forbidden knowledge. Lin Xiaoyu noticed that expression immediately, then rolled her eyes. Progress. Tang Ruo glanced toward the eastern training district. Lightning flashed across the distant sky. The glow illuminated the academy rooftops. Zhao Kai is also part of tomorrow's observation group. The atmosphere changed instantly. More serious. More focused. Tang Ruo continued. The academy isn't just testing combat ability. What are they testing? Xiao Fan asked. Tang Ruo looked toward him, then smiled. The same thing they're always testing. Which is? She tapped the roster. Potential. The answer felt incomplete. Intentionally incomplete. Tang Ruo clearly knew more than she intended to reveal. Then again, so did half the academy. The difference was that Tang Ruo seemed to enjoy it. She turned to leave, then paused. Get some sleep. The group blinked. Tang Rio continued walking. Exhausted people make poor decisions. Her figure disappeared into the illuminated academy pathways. The night swallowed the distance behind her. For a while, nobody spoke. Then Zhang Hao finally exhaled. I understand. You understand nothing, Chen Lai said. No. Zhang Hao pointed dramatically toward where Tang Ruo had disappeared. She's cool. Namo Dende. Nobody could argue. Even Luo Yun nodded slightly. The group eventually dispersed. Curfew approached. Tomorrow's exercise awaited. One by one, they left, until only Xiao Fan remained. The training field sat quiet beneath the stars. He looked down at the roster again. Squad 17. The entire group. Tang Ruo. Special observation. Status. Tomorrow. Promised answers. Which probably meant more questions. Xiao Fan closed the notebook, then froze. A new line had appeared on the final page. Not written by him. Not written by anyone. Pink gold letters shimmered briefly before fading. Bond resonance detected. Requirements not met. The message lasted less than 2 seconds. Then vanished, leaving only silence, and a notebook page that looked completely blank. Xiao Fan stared. His heartbeat quickened. The system had never interacted with the notebook before. Never. Slowly, he looked toward the dark academy skyline. Tomorrow's exercise suddenly felt far more important than resource allocation. Because for the first time, the bond system had done something on its own. And that raised a dangerous question. If the system could write messages when it wanted, what else was it capable of doing? The message was gone. The notebook page looked completely normal. Blank. Dot. Silent. Harmless. Xiao Fan stared at it for nearly a minute. Nothing happened. No new text appeared. No system panel emerged. No explanation arrived. The universe remained committed to being unhelpful. Eventually, he closed the notebook, then reopened it. Still blank. He closed it again. Opened it again. Nothing. A passing student gave him a concerned look before deciding not to get involved. Probably the correct decision. Xiao Fan finally returned to his dormitory with more questions than answers, which, unfortunately, had become a recurring theme. The academy dormitory was quiet when he arrived. Most students were already preparing for tomorrow's exercise. Training videos played from open room doors. Combat discussions drifted through hallways. Arguments about squad assignments echoed from several floors. Everyone wanted an advantage. Everyone wanted answers. Xiao Fan wanted answers too. His happened to involve mysterious pink gold messages appearing in notebooks. A slightly less common problem. After showering, he sat at his desk. The notebook opened again. Research log Diranaway. 10 down Dundee. And Diraway. Manstuwag. Day 4. New observation. System may interact with physical objects. Evidence. Temporary notebook message door. Proof. Level. Extremely annoying. He stared at the final line, then nodded. Accurate. A few moments later, another message arrived. This one, from Zhang Hadort Diti. Emergency meeting. Xiao Fan immediately knew it was not an emergency. Real emergencies never announce themselves as emergency meetings. He opened the group chat. Zhang Hao had already sent 12 messages. Chen Lai had replied twice. Luo Yun once twice. Lin Xiaoyu 3 times. The ratio seemed appropriate. Emergency squad meeting. Topic: tomorrow. Secondary topic: Senior Tang. Chen Lai. Not a real emergency. Zhang Hao. It is emotionally. Lin Xiaoyu. Please stop calling it that. Zhang Hao. Never. Xiao Fan read the conversation for a moment. Then typed. What is the actual meeting topic? 3 dots appeared immediately. then vanished, then reappeared. Finally, Zhang Hao answered. Do you think the academy intentionally grouped us together? Xiao Fan considered. Before he could respond, Luo Yun replied. Yes. Everyone paused. Even through text, Luo Yun somehow managed to sound mysterious. Zhang Hao. Explain. Luo Yun. Observation candidates. Known friendships. Complementary roles. Senior oversight. Chen Lai. Reasonable. Lin Xiaoyu. That makes sense. Zhang Hao. I reject sensible answers. Xiao Fan. We know. The conversation continued for another 20 minutes. Mostly speculation. Mostly wrong. Eventually everyone went to sleep. Or at least claimed to. Xiao Fan doubted Zhang Hao. Actually stopped talking. The next morning arrived beneath silver clouds. Azura Third Academy felt different. More focused. More tense. Students moved with purpose. The joint training exercise had everyone's attention. The Academy Plaza was already crowded when Xiao Fan arrived. Squads gathered beneath large holographic displays. Instructors reviewed assignments. Support staff moved equipment across the grounds. The atmosphere resembled a military operation more than a school event. Xiao Fan spotted his squad near the central fountain. Zhang Hao was speaking dramatically. Chen Lai looked tired. Luo Yun appeared invisible despite standing in plain sight. Lin Xiaoyu stood nearby, reviewing exercise information on her tablet. Then there was Tang Ruo. The senior stood beside the fountain, as though she naturally belonged at the center of attention. Which, annoyingly, she did. Morning. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Morning. Chen Lai nodded. Luo Yun acknowledged him with a slight movement. Zhang Hao pointed. You. Xiao Fan sighed. Me. You look like you didn't sleep. I slept. You have mystery face. I always have mystery face. Good point. Tan Riol laughed softly. He's right. Xiao Fan looked at her. She looked entirely too amused. The academy announcement system activated overhead. Every conversation across the plaza gradually died. A massive holographic map appeared above the central courtyard. The map displayed a section of artificial wilderness beyond the academy walls. Forests. Ruin. Dotai. Rock formations. Small valleys. Several marked objective zones. Instructor Li Zentian stepped onto the central platform. His voice carried effortlessly. Today's exercise evaluates adaptation. The map rotated. New markers appeared. Mixed-class squads will operate independently. Additional symbols emerged. Objectives will change throughout the exercise. More symbols. Resources are limited. Even more. Information is incomplete. A few students groaned. Li Zentian ignored them. Success depends on observation, teamwork, communication, and decision-making. The map shifted again. Several red icons appeared. Unknown threats. The crowd immediately became quieter. Interesting. Very interesting. Xiao Fan studied the terrain. Natural choke points. Elevated positions. Limited visibility zones. Several areas looked useful for ambushes. Others appeared ideal for defensive positioning. The exercise seemed simple on the surface. It wasn't. Information mattered. Terrain mattered. Decision-making mattered. The realization pleased him. Then the system appeared. Briefly. Heart resonance. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 21. The panel vanished before he could react. No reward. No change. No explanation. Again. At this point, Xiao Fan was beginning to suspect the system enjoyed psychological warfare. The briefing continued. Then came the final announcement. Squads will begin at separate insertion points. The map zoomed inward. Starting locations appeared. Squad 17. Northern Ruin Sector Dawit. Tan Ruo frowned slightly. That was the first serious expression Xiao Fan had seen from her. Interesting. You know that location? He asked quietly. Tang Ruo nodded. A little. A problem? Maybe. That answer was not encouraging. The exercise countdown began. Students started moving toward departure gates. Excitement returned. Nervousness followed. The academy felt alive, like a giant machine beginning to move. Squad 17 gathered together. For the first time, the 6 members stood as an official team. Tank dot. Healer dot. Scout dot. Defender. Flame warrior. Senior captain. An unusual combination. Possibly effective. Possibly disastrous. The gate ahead opened. Beyond it waited artificial wilderness, unknown objectives, and academy observers. Tang Ruo looked at the squad, then smiled. First rule. Everyone listened. Try not to embarrass me. Zhang Hao immediately raised his hand. No promises. Tang Ruo sighed. That was directed mostly at you. The squad laughed. The tension eased. For a moment. Then a new academy notification appeared. Only visible to observation candidates. Xiao Fan saw it. His expression froze. Beside him, somewhere far across the exercise grounds, Zhao Kai would be seeing the same message. Special observation phase initiated. Additional evaluation metrics unlocked. Unknown conditions active. Xiao Fan's heartbeat slowed. Unknown conditions. The academy had not mentioned that during the briefing. The message vanished. No explanation followed. Of course not. The gate opened completely. Beyond it, the ruins waited. And for the second time in 2 days, Xiao Fan had the distinct feeling that someone was preparing to test far more than combat ability. The northern ruin sector felt nothing like the academy. The transition happened almost immediately. One moment, Squad 17 stood beneath polished academy gates and observation towers. The next, they stepped into silence. Ancient stone ruins rose from dense forest like the skeletons of forgotten civilizations. Broken walls leaned at strange angles beneath thick vines. Moss covered cracked pathways. Massive trees stretched toward the sky, their roots wrapping around collapsed structures as though nature had spent centuries reclaiming the land. The academy had built the sector to simulate wilderness exploration. They had succeeded. The place felt real. A little too real. Squad 17 moved carefully along an elevated stone road. Tang Ruo walked at the front. Luo Yun scouted several meters ahead. The remaining 4 maintained formation behind them. No one joked. Not yet. The atmosphere discouraged it. Somewhere in the distance, birds scattered suddenly. A faint rustling echoed through the trees. Then silence returned. Xiao Fan adjusted his shield. How large is this sector? Tang Ruo glanced back. Large enough to get lost? Comforting? It wasn't meant to be. That seemed to be a recurring theme lately. The squad continued forward. The terrain became increasingly complicated. Collapsed archways. Broken bridges. Elevated platforms. Hidden sight lines. Narrow pathways. The entire ruined sector appeared designed to reward observation and punish carelessness. Xiao Fan found himself studying every corner instinctively. Old habits. Information mattered. The more he learned about a battlefield, the less dangerous it became. Usually, a notification appeared across everyone's academy device. Objective 1. Locate supply beacon Alpha. Time limit, 2 hours. The map updated. A rough direction appeared. Nothing more. No exact coordinates. No distance. No enemy information. Tang Ruo smiled. Good. Zhang Hao looked confused. Good? The academy finally remembered uncertainty exists. The squad began moving. Luo Yun quickly identified the safest route. Or at least the route most likely to avoid unpleasant surprises. The scout moved through the ruins with unnatural ease. Several times Xiao Fan lost track of him entirely. Then Luo Yun would casually reappear and continue walking as though nothing unusual had happened. A useful skill. A terrifying skill. Possibly both. The first hour passed smoothly. Too smoothly. Xiao Fan noticed it. Tang Ruo noticed it. Chen Lai noticed it. The people most concerned about danger were usually the ones who understood danger best. Lin Xiaoyu eventually voiced the concern. Shouldn't something have happened by now? Tang Ruo nodded. Probably. That answer somehow made things worse. 10 minutes later, something happened. The ground collapsed. It happened without warning. One moment Zhang Hao was walking across a stone platform. The next moment the platform disappeared beneath him. What? Huh. The scream echoed through the ruins. Stone cracked. Dust exploded upward. The platform shattered into a deep sinkhole hidden beneath layers of old debris. Zhang Hao vanished. Several instincts activated simultaneously. Luo Yun moved first. Xiao Fan moved second. Chen Lai moved third. By the time the dust settled, Zhang Hao hung several meters below the platform edge. One hand gripped a broken root. The other flailed dramatically. I regret everything. You don't even know what happened. I regret it anyway. Xiao Fan immediately lay flat and extended his arm. Grab my hand. Zhang Hao reached upward. The root cracked. Everyone's expression changed, including Tang Ruo's. The situation had just become real. Very real. The root snapped. For a split second, Zhang Hao lost support entirely. His body dropped. Lin Xiaoyu gasped. Chen Lai loomed forward. Luo Yun moved. But Xiao Fan was already there. Their hands connected. Pain exploded through Xiao Fan's shoulder. The sudden weight nearly pulled him over the edge. For one terrifying moment, both students began sliding toward the sinkhole. Stone crumbled beneath Xiao Fan's knees. His shield scraped violently against the ground. Chen Lai grabbed his arm. Luo Yun grabbed Chen Lai Dia. Tang Ruo anchored herself behind them. A chain formed instantly. Training. Instinct. Trust. The squad worked together without needing instructions. Slowly. Painfully. The slide stopped. Zhang Hao dangled beneath the edge. Breathing hard. Eyes wide. For once, completely speechless. An achievement worthy of celebration. Pull. Oh. Tang Ruo's voice cut through the tension. Everyone pulled. The rescue took only seconds. It felt much longer. Finally Zhang Hao rolled onto solid ground. The entire squad collapsed around him. Breathing heavily. Dust covered their uniforms. The forest became silent again. For several moments, nobody spoke. Then Zhang Hao sat up. I would like to officially apologize to gravity. Lin Xiaoyu laughed first. The tension shattered instantly. Chen Lai covered his face. Luo Yun looked away to hide a smile. Even Tang Ruo laughed. Xiao Fan sat against a broken stone pillar and exhaled slowly. His shoulder hurt. His arm hurt. Everything hurt. Yet, something felt strange. The pink gold thread inside his chest pulsed softly. Not stronger. Just noticeable. Lin Xiaoyu immediately moved beside him. Are you injured? I'm alive. That's not an answer. It is technically an answer. Lin Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. The healer examination began immediately. Without permission. Without negotiation. Without mercy. Xiao Fan recognized the pattern. Resistance was futile. A soft green glow emerged from her hands. Spring recovery. Warm energy flowed through his arm. The soreness eased. The pain retreated. The relief felt immediate. Natural. Nanuarni. Comforting. For a brief moment, neither spoke. The others continued inspecting the collapsed platform nearby, leaving the two of them slightly separated from the group. Not alone. Just Quieter. Lin Xiaoyu finally looked up. You scared me. The words arrived softly, almost lost beneath the wind. Xiao Fan blinked. The seriousness in her voice surprised him. You were the one who almost fell, not me. She shook her head. You. The realization landed differently. For a moment, Xiao Fan didn't know what to say. He understood injuries, risk, but training, statistics, probabilities. Human concern remained more complicated. Eventually, he answered honestly. I didn't think. Lin Xiaoyu looked horrified. That explains so much. The response arrived instantly. Xiao Fan stared. Lin Xiaoyu stared back. Then both started laughing. The moment felt absurd and strangely comfortable. The pink gold panel appeared. Lin Xiaoyu, Tiandei. Affection, 22. The number increased quietly. No fanfare. No reward. Just 1 point. Yet somehow it felt more meaningful than previous increases. Not because of danger, because of trust. The panel vanished. At the same moment, another message appeared. Only for an instant. Bond resonance detected. Requirements not met. Then it disappeared again. Faster than before. Xiao Fan froze. His heartbeat accelerated. The system had triggered twice now. Both connected to Lin Xiaoyu. Both during moments of emotional significance. A pattern. There was definitely a pattern. Unfortunately, the system remained committed to explaining absolutely nothing. A whistle echoed across the ruins. Tan Ruo called everyone back together. The squad regrouped. Objective 1 still awaited. The supply beacon remained unfound. The exercise continued. Yet, something had changed. Not the mission. Not the ruins. The team. The rescue had happened too naturally. No hesitation. No discussion. Everyone had moved. Everyone had trusted one another. The realization settled quietly inside the group. Even Zhang Hao became slightly less dramatic. For nearly 7 minutes. A personal record. As Squad 17 continued deeper into the northern ruins, none of them noticed the Academy observation drone hidden high among the trees. The drone transmitted everything. Every movement. Every decision. Every interaction. Back inside the Academy Control Center, several instructors watched the recordings. One screen displayed Zhao Kai. Another displayed other observation candidates. A third displayed Squad 17. Instructor Li Zhenqian stared at the footage of the rescue. Then at the data report beside it. His eyes narrowed. Not at Zhang Hao. Not at Tang Ruo. Not even at Lin Xiaoyu. His attention remained fixed on Xiao Fan. Specifically, one section of the report. Student recovery rate. Abnormal. The instructor tapped the screen once. Then marked the observation for further review. Meanwhile, deep within the northern ruins, Squad 17 finally reached the location of Supply Beacon Alpha. The beacon stood inside an ancient circular plaza surrounded by broken pillars. At first glance, everything appeared normal. At second glance, Tan Ruo stopped walking. Instantly, her smile vanished. Luo Yun froze as well. The scout's eyes narrowed. The atmosphere changed. Fast. Dangerously fast. Xiao Fan felt it immediately. What is it? Nobody answered. Then Luo Yun pointed. At the far edge of the plaza, half hidden beneath shadows, a second beacon stood there. Identical. 2 supply beacons. Same location. Same signal. Same Academy identifier. Impossible. The mission briefing had mentioned only one. Tang Ruo's expression hardened. For the first time since joining the squad, she looked genuinely serious. And when she finally spoke, her voice contained something Squad 17 had not heard before. Concern. Nobody move. The ruin suddenly felt much colder. Because if there were 2 beacons where only one should exist, then something inside the exercise was no longer following the Academy's rules. Nobody moved. The words settled over the ruined plaza like an invisible weight. Tang Ruo rarely sounded serious. That made the warning far more effective. The 6 students stood among broken pillars and ancient stone fragments, while the wind whispered through the ruins. Ahead of them sat 2 supply beacons. Identical. Same shape. Same academy markings. Same signal frequency. Impossible. Luo Yun crouched near the edge of the plaza. His eyes moved between the 2 devices. Both are transmitting. Chen Lai frowned. The academy wouldn't make that mistake. No. Tang Ruo agreed immediately. They wouldn't. The answer raised more questions than it solved. Zhang Hao stared at the duplicate beacon. Maybe one is fake. Probably. How do we tell? Nobody answered immediately. Because that was the problem. Both looked authentic. Both emitted the correct signal. Both matched the mission specifications. The academy had either made a mistake, or someone else had interfered. Xiao Fan studied the plaza. His gaze moved across the broken terrain. Collapsed pillars. Old walls. Elevated ruins. Potential sightlines. Possible hiding positions. The area felt wrong. Not dangerous. Wrong. Die. As if someone had carefully adjusted a puzzle piece until it almost fit. Almost. Then, he noticed something. The shadows. Tang Ruo looked at him. What about them? Xiao Fan pointed. The sun angle. Everyone followed his gesture. The western beacon cast a shadow. The eastern beacon did too. At first glance, both appeared normal. Then, the difference became visible. One shadow aligned with the surrounding ruins. The other didn't. Tiny. Almost invisible. But present? Tang Ruo's eyes widened slightly. Luo Yun immediately shifted position for a better angle. Several seconds later, the scout nodded. Good catch. Zhang Hao looked between the beacons. Then looked again. Then looked a third time. I see nothing. Expected, Chen Lai said. Why is everyone mean to me today? Because probability. The argument continued while Tang Ruo examined the shadows. Finally, she pointed toward the eastern beacon. That one. No one questioned her. The squad advanced carefully. Every step felt deliberate. Controlled. Measured. The closer they moved, the stronger the feeling became. Something was wrong. Then, it happened. The fake beacon exploded. Not violently. Not lethally. A burst of silver light erupted from its surface. Runes spread across the plaza floor. An academy trap. ... The light expanded outward in a circular wave. Everyone reacted instantly. Tang Ruo shouted. Move. The squad scattered. The silver wave crossed the plaza. Pillars activated. Walls shifted. Ancient stone mechanisms awakened beneath the ruins. The environment transformed. Within seconds, the entire plaza became a maze. Broken walls rose from hidden compartments. Stone barriers blocked exits. Paths disappeared. Sightlines vanished. The squad was split apart. Chaos. Controlled chaos. Academy designed chaos. Xiao Fan rolled behind a newly emerged wall. Dust filled the air. Stone groaned. The ground trembled beneath his feet. When the movement finally stopped, silence returned. A different silence. An isolated silence. The others were gone. Not permanently. Just separated. The academy had divided them. Xiao Fan stood slowly. The maze stretched around him. New walls. New corridors. New routes. No visible exits. Interesting. Annoying. Very annoying. A nearby academy drone floated overhead. Its speaker activated. Temporary challenge. Regroup your squad. Time remaining. 45 minutes. Reward multiplier active. The message disappeared. Xiao Fan stared at the empty air. Then sighed. Of course. The Academy wanted teamwork, not combat. Teamwork. Somewhere nearby, Zhang Hao was probably fighting architecture. The thought was comforting. Xiao Fan moved. The maze forced careful navigation. Dead ends appeared frequently. False paths appeared more often. Several times he doubled back. Several times he found clues left by teammates. A scorch mark. Zhang Hao. A clean defensive footwork, patterned out. Chen Lai, Tot Dalmai. A barely visible scouting mark. Luo Yun Dot. The clues formed a trail. Not enough for certainty. Enough for direction. Minutes passed. Then a familiar voice echoed through the maze. Xiao Fandao. Lin Xiaoyu. Relief arrived immediately. Unexpectedly. Strongly. He followed the sound. Several turns later he found her. She stood near a collapsed archway. Alone. The moment she saw him, her shoulders visibly relaxed. For a second neither spoke. Then Lin Xiaoyu smiled. There you are. A simple sentence. Yet, it carried warmth, trust, relief. The feeling settled quietly between them. The maze suddenly seemed less frustrating. We should find the others, Xiao Fan said. Agreed. Neither moved immediately. Not because they didn't want to. Because the moment felt peaceful. The ruins around them blocked outside noise. The Academy disappeared. The mission disappeared. For a brief moment, it felt like the world had shrunk to a ruined corridor, and two people standing inside it. Then the ground shook. The Academy clearly disapproved of emotional pacing. A distant crash echoed through the maze, followed by a familiar scream. Why's the floor attacking me again? Zhang Hao. Dot She. Definitely alive. Possibly. Lin Xiaoyu laughed. The moment ended naturally. The two immediately headed toward the sound. The search continued. One by one they reunited. First, Zhang Hao, covered in dust. Again. Then, Chen Lai Ditto, calm as ever. Then, Luo Yun, who somehow looked cleaner than before. Nobody questioned it. Some mysteries deserved respect. Finally, the squad regrouped. Complete. The moment the sixth member arrived, Academy notifications appeared. Challenge complete. Teamwork evaluation. Successful. The maze began dissolving. Walls lowered. Passages reopened. The plaza returned. Tang Ruo emerged from a corridor and studied the group. A faint smile appeared. You passed. Zhang Hao looked offended. Passed? Yes. We nearly died. You were never in danger. The floor attacked me twice. Skill issue. Zhang Hao stared. The squad laughed. Even Chen Lai. Even Luo Yundai. The atmosphere felt lighter than before. Stronger. Don't he? The Academy exercise had achieved its goal. The team trusted each other more now. Not because they were forced together. Because they had chosen to rely on one another. The realization lingered. Especially for Xiao Fan. As the squad prepared to leave the plaza, the pink gold thread inside his chest suddenly tightened. Not painfully. Just noticeably. The world seemed quieter. The air seemed warmer. A familiar sensation spread through him. The system. The panel appeared. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 23. The number glowed softly. Higher than before. A new warmth flowed through his body. Yet this time something else appeared. For the first time, the panel expanded. Additional text formed beneath the affection value. Bond progress detected. Xiao Fan froze. The words remained. Longer than ever before. His heartbeat accelerated. The others continued talking. Unaware. The panel flickered. Bond progress. 1%. The world seemed to stop. 1%. The first actual number. The first measurable progress. The first real clue. Beneath it appeared another line. Candidate hash One Lin Xiaoyu. The letters glowed brighter. The system had never revealed this much. Never. Questions exploded through Xiao Fan's mind. What was bond progress? Why 1%? What happened at 10%? 50? 100? What was a bond? The panel shimmered. Additional text began forming. More information. Answers. Finally, hi. At last. The words started appearing. Then, disappeared. The panel collapsed. Gone. Vanished. Silence. No explanation. No answers. Nothing. Nothing. Only one lingering fact remained. Bond progress. 1% candidate #1. Lin Xiaoyu, that was all. The squad continued walking through the restored ruins. Nobody noticed Xiao Fan's expression. Nobody knew what he had seen. Ahead of them, the exercise continued. The academy waited. The future waited. And somewhere beyond the edge of understanding, the bond system had finally revealed its first secret. Only to replace it with a far larger mystery. What exactly happened when bond progress reached 100%? The academy announcement ended. The students did not move. Not immediately. The morning breeze drifted across the awakening plaza, carrying the scent of polished white stone and flowering trees from the academy gardens. Thousands of first-year students stood beneath the towering crystal pillars, each wearing expressions somewhere between excitement and fear. Parents filled the outer viewing terraces, while instructors walked calmly through the crowd, making final preparations. The silence lasted only a few seconds. Then the entire plaza erupted into noise. Students compared talents. Parents celebrated. Some cried. Others stared blankly at their status panels, struggling to accept the futures that had just been assigned to them. Far above, observation drones floated quietly beneath the transparent barrier dome, transmitting every moment to the academy archives. Xiao Fan remained exactly where he was. His guardian night class had already become yesterday's discussion. His heart resonance talent had become today's mystery. Neither helped him understand what came next. The pink-gold panel had disappeared after showing Lin Xiaoyu's bond progress. Nothing else had appeared. No congratulatory message. No tutorial. No explanation. Just silence. Xiao Fan frowned. I dislike systems that assume users already know how to use them. Beside him, Zhang Hale laughed loudly enough for several nearby students to turn around. I told you. Your system has personality. My system has poor documentation. There you go again. It should have included a user manual. Chen Lei adjusted the strap of his shield case. If it did, you would spend 3 days reading it before training. Correct. Zhang Hao threw both hands into the air. See? Even he admits it. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth as she laughed. The sound immediately eased the lingering tension surrounding the group. For a brief moment, they were simply 15-year-olds standing together after one of the biggest days of their lives. Then a new announcement echoed throughout the academy. All newly awakened students, please proceed to your assigned class registration areas. Placement results are now available. Above the Awakening Plaza, dozens of enormous holographic ranking boards illuminated simultaneously. Blue light spread across the entire academy. Thousands of names began scrolling upward. The plaza exploded into another wave of voices. There, my name, what rank? I made elite class. I missed it. Students rushed toward the nearest boards. Parents pointed excitedly from the viewing terraces. Instructors merely watched. For them, this happened every year. For the students, this moment would shape the next several years of their lives. Zhang Hao grabbed Xiao Fan by the sleeve. Come on. The 3 boys hurried toward the nearest ranking pillar, while Lin Xiaoyu followed close behind. Dozens of students had already gathered around it. The rankings were divided by combat evaluation, talent potential, awakening compatibility, physical assessment, and projected development. At the very top, one name glowed with brilliant electric blue light. Rank 1, Zhao Kai. Class, Thunder Warrior. Talent, SS Rank Thunder Vein. Recommended placement, Elite Class 1. Even among the sea of names, Zhao Kai's entry seemed to dominate the board. Students whispered automatically. As expected. No surprise. That's the future top hunter. They say several guilds already contacted his family. Xiao Fan quietly continued reading. Second, third, fourth. Dozens of names. Eventually Zhang Hao found his own. Huh. He nearly punched the air. Elite Class 3. Chen Lai nodded after finding his own name. Same. Great. Zhang Hao immediately wrapped an arm around Chen Lai's shoulders. We're classmates. Chen Lai looked mildly resigned. I noticed. Luo Yun's voice came from behind them. Elite Class 2. Everyone turned. Luo Yun stood calmly with his usual unreadable expression. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. So we're together. Luo Yun nodded once. It seems so. Zhang Hao looked around. Brother Fan. Xiao Fan was still scanning the board. His name was not among the elite placements. That surprised nobody. His combat performance had been average. His class was defensive. His talent remained unexplained. Eventually, he found it. Xiao Fan, Guardian Knight. Talent, SS Rank Heart, Resonance. Placement, Standard Class 7. Recommended development path, observation pending. He blinked. Observation pending. That line had not existed for anyone else nearby. Interesting, very interesting. Before he could think further, Zhang Hao leaned over his shoulder. Standard 7? He scratched his head. That's, weird. Chen Lai looked more carefully. They separated your talent from your placement, so they did. Lin Xiaoyu frowned. Xiao Fan looked at her. Is it? You awakened an SS rank talent. An unexplained SSS rank talent. She opened her mouth. Then closed it again. She knew he was right. No academy could responsibly place someone into an elite combat class when nobody understood what their talent actually did. Still, it bothered her. Xiao Fan noticed. You don't need to look disappointed? I'm not disappointed. You look disappointed. I'm disappointed for you. His expression softened. Thank you. Her cheeks warmed slightly. It isn't right. No, he smiled faintly. But it isn't right. Is understandable. The conversation paused as another wave of students surged toward the boards. One boy celebrated after reaching Elite Class 2. Another quietly wiped tears from his eyes after seeing his standard placement. Two parents hugged their daughter so tightly she almost disappeared between them. The academy was full of beginnings. Some joyful, some painful, most uncertain. Xiao Fan watched silently. This was what rankings really meant, not numbers. Expectations. Behind him a calm voice suddenly spoke. You accepted it quickly. The group turned. Li Zentian stood with both hands behind his back. His sharp eyes swept across the students before settling on Xiao Fan. I expected complaints. Xiao Fan shook his head. The academy has more information than I do. Li Zentian raised an eyebrow. You believe that? I hope so. A corner of the instructor's mouth twitched upward. Barely. Good answer. He looked toward the ranking board again. Placement isn't destiny, I know. Many students never surpass their initial ranking, and some do. Li Zentian nodded. Exactly. His gaze lingered on Xiao Fan for another second. There is a reason your placement includes observation pending. Xiao Fan immediately looked up. What reason? You'll find out. The instructor turned and walked away before another question could be asked. Zhang Hao stared after him. I hate adults who answer questions with more questions. Chen Lai folded his arms. They call that teaching. I call it emotional damage. Lin Xiaoyu looked toward Xiao Fan. What do you think he meant? Xiao Fan watched Li Zentian disappear into the crowd. I don't know. That was true. But he had noticed something. Li Zhenqian hadn't looked surprised. He had looked expectant, as though waiting for something, or someone. The thought settled quietly in Xiao Fan's mind. Nearby, academy staff began guiding students toward different registration buildings. Elite classes moved east. Standard classes headed west. The two groups naturally began separating. Zhang Hao rubbed the back of his neck, so Chen Lei adjusted his equipment bag. I suppose this is where we split. For now. Lin Xiaoyu looked between Xiao Fan and the Western Academy buildings. I'll come visit. You'll be busy. So we'll be busy. I'll still visit. Xiao Fan smiled. I know. Neither of them noticed the faint pink gold shimmer reflected for just an instant inside Xiao Fan's eyes. The system did not produce a notification. It did not interrupt. It simply watched. Somewhere beyond the Awakening Plaza, inside the upper observation tower, overlooking the entire academy, several instructors reviewed the placement data in silence. Most screens displayed ordinary statistics. Combat aptitude. Mana compatibility. Physical assessment. Talent rarity. One screen remained different. Only a single student profile occupied it. Name. Xiao Fan. Talent, SS rank Heart Resonance. Evaluation status, restricted. One of the instructors frowned. He still hasn't shown any obvious combat ability. Another folded his arms. Not yet. A third quietly closed the report. Keep observing. No one noticed the final line hidden beneath multiple layers of academy. Authorization. External observation request approved. The file disappeared before anyone else in the room could read it. Far beyond the academy walls, someone else had already begun paying attention. The Eastern Academy District stood in sharp contrast to the Western campus. Towering silver-white buildings reflected the morning sun, their polished walls lined with flowing blue runes. Private training arenas shimmered behind transparent mana barriers. Artificial waterfalls poured through carefully sculpted gardens, while students wearing elite uniforms walked confidently between the buildings. The Western District was simpler. Older stone buildings stretched beneath rows of ancient maple trees. Training fields occupied most of the open space, their ground marked by years of combat drills. Equipment racks, shield stands, wooden practice dummies and endurance courses filled the courtyards. Nothing looked luxurious. Everything looked useful. Xiao Fan stopped walking for a moment. He looked east, then west. Zhang Hao noticed immediately. Thinking about switching sides already? Xiao Fan shook his head. No, you don't sound convincing. I'm comparing maintenance budgets. Zhang Hao burst into laughter. You looked at the elite district and started it. Calculating construction costs? It seems expensive. Chen Lei glanced toward the elite towers. It probably is. Luo Yun looked once before continuing toward the western campus. The western district has fewer decorative structures. Xiao Fan nodded. Lower maintenance costs. Lin Xiaoyu sighed softly. I feel like the four of you notice strange things. We notice practical things. Xiao Fan corrected. She smiled. Exactly. Their paths finally reached the point where the academy road divided. Elegant silver signs floated above each route. Elite District. Standard District. Students naturally began separating. For the first time since Awakening Day, Xiao Fan and Lin Xiaoyu would no longer attend the same classes. Neither of them spoke immediately. The noise around them gradually faded beneath an awkward silence. Zhang Hao looked between the two, then quietly dragged Chen Lei backward. We suddenly have something important to discuss. Chen Lei frowned. We do now. Luo Yun followed without comment. He understood immediately. Within seconds, the three boys had created a respectful distance. Lin Xiaoyu looked down briefly before lifting her eyes again. I guess this is it. For class. Neither sounded satisfied with the answer. Xiao Fan adjusted the strap of his equipment bag. You'll probably be much busier than I am. I'll still find time. I know. You always say that, because I believe you. She blinked. That answer arrived so naturally that it caught even Xiao Fan himself slightly off guard. Her lips curved into a warm smile. You've changed. Have I? A little? In what way? You trust people a little more. Xiao Fan thought carefully before answering. I suppose my recent experiments support that conclusion. She immediately covered her face. There it is. What? You almost sounded normal. I am normal. You are not. I disagree. You carry a notebook to research emotions. It has produced measurable results. She laughed again. The sound felt strangely familiar. Comfortable. A nearby academy bell echoed across the campus. Registration would begin shortly. Lin Xiaoyu reluctantly took a small step backward. I really have to go. So do I. Another brief silence followed. Then she reached into her academy bag. I almost forgot. She handed him a neatly folded cloth packet. What is this? I made too much this morning. Xiao Fan opened it carefully. Inside were several homemade rice balls wrapped in fresh leaves. They're for lunch. You already packed my lunch. I packed extra. Specifically extra, maybe. He looked at the food, then back at her. I appreciate it. You don't have to analyze everything. I'm not. You were about to. I was. She shook her head with an amused smile. I knew it. Behind them, Zhang Hao whispered loudly enough for everyone to hear. Affection +2. Lin Xiaoyu froze. Xiao Fan slowly turned. Zhang Hao immediately looked toward the sky. I wasn't talking. You were. The wind. There is no wind. The emotional wind. Chen Lai rubbed his forehead. I regret standing near him. Luo Yun quietly added. Understandable. Even Xiao Fan smiled. Small moments like this felt surprisingly light. As if nothing dangerous existed beyond the academy walls. As if 15-year-olds only needed to worry about classes and homework. The illusion lasted less than 30 seconds. A convoy of black armored transport vehicles rolled through the academy gates. Conversation throughout the campus stopped almost instantly. Students stepped aside. Parents lowered their voices. Even instructors watched silently. Each vehicle carried the emblem of the Azure Hunter Administration. The insignia represented people who protected the city beyond the walls. Real hunters. Not students. The convoy stopped near the administration building. Several uniformed officers stepped out first. Then another man exited the central vehicle. He wore no armor, only a long black coat over simple dark clothing. His hair was touched with gray despite appearing no older than 40. His presence alone caused nearby instructors to straighten instinctively. Zhang Hao swallowed. That guy. Chen Lei narrowed his eyes. He's strong. Luo Yun corrected him quietly. Not just strong. Dangerous. The man never looked toward the students. He walked directly toward the academy administration building with calm, measured steps. Li Zentian emerged from inside to greet him personally. 2 senior instructors followed behind. None of them smiled. Xiao Fan watched carefully. The atmosphere around the academy had changed. Not dramatically, subtly, like the arrival of someone whose importance everyone already understood. Lin Xiaoyu spoke quietly. I've never seen Principal Han come outside to welcome someone. Neither have I, Chen Lai admitted. Zhang Hao whispered dramatically. Maybe he's an SS rank hunter. Luo Yun answered. Or someone higher in authority. The black-coated man disappeared into the administration building. The heavy doors closed behind him. Normal conversation slowly returned across campus. Parents resumed talking. Students began moving toward registration again. Yet Xiao Fan noticed something unusual. Li Zentian looked toward the first-year students only once before entering the building. His gaze lingered for barely a second. On Xiao Fan. Then it was gone. Xiao Fan frowned. Coincidence? Perhaps. But after seeing observation pending on his placement, after hearing about an external observation request, Coincidences were becoming less convincing. He quietly memorized the stranger's face, not because he recognized him, because he suspected one day he would need to. Brother Fan. Zhang Hao waved a hand in front of him. You've entered research mode again. I have. What now? There are two possibilities. Oh no. The timing of that visitor is either unrelated to us or related to someone among the new students. Zhang Hao looked around dramatically. I hope it's me. Chen Lei answered without hesitation. It isn't. You're destroying dreams today. Xiao Fan looked once more toward the administration building. He could not explain why. But the feeling that someone had quietly entered his story refused to disappear. Far above the academy, hidden behind reflective barrier glass, the black-coated man stood beside a panoramic window overlooking the entire campus. Principal Han placed a folder on the table. The first-year data is complete. The man did not answer immediately. His eyes calmly scanned the crowds below. Thousands of students, hundreds of instructors, dozens of awakening talents. Eventually, his gaze settled on a single boy walking toward the Western District with 3 friends laughing around him. Xiao Fan. The man spoke his first words since arriving. So, that child is heart resonance. Principal Han's expression remained unreadable. Yes, the black-coated man's fingers rested lightly against the window. His voice remained calm. Interesting. Nothing more. Nothing less. Yet somehow, the single word made the room feel colder. Outside, Xiao Fan laughed at another ridiculous comment from Zhang Hao. Completely unaware that somewhere above him, someone had already begun evaluating whether his existence might one day change far more than Azure Third Academy. Registration queues stretched across the Western Academy courtyard like orderly rivers. Hundreds of first-year students waited beneath towering maple trees, whose crimson leaves drifted gently through the autumn air. Instructors sat behind long rune-etched desks, verifying identities while blue holographic lists floated above each registration station. Compared to the Eastern District, everything here felt quieter, less glamorous, more practical. Xiao Fan looked around with interest. Large shield racks stood beside the training fields. Rows of weighted armor hung neatly against stone walls. Students carrying shields, spears, axes, and heavy weapons occupied most of the lines. Few flashy elemental effects appeared here. Most awakened classes relied on discipline before power. I like this place. Zhang Hao stared at him. You actually do. Xiao Fan nodded. The decoration budget is significantly lower. There it is again. What? The budget. Chen Lai looked around as well. The equipment is older, but maintained. Luo Yun ran a finger lightly across a nearby weapon rack. Someone oils these every day. An elderly groundskeeper happened to pass behind them carrying maintenance tools. Without slowing his steps, he answered calmly. Every morning, the 4 boys turned simultaneously. The old man smiled before continuing on his way. Xiao Fan watched him disappear. Dedicated maintenance staff. Zhang Hao sighed dramatically. You notice the janitor. He appears competent. You are impossible. Nearby. Instructors began directing students into different registration groups. Guardian classes, healers, scouts, elemental combat, support classes. Students gradually separated according to their awakened classes. Xiao Fan joined the Guardian line. Only 18 students stood there. Much fewer than warriors or elemental users. Most carried uncertain expressions. A large guardian with broad shoulders scratched his head. I thought there'd be more of us, another student answered. Most people don't want to get hit for a living. Xiao Fan quietly nodded. Understandable. The broad-shouldered boy noticed him. You agree? Being hit sounds unpleasant. Then why did you become a guardian? I didn't. The boy blinked. Fair point. Several nearby students laughed. The atmosphere relaxed almost immediately. A loud voice echoed from another queue. Move faster. Everyone instinctively turned. A heavily built instructor marched across the courtyard carrying what looked less like a clipboard and more like a slab of reinforced steel. He stopped in front of the Guardian registration desk. His shadow alone seemed to silence the entire area. This year's Guardian students. His deep voice rolled across the courtyard. I am Instructor Wei Rong. His academy coat could barely hide the powerful physique beneath it. Scars crossed both forearms. One sleeve was stitched from newer fabric than the other. His face carried the calm confidence of someone who had survived many battles. Wei Rong slowly looked across every Guardian student. When monsters attack, he pointed toward the warrior queue. They look at them. He pointed toward the healer queue. They protect them. Finally, he pointed toward the Guardian students. They run toward the monsters. Silence filled the courtyard. No one becomes a Guardian because it's glamorous. No one becomes a Guardian because girls like shields. Zhang Hao immediately whispered from another line. Can confirm. Several students struggled not to laugh. Wei Rong's sharp eyes swept across the courtyard. Who said that? Zhang Hao instantly looked down at his shoes. Brave. Wei Rong continued without pursuing the matter. You stand between civilians and monsters. You stand between teammates and monsters. Death. You stand between hunters and failure. If you dislike responsibility, his gaze became noticeably colder. Leave now. Nobody moved. Not one student stepped out of line. Wei Rong nodded once. Good. His expression softened ever so slightly. The academy can teach technique. It can teach tactics. It can teach endurance. It cannot teach courage. His words settled heavily over the young Guardians. Xiao Fan listened carefully. No unnecessary drama. No exaggerated promises. Just simple truths. He appreciated that. Registration resumed. One by one, students stepped forward. Identity verification. Talent confirmation. Equipment allocation. Training schedules. When Xiao Fan's turn arrived, the instructor behind the desk scanned his academy card. The blue screen flashed briefly, then unexpectedly turned gold. The instructor frowned. He checked it again. Gold remained. Another instructor quietly walked over. The first pointed at the display. Neither spoke. After several seconds, the second instructor nodded. Confirmed. The display returned to blue. The entire exchange lasted barely 10 seconds. Still, Xiao Fan noticed. Is there a problem? The instructor smiled politely. No. Then why did the screen change color? Routine verification. I see. He accepted his registration packet. He did not believe the explanation. Not completely. As he stepped aside, he quietly opened the packet. Inside were several items. Student identification badge, training handbook, Guardian equipment voucher, campus map, training schedule, meal card, a folded notice. The first 5 looked ordinary. The final paper did not. Its envelope carried a small silver seal. Observation Division. His eyes narrowed. Before he could open it, Wei Rong's voice echoed again. Do not open sealed notices until instructed. Xiao Fan immediately looked up. The instructor hadn't even glanced in his direction. How had he known? Wei Rong continued addressing the entire class. Some of you received ordinary notices. Some received sealed notices. They are academy business. Nothing more. Several students immediately looked around, trying to see who had received one. Xiao Fan quietly slipped the envelope back into his packet. Interesting. Very interesting. Across the courtyard, Zhang Hao finally finished registration. He immediately ran over. Brother Fan. What class? Elite 3. I know. We have elemental training this afternoon. Congratulations. What about you? Xiao Fan showed him the packet. Standard 7. Zhang Hao nodded. Honestly, he scratched his head. I still think they underestimated you. Maybe. They have more data than I do. Zhang Hao groaned. Can you stop being reasonable for one conversation? No. I tried. Chen Lei arrived carrying a much heavier equipment crate. They gave me a new tower shield. Luo Yun held up a slim black scouting kit. I received field observation tools. Zhang Hao proudly displayed 2 practice swords. I got these. Xiao Fan looked inside his own equipment box. 1 basic academy shield, 1 wooden training sword, several weighted wristbands. Nothing unusual. Except, tucked beneath the shield lay another folded card. Plain white, no academy emblem, no signature. Only 1 sentence. Do not let anyone see the sealed envelope. Xiao Fan's heartbeat slowed. Not faster, slower. That was how his mind reacted whenever something unexpected appeared. He quietly slipped the card into his sleeve before anyone else noticed. Who placed it there? The registration instructor. Wei Rong? Someone else? No answer came. Only more questions. Far above the Western District, behind mirrored observation glass, the black-coated man stood beside Li Zentian. The registration records updated continuously across several floating screens. Most students showed ordinary status reports. Combat scores, mana affinity, talent rankings. 1 report continued receiving additional encrypted updates. Xiao Fan. The black-coated man spoke quietly. He noticed the color change. Li Zentian nodded. He notices almost everything. A faint smile appeared on the visitor's face. Good. It would be disappointing if heart resonance belonged to someone who couldn't. Li Zentian remained silent. The man looked once more toward the Western training grounds, where Xiao Fan laughed at another ridiculous complaint from Zhang Hao. Then he asked a question that caused even Li Zentian's expression to become serious. Has he opened the second file yet? Li Zentian answered immediately. No. Excellent. The black-coated man's eyes reflected the distant training fields. Let's select the distant training fields. Let's see whether curiosity reaches him before danger does. The sealed envelope rested quietly inside Xiao Fan's registration packet. It felt surprisingly light. Too light for something that had already attracted the attention of multiple instructors. Xiao Fan resisted the urge to take it out again. Curiosity was valuable. Timing was more valuable. Instructor Wei Rong gathered the newly registered Guardian students near the Western training grounds. The practice field stretched nearly 500 meters across, surrounded by thick stone walls scarred by countless impacts. Heavy wooden targets, reinforced steel pillars, and damaged monster mannequins occupied different sections of the field. Nothing here looked decorative. Everything had clearly been used. Wei Rong stood with his arms folded. Welcome to Guardian Class 7. No speeches, no introductions. We begin with 1 rule. He bent down, picked up an ordinary wooden shield resting against the weapon rack, and held it up. This. He tossed it toward the nearest student. The young man barely caught it before stumbling backward under its unexpected weight. Several students blinked. It weighs 30 kilograms, Wei Rong said calmly. Your monsters will weigh 30,000. The field became completely silent. The sooner you understand the difference, the longer you survive. Without another word, he walked toward the center of the field. Equipment. Now. The students hurried toward the weapon racks. Some struggled to lift their assigned shields. Others tested swords, hammers, and spears. Metal clanged across the training ground. Xiao Fan picked up his own academy shield. Simple, round, standard alloy construction. He lifted it once. Estimated weight, 9 kilograms. Balance acceptable. Grip placement slightly offset. Surface thickness inconsistent near the outer edge. Manufacturing efficiency prioritized over durability. He nodded to himself. Reasonable. Beside him, Zhang Hao wandered over from the adjacent combat field, carrying 2 practice swords over his shoulders. We've already started sparring. We've started lifting. Zhang Hao looked at the shield. Actually, that looks exhausting. It is. I'm suddenly grateful for swords. Chen Lai lifted his tower shield with both hands. Unlike the others, he barely strained. Wei Rong noticed immediately. You. Chen Lai looked up. Name. Chen Lai. Previous training? My father was a construction foreman. Wei Rong nodded once. I can tell. Chen Lai looked confused. My shoulders? No. Your posture. You've carried heavy things before. Chen Lai smiled faintly. Yes. Wei Rong pointed toward another equipment rack. Bigger shield. Several students stared. Chen Lai hesitated. The larger one? You'll outgrow that first shield within a month. Without arguing, Chen Lai walked over and lifted an even larger tower shield. This one nearly reached his shoulder. Several nearby students gasped. Zhang Hao whispered to Xiao Fan. I think he's secretly half bear. Possible. There are no bear bloodlines. There could be. There aren't. We lack sufficient data. Zhang Hao sighed. I walked into that one. Laughter spread among the nearby students. Even Wei Rong's expression relaxed slightly. Across the field, another instructor approached, carrying several thick wooden poles. Balance training. The announcement immediately erased every smile. Each student received 1 pole. Then a shield. Hold both. 1 hour. A groan echoed through the training ground. One student cautiously raised a hand. Instructor, yes? Can we alternate arms? No. What if they become tired? They will. Another hand slowly rose. What if we drop them? Wei Rong answered without hesitation. You pick them up. Nobody asked another question. The training began. Within 10 minutes, shoulders started trembling. Within 20, wrists burned. Within 30, several students had already collapsed onto one knee before forcing themselves upright again. The wooden poles made balance surprisingly difficult. Even standing still became exhausting. Xiao Fan quietly adjusted his breathing. Weight distribution, center of gravity, muscle fatigue, joint pressure. He unconsciously began optimizing his posture every few minutes. Tiny adjustments, nothing dramatic. Simply reducing unnecessary strain. Wei Rong walked past him once, then again. The third time, he stopped. You've studied biomechanics. It wasn't a question. A little, books, and observation. Wei Rong nodded. Keep doing that. Then he walked away. The conversation lasted only seconds. Yet Chen Lai noticed. So did I. He rarely compliments anyone. I don't think that was a compliment. It was. Zhang Hao called from across the fence separating the combat fields. Brother Fan? What? I think my instructor hates us. A loud crash echoed immediately afterward. Someone had been thrown onto the practice mat. Wei Rong glanced toward the neighboring field. That sounds normal. Zhang Hao's miserable voice floated back. It isn't. Several Guardian students laughed despite their aching arms. The atmosphere slowly transformed. Strangers became classmates. Complaints became shared jokes. Exhaustion became something everyone endured together. Near the edge of the field, Xiao Fan noticed another familiar figure. Lin Xiaoyu stood beyond the dividing path with several elite support students. Their instructor explained mana circulation while distributing crystal catalysts. She wasn't listening. Her eyes briefly searched the western training grounds. When they found Xiao Fan, she smiled. It lasted only a second, barely noticeable. Xiao Fan gave a small nod in return before returning his attention to balance training. Neither waved, neither crossed the training fields, yet somehow the simple exchange felt reassuring. A translucent notification flickered briefly across Xiao Fan's vision. Heart resonance, Lin Xiaoyu, affection 1213. The panel disappeared almost immediately. No sound, no explanation, No reward, only a single number quietly increasing. Xiao Fan almost lost his balance. Not because of the shield, because the timing was impossible to ignore. One smile, plus one affection. Interesting. Very interesting. He resisted the urge to pull out his notebook. Now was not the time. Still, his mind had already begun recording another data point. Wei Rong's voice suddenly echoed across the field. Guardian 7. Everyone straightened. Training ends. Relieved sighs spread immediately. Then Wei Rong continued. Now, physical assessment. Several students groaned. I knew it. We haven't even recovered. This is cruel. Wei Rong ignored every complaint. He pointed toward the far end of the field. A massive, reinforced gate slowly opened. Heavy chains rattled against steel. The sound alone silenced every conversation. Something enormous stood hidden behind the gate. Only a dark silhouette was visible through the shadows. Several instructors quietly stepped closer. Additional barrier formations activated around the practice arena. Even Wei Rong's expression became noticeably more serious. He looked directly at his students. You wanted to become guardians. His voice carried across the silent field. Good. Today, you'll meet the reason guardians exist. The creature behind the gate took one slow step forward. The ground trembled. The creature stepped fully into the light. Several students instinctively took half a step backward. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body covered in dark gray scales that looked like overlapping stone plates. Thick forearms ended in blunt claws rather than sharp talons, and 2 curved horns rose from its broad head. Its yellow eyes swept slowly across the training field without malice, carrying the calm awareness of a beast that knew exactly how powerful it was. A heavy iron collar surrounded its neck. Blue restraint runes glowed softly across the metal. Wei Rong rested one hand against the creature's shoulder. This is Stonehide. It is as a captured Iron Rank rock lizard. It has been trained. It will not kill you. A student near the back swallowed loudly. Probably. Wei Rong looked at him. No, it definitely won't. The student relaxed. Wei Rong continued. It can still break your bones. The student's face immediately turned pale again. Several classmates quietly laughed. Even Stonehide released a deep rumbling sound that almost resembled amusement. Xiao Fan observed carefully. Collar restraint. Mana suppression runes. Healed scars across both shoulders. Missing scale near the left forearm. Old combat injuries. The creature had survived countless battles before ending up inside the academy. Wei Rong stepped away. Every guardian eventually faces monsters. The academy could teach you through lectures. It could show recordings. It could assign textbooks. He looked directly into their eyes. Fear cannot be learned from books. Silence spread across the field once more. You are not fighting Stonehide. You are meeting fear. The statement lingered in everyone's mind. Several instructors activated additional defensive barriers surrounding the arena. Transparent blue walls rose nearly 20 meters into the air. Students from neighboring classes gradually gathered outside the barriers. Even elite students paused their own lessons to watch. Zhang Hao squeezed between several spectators. Brother Fan, Chen Lai looked toward the barriers. This suddenly became popular. Luo Yun answered quietly. Everyone watches the Guardian introduction every year. Lin Xiaoyu also stood among the observers. Her expression remained calm. Her fingers did not. They quietly tightened around the crystal catalyst she had been issued earlier. Xiao Fan noticed. He gave her a reassuring nod. She returned one almost immediately. Wei Rong pointed towards Stonehide. One at a time. You will approach. You will stand 5 meters away. You will maintain eye contact for 30 seconds. Then you return. A puzzled student raised his hand. That's all? That's all. That's all. Student looked relieved. Wei Rong's expression remained unreadable. Begin. The first student approached confidently. After 3 steps, Stonehide slowly turned its head. Its massive body remained completely still. Only its eyes shifted. The student's confident smile disappeared instantly. His breathing became uneven. By the time he reached 5 meters, his knees visibly trembled. 30 seconds suddenly felt incredibly long. When Wei Rong dismissed him, the young man returned, looking exhausted despite never fighting. Another student tried. She managed slightly better. A third stopped walking entirely after making eye contact. I can't. Wei Rong simply nodded. Next, no criticism, no ridicule. Only acceptance. One after another, Guardian students faced the same invisible pressure. Not everyone failed. Not everyone succeeded. Each reacted differently. Eventually, Xiao Fan. He stepped forward. His footsteps remained steady. 1, 2, 3. Stonehide watched him approach. 4, 5. He stopped exactly where instructed. The creature lowered its enormous head slightly. Its yellow eyes met Xiao Fan's dark ones. For several seconds, nothing happened. Neither moved. Neither blinked. Xiao Fan quietly studied the monster. Breathing pattern, chest expansion, weight distribution, tail movement, ear position. Stonehide quietly studied him as well. Unexpectedly, the creature sniffed the air once, then tilted its head. Several instructors exchanged confused glances. Wei Rong narrowed his eyes. Stonehide had never reacted like that before. Xiao Fan remained perfectly still. Interesting. Its aggression level appeared extremely low. Its eyes tracked movement rather than staring aggressively. Its breathing slowed instead of quickening. This did not resemble a creature preparing to attack. It resembled curiosity. 30 seconds passed. Wei Rong finally spoke. Return. Xiao Fan nodded once before calmly walking back. No shaking, no panic, no visible fear. Several classmates stared. The broad-shouldered guardian from earlier scratched his head. Brother, weren't you scared? I was. You didn't look scared. My heart rate increased. That's it? Approximately 18%. The student blinked. You measured it. Estimated. Zhang Hao shouted from outside the barrier. He's weird. Chen Lei nodded. Very. Lu Yun added calmly. But useful. Laughter spread among the spectators. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Wei Rong remained silent. His attention stayed fixed on Stonehide. The old monster continued watching Xiao Fan even after he had returned to the line. Interesting. Very interesting. Wei Rong quietly walked over to the beast. He placed one hand against its neck. The old hunter had worked beside Stonehide for nearly 10 years. He understood its behavior. Today, something had changed. Stonehide gently released another low rumble. Not hostility. Recognition. Almost respect. Wei Rong frowned slightly. Impossible. This monster had fought veteran hunters. It did not acknowledge frightened first-year students. Not unless his thoughts stopped there. He glanced briefly toward the academy administration building. Behind the mirrored observation windows, the black-coated visitor still watched the training grounds. The man spoke without turning away from the glass. Stonehide likes him. Principal Han folded his arms. It has never reacted first. No, it hasn't. The visitor remained thoughtful. Animals notice things people overlook. Li Zenshin looked people overlook. Towards Xiao Fan. Do you think it sensed the heart resonance system? The black-coated man answered after a long silence. I don't know. And that is becoming increasingly interesting. Back on the training field. Wei Rong dismissed the class for a short water break. Students immediately gathered into small groups, discussing the monster with excited voices. Zhang Hao finally reached Xiao Fan. What did it feel like? Xiao Fan accepted a bottle of water before answering. Heavy, The pressure? No. The smell. Zhang Hao stared at him. You were thinking about the smell. It resembles wet stone after rain. Chen Lai burst out laughing. Luo Yun covered his face. Lin Xiaoyu arrived a moment later carrying an extra towel. Without saying anything, she handed it to Xiao Fan. You've been sweating. Thank you. He accepted it naturally. Neither realized how ordinary the exchange had become. Around them, everyone else did. Zhang Hao slowly looked toward Chen Lai. Chen Lai slowly looked toward Luo Yun. All three silently exchanged the same expression. Something had definitely changed. At that exact moment, a familiar translucent panel appeared before Xiao Fan's eyes. Heart resonance. Lin Xiaoyu. Affection. 1314. New condition recorded. He barely had time to read the final line before the notification disappeared. Only one sentence remained in his thoughts. New condition recorded. His grip unconsciously tightened around the towel. The system had just acknowledged something new. Xiao Fan kept walking until the others resumed their own conversations. Only then did he glance toward the empty corner of the training field. The translucent panel did not return. No additional explanation appeared. Only one sentence remained etched in his memory. New condition recorded. His curiosity immediately surged. Not enough to lose composure. Enough to begin forming hypotheses. He quietly repeated the sequence inside his head. Lin Xiaoyu noticed he was sweating. She handed him a towel. He accepted it. Affection increased. Then, the system recorded a new condition. Correlation did not equal causation, but it deserved investigation. He reached into his pocket. Then stopped. Notebook. No. Too many people. He would record everything later. Wei Rong clapped his hands once. Break is over. The scattered students immediately gathered again. Stonehide had already been escorted back behind the reinforced gate. The heavy chains rattled as the barriers sealed shut. Several students visibly relaxed. Wei Rong noticed. If seeing one restrained monster makes you feel safe, he pointed beyond the academy walls in the distance. You have much to learn. No one laughed. His tone carried no intimidation. Only experience. The next exercise. He pointed toward dozens of heavy packs stacked beside the equipment shed. Guardian Endurance March. Groans spread across the class. Each pack looked enormous. Several students instinctively began estimating the weight. Wei Rong answered before anyone asked. 20 kilograms. One student raised a trembling hand. Each? Obviously. Another hand rose. Can two people share one? No. A third hand appeared. What if someone has a weak back? Wei Rong answered. Calmly. Strengthen it. The discussion ended immediately. Students walked toward the equipment piles with expressions resembling condemned prisoners. Xiao Fan picked up his assigned pack. Slightly heavier than expected. Weight distribution uneven. He quietly loosened one shoulder strap before tightening the opposite side. The load settled closer to his center of gravity. Much better. Nearby, Chen Lai effortlessly lifted his own pack using one hand, then casually picked up someone else's. Wei Rong immediately noticed. Put it down. Chen Lai blinked. I was helping. I know. The academy also needs to know who cannot carry 20 kilograms. Chen Lai quietly returned the second pack. Understood. Zhang Hao leaned against the fence, separating the training fields. I wish we had backpacks. His instructor's voice echoed behind him. You do. Zhang Hao turned. Every combat student had also been issued one. His smile disappeared. Never mind. Laughter erupted from both training groups. Even Wei Rong allowed himself the faintest smile. The march began. Guardian students left the western training grounds in single file, following a winding stone path that circled nearly the entire academy. The route climbed gentle hills, crossed narrow bridges, past training arenas, circled obstacle courses. Academy life unfolded around them. Elemental students practiced launching controlled fireballs toward floating targets. Healers learned mana stabilization beneath ancient trees. Scouts sprinted across elevated rooftops while instructors shouted timing corrections. Support classes experimented with enhancement spells that occasionally exploded in harmless flashes of colored light. The academy felt alive. Every corner contained students chasing different dreams. Xiao Fan quietly observed everything: training methods, equipment quality, building layouts, emergency shelters, medical stations, supply storage. His attention drifted naturally toward logistics rather than spectacle. Halfway through the march, Zhang Hao appeared again, this time carrying 2 wooden practice swords while jogging awkwardly beside the Guardian route. "You guys walk so slowly. We're carrying weight. I am too. 2 sticks. They're symbolic." Chen Lei looked at him. They're wood. Emotionally heavy. Luo Yun, who had quietly caught up from scout training, nodded thoughtfully. "I'll allow it." Zhang Hao immediately looked proud. "See?" Chen Lai sighed. "I've been outvoted." The 4 boys continued walking together for several minutes despite belonging to different training groups. An instructor eventually shouted across the courtyard, "Combat class! Return to your assigned route." Zhang Hao saluted dramatically. "I'll miss you. You'll see us during lunch. I'll still miss you." He jogged away. Wei Rong watched the interaction without interrupting. When Zhang Hao disappeared around the corner, he spoke quietly enough that only the Guardians heard. "Keep friends outside your specialty." Several students looked surprised. Wei Rong continued walking. "When you become hunters, your team won't consist only of Guardians." The lesson settled naturally into everyone's thoughts. Simple, practical, useful. Exactly like the man himself. As the march continued, Xiao Fan noticed something unusual near the northern edge of campus. A fenced training yard stood empty. Unlike every other facility, this one carried multiple warning barriers. No students entered. No instructors approached. Only several academy security officers stood nearby. The gate bore an unfamiliar silver emblem. Observation Division. Again, the same emblem from his sealed envelope. Interesting. Very interesting. He slowed almost imperceptibly. Not enough for anyone else to notice. Just enough to examine the area. The buildings beyond the fence appeared ordinary. Too ordinary. Plain concrete. Few windows. No identifying marks. A place deliberately designed not to attract attention. Wei Rong's voice suddenly came from beside him. Eyes forward. Xiao Fan obeyed immediately. Several seconds passed. Then Wei Rong spoke again. "Curiosity is useful. It also gets hunters killed." Xiao Fan looked ahead. Understood. Wei Rong glanced sideways only once. "You'll understand that place when the academy decides you're ready. Not if. When." The wording stayed with Xiao Fan long after they passed the restricted yard. Far above, inside the observation building itself, 2 people watched the Guardian march through reinforced glass. One was the black-coated visitor. The other wore the uniform of the Azure Hunter Administration's Observation Division. A woman in her early 30s with short silver hair quietly closed a digital report. His awareness exceeds expectations. The black-coated man nodded. He found the building. He almost counted the surveillance runes. He also noticed the surveillance runes. Secondary entrance. The woman looked mildly surprised. "I missed that. You were watching his face. I was watching his eyes." Silence returned. Below them, Xiao Fan disappeared behind another academy building as the march continued. The woman finally asked the question both had avoided all morning. "When do we tell him?" The black-coated man looked toward the sealed envelope recorded in Xiao Fan's student file. "Not yet. The child still believes he's simply attending school." The child still believes he's simply attending school. He deserves a few more days before reality becomes larger. The woman accepted the answer. Outside, the academy bell rang again. Morning classes officially began. For thousands of first-year students, it marked the beginning of academy life. For Xiao Fan, it marked the beginning of someone quietly preparing the next move around him. The academy bell echoed 3 times across Azure Third Academy. Morning training officially transitioned into classroom instruction. Guardian Class 7 returned to the Western District with noticeably slower steps than before. 20 kilograms had not seemed particularly intimidating when sitting on the equipment rack. After nearly an hour of marching, opinions had changed dramatically. Zhang Hao stood outside the classroom door waiting with crossed arms. "There you are." Xiao Fan adjusted the heavy pack on his shoulders. "We've been here the entire time. You look like you've aged 5 years." "My shoulders certainly have." Chen Lai lowered his tower shield against the wall with a heavy metallic thud. "I could eat an entire cow." Luo Yun walked over from the scout building carrying several rolled maps. "I already checked. The cafeteria doesn't serve cows." Zhang Hao sighed. "There goes today's dream." Lin Xiaoyu arrived a few moments later with several girls from the support class. She spotted the exhausted Guardian students and couldn't help smiling. "You all look terrible." "We're thriving," Zhang Hao replied. "We've reached a higher state of suffering." One of the support students blinked. "Is that a training method?" Xiao Fan answered honestly. "Not intentionally." Several people laughed. The atmosphere remained surprisingly relaxed despite the demanding morning. An instructor stepped into the lecture hall. The room quieted almost immediately. Unlike Wai Rong, this instructor appeared almost scholarly. Thin glasses rested on his nose. His academy uniform was perfectly pressed. Several old scars crossed the back of one hand, hinting that he had once been a frontline hunter, despite his academic appearance. He placed several thick books onto the desk. "My name is Instructor Qin Mo. I teach monster ecology." A few students visibly relaxed. Finally, a normal class. Qin Mo calmly looked around the room. Many new hunters believe strength determines survival. He picked up a piece of chalk and wrote a single sentence across the blackboard. "Knowledge extends life. The strongest hunter in the cemetery knew how to swing a weapon." Silence filled the classroom. The hunter who returned home also knew when not to. Several students unconsciously straightened their backs. Qin Mo nodded with quiet satisfaction. "Good. You are listening." He opened the first textbook. Question: "What is the most dangerous Iron Rank monster near Azure City?" Hands immediately rose. "The Iron Fang Wolf." "The Blood Ape." "The Cave." "The Cave." "Ogre." "The Venom Spider." Qin Mo shook his head after each answer. Finally his eyes settled on Xiao Fan. "You." Xiao Fan stood. "The answer depends on context." The classroom became quiet again. Qin Mo folded his arms. "Continue." "If the environment is an open plain, the Iron Fang Wolf Pack presents the highest threat because of coordinated hunting. If inside narrow caves, the Venom Spider controls movement and vision. If inside narrow controls movement and vision. Escorting civilians, the Blood Ape becomes more dangerous due to unpredictable aggression. If protecting fixed positions, the Cave Ogre's destructive capability increases dramatically." He paused. "There is no universally most dangerous monster. There is only the wrong monster in the wrong situation." Several classmates slowly turned toward him. Qin Mo remained silent for several seconds. Then, a faint smile appeared. "Excellent. The correct answer." The instructor looked around the room. "Remember this. Context kills more hunters than statistics." He wrote another sentence beneath the first. "Every battle begins before combat." Xiao Fan quietly sat back down. Zhang Hao leaned over immediately. "I hate studying with you." "Why?" "You make the rest of us look unprepared." "I simply read." "You read too much." Chen Lai nodded. "That's true." Luo Yun calmly added. "That's true, Luo." "Objectively true." Qin Mo continued the lecture. Rather than memorizing monster names, students learned behavioral patterns, migration seasons, territorial instincts, preferred hunting hours, weaknesses, environmental adaptations. The class became far more engaging than anyone expected. Even Zhang Hao eventually stopped whispering. Halfway through the lesson, Qin Mo closed the textbook. Final question. Imagine your 4-person team enters an abandoned mining tunnel. You discover fresh monster tracks, no visual confirmation, no communication signal. What is your first priority? Students immediately began discussing possible answers. Prepare weapons. Advance carefully. Scout ahead. Retreat immediately. Xiao Fan quietly considered the scenario. Fresh tracks. No communication. Mining tunnel. Something felt wrong. He slowly raised his hand. Yes, the first priority is confirming why communication failed. Qin Mo's eyes sharpened. Explain. If monsters cause the disruption, they already know we're present. If natural interference caused it, that terrain itself becomes the greater threat. If another hunter caused it, there may already be human conflict. He looked toward the map hanging beside the board. The communication failure is the unknown variable. The unknown variable determines every decision afterward. Silence returned once again. Qin Mo slowly nodded. I've taught this scenario for 11 years. No first-year student has answered that way. Several classmates stared openly now, not with jealousy. With genuine surprise, Qin Mo quietly erased the board. Class dismissed. The academy bell rang almost perfectly with his final word. Students immediately began gathering their books. The morning had disappeared faster than anyone realized. Outside, the western courtyard buzzed with activity. First-year students poured into the walkways from every building. Support students discussed mana control. Combat classes argued over sparring results. Scout students compared navigation scores. The academy truly felt alive. Lin Xiaoyu found Xiao Fan near the courtyard fountain. So, how was monster class? Educational. You met a real monster. I also met a textbook. She laughed. I don't know why that sounds exactly like you. He looked toward the cafeteria, building where long lines had already begun forming. Lunch? I was hoping you'd ask. Before either of them could take another step, Zhang Hao suddenly appeared between them carrying 3 meal vouchers. Excellent. We're all eating together. Chen Lai arrived beside him. So did you. Luo Yun joined last. I assumed this would happen. Lin Xiaoyu sighed with amused resignation. You planned this. Zhang Hao proudly nodded. Group meals increase friendship. Chen Lai looked at him. Or free side dishes. Both. The 5 friends began walking toward the cafeteria beneath rows of golden maple trees. None of them noticed the elderly groundskeeper quietly sweeping fallen leaves nearby. He watched Xiao Fan disappear into the crowd. Then his weathered hand stopped moving. The old man's gentle expression vanished completely. His gaze shifted toward the observation building. Almost imperceptibly, he gave a single nod. Far above, hidden behind mirrored glass, the black-coated man returned the gesture. The second observer has confirmed it. The silver-haired woman frowned. He noticed us. No. He noticed the boy. The visitor looked down at the busy cafeteria where thousands of ordinary students laughed, complained about homework, and rushed toward lunch. Somewhere among them walked a 15-year-old carrying a towel from a friend, a sealed envelope he couldn't yet open, and questions no ordinary academy could answer. The black-coated man's voice remained calm. Begin phase 2. The silver-haired woman's expression became serious. Already, he has started asking the right questions, and soon, the world will begin asking questions about him. The cafeteria was louder than any battlefields Xiao Fan had entered so far. At least, battlefields made sense. Enemies came from one direction. Obstacles could be measured. Terrain could be studied. But the academy cafeteria contained thousands of first-year students, dozens of meal stations, floating menu boards, shouting classmates, arguing elemental users, crying support students, proud elite students, exhausted standard students, and one Zhang Hao who had somehow obtained 5 trays. Xiao Fan looked at him. Why? Zhang Hao placed the trays down with great dignity. Strategy. Chen Lai sat beside him. Explain. 1 tray is normal lunch, he pointed. One tray is emergency lunch. Another point. One tray is for emotional lunch. Damage. Another. One tray is for unexpected hunger. Finally, he patted the last tray, and this one is tribute. Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Tribute to who? Zhang Hao looked toward the western training fields with a haunted expression. The 20-kilogram backpack. Luo Yun quietly picked up a steamed bun from the aisle. Tribute tray. Accepted. Hey, you said tribute. To suffering, not you. I am suffering quietly. Xiao Fan sat down with his own meal. Compared to Zhang Hao's tower of questionable logistics, his tray was extremely simple. Rice, vegetables, steamed egg, soup, and the rice balls Lin Xiaoyu had packed for him. He had placed those carefully on the side. Lin Xiaoyu noticed. Her expression softened. You kept them. I said I appreciated them. You could have eaten them earlier. I assigned them to lunch. Zhang Hao leaned across the table. You assigned rice balls? Xiao Fan nodded. They were packed with lunch. Intent. Chen Lai paused mid-bite. That is somehow logical and strange. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head slightly to hide a smile. Around them, academy life continued in full force. At the nearby elite tables, students discussed guild rankings and advanced training rooms. At the standard tables, students compared instructors and complained about muscle pain. A group of healer students gathered near the window, practicing tiny stabilizing lights above their palms, while their instructor scolded them for using mana during lunch. A public news screen displayed silent footage of hunters returning from a dungeon gate near Azure City's southern wall. Civilians cheered behind security barriers as wounded hunters were escorted toward recovery vehicles. The world outside the academy did not pause for students. Monsters still moved. Dungeons still opened. Guilds still recruited. Families still waited. Xiao Fan watched the screen for several seconds. Then his gaze returned to his tray. The academy cafeteria meal quality was acceptable. Good rice texture. Soup temperature stable. Vegetables slightly overcooked. Meat portion insufficient for heavy physical training. He was about to record this mental note when Lin Xiaoyu placed half of her chicken cutlet onto his tray. You trained more today. Xiao Fan looked at the cutlet. Then at her. I have enough food. You always say that. Because it is true. Your definition of enough is suspicious. Zhang Hao gasped. She knows. Xiao Fan turned slowly. Knows what? That your food calculations are fake. They are not fake. You once said 3 bites of bread and a bottle of water could count as an emergency breakfast. Emergency breakfast. Different standards. Lin Xiaoyu pushed the chicken cutlet closer. Eat. Xiao Fan looked at her expression. There were several possible responses. 1. Refuse politely. Likely outcome. Argument. 2. Analyze nutritional distribution. Likely outcome. Lin Xiaoyu disappointment. 3. Accept. High efficiency. He picked up the cutlet. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyu's smile returned. Good. Zhang Hao clutched his chest dramatically. Growth. Chen Lai nodded. He accepted food without a lecture. Luo Yun added. Xiao Fan ate silently. The chicken tasted better than expected. A faint warmth moved through his chest. Not system warmth. Just human warmth. He decided not to analyze it. That decision lasted 6 seconds. Then he quietly wondered whether not analyzing something could itself be analyzed. Before that dangerous loop could continue, the academy cafeteria doors opened. The noise dipped, not by much, but enough to be noticeable. Tang Ruo entered with 2 senior students. Her deep navy and silver senior uniform caught the light elegantly. A slim tablet rested under one arm. Her long golden brown hair moved softly as she walked, and wherever she passed, conversations bent around her like wind around a blade. Zhang Hao immediately straightened. Senior Tang. She looked over, then smiled. Squad 17. Zhang Hao almost saluted with a spoon. Chen Lei quietly lowered his hand. Tang Ruo approached their table. One of the senior students behind her looked curious. The other looked bored. Neither seemed interested in standard class first years. Tang Ruo clearly was. "How was your first day of class?" "Painful," Zhang Hao said. "Educational." "Painfully educational," Chen Lai corrected. Luo Yun nodded. "Accurate." Tang Ruo laughed softly. Her gaze moved to Xiao Fan's tray, then to the rice balls, then briefly to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu met her gaze politely. The air between them remained friendly. Mostly. Tang Ruo's smile deepened. "Homenade?" Lin Xiaoyu answered calmly. "I made extra." Zhang Hao whispered, "Specifically extra." Chen Lai stepped on his foot under the table. Zhang Hao's expression twisted, but he bravely remained silent. Tang Ruo looked amused. Good. Training burns more energy than most new students expect. She placed a small folded notice onto the table. Xiao Fan looked at it. "What's this?" "Resource competition briefing." Chen Lai's eyebrows rose slightly. "Already?" Tang Ruo nodded. "First week resource allocation begins tomorrow." The table went quiet. Resource allocation. The phrase immediately sharpened the atmosphere. Every academy student understood its meaning. Training time. Equipment access. Simulation room slots. Recovery pod privileges. Mana chamber hours. Extra instructor guidance. In Azura Third Academy, effort mattered. But resources decided how fast effort became results. Tang Ruo tapped the notice. Elite classes receive baseline priority. Zhang Hao grimaced. Of course they do. Standard classes can challenge for additional access through competitions. Xiao Fan opened the notice. The information was clear. First-year resource competition. Objective. Class-based performance evaluation. Rewards. Additional training slots. Equipment voucher upgrades. Cafeteria nutrition allowance. Instructor consultation hours. Zhang Hao's eyes instantly lit up. Cafeteria nutrition allowance? Chen Lai leaned forward. Equipment vouchers. Luo Yun looked at the small print. Scout facility access. Lin Xiaoyu glanced toward Xiao Fan. Guardian recovery room hours. hours. Fan continued reading. There were 3 categories. Combat strength. Practical survival. Team adaptation. That last category immediately caught his attention. Tang Ruo noticed. Interested? Team adaptation is less dependent on raw talent. Exactly. So, standard class 7 has a chance. Maybe. Her tone said more than the word itself. Maybe if they were smart. Maybe if they understood the rules. Maybe if they noticed what others ignored. Xiao Fan folded the notice carefully. Why tell us? Tang Ruo smiled. Because I dislike boring competitions, not because you want something. That too. Honest. Dangerous. Zhang Hao whispered. Senior Tang is terrifyingly cool. Tang Ruo looked at him. I heard that. He immediately sat straighter. Respectfully terrifying. Better. She turned back to a Xiao Fan. One more thing. Her voice lowered slightly. Elite Class 1 will participate. Zhao Kai. Nobody needed to say the name. The cafeteria noise seemed to fade around their table. Xiao Fan remembered the ranking board. The lightning. The gap. Then he remembered something else. The black-coated man. The sealed envelope. The silver emblem. Observation division. Resource competition was probably not only about resources. He was beginning to understand academy life. Nothing was ever only about the surface objective. Tang Ruo straightened. Briefing is after afternoon classes. Don't be late. She walked away before anyone could ask more. Zhang Hao watched her leave. Then slowly turned back to the table. Resource competition. Chen Lai looked at his equipment crate. We need resources. Lu Yun's eyes moved across the notice. We also need information. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Fan. What are you thinking? Xiao Fan looked down at the 3 categories again. Combat strength. Practical survival. Team adaptation. Then he placed the notice flat on the table. We cannot beat elite class 1 in combat strength. Zhang Hao groaned, again with the painful honesty. We may perform acceptably in survival. Chen Lai nodded, and team adaptation. Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened. That is where rankings matter least. The 5 of them became quiet. Not because the challenge felt easy, because for the first time the shape of a path had appeared. Narrow, difficult, but real. Lin Xiaoyu's hand rested lightly beside the notice. Will help. Xiao Fan looked at her. This may affect your elite class standing. I know. Supporting a standard class strategy may create friction. I know. Then why? She looked at him as if The answer should have been obvious. Because you're my friend. The word landed gently. Friend. Still simple. Still safe. Still carrying more weight than before. For a moment, Xiao Fan did not know whether to feel grateful, guilty, or something else entirely. The pink gold panel did not appear. No affection increase. No bond progress. Nothing measurable. Yet somehow the silence felt more important because of that. He nodded. Then we'll need a plan. Zhang Hao grinned. Finally. Chen Lai folded his arms. One that doesn't involve me carrying everyone. Luo Yun said impossible. You will carry Zhang Hao emotionally. Zhang Hao pointed at him. I am emotionally self-sufficient. Everyone looked at him. He paused. Mostly. Lin Xiaoyu laughed. The cafeteria table felt warm. Alive. Like a tiny island inside a world full of rankings, guilds, monsters, and hidden observers. Then the Academy public screen changed. A new announcement appeared across every cafeteria display. Students around the hall gradually stopped talking. The Silent Hunter news disappeared. In its place, a blue Academy notice filled the screens. First-year resource competition. Special evaluation category added. Unclassified talent application. Participation mandatory for selected students. Names began scrolling beneath the announcement. Only a few. Very few. Xiao Fan read them carefully. Zhao Kai, Gu Qingshui, Tang Ruo, and at the bottom, Xiao Fan. For a moment the entire cafeteria seemed to hold its breath. Chen Hao slowly lowered his spoon. Chen Lai's expression hardened. Luo Yun's eyes narrowed. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Fan immediately. Across the cafeteria, Tang Ruo stopped walking. On the far side of the hall, a group of elite students turned toward him. Xiao Fan stared at his own name on the screen. Unclassified talent application. Mandatory. The sealed envelope inside his bag suddenly felt heavier than before. Then, for the first time since morning, the pink gold panel appeared. Only one line. Observation interference increasing. The words vanished before he could blink. And high above the cafeteria, hidden behind mirrored glass, the black-coated man smiled faintly. The cafeteria remained silent for 3 full seconds. Then every conversation returned at once, not gradually. All at once. Why's a standard class student on that list? Heart Resonance is the SSS ranked talent from Awakening Day. Right? I thought nobody knew what it did. Then why is he being evaluated beside Zhao Kai? Tang Ruo and Gu Qingshui are seniors. This makes no sense. Hundreds of voices collided beneath the high silver ceiling. Some students stared openly. Others pretended not to stare while turning their entire bodies toward Xiao Fan's table. A few elite students exchanged expressions that were less curious and more offended. As though the Academy had placed a question mark beside a ranking system they had trusted their entire lives. Xiao Fan ignored most of them. He was still looking at the final line that had vanished from his vision. Observation interference increasing. The wording mattered. Not observation pressure. Not observation detected. Interference. That suggested the act of being observed was not merely social or institutional. It was affecting heart resonance itself. The sealed envelope inside his bag felt heavier. Lin Xiaoyu leaned closer. Are you all right, physically? Yes. Zhang Hao lowered his voice. That answer usually means something is wrong, in a way normal people would describe first. Xiao Fan looked at him. The system displayed another message. The table quieted immediately. Chen Lai set down his chopsticks. Luo Yun's eyes sharpened. Lin Xiaoyu asked, "What did it say?" Observation interference increasing. Zhang Hao slowly turned toward the ceiling. Several observation drones floated above the cafeteria, their lenses moving across the crowd. I suddenly dislike how many things are looking at us. Luo Yun did not look up. Looking directly at them will not help. Zhang Hao lowered his head again. I knew that. You did not. You did not. Chen Lai glanced toward the public screen. The mandatory list had already disappeared, replaced by the Academy crest and a countdown. First-year resource competition briefing. 1 hour, 42 minutes. We should assume the special category is connected to the observation message, Chen Lai said. Likely. Xiao Fan replied. Lin Xiaoyu frowned. Can they force you to use a talent nobody understands? They can require participation. Whether they can require activation depends on the written rules. Zhang Hao pointed at him with his spoon. This is why we need you. The rest of us see a terrifying public announcement. You see a contract dispute. Rules determine risk. That was not disagreement. Across the cafeteria, Tang Ruo had stopped near the exit. She turned back once. Her expression was no longer playful. The moment she met Xiao Fan's eyes, she gave a small gesture toward the notice still resting on their table. Read everything. Then, she continued walking. Xiao Fan understood. He unfolded the resource competition notice again. This time, he did not focus on the large printed categories. He read the margins: participation, eligibility, scoring authority, safety restrictions, challenge conditions, appeal procedure, class contribution rules. His eyes stopped near the bottom. There. The others leaned closer. A smaller line had been printed beneath the team adaptation category. Individual special evaluations may modify class contribution scores only when the evaluated student remains assigned to an academy-recognized team. Luo Yun read it twice. They cannot isolate you completely. Not if they want the result to affect the class competition, Xiao Fan said. Chen Lai nodded slowly. So whatever the unclassified test is, you still need a team. Or they need to observe how the talent behaves around one. The table became quieter. Lin Xiaoyu's fingers tightened slightly against the edge of the notice. Xiao Fan noticed. That does not confirm danger. It also does not confirm safety. Correct. She gave him a look. You could pretend to reassure me for at least 10 seconds. Xiao Fan considered it. The academy has multiple barrier systems. Medical teams, instructors, and formal safety limits. The probability of intentional serious harm is low. That was very Xiao Fan reassurance. Was it ineffective? Her expression softened despite herself. Not completely. Zhang Hao placed both hands on the table. Good. Then the plan is simple. Everyone looked at him. We attend the briefing, discover the academy has created an unfair and complicated competition. Complain loudly. Then win anyway. Chen Lai nodded once. The first 3 parts sound realistic. Luo Yun added. The final part requires work. Details. The bell above the cafeteria doors chimed. Lunch period was ending. Students began gathering trays and bags. But the atmosphere had changed. The resource competition was no longer an announcement for tomorrow. It had become the only thing anyone wanted to discuss today. As Xiao Fan stood, a boy from a nearby elite table spoke just loudly enough to be heard. Standard Class 7 should be grateful they are even allowed to compete. The comment was not directed at anyone officially. That made it easier to deny. A second voice answered. They will earn participation points and go home. The real resources are decided by the elite classes. Several students laughed. Zhang Hao stopped moving. Chen Lai's shoulders shifted. Lin Xiaoyu turned toward the voices. Xiao Fan picked up his bag. Do not respond. Zhang Hao looked offended. I had a very educational response prepared. It would not improve our score. It would improve my mood. Temporarily. Luo Yun walked past him. Save the mood improvement. For the competition. Zhang Hao stared after him. Why is everyone becoming reasonable at my expense? The 5 of them left the cafeteria together. Behind them, the elite students continued laughing. Ahead of them, the countdown kept falling. 1 hour, 36 minutes. The afternoon classes passed slowly, not because the lessons were unimportant, because every student was waiting for the briefing. Guardian Class 7 spent the first hour learning shield angle fundamentals. Wai Rong demonstrated how a 5-degree mistake could redirect force into the wrist instead of the shoulder. Then he made every student hold a defensive stance while he walked down the line and struck their shields with a padded training hammer. The broad-shouldered boy from registration was knocked backward 3 steps. Another student nearly dropped his shield. Chen Lai moved half a step. Xiao Fan moved 2. Wai Rong looked at him. Why? My stance was too narrow. And I anticipated downward force. You struck from the right. Wei Rong nodded. Good. Knowing why you failed is useful. He raised the hammer again. It is not the same as not failing. The second strike came faster. Xiao Fan widened his stance, shifted his shoulder, and absorbed the impact without losing position. Pain traveled from his palm to his elbow. Manageable. Wei Rong moved on. Near the end of class, the countdown appeared on every classroom board. 10 minutes. The Guardian students immediately became restless. Wei Rong returned the training hammer to the rack. The resource competition briefing begins in the central ruin arena. A student raised his hand. Instructor, will Standard Class 7 really compete against elite classes? Yes. Do we have a chance? Wei Rong looked across the room. No one moved. No one moved. No one breathed loudly. In direct combat? He answered without hesitation. Not much of one. Several faces fell. Wei Rong continued. If that answer discourages you, remember it. He pointed toward the shields stacked against the wall. A guardian who lies about the strength of an enemy kills teammates. The disappointment in the room became something sharper. Attention. The elite classes have better facilities, stronger average talents, and more training resources. That is not an insult. It is the current situation. His gaze moved from student to student. Your task is not to pretend the difference does not exist. Your task is to identify where it matters, where it does not, and what you can do before the difference becomes fatal. Xiao Fan listened carefully. Wei Rong's words matched the competition structure. Combat strength favored elites. Practical survival reduced some of that advantage. Team adaptation might reduce even more. Wei Rong opened the classroom door. Go learn the rules. He paused. Then stop asking whether you have a chance and determine what kind of chance you can create. The students filed out with noticeably straighter backs. The central ruin arena occupied the heart of Azure Third Academy. Unlike the open training fields, it had been built downward into the earth. White stone seating descended in broad circular tiers around an artificial ruin zone filled with broken walls, collapsed towers, narrow bridges, supply platforms, and shifting barrier lanes. Blue runes glowed beneath every surface. Observation drones hovered above the arena in orderly rings. The eastern entrance filled with elite students in silver-trimmed uniforms. The western entrance filled with standard classes. The separation was not officially enforced. It did not need to be. Habit did the work. Xiao Fan entered with Guardian Class 7. He immediately noticed the difference in seating. The eastern side had cushioned benches, private status screens, and direct sightlines toward the central platform. The western side had simple stone seats and shared display boards. Zhang Hao appeared from the combat class section and followed Xiao Fan's gaze. You are calculating the furniture budget again. No, Zhang Hao looked surprised. Really? I am calculating message design. Chen Lai arrived beside them. What? Message? Xiao Fan nodded toward the two sides. The academy does not need to say elite students receive priority. The architecture says it every day. Luo Yun joined them without sound. That was probably intentional. Lin Xiaoyu came down the eastern stairs with several support students. She ignored the open seats near her class and crossed to the western section. A few elite students noticed. One girl beside her hesitated, then followed. Lin Xiaoyu sat beside Xiao Fan. The sight line is worse here. Yes, the company is better. Zhang Hao pressed one hand to his heart. Finally, someone recognizes our value. Chen Lai looked at him. She was speaking to Xiao Fan. Group value. No, the arena lights dimmed. Conversations faded. A circular platform rose from the center of the ruin field. Principal Han stood at its center. Li Zentian waited several steps behind him, arms folded. Wei Rong and other instructors occupied the lower observation level. Tang Ruo stood near the western edge of the platform. Gu Qingshui stood opposite her. She wore the same deep academy colors as Tang Ruo, but where Tang Ruo drew attention through warmth and movement, Gu Qingshui seemed to reduce the space around her into stillness. Her long dark hair was tied simply behind her. Her expression revealed nothing. A faint layer of frost-white mana rested over the metal railing beneath her hand. At the eastern front row, Zhao Kai sat alone. Blue-white sparks moved once across his fingers before disappearing. He looked toward the arena, not the crowd. Principal Han raised one hand. Every display board illuminated. The first-year resource competition begins tomorrow morning. 4 categories appeared above the central platform. Combat strength. Combat strength. Practical survival. Team adaptation. Unclassified talent application. The first 3 glowed blue. The 4th glowed silver. Azure Third Academy does not distribute resources equally, Principal Han said. Several standard students shifted uncomfortably. He did not soften the statement. It distributes them according to demonstrated need, projected development, contribution, and performance. A boy behind Xiao Fan muttered, projected development means talent rank. The student beside him answered, usually. Principal Han continued, initial class placement determines baseline access. It does not determine final access. The display changed. A long list of rewards appeared. Training arena priority, mana chamber hours, recovery pod access, equipment voucher upgrades, instructor consultation periods, simulation room reservations, enhanced cafeteria nutrition credits, dungeon theory archive permissions. The reactions across the arena changed with every line. Combat students focused on training arenas. Elemental students watched the mana chamber hours. Guardians stared at recovery access and equipment vouchers. Scouts leaned forward at archive permissions. Chang Ha whispered, enhanced cafeteria nutrition credits. Chen Lai did not look at him. Control yourself. I am thinking about team welfare. You are thinking about meat. Meat improves morale. Luo Yun nodded once. Unfortunately true. Principal Han waited until the whispers faded. Each category awards class points and individual merit. A scoring diagram appeared. Combat strength carried the highest possible individual score. Practical survival carried the highest consistency score. Team adaptation carried the highest class contribution multiplier. The western seats became quieter. Xiao Fan leaned forward. That was the opening. Not victory. An opening. Combat strength will measure direct application, control, endurance, and response under regulated pressure, Principal Han said. Images of shielded arenas appeared. Practical survival will measure preparation, environmental judgment, resource management, threat recognition, and objective completion. The images shifted to artificial forests, ruined corridors, and marked supply zones. Team adaptation will measure role clarity, communication, recovery from failure, protection of weaker members, and performance under changing conditions. The final phrase spread across every display. Performance under changing conditions. Xiao Fan felt the group beside him become more attentive. Zhang Hao stopped joking. Chen Lai folded his arms. Luo Yun's eyes tracked the scoring details. Lin Xiaoyu read every line twice. Principal Han turned toward the silver category. Unclassified talent application is not a general event. The names appeared again. Zhao Kai, Gu Qingshui, Tan Ruo, Xiao Fan. This time, the crowd reacted less loudly. The silence carried more pressure than the earlier whispers. Selected participants possess talents, applications, or developmental states requiring specialized observation. Zhang Hao's expression darkened. They just called Brother Fan a developmental state. Xiao Fan replied quietly, technically. Everyone is a developmental state. That does not improve it, Principal Han continued. The exact test format will not be announced in advance. This prevents rehearsed demonstrations and protects restricted evaluation standards. Xiao Fan's attention sharpened. No advanced format, restricted standards, mandatory participation. A poor combination. All special evaluations will occur under senior instructor supervision and active barrier protection. No participant will be required to disclose restricted system information publicly. That sentence was meant for him. He was certain of it. Across the platform, Li Zentian's gaze rested on the standard class section. Not on all of it, on Xiao Fan. Principal Han raised his hand again. The scoring diagram expanded. Class rankings will be determined by the combined performance of registered representatives. A class that fails one category may recover through another. A class that relies on one exceptional student may still lose through poor adaptation. The elite seat stirred. Zhao Kai finally lifted his gaze. His eyes moved toward the team adaptation multiplier. Then, slowly, toward Xiao Fan. The distance between them was too great for conversation. The meaning did not require one. He had noticed the same opening. Principal Han's voice remained calm. There are 3 restrictions. The first appeared. No external equipment beyond Academy-approved issue. The second. No deliberate injury, sabotage, or interference outside active events. The third. No team may alter registered membership after competition commencement, except for medical withdrawal. Chen Lai spoke quietly. Teams lock tomorrow morning. Yes, Xiao Fan said. Luo Yun looked toward the registration indicator. 5 members maximum. Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed. Elite Class 2 had its own team requirements. Chang Hao belonged to Elite Class 3. Luo Yun and Lin Xiaoyu belonged to Elite Class 2. Chen Lai and Xiao Fan were not all assigned to the same academic group. The 5 friends could not simply register as one class team. That was the first barrier. The competition rewarded teamwork. The academy structure had already divided them. A ripple of conversation spread through the seats as other students reached the same conclusion. Principal Han allowed it for several seconds. Then the displays changed one final time. Cross-class advisory cooperation is permitted before event commencement. Lin Xiaoyu exhaled softly. But active participation remains class registered, Xiao Fan said. Yes, she looked toward him. We can still prepare together. Yes, then we will. There was no hesitation in her voice. The pink gold panel did not appear. Xiao Fan was beginning to understand that silence did not mean absence. Sometimes it meant the moment belonged to them rather than the system. Principal Han concluded the formal rules. Registration closes at sunset. Competition order will be released at dawn. Your current ranking determines where you begin. He looked across both halves of the arena. What you do next determines whether you remain there. The displays went dark. The briefing ended. The arena did not empty. It erupted. Elite classes gathered around private screens, immediately comparing optimal rosters. Standard classes argued over who should represent them. Instructors moved through the aisles, preventing challenges from turning into fights. Zhang Hao stood first. I have discovered a problem. Chen Lei looked at him. Only one. We are separated by class. We knew that. I disliked it before. I dislike it professionally now. Luo Yun turned toward the standard class registration board. Xiao Fan and Chen Lei can register for standard class 7. I am in Elite 3, Zhang Hao said. Lin Xiaoyu and I are Elite 2. Lin Xiaoyu looked toward Tan Ruo, who was speaking with several instructors near the platform. The advisory rule is there for a reason. Xiao Fan nodded. We cannot fight as one team, but we can share information before the events. Zhang Hao crossed his arms. That sounds less satisfying. It is still useful. I know. That is why it is annoying. Chen Lei glanced toward the Western registration line. Standard Class 7 students had gathered around Wai Rong. Their expressions were not hopeful. Some looked intimidated. Others looked embarrassed before the competition had even begun. One student was already arguing that the class should send only its strongest representatives and accept the likely loss. Another suggested saving energy for monthly rankings instead. Wei Rong listened without interrupting. He did not appear pleased. Xiao Fan watched the group. This was not only a competition problem, it was a morale problem. If Standard Class 7 entered believing the score had already been decided, team adaptation would collapse before the first event began. I need to speak with my class, Xiao Fan said. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. We'll wait. You should register with your own classes first. We have time. Registration closes at sunset. Zhang Hao waved a hand. Brother Fan, stop trying to dismiss your support team. We are very difficult to remove. Luo Yun added. He is correct. Chen Lei looked toward Class 7. Go. Xiao Fan approached the group. The argument had become louder. We cannot beat elite classes. Then why waste our best students? Because the rewards matter. Rewards we will not win. Team adaptation has a multiplier. A multiplier on a low score is still low. Theo, broad-shouldered guardian from registration, noticed Xiao Fan first. You're here. Several students turned. Some expressions brightened. Others became more guarded. His name had appeared beside elite seniors and Zhao Kai. That did not make him trusted. It made him unusual. Wei Rong remained silent. Xiao Fan looked at the class registration screen. 5 representative slots. 28 candidates. Average combat evaluation significantly below elite classes. Equipment quality basic. Training access limited. No obvious advantage, he spoke plainly. We will probably lose the combat strength category. The students stared. One boy laughed bitterly. Good speech. It is not a speech. Xiao Fan pointed toward the scoring board. Combat strength has the highest individual score. Team adaptation has the highest class multiplier. Practical survival rewards consistency rather than peak output. The bitter laughter stopped. Elite classes are more likely to win direct combat. Xiao Fan continued. That does not mean they are guaranteed to make fewer mistakes in unknown terrain. It does not mean their strongest students communicate well. It does not mean they protect weaker members efficiently. A girl holding a short spear frowned. You think they will underestimate those categories? Some will. And if they do not, then we still perform as well as possible. The broad-shouldered boy scratched his head. That sounds less inspiring than I expected. False confidence would be less useful. A few students smiled despite themselves. Xiao Fan looked around the group. We do not need to prove Standard Class 7 is secretly stronger than Elite Class 1. It is not. That hurt. He could see it. But no one looked away. We need to prove our placement does not determine whether we can think, prepare, cooperate, and protect one another. The arena noise continued around them. Elite students negotiated teams beneath bright private screens. Standard students argued over limited opportunities. Observation drones watched everything. Xiao Fan continued. If we enter only to avoid embarrassment, we will fail before scoring begins. If we enter to understand the rules, assign roles honestly, and recover when something goes wrong, then the categories are not equal. He pointed toward team adaptation. That one can be influenced. Then toward practical survival. That one can be prepared for. Finally toward combat strength. And even there, losing by less than expected still matters. Silence held the group together for several seconds. The short-spear girl looked at the registration board again. So we do not need the 5 strongest students. Not necessarily. We need 5 roles. Yes, another student spoke. And reserves who prepare with them. Yes, the broad-shouldered guardian grinned. Now it sounds like a speech. Xiao Fan considered that unintentional. Laughter moved through the group. Not much. Enough. Wei Rong finally stepped forward. You heard him. His voice cut through the remaining uncertainty. Anyone who wants an easy excuse may leave. No one moved. Anyone who wants an easy victory may also leave. Still, no one moved. Wei Rong nodded toward the registration board. Then choose based on function, not pride. The class gathered closer. Questions replaced complaints. Who had the best endurance? Who remembered terrain details? Who could maintain communication under pressure? Who protected instead of chasing points? Who recovered quickly after failure? Xiao Fan stood among them, listening. He did not command the group. Not yet. But when someone proposed 3 heavy defenders with no mobility, he explained a weakness. When another proposed selecting only the highest physical scores, he pointed toward the practical survival criteria. When 2 students argued over the final slot, he asked which one could follow a changing plan without taking it personally. That ended the argument for an entirely different reason. By the time the sun lowered beyond the transparent academy dome, Standard Class 7 had not solved the competition. They had done something more important. They had stopped treating defeat as an identity. The 5 representative slots remained under discussion. The tactical questions had only begun. The unclassified evaluation remained completely unknown. Elite Class 1 was still stronger. Zhao Kai was still far beyond Xiao Fan in direct power. None of that had changed. But the class registration board no longer looked like a record of who would lose. It looked like a problem that could be studied. As the students dispersed to gather training records and submit role preferences, Lin Xiaoyu approached from behind. Zhang Hao, Chen Lai, and Luo Yun followed her. You gave a speech, she said. Apparently, a good one. It contained no emotional appeal. Zhang Hao raised a hand. Incorrect. I felt at least 3 emotions, Chen Lai asked. Were any of them useful? One was hunger. That was not caused by the speech. You cannot prove that. Luo Yun looked toward the registration board. Class 7 changed quickly. They already wanted a reason to try, Xiao Fan said. They only wanted a reason to try, Xiao Fan said. Lacked a structure that made trying rational. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. You gave them one. Xiao Fan looked across the arena. Elite teams were still registering. Zhao Kai stood at the eastern board while students gathered around him. He did not appear uncertain. He did not need to. His strength was obvious. Xiao Fan's was not. Perhaps that difference would remain for a long time. Zhao Kai turned slightly. Across the distance, his gaze met Xiao Fan's. Then he looked toward the Standard Class 7 board. Toward the students who were no longer leaving with lowered heads. A faint blue spark moved across his shoulder. He gave a small nod. Not approval. Not friendship. Recognition that something had changed. Xiao Fan returned the nod. The moment passed. Above the arena, an observation drone adjusted its angle. The pink-gold panel appeared at the edge of Xiao Fan's vision. Heart resonance. Environmental condition detected. Multiple sincere support signals present. No reward followed. No affection value changed. No new ability appeared. The panel faded. Xiao Fan watched the empty space where it had been. Multiple sincere support signals. Not one target. Not one relationship. Multiple. He did not take out his notebook. Not yet. Around him, Lin Xiaoyu was discussing healer support limits with Chen Lai. Luo Yun had already begun listing likely survival variables. Zhang Hao was trying to convince everyone that nutrition credits were a strategic objective. Standard Class 7 students moved between them carrying forms, shield records, and questions. The competition had not begun. No points had been awarded. No elite had been defeated. No mystery had been solved. Yet the stakes were finally clear. Resources determined training. Training shaped rankings. Rankings shaped opportunity. And opportunity shaped who would be ready when the danger beyond Azure City's walls became real. For the elite classes, the resource competition was a chance to secure what they already expect. For Standard Class 7, it was a chance to prove expectation was not destiny. Xiao Fan looked once more at the 4 categories glowing above the arena: combat strength, practical survival, team adaptation, unclassified talent application. 3 rules they could study. 1 mystery they could not. He adjusted the strap of his bag. We need a plan. Zhang Hao grinned. A real one this time. A detailed one. Chen Lai sighed. That means no sleep. Luo Yun answered calmly. It means less sleep. Lin Xiaoyu stepped beside Xiao Fan. Then we... Start now! The Academy sunset poured through the barrier dome, turning the white stone ruins gold. Across the arena, class boards continued filling with names. Above them, hidden systems continued recording everything. And for the first time, since his placement into Standard Class 7, Xiao Fan did not feel as though he had been placed beneath the elite classes. He felt as though he had been given a different problem to solve. The Academy sunset had nearly disappeared by the time Standard Class 7 claimed an empty lecture room in the Western District. Nearly. The last orange light still stretched across the windows, turning the old stone walls warm, while the Academy's blue runes brightened for evening operation. 30 students crowded around desks that had been pushed into a rough circle. Training records covered one table. Equipment lists covered another. A holographic copy of the resource competition rules floated above the instructor's platform. No one had gone home. That alone was progress. Zhang Hao stood in front of the blackboard with a piece of chalk. Across the top he had written 3 large words: win through friendship. Xiao Fan looked at the board. No. Zhang Hao lowered the chalk. You rejected it too quickly. It is not a plan. It is a philosophy. It is also too large. We need the board. Chen Lai walked past and erased the final word with his sleeve. Zhang Hao stared at the remaining phrase. Win through. Luo Yun quietly erased the rest. Efficient, he said. Lin Xiaoyu placed a stack of copied competition rules on the nearest desk. Perhaps Xiao Fan should write. Zhang Hao held the chalk against his chest. I have been removed from leadership. You were never appointed, Chen Lai said. That makes this worse. A few Class 7 students laughed. The laughter came easier than it had in the arena. Xiao Fan took the chalk. He drew 3 columns: combat strength, practical survival, team adaptation. Then he stepped back. We begin with what we cannot change tonight. A student near the window raised his hand. Our talents, our class placement. The answer produced several uncomfortable expressions. Xiao Fan continued before the mood could fall. We also cannot gain elite facilities, replace our equipment, or close the average combat gap before tomorrow morning. Zhang Hao leaned toward Lin Xiaoyu. He remains inspirational. He is establishing the problem, she whispered back. He is very committed to it. Xiao Fan ignored them. What can we change? The broad-shouldered guardian from registration answered first. Team selection. Yes. The short spear girl added. Roles. Yes. Another student said preparation. Communication, Luo Yun added. Recovery after mistakes. Lin Xiaoyu said. Xiao Fan wrote each answer beneath the final 2 columns. The board began changing. The competition no longer looked like 4 impossible categories. It looked like a collection of smaller decisions. Wairong stood near the back wall with his arms folded. He had entered 10 minutes earlier. He had not spoken once. His silence made every student aware that the discussion still belonged to them. Xiao Fan turned toward the class records. 5 active representatives. Reserves can assist with preparation but cannot enter after the roster locks unless the rules permit medical withdrawal. A thin boy with a hooked training blade raised his hand. So we choose 1 person for each role. Not exactly. Xiao Fan drew. 5 empty circles beneath team adaptation. Rigid teams fail when the situation changes. Each person needs a primary function, and at least 1 secondary function. The short spear girl frowned thoughtfully. For example, a guardian may provide defense as a primary function and route control as a secondary function. The secondary function. Broad-shouldered boy nodded. A scout can detect threats and manage communication, Luo Yun added, assuming they do not run ahead and become the threat. Several students looked toward one of the faster boys in the room. He slowly lowered his raised hand. Zhang Hao pointed at Luo Yun. That was unreasonably specific. It was accurate. Xiao Fan continued writing. Defense, mobility, observation, support, objective control. Those are functions, he said, not class names. A healer student from another standard section had joined Lin Xiaoyu near the door. She looked at the board. So a combat student can still provide support. Yes. Carry supplies. Protect communication. Mark safe routes. Stabilize a retreat. Chen Lai tapped the table containing the equipment lists. And a guardian can help complete objectives instead of standing in one place. Yes, the broad-shouldered boy looked mildly offended. I can move. No one said you could not, Xiao Fan replied. You looked at me when he said it. I was checking whether you agreed. Zhang Hao nodded gravely. He analyzes people with eye contact. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. He is improving. He used to need a notebook. Xiao Fan paused. I still have the notebook, I know. The warmth in her answer drew several knowing looks from nearby students. Xiao Fan returned to the board before Zhang Hao could speak. That decision prevented nothing. Zhang Hao whispered loudly. Tactical retreat. Chen Lai placed a hand on his shoulder and moved him 2 steps backward. Successful. The room settled again. Xiao Fan opened the practical survival rules. Practical survival rewards consistency. That means mistakes matter more than impressive moments. The short spear girl crossed her arms. Elite students will know that too. Some will. Zhao Kai definitely will. Chen Lai said. Xiao Fan nodded. They could not build a strategy around elite students becoming foolish. That would be hope disguised as planning. We assume the strongest teams prepare correctly, he said. Our advantage cannot depend on their failure. The room quieted. That removed the easiest fantasy. It also made the remaining discussion more serious. Luo Yun unrolled a campus training map across the table. The briefing showed artificial forests, ruined corridors, supply zones, and changing barriers. He marked 4 terrain types with small black stones. Those images may not match tomorrow's exact course, but the evaluation factors remain the same. Preparation, Xiao Fan said. Environmental judgment. Resource management. Threat recognition. Objective completion. Lin Xiaoyu studied the map. Most teams will focus on reaching the objective. Quickly, yes, Luo Yun said. And if conditions change, she asked. Fast teams may outrun their information. Xiao Fan looked at the 5 empty circles on the board. There. Not an advantage yet. A possibility. If we cannot move fastest, he said. We make sure every movement produces information. Chen Lai understood first. Every member observes something different. Terrain stability, the short spear girl said. Threat signs, Luo Yun added. Resource use, Lin Xiaoyu said. Team condition, Chen Lai finished. Zhang Hao raised a hand. Enemy morale. Everyone looked at him. What? He asked. If they are exhausted, that matters. It does, Xiao Fan admitted. Zhang Hao straightened proudly. My first accepted contribution. You brought copies of the meal reward table, Chen Lai said. My first strategic contribution. Xiao Fan wrote a new phrase beneath practical survival. Information before speed. Information before speed. The words changed the atmosphere. Students leaned closer. Questions came faster. How often should they report? What if communication was restricted? What if the team separated? Who decided when to abandon an objective? What counted as a recoverable mistake? Xiao Fan answered some. Others he redirected to the group. A plan people did not understand would collapse the first time he was unable to speak. That mattered more than appearing clever. They developed 3 simple communication rules. Report changes, not everything. Confirm important instructions once. If communication failed, return to the last confirmed position unless immediate danger made that impossible. Luo Yun approved the rules because they were concise. Chen Lai approved because they could be remembered under pressure. Zhang Hao approved because none contained more than 11 words. Lin Xiaoyu approved after rewriting the second rule, so it sounded less like an order and more like teamwork. Xiao Fan noticed the difference. He kept her version. The pink gold panel did not appear. He was glad. The moment did not need verification. The discussion moved to team adaptation. Xiao Fan circled the category. This is the narrowest path, because of the multiplier. The broad-shouldered boy asked. Because the scoring criteria include recovery from failure. Several students looked confused. Failure did not sound like a path to victory. Xiao Fan pointed toward the official wording. Most teams will plan to avoid mistakes. As they should, the short spear girl said. Yes. But no team can guarantee that. He drew a line through one of the 5 circles and then connected the remaining 4. If the plan depends on perfect execution, one mistake destroys it. Then he redrew the missing circle in a different position. If the team knows how to reorganize, the mistake becomes part of the evaluation. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him. So we practice losing formation. We practice rebuilding it. That distinction mattered. Chen Lai moved several shield markers around the map. If the front line falls back, observation shifts inward. Luo Yun moved a black stone to the outer route. If the scout is cut off, the nearest mobile member takes route confirmation. The short spear girl moved her marker beside the supply token. If support is pressured, objective control becomes defense. Zhang Hao placed a meal voucher on the map. If morale collapses, morale collapses. Emergency nutrition. Chen Lai removed it. We are not practicing that. You will regret rejecting logistics. The room broke into laughter again. Even Wei Rong's expression shifted slightly, not a smile. Close enough that several students noticed and became immediately more serious. Xiao Fan looked around the circle. Earlier, they had asked which 5 students were strongest. Now they were asking which combinations could recover. That was the change he needed. A faint pink gold light appeared at the edge of his vision. Heart resonance. Environmental condition stable. Sincere support signals aligned towards shared objective. No number followed. No reward. The panel remained for only a breath before fading. Xiao Fan kept his expression neutral. But the wording settled into place. Aligned towards shared objective. Heart resonance was not merely detecting that people supported him. It was detecting that their support pointed in the same direction. He did not know whether that mattered mechanically. He knew it mattered to the plan. Lin Xiaoyu noticed his brief pause. Another message? He nodded. Different? Slightly? Zhang Hao immediately leaned over the table. Good different or observation division different. Neither confirmed. That is the least comforting category. Xiao Fan looked at the students around them. It detected sincere support signals aligned toward a shared objective. Silence spread. Not fear. Surprise. The broad-shouldered guardian looked around the room. It means the class is affecting your talent? It means the talent detected the class. We do not know whether it can affect anything. The distinction prevented excitement from becoming assumption. Wei Rong finally spoke from the back. Then do not build your plan around it. Every head turned. His gaze settled on Xiao Fan. Unknown power is not a resource. Xiao Fan nodded. It is a variable. It is a risk until proven otherwise. Understood. Wei Rong stepped toward the table. But a team aligned toward one objective is useful without a system confirming it. He looked across Class 7. That part is real. No one joked. The words carried more weight because Wei Rong had waited so long to speak. The final roster was not decided that night. It did not need to be. Instead, the class arranged a short evaluation before dawn. Candidates would rotate through formation changes, route calls, supply handling, and controlled failure drills. The 5 representatives would be selected according to function, not pride. Not talent rank alone, not who shouted loudest. When the meeting finally ended, the academy corridors had gone quiet. Moonlight replaced sunset beyond the barrier dome. Students left in small groups carrying copied maps and roll sheets. The broad-shouldered guardian paused at the door. What do we call the strategy? Xiao Fan looked at the board. Information before speed. Roles before pride. Recovery before perfection. It does not need a name. Zhang Hao reacted as though personally wounded. Every strategy needs a name. No. Adaptive friendship formation. No. Underdog resonance assault. No. Operation enhanced cafeteria. Nutrition. Chen Lai pushed him into the corridor. We are leaving. Luo Yun followed. The third name was the worst. The third name had measurable rewards. Lin Xiaoyu remained beside Xiao Fan while he erased the board. Only the 3 category names remained. Combat strength, practical survival, team adaptation. She picked up a cloth and erased combat strength first. You really think this can work? Xiao Fan considered the question carefully. Work does not mean defeating every elite class. I know. It means earning enough points to change how the... It means earning a... Academy evaluates Class 7. I know. It means surviving mistakes better than teams that are stronger than us. She waited. Xiao Fan set the chalk down. Yes. Not certainly. Not easily. But honestly, yes. I think there is a path. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Then that is enough for tonight. They left the lecture room together. Behind them the old board stood empty. Ahead, the western training fields glowed beneath blue runes as standard Class 7 students began testing formations under the moonlight. They were still weaker. Their equipment was still worse. The unknown evaluation still waited for Xiao Fan. But the competition was no longer a wall. It was terrain, and terrain could be studied. The western training fields were already awake before dawn. Blue runes traced the edges of the practice ground, illuminating shield marks, route flags, supply crates, and 30 students who had discovered that agreeing to train before sunrise was easier than standing upright during it. Zhang Hao sat on an overturned crate with a blanket around his shoulders. I support the strategy. Chen Lei tightened the strap on his shield. You are asleep. I support it unconsciously. Luo Yun handed him a wooden route marker. Then hold this. Zhang Hao accepted it without opening his eyes. The marker slowly tilted sideways. Lin Xiaoyu caught it before it fell. Very dependable. Thank you. That was not praise. I accept support in all forms. Xiao Fan stood near the center of the field with a roll sheet in one hand. Around him, the final candidates rotated through short drills. Formation change. Route call. Supply transfer. Controlled retreat. Communication failure. No drill lasted more than 3 minutes. That was intentional. Long exercises tested endurance. Short disruptions tested adaptation. Wei Rong watched from the edge of the field, saying nothing unless a mistake created genuine danger. The first formation collapsed in 40 seconds. The broad-shouldered Guardian held the front too aggressively, leaving the supply carrier exposed when the route changed. The second lasted longer. Then 2 students responded to the same threat and abandoned the left lane. The third reached the objective marker. They also left 1 teammate behind. Xiao Fan recorded the result. Zhang Hao finally opened one eye. That should reduce the score. It does. How much? We do not know. Then I object to invisible punishment. Luo Yun moved another route flag. You object to visible punishment too, correct? I am consistent. The short spear girl returned from the failed drill. Breathing hard, we reached the objective. You lost your rear guard, Xiao Fan said. She was delayed. You did not confirm why? The girl looked toward the teammate who had been left behind. A barrier wall had risen between them during the route change. The separated student had followed the communication rule and returned to the last confirmed position. The rest of the group had continued forward. The short spear girl's expression tightened. We assumed she would catch up. Assumption without confirmation. Yes. She did not argue. That mattered. Xiao Fan marked the error, then looked across the candidates. Again. Several students groaned. Wei Rong's voice came from the boundary. If you have enough breath to complain, the drill is too easy. The groaning stopped. The next rotation began. This time, Luo Yun stood beside the road controls. He could not participate in Standard Class 7's official roster, but cross-class advisory cooperation remained permitted until competition commencement. He used every second of it. Without warning, he shifted 2 flags and blocked the obvious path with a simulated hazard marker. The candidates hesitated. One looked toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan did not answer. A plan that required him to solve every problem was not a team plan. The thin boy, with the hooked training blade, pointed toward a narrow lane beside the equipment shed. Alternate route. Unconfirmed, the short spear girl said. Then confirm it. The broad-shouldered Guardian moved first, but not forward. He angled his shield toward the blocked route and protected the group while the hooked blade boy checked the side lane. Clear, the boy called. Confirm clear, the girl answered. The team moved. Not fast, not elegantly. Together. When Luo Yun raised a second obstruction behind them, the rear guard reported it immediately. No one turned back unnecessarily. No one repeated the entire situation. Only the change. Xiao Fan watched the formation adjust. Primary functions remained visible. Secondary functions appeared when pressure shifted. The broad-shouldered Guardian controlled space. The short spear girl coordinated movement. The hooked blade boy confirmed routes. Chen Lei stabilized the center. The final student handled supplies and team condition. It was not the strongest possible lineup. It was the first lineup that recovered without waiting for instructions. They reached the marker with 21 seconds remaining. Silence held for a moment. Then Zhang Hao stood so quickly the blanket fell from his shoulders. We have achieved friendship. No. Xiao Fan said. Victory? Also no. Progress? Xiao Fan looked at the 5 students catching their breath. Yes. That answer produced more smiles than either of Zhang Hao's suggestions. Wei Rong stepped onto the field. The roster, the candidates straightened. No one spoke while he read the 5 names from the evaluation sheet. Xiao Fan, Chen Lei, the broad-shouldered Guardian, the short spear girl, the thin boy with the hooked blade. 2 reserves were also selected. The students who had not made the active roster looked disappointed, but the disappointment did not become resentment. They had seen the process. They knew why each role existed. Wei Rong lowered the sheet. Selection is not praise. His gaze moved across the 5 representatives. It is responsibility. Then toward the rest of the class. Not being selected is not dismissal. He pointed toward the supply crates en route. Maps. The competition begins with 5 students. It is prepared by 30. The words settled across the cold morning field. Heart resonance did not appear. Xiao Fan was glad. Some truths did not need a panel. The Academy bell rang once. Registration locked. Across Azure 3rd Academy, class boards flashed from blue to white. The first-year resource competition had begun. The practical survival course occupied the northern simulation grounds. Artificial terrain extended beneath a transparent barrier dome. Ruined corridors intersected with low forest sections. Broken platforms surrounded shallow water channels. Supply markers glowed at irregular distances. At the center of the field stood 3 objective towers. Each class team received the same instructions. Recover 2 marked supply cores. Identify 1 concealed environmental threat. Reach any objective tower with all active members. Time mattered. Resources mattered. Penalties mattered more. The audience platforms filled quickly. Elite classes occupied the eastern stands. Standard classes gathered on the west. This time, no one in Class 7 looked at the seats. They looked at the field. Lin Xiaoyu stood behind the advisory boundary with Zhang Hao and Luo Yun. She had joined her own class registration before dawn, but Elite Class 2's event order came later. For now, she watched Xiao Fan check the Academy-issued pack. Water, binding cloth, signal tags, 2 barrier flares, 1 recovery tonic, nothing extra, nothing hidden. Tang Ruo walked along the inspection line with a tablet. When she reached Xiao Fan, she checked the pack seal. Still planning to defeat Terrain? Terrain is less offended by analysis. Usually, she glanced toward the 5 members of Standard Class 7. Their equipment was basic. Their formation was not. Tang Ruo's eyes lingered on the spacing between them. Interesting. That is not an evaluation. It can be. She sealed the inspection record and moved on. At the eastern lane, Zhao Kai's team stood beneath silver markers. No wasted movement, no visible uncertainty. Their equipment gleamed with Academy Standard Elite issue. Zhao Kai did not look toward Xiao Fan until the countdown reached 10 seconds. Then his gaze shifted once, not toward Xiao Fan's shield. Toward the formation. He was measuring the same thing. The starting barrier lowered. Teams entered through separate lanes. Standard Class 7 moved at a controlled pace. Immediately, 3 other teams passed them. Zhang Hao gripped the railing. We are losing. Luo Yun watched the field map. The event began 12 seconds ago. We have been losing for 12 seconds. Lin Xiaoyu pointed toward the first junction. Look, the fastest standard team entered the left corridor without checking the upper wall. A warning rune flashed. Loose stone collapsed across the route. No one was injured. Their path was blocked. Penalty lights appeared over their class marker. Zhang Hao became very still. I was testing your confidence. No, Luo Yun said. Inside the course, Xiao Fan heard the collapse. He did not turn toward it. Change. Impact left corridor, the hooked blade boy reported. Likely root obstruction. Confirmed once, the short spear girl answered. The team continued through the center lane. Every member observed a different layer. Xiao Fan watched terrain transitions and objective conditions. Chen Lai monitored formation integrity. The broad-shouldered guardian checked physical hazards and controlled narrow spaces. The hooked blade boy confirmed routes. The short spear girl tracked supplies, time, and team condition. Their first supply core appeared beneath a broken platform. Too obvious. The broad-shouldered guardian stepped toward it. Wait, Xiao Fan said. He crouched near the edge of the stone. No monster tracks. No pressure plates. No unstable runes. But the water beneath the platform moved against the direction of the channel. Environmental change. The others stopped. The hooked blade boy leaned closer without crossing the boundary. Current is wrong. Chen Lai looked toward the support beams. Hidden intake? Likely. The short spear girl scanned the wall. There, a narrow vent had been concealed beneath the neath. Artificial moss. The supply core was not trapped. The route to it was. If someone stepped onto the lower platform, the vent would release a surge strong enough to knock them into the channel. Not dangerous. Costly. Xiao Fan took out a signal tag and attached it to the vent. Threat identified. A blue point indicator appeared above their lane. The audience reacted. Standard Class 7 had found the concealed environmental threat before securing either supply core. An instructor on the observation platform looked down at the scoring tablet. Another leaned closer. Tang Ruo smiled faintly. Li Zhenxian did not. His expression remained unreadable. The team adjusted. Chen Lai anchored a line. The hooked blade boy crossed from above instead of below. The broad-shouldered guardian redirected the water surge with his shield when the vent activated. The supply core came free. No penalty. One objective complete. They moved deeper into the ruins. Elite Class 1 had already recovered both cores. Their marker advanced toward the central tower with frightening speed. Xiang Hao saw it. So much for information. Luo Yun replied without looking away. Their information is also fast. That was the problem Xiao Fan had anticipated. The elite teams were not foolish. Their strength allowed them to gather information without sacrificing speed. Standard Class 7 could not win by waiting for arrogance. They had to execute better than their own limits. The second core lay beyond a shifting barrier corridor. Blue walls rose and fell in changing patterns. 3 teams rushed toward openings as soon as they appeared. 1 made it through. 2 were divided. Xiao Fan's group stopped at the entrance. The short spear girl counted the intervals. 4 seconds. 6, 4, 8. Not repeating, Chen Lai said. Trigger-based, Xiao Fan replied. The hooked blade boy watched the floor. Pressure tiles. Every movement altered the next barrier cycle. The corridor was not a timing test. It was a team test disguised as one. Xiao Fan pointed toward the first tile. Broad shield enters first. Hold position. The broad-shouldered guardian moved. A wall rose behind him. The team did not panic. Change confirmed, the short spear girl called. Chen Lei stepped onto the second tile. A side lane opened. The hooked blade boy crossed and marked the safe position. 1 by 1, they created the route for the next member. Slow. Deliberate. Then the barrier pattern changed. A tile beneath Chen Lai dimmed too early. The wall beside Xiao Fan began rising. The original formation was gone. For half a second, everyone looked toward him. Then training replaced hesitation. Front line back, Chen Lai called. Observation inward, the short spear girl answered. The hooked blade boy abandoned the forward marker and returned to the last confirmed position. The broad-shouldered guardian shifted from route control to defense. Xiao Fan moved through the narrowing gap instead of trying to preserve the failed sequence. They rebuilt around the new positions. No perfect execution. No collapse. The final wall lowered. All 5 emerged together. A score notification flashed above their lane. Adaptation recovery. Excellent. The western stands erupted. Not the entire side. Class 7. 30 students shouted loudly enough to sound like 300. Zhang Hao climbed onto the lowest rail. Recovery before perfection. An instructor immediately pointed at him. Off the railing, he stepped down. Support has been restricted. Lin Xiaoyu was laughing too hard to answer. On the field, Xiao Fan heard the distant cheer through the barrier. Heart resonance appeared. Environmental conditions stable. Aligned support maintained under pressure. A faint warmth spread through his chest. Not strength, not energy. Clarity. For one breath, the positions of his teammates felt unusually distinct. Not their thoughts, not their emotions, their readiness. Chen Lai was prepared to anchor. The short spear girl was prepared to redirect. The hooked blade boy was prepared to retreat. The broad-shouldered guardian was prepared to absorb pressure. The sensation vanished almost immediately. Xiao Fan's step slowed. Change? Chen Lai asked. Xiao Fan looked ahead. System response. Useful, unconfirmed. Weirong's warning remained clear. Unknown power was not a resource. Xiao Fan did not build the next decision around it. Continue. They recovered the second core. The final route to the objective tower crossed an open ruin court. Elite Class 1 had already finished. Several elite teams followed. Standard Class 7 entered behind them, far from first place. Then an academy horn sounded. The court changed. 2 objective towers dimmed. A barrier split the remaining approach. Teams converged toward the last active tower. The obvious route became crowded. Raw speed would decide it. The short spear girl looked towards Xiao Fan. He looked at the collapsed wall on the right. Unstable. Narrow. Not prohibited. Alternate route. The hooked blade boy checked the gap. Passable. 1 at a time. Too slow, the broad-shouldered guardian said. Not if the main route stalls, Chen Li replied. Ahead, 3 teams reached the same bottleneck. Shields collided. No deliberate sabotage. Only too many bodies and too little space. Only too many bodies and too little space. Their pace collapsed. Standard Class 7 took the broken route. The broad-shouldered guardian cleared loose debris. The hooked blade boy marked footing. The short spear girl passed the supply course forward. Chen Lai guarded the rear. Xiao Fan crossed last. A stone shifted beneath his foot. His balance broke. Chen Lai caught the back of his academy vest and pulled him upright without stopping. Team condition, Chen Lai said. Stable. Xiao Fan answered. They emerged beside the tower. Not first, not close to first. Ahead of 6 teams that had entered the court before them. All 5 placed their hands against the objective seal. The 2 supply cores illuminated. Completion confirmed. For a moment, Xiao Fan heard only breathing. Then the scoreboard appeared above the dome. Standard Class 7. Completion time. 14th. Resource efficiency. 5th. Threat recognition, second. Team integrity, third. Adaptation recovery, first. The class total rose. Not enough to challenge Elite Class 1. Enough to move Standard Class 7 above 9 classes with stronger average combat ratings. The Western stands went silent. Then exploded. The broad-shouldered Guardian stared at the ranking. We're in the upper half. The hooked blade boy corrected him automatically. For this category, let me have the moment. The short spear girl looked toward Xiao Fan. Her face was flushed from exertion. We did not outrun them. No. We did not overpower them. No. A smile spread across her face. We still passed them. Xiao Fan looked at the score lines. Information before speed. Roles before pride. Recovery before perfection. The strategy had not created a miracle. It had created measurable value. That was better. Across the field, Zhao Kai stood beneath Elite Class 1's first-place marker. His team had dominated completion time and objective control. Their overall score remained far higher. But his gaze rested on Standard Class 7's adaptation recovery result. 1. The only category Elite Class 1 had not taken. He looked toward Xiao Fan. This time, there was no distant nod, only focused attention. A rival studying a result he had not expected. Above the observation deck, the silver-haired woman closed one scoring window and opened another. Heart resonance reacted during the barrier failure. The black-coated man watched Xiao Fan's team leave the course together. Did it alter performance? Insufficient evidence. Good. She glanced at him. Good. If we understood it after one test, it would not deserve this much caution. Below them, the public board updated again. Unclassified talent application. Selected participants report to the sealed evaluation arena after the adaptation interval. Xiao Fan read the notice as he reached the exit gate. The satisfaction around him did not disappear. It changed shape. The known test was over. The unknown one had arrived. Lin Xiaoyu met him outside the barrier. You proved the path exists. We proved it can produce points. That is what I said. It is more specific. She handed him water. This time, he accepted without calculating whether he needed it. Chen Hao appeared beside her. We also proved emergency nutrition remains underfunded. Chen Lai walked past him. We proved nothing about that. Luo Yun looked toward the sealed arena indicator. The next test will not reward what we prepared. Xiao Fan drank once, then lowered the bottle. No. The silver category glowed above the northern wall. Observation drones turned in unison. Around them, Class 7 celebrated a result no one had expected. Ahead, Academy security opened a gate that had remained sealed all morning. Their coordination had earned recognition. Now the Academy wanted to know why. The sealed evaluation gate closed behind Xiao Fan with a sound too soft for something that final. The noise of the northern simulation grounds disappeared. Class 7's cheering. Zhang Hao's complaints. The Academy announcements. Even the footsteps of students moving between events. All of it vanished beneath layers of silver barrier light. Ahead, a corridor descended into the earth. Its walls were smooth white stone, without class markings, ranking boards, or public screens. Thin observation runes formed narrow lines along the ceiling. They did not glow brightly. They did not need to. Xiao Fan could feel them watching. Tang Rio walked a few steps ahead with her hands behind her back. You are thinking too loudly. I am not speaking. That has never stopped you. Gu Qingshui walked on Xiao Fan's other side. Frost-white mana rested quietly around her fingers, more like cold air than visible power. She glanced toward the ceiling. There are 12 active observation arrays. Tang Ruo looked up. 14. 2 are concealed. Then why did you say 12? Because concealed arrays are impolite. Tang Ruo laughed. Xiao Fan looked behind them. Zhao Kai entered last. The security gate sealed again. Blue-white sparks moved once across his shoulder before fading. 14, he said. Gu Qingshui's expression did not change. You count loudly. Zhao Kai ignored the comment. The 4 selected participants continued downward. Xiao Fan had expected tension between them. Instead, Tang Ruo seemed entertained. Gu Qingshui appeared mildly inconvenienced, and Zhao Kai carried the calm of someone entering a test he expected to understand. Xiao Fan was the only one whose talent had no accepted evaluation model. That difference followed him all the way to the final door. The sealed arena was smaller than the central ruin arena. Much smaller. A circular testing field occupied the center. 4 entry platforms surrounded it at equal distances. Movable walls, barrier columns, weighted gates, signal pylons, and training constructs waited beneath dim silver light. Above the field, observation rooms formed a complete ring. Most of the glass was mirrored. One section was transparent. Principal Han stood there with Li Zentian, Wei Rong, several instructors, the silver-haired woman, and the black-coated man. Xiao Fan's gaze paused on the last two. The black-coated visitor noticed. He gave no sign of recognition. Principal Han's voice entered the arena through hidden speakers. The unclassified talent application evaluation is not a ranking event. Zhang Hao would have objected immediately. Xiao Fan remained quiet. The purpose is to observe application under changing conditions. Individual results may affect class contribution, only when they produce measurable value within Academy-recognized safety limits. 4 silver panels appeared above the field. Tang Ruo, Gu Qingshui, Zhao Kai, Xiao Fan, you will complete 3 stages. The first establishes individual response. The second introduces conflicting objectives. The third will not be explained in advance. Tang Ruo lifted her face toward the observation room. You could have simply said the third stage is a surprise. Li Zentian answered through the speaker. A surprise is pleasant. That sounds threatening. Good. The 4 entry platforms illuminated. Xiao Fan stepped onto his. A transparent barrier rose around him. The first stage began. A training construct emerged from the floor. It had no face and no weapon. Its body was built from dull black segments designed to change shape according to pressure. A silver instruction appeared. Reach the opposite marker. Xiao Fan looked across the enclosed lane. 30 meters. 3 barrier columns. 1 construct. No teammates. No sincere support signal inside the barrier. Heart resonance remained silent. The construct moved. Xiao Fan raised his shield. Its first strike was direct. Heavy but simple. He redirected it toward the nearest barrier column and advanced 2 steps. The construct changed. Its right arm divided into 2 narrower limbs. One pressed his shield. The other reached toward his unprotected side. Xiao Fan withdrew, adjusted his angle, and used the column to limit its approach. He was not fast. He was not strong enough to force a path. He studied. The construct responded to forward pressure by becoming heavier. It responded to retreat by extending its reach. It responded to lateral movement by splitting its limbs. Every obvious solution created a different problem. Xiao Fan stopped trying to defeat it. He stepped close enough to trigger the heavy form, shifted behind the column before the transformation completed, and moved through the space its slower body could no longer cover. He reached the marker. Completion time appeared. Average. Control score appeared. Above average. Talent response. None detected. The words remained visible longer than the others. In the neighboring lane, thunder cracked. Zhao Kai crossed his marker almost immediately after destroying the construct's balance with one precise burst. Gu Qingshui froze the joints of hers and walked past it. Tang Ruo somehow caused her construct to attack a false position while she crossed the lane untouched. Xiao Fan looked at their scores. The difference remained clear. Heart resonance had done nothing. Above the arena, one instructor spoke quietly to another. Xiao Fan could not hear the words. He did not need to. No application under individual pressure. Expected. The barriers lowered. Principal Han's voice returned. Stage 2. The circular field reconfigured. 4 objective pylons rose at different points. Each displayed a separate color. Red for Zhu Qingxiu. Gold for Tang Ruo. Pink gold for Xiao Fan. Gold for Xiao Fan. Movable walls formed intersecting routes between them. Each participant must activate their assigned pylon. Activating one may alter another participant's path. Direct attacks against other participants are prohibited. Interference through terrain is permitted. Zhao Kai looked toward the field. Competitive cooperation. Tang Ruo smiled. Or cooperative competition. Gu Qingshui stepped forward. The wording changes nothing. Xiao Fan studied the routes. Every pylon was reachable, not at the same time. If Zhao Kai took the shortest route, his first activation would raise a wall in front of Tang Ruo. If Gu Qingshui froze the central gate, it would open her lane but block Xiao Fan's. If Xiao Fan reached his own pylon directly, the rotating floor would divert Zhao Kai toward a longer path. The Academy was not testing whether they could cooperate. It was testing what they protected when objectives conflicted. The starting signal sounded. Zhao Kai moved first. Of course he did. Lightning accelerated his first 3 steps. He reached the central junction before the walls had fully risen. Gu Qingshui spread frost across the left gate. Tang Ruo disappeared behind a shifting reflection. Xiao Fan advanced at a controlled pace. No team, no shared objective, no aligned support. Heart resonance remained silent. Then Tang Ruo's voice came from somewhere to his right. Xiao Fan. 2 steps back. He obeyed before asking why. A wall slammed down where he had been standing. Her illusion had reached her pylon first, but she had used the opening to warn him instead of protecting only her own route. A faint warmth appeared in Xiao Fan's chest. Not a panel. Not yet. Gu Qingshui reached the frozen gate. The central mechanism resisted her mana. Frost spread across the hinges, but the gate did not open completely. Zhao Kai could have passed through the remaining gap. Instead, he struck the upper locking plate with a narrow lightning arc. The gate opened for both of them. "Do not misunderstand," he said. "Your obstruction was slowing my route." Gu Qingshui walked through. "Your explanation is unnecessary." The warmth strengthened. 4 separate objectives still existed, but the participants had begun accounting for one another. Xiao Fan reached the next junction. A floor panel illuminated beneath Tang Ruo's hidden route. If he stepped forward, his path would open and hers would collapse. He stopped. "Senior Tang, I see it. Can you cross in 4 seconds? 3, then move." Her reflection shifted. Xiao Fan counted. 1, 2, 3. He stepped onto the panel. His wall opened. Behind him, Tang Ruo cleared the collapsing path with half a second remaining. Heart resonance appeared. Environmental condition unstable. Multiple support signals present. Alignment incomplete. The panel vanished. Xiao Fan's attention sharpened. Support existed, but their objectives still divided them. The system could distinguish the difference. He reached his pylon third. Zhao Kai had already activated red. Gu Qingshui activated white a moment later. Tang Ruo reached gold last, not because she had been slower, but because she'd spent time protecting 2 other routes. All 4 pylons illuminated. Stage complete. The scoreboard did not show a winner. Instead, 4 categories appeared. Objective completion, environmental awareness, mutual interference, protective adjustment. Zhao Kai ranked highest in completion. Gu Qingshui ranked highest in control. Tang Ruo ranked highest in protective adjustment. Xiao Fan ranked second in environmental awareness and second in protective adjustment. Heart resonance response remained listed as partial. The black-coated man leaned closer to the observation glass. Xiao Fan saw the movement. The academy had gained something, not enough. Principal Han's voice entered the arena again. Stage 3 will begin after a 2-minute reset. The floor started moving. The 4 pylons descended. Walls folded into the ground. Training constructs returned to their sealed compartments. Xiao Fan looked toward the mirrored observation ring. 14 arrays, possibly more. The academy had tested him alone. Then among competing objectives. Neither condition had produced a clear application. That meant the 3rd stage would change the 1 variable heart resonance required. People, not merely nearby. Aligned. A security door opened on the far side of the arena. 5 silhouettes waited beyond it. Xiao Fan recognized the first before the light reached her face. Lin Xiaoyu stepped onto the field. Chen Hao followed immediately. I knew friendship would become an official evaluation category. Chen Lai walked behind him. It has not. Luo Yun entered last, studying the arena instead of the observers. Wai Rong came with him, then stopped beyond the boundary. Xiao Fan looked up at the observation room. The black-coated man was watching him now. Not the field. Not the others. Him. Principal Han spoke. Stage 3. Group emergency response. The silver floor beneath their feet began to break apart. The arena changed faster than any normal simulation. Sections of the floor dropped into darkness. Barrier walls rose at uneven angles. Red warning lights replaced the calm silver glow. At the center, 3 training constructs emerged at once. One carried a heavy impact frame. One divided into fast, narrow limbs. The third remained near the rear, projecting interference pulses that distorted the arena markers. A final objective appeared above them. Protect the recovery beacon for 5 minutes. The beacon stood on unstable ground. No assigned roles appeared. No participant colors. No individual scoring panels. Only one timer. 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Chen Hao looked around. This is significantly less friendly than friendship. Chen Lai raised his shield. Positions. They moved before Xiao Fan gave an order. That mattered. Chen Lai took the inner defense beside the beacon. Luo Yun moved toward the nearest elevated fragment to read the arena changes. Lin Xiaoyu remained within support distance of both. Chen Hao shifted toward the fast construct before glancing back. I assume my role is heroic distraction. Mobile pressure, Luo Yun called. Heroic mobile pressure. Tang Ruo moved toward the interference construct. Gu Qingshui froze at the edge of the unstable platform. Zhao Kai stepped between the heavy construct and the beacon. For one moment, the group formed around a shared objective without discussion. Heart resonance appeared. Environmental condition unstable. Sincere support signals aligned toward shared objective. Observation interference increasing. The final line sharpened. The runes above the arena brightened. Xiao Fan felt pressure gather behind his eyes, not pain. Too many signals, too many people, too many observation arrays measuring every reaction. The heavy construct struck Zhao Kai. Lightning exploded across the impact frame. Zhao Kai held his ground, but the force pushed him half a step toward the beacon. Gu Qingshui froze the construct's left joint. Tang Ruo's illusion pulled the fast construct away from Lin Xiaoyu. Zhang Hao attacked its exposed side. Everyone was acting correctly. Heart resonance gave Xiao Fan nothing more. The timer fell. 4 minutes 20 seconds. The interference construct released a pulse. The arena markers flickered. Luo Yun's elevated platform displayed 3 false cracks and 1 real one. Route information unreliable, he called. The fast construct changed direction. It moved toward the beacon. Chen Lei intercepted it. His shield caught the first lit. The second curved around the edge. Lin Xiaoyu raised a stabilizing barrier, but the construct struck the floor instead. The unstable platform tilted. Everyone adjusted, not together. Zhao Kai moved to destroy the heavy construct before the ground worsened. Gu Qingshui reinforced the beacon platform. Tang Ruo pursued the interference source. Chen Lei protected Lin Xiaoyu. Zhang Hao chased the fast construct. Every choice was reasonable. The formation still began to separate. Heart resonance pulsed once. Alignment weakening under conflicting response priorities. Xiao Fan understood. Shared objective did not guarantee shared decisions. The system was not rewarding friendship. It was identifying whether support remained aligned when pressure forced different choices. He raised his voice. Do not solve separate problems. Protect one condition. Zhao Kai glanced toward him. Which condition? Xiao Fan looked at the beacon. Not the timer. Not the conmer. Not the conmer. Not the constructs. The beacon platform had 4 anchor points. 2 were already unstable. If the third failed, the objective would collapse regardless of how many constructs remained. Keep 3 anchors stable. Everything else is secondary. Gu Qingshui changed first. She abandoned the outer floor and froze the nearest damaged anchor. Chen Lei rotated inward to protect the second. Luo Yun stopped reporting every false route. Only anchor threats, he said. Tang Ruo released her pursuit and redirected the interference construct's attention away from the beacon. Zhang Hao returned to the inner ring. Heroic mobile pressure has been reassigned. Lin Xiaoyu answered. Try not to sound disappointed. I contain multitudes. The alignment stabilized. A faint warmth spread through Xiao Fan's chest. Then the arena changed again. The heavy construct struck Zhao Kai's guard. The frozen joint shattered free. The fast construct attacked from the opposite side. The interference pulse distorted every marker at once. Heart resonance opened, not wider. Clearer. For a single breath, Xiao Fan felt the readiness around him. Zhao Kai was prepared to absorb one more direct impact before countering. Gu Qingshui was prepared to abandon her attack and reinforce the anchor. Tang Ruo was prepared to redirect the fast construct, but only if someone covered the space behind her. Chen Lei was prepared to move inward. Luo Yun was prepared to call the real route. Zhang Hao was prepared to intercept anything that crossed the inner line. Lin Xiaoyu was prepared to stabilize whichever person failed first. No thoughts, no emotions, no commands from the system. Only readiness. Likely functional response. The same brief clarity from the barrier corridor. This time, Xiao Fan knew what it was. He also knew the danger of trusting it too much. Readiness was not certainty. People could hesitate. Conditions could change. He used it as information, not control. Zhao Kai, hold once. Gu Qingshui, third anchor. Tang Ruo, redirect left. Chen Lei, cover her space. Zhang Hao, inner intercept. The commands came quickly. No one asked why. Zhao Kai received the heavy strike and stopped it. Gu Qingshui's frost reached the third anchor before it broke. Tang Ruo created a false opening to the left. The fast construct followed. Chen Lei moved into the space she abandoned. Zhang Hao struck the construct as it crossed the inner line. Luo Yun's voice cut through the interference. Real fracture behind the beacon. Lin Xiaoyu was already moving. She placed both hands against the damaged floor and stabilized it with a pale support barrier. The entire sequence lasted less than 4 seconds. Above the arena, every observation rune flashed. The silver-haired woman stood. Response correlation confirmed. The black-coated man did not answer. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao Fan. The timer reached 3 minutes. The arena increased pressure. 2 additional interference pulses struck the field. The constructs changed patterns. Heart resonance clarity disappeared. Xiao Fan did not try to force it back. He returned to ordinary observation. Changes only, he called. Luo Yun reported a real fracture. Chen Lei confirmed the inner line. Gu Qingshui announced the limit of her frozen anchor. Tang Ruo warned before an illusion collapsed. Zhao Kai stated when he could no longer hold the heavy construct without moving. Zhang Hao somehow continued talking while fighting. For the official record, I am performing exceptionally. The official record can see you, Chen Lei said. Then it should appreciate me more visibly. Lin Xiaoyu laughed once. The sound was brief. It steadied something in the group. 2 minutes. The heavy construct's impact frame overheated. Zhao Kai could have destroyed it. Doing so would require a full lightning release near the unstable anchors. He looked toward Xiao Fan. Not for permission, for assessment. Xiao Fan shook his head. Redirect. Zhao Kai changed the angle of his next strike and drove the construct away from the beacon instead of finishing it. The choice sacrificed individual performance. It protected the shared condition. Heart resonance warmed again. No panel appeared. The observers saw only the result. 1 minute. The fast construct broke through Tang Ruo's illusion. Chen Lai caught it. His shield twisted under the impact. Lin Xiaoyu stepped toward him. At the same moment, the third anchor cracked. She stopped. One person. One objective. Both needed her. Xiao Fan felt no system clarity. He looked at Chen Lei. His stance was damaged but stable. Anchor, Xiao Fan said. Lin Xiaoyu trusted him. She turned away from Chen Lei and reinforced the platform. Chen Lei absorbed the second hit alone, dropped to one knee, and remained between the construct and the beacon. Team condition? Xiao Fan called. Chen Lei exhaled through clenched teeth. Functional. 30 seconds. The interference construct released one final pulse. Every visual marker disappeared. The arena became silver darkness broken only by mana. Blue lightning. White frost. Pale support light. Tang Ruo's shifting gold reflections. The beacon at the center. The system panel appeared once more. Alliance support maintained under observation interference. Functional readiness clarity available. Xiao Fan did not receive a list. He did not need one. The group had learned the condition together. Hold positions, he said. 10 seconds. The heavy construct charged. Zhao Kai stopped it. The fast construct changed direction. Zhang Hao intercepted. The third anchor fractured. Gu Qingshui and Lin Xiaoyu stabilized it from opposite sides. Tang Ruo drew the interference construct away. Chen Lai protected the beacon. Luo Yun called the final real hazard through the false signals. Xiao Fan shifted one step and raised his shield where the group would need space, not where the nearest attack appeared. The timer reached 0. Every construct stopped. The silver darkness vanished. The beacon remained active. No one spoke for several breaths. Zhang Hao was the first. I would like the record to show that friendship survived. Chen Lai lowered his damaged shield. The record will show that you talked for 5 minutes. Consistency is a strength. Gu Qingshui looked toward Xiao Fan. You anticipated responses without issuing advance instructions. It was not a question. Xiao Fan answered carefully. For a brief period, I could identify readiness, not thoughts, not guaranteed actions. Zhao Kai's gaze sharpened. You knew I would hold the impact. I knew you were prepared to. Difference. You could still have chosen not to. Zhao Kai considered that. Then he looked toward the observation room. Difficult to measure. Yes. Xiao Fan said. Tang Ruo smiled. That is probably why they invited us underground. The mirrored glass above them turned transparent. Principal Han stood at the center of the observation room. Beside him, the silver-haired woman held several overlapping scoring panels. None displayed a normal combat value. Li Zhenqian's voice entered the arena. Preliminary finding. Heart resonance demonstrates conditional team value application under sincere alignment and sustained pressure. The words appeared above Xiao Fan's platform. Conditional. Team value? Application. Not power increase. Not command. Not mind reading. The black-coated man added the final line. Effect remains unstable under observation interference and cannot be classified through current support, perception, or command standards. Xiao Fan looked at him. Does that affect my evaluation? It is your evaluation, the man replied. The 4 selected panels changed. Zhao Kai received an exceptional application score. Gu Qingshui received an exceptional control score. Tang Ruo received an exceptional adaptive utility score. Xiao Fan's panel remained blank for 2 seconds longer. Then a silver classification appeared. Practical value confirmed. Classification pending. A murmur moved through the observation room. Not surprise. Adjustment. The Academy now possessed evidence. Not enough to understand heart resonance. Enough to stop treating it as empty potential. Principal Han raised one hand. The evaluation is complete. Results will be incorporated into the resource competition after review. No restricted system details will be released publicly. The security doors opened. Cool morning air entered the sealed arena. Outside, Standard Class 7 waited beyond the boundary. All 30 of them. Wei Rong stood at the front. He looked at Xiao Fan's panel once. Practical value confirmed. Classification pending. Then he looked at Xiao Fan. Useful? Xiao Fan considered the question, conditionally. Wei Rong nodded, then learned the conditions. Zhang Hao appeared beside Xiao Fan before the security line fully lowered. I've already learned one. Chen Lei sighed. Do not say friendship. Enhanced cafeteria nutrition. That is not a condition. It improves every condition. Lin Xiaoyu handed Xiao Fan the water bottle he had returned before entering the arena. You were right. About what? The path-producing points. Xiao Fan looked back through the open gate. Observation arrays dimmed one by one. The silver-haired woman continued reviewing the data. The black-coated man remained behind the glass. The academy had found practical value. It had also found another reason to keep watching. Xiao Fan accepted the bottle. They still do not understand it. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside him. Neither do you. Correct. Then you can learn before they decide what it means for you. The answer was simple. Not reassuring in the way most people preferred. Reassuring in the way Xiao Fan understood. The system panel appeared faintly at the edge of his vision. Observation interference reduced. Aligned support condition remains valid. No reward followed. No new ability appeared. The panel faded. Around him, Class 7 began arguing over whether a pending classification counted as a victory. Zhang Hao declared that any result requiring 2 lines was automatically prestigious. Luo Yun disagreed on grammatical grounds. Chen Lai wanted someone to inspect his shield. Gu Qingshui left without comment. Tang Ruo promised to find out which observation instructor had written the most confused notes. Zhao Kai paused at the gate. He looked once toward Xiao Fan, not at his shield. Not at the silver classification. At the people gathered around him. Then he walked toward the next competition field. Xiao Fan followed with Standard Class 7. Behind them, the sealed arena closed again. The academy had confirmed that heart resonance could create practical value where ordinary rankings failed to measure it. It had not confirmed how far that value could reach. For now, that uncertainty belonged to both of them. The western sky was still wrapped in darkness when the first Blue Academy runes awakened across the training grounds. Mist drifted over the practice field, curling around rows of wooden barriers, shield dummies, route flags, and supply markers that had been arranged overnight for one final rehearsal. Dew shimmered beneath the rune light, giving the empty ground an almost peaceful appearance. The illusion lasted exactly 3 seconds. Why? Zhang Hao groaned from beneath a blanket, wrapped around his shoulders like ceremonial robes. Does strategy require mornings? Chen Lai tightened the leather straps around his shield without looking up. Because enemies rarely schedule battles after breakfast. I object. No one asked. I object anyway. Luo Yun walked past carrying a bundle of route markers. Good. You can object while placing these. Zhang Hao accepted the markers with the expression of a condemned man. I support tactical planning. He yawned. I simply disagree with consciousness. Lin Xiaoyu caught one of the markers before it slipped from his hand. You were asleep standing up. I was conserving stamina. That isn't how sleep works. It is now. Several students laughed. The sound carried across the cold field. Only a few days ago, Standard Class 7 would never have laughed together before an important examination. Now the mood was different. Not relaxed. Focused. The discussion from the previous evening had changed something subtle inside the class. They were no longer wondering whether they could defeat stronger opponents. They were asking how. Xiao Fan stood at the center of the field with a clipboard in one hand. Today's exercises were simple, short, uncomfortable, exactly as intended. Long battles revealed endurance. Short disruptions revealed habits. Habits won competitions. First rotation. His voice was calm enough that everyone naturally quieted. Formation change. 5 students immediately stepped forward. The broad-shouldered guardian took the front. The short spear girl positioned herself slightly behind his right shoulder. Chen Lei anchored the center. The hooked blade boy waited near the flank. A quiet support student carried the practice supply token. Wei Rong remained near the boundary with folded arms, watching. Always watching. No encouragement. No criticism. Only observation. The whistle sounded. The team advanced. 30 seconds later, the formation collapsed. The guardian pushed too aggressively into the simulated choke point, leaving the supply carrier exposed when Luo Yun quietly moved a route flag to indicate a changing objective. Stop. Everyone froze. Xiao Fan made one note. Again, no lecture, no blame. The second attempt lasted longer. The third reached the objective marker. It also abandoned one teammate behind a simulated barrier. Another note appeared on Xiao Fan's sheet. Zhang Hao finally opened one eye. Should that reduce the score? We don't know. I dislike invisible punishment. Luo Yun calmly shifted another route marker. You dislike visible punishment too. Consistency is an admirable trait. The class laughed again. Even Wai Rong's expression almost softened before returning to its usual unreadable calm. The short spear girl returned from the failed drill breathing heavily. We reached the objective. You left one member behind. A barrier separated us. You confirmed that. Silence. She looked toward the student still waiting patiently behind the simulated obstruction. The communication rules they had established yesterday had worked perfectly. The isolated student had returned to the last confirmed position, exactly as instructed. The rest of the formation had simply assumed she would catch up. Assumption, not confirmation. The distinction mattered. The short spear girl nodded once. We assumed. Xiao Fan wrote another line. No argument, no. She accepted the mistake without trying to justify it. That mattered even more. Again, more groans. Wai Rong finally spoke. If you have enough energy to complain, the drill is too easy. The complaints disappeared immediately. The next exercise began without warning. Luo Yun quietly blocked the obvious route with 2 wooden hazard markers. The candidate slowed. One student instinctively looked toward Xiao Fan. He said nothing. If every unexpected situation required him to make the decision, then the plan itself had already failed. The hooked blade boy pointed toward a narrow path between 2 equipment racks. Alternate route. Unconfirmed. Then confirm it. Instead of charging ahead. The Guardian raised his shield toward the blocked lane while the hooked blade boy checked the side passage. Clear. Confirmed. Confirmed. Only then did the formation move. Slow. Disciplined. Together. When Luo Yun immediately blocked the route behind them, nobody panicked. The rear guard reported only the change. No lengthy explanation. No repeated information. Exactly as planned. Xiao Fan watched quietly. Yesterday he had written functions on the classroom board. Today those functions were becoming habits. The Guardian controlled space. The short spear girl coordinated movement. The hooked blade boy confirmed routes. Chen Lai stabilized the center whenever pressure shifted. The final member continuously tracked supplies and team condition. Not the strongest lineup. The most adaptable. They reached the marker with barely 20 seconds remaining. For a heartbeat, the entire field became silent. Then Zhang Hao threw the blanket dramatically into the air. We have achieved friendship. No. Victory? No. Progress? Xiao Fan finally nodded. Yes. That single word earned more smiles than any speech could have. Wai Rong stepped forward carrying the final evaluation sheet. The roster. Every candidate straightened. The names were read one by one. Xiao Fan, Chen Lei, the broad-shouldered Guardian, the short spear girl, the hooked blade boy. 2 reserves followed. The students who weren't selected looked disappointed. None protested. They had seen every drill, every weakness, every recovery. The decision belonged to the process, not to favoritism. Wai Rong lowered the sheet. Selection is not praise. His eyes moved across the chosen 5. It is responsibility. Then toward everyone else. Preparation belongs to all 30 of you. No one spoke. Those words settled much deeper than a simple congratulations. The academy bell rang. Across the campus, blue class indicators shifted to white. Registration had officially closed. The first-year resource competition had begun. Xiao Fan looked toward the northern simulation grounds where the transparent barrier dome shimmered beneath the morning sun. Yesterday, the competition had looked like an impossible wall. Today, it looked like terrain. Terrain could be studied. Terrain could be understood. Terrain could be overcome. Standard Class 7 picked up their equipment and walked toward the waiting arena together. The northern simulation grounds had been transformed overnight. Artificial ruins rose beneath the transparent barrier dome. Broken corridors intersected with patches of dense woodland, shallow water channels, raised platforms, and narrow bridges. 3 objective towers stood at different points near the center, their silver surfaces dark for now. Around the outer boundary, viewing platforms divided the academy by class. Elite students occupied the eastern stands. Standard classes filled the west. The separation was not written into the rules. It did not need to be. Standard Class 7 entered through the western preparation gate. No one looked toward the elite stands. That was another change. A week ago, half the class would have measured themselves against the equipment, uniforms, and effortless confidence displayed across the arena. Today, they checked straps, counted supplies, reviewed functions. Xiao Fan placed the academy-issued pack on the inspection table. Water, binding cloth, signal tags, 2 barrier flares, 1 recovery tonic, nothing extra, nothing missing. Tan Ruo walked along the inspection line with a silver tablet tucked against one arm. She checked the seal on Xiao Fan's pack, then glanced toward the 5-person formation waiting behind him. The broad-shouldered guardian stood slightly forward. Chen Lai held the center. The short spear girl remained mobile between them. The hooked blade boy watched the arena entrances. Xiao Fan occupied no fixed point. He would shift wherever the formation required him. Tang Ruo's gaze lingered on their spacing. Interesting. Xiao Fan looked at her tablet. That is not an official score. Everything can become an official score if enough instructors argue about it. That sounds inefficient. It is one of the Academy's oldest traditions. She resealed the pack and moved on. At the adjacent lane, Elite Class 1 waited beneath silver markers. Their equipment was Academy Standard Elite issue. Reinforced armor, higher-grade support packs. Weapons calibrated for the simulation barriers. Their formation looked effortless. Zhao Kai stood at the front. Blue-white sparks moved once along the edge of his gauntlet before disappearing. He did not look toward Xiao Fan immediately. Only when the countdown appeared above the arena. 10, 9, 8. Zhao Kai's gaze shifted. Not toward Xiao Fan's shield. Toward the formation behind him. Measuring, Xiao Fan returned the look without challenge. There was nothing to say. There was nothing to say. The barrier gates lowered. Teams entered through separate lanes. Standard Class 7 moved at a controlled pace. 3 teams passed them before they reached the first junction. From the western stands, Zhang Hao gripped the railing. We are already losing. Lu Yun watched the arena map. The event began 12 seconds ago. Exactly. 12 seconds of documented defeat. Lin Xiaoyu pointed toward the far left corridor. Look. The fastest standard team had rushed beneath a cracked support wall without checking the upper structure. A warning rune flashed. Loose stone collapsed across the lane. The barrier prevented injury. It did not prevent penalties. Red lights appeared over their class marker. Their route closed. Zhang Hao slowly released the railing. I was testing your confidence. No, Lu Yun said. Inside the course, Xiao Fan heard the collapse behind the barrier walls. He did not turn. Change. The hooked blade boy answered immediately. Impact in the left corridor. Likely obstruction. Confirmed once, the short spear girl said. No one repeated the report. The team continued through the central route. Every member watched a different layer of the environment. Xiao Fan tracked terrain transitions and objective conditions. Chen Lai monitored formation integrity. The broad-shouldered guardian examined physical hazards and narrow spaces. The hooked blade boy checked route signs. The short spear girl tracked supplies, time, and team condition. Their first supply core appeared beneath a broken platform beside a shallow water channel. It glowed blue. Visible, reachable, too obvious. The broad-shouldered guardian shifted toward it. Wait. He stopped immediately. Xiao Fan crouched near the edge of the stone. No tracks, no pressure runes, no visible mechanism. The water moved gently around the support pillars. Then he noticed the current. It flowed east. A thin ribbon beneath the platform moved west. Environmental change. The others tightened formation. The hooked blade boy leaned forward without crossing the stone boundary. Current is wrong. Chen Lei studied the platform supports. Hidden intake? Likely. The short spear girl scanned the moss-covered wall. Her spear tip paused. There. A narrow vent had been concealed beneath the artificial growth. The supply core itself was not trapped. The route to it was. A student stepping onto the lower platform would trigger a sudden water surge. Not dangerous enough to stop the event, strong enough to knock someone into the channel and waste time. Xiao Fan removed a signal tag from the pack and attached it beside the vent. Threat identified. A blue scoring light appeared above their lane. The western stands reacted first, then the observation platforms. One instructor leaned over a tablet. Another shifted closer to the barrier glass. Tang Ruo's mouth curved faintly. Li Zentian remained still. The team moved. Chen Lai anchored a line around one of the upper supports. The hooked blade boy crossed from above rather than below. When the vent activated, the broad-shouldered guardian angled his shield into the surge and redirected the water away from the climber. The core came free. No penalty. One objective complete. They advanced deeper and into the ruins. Above the arena, class markers moved across the public board. Elite Class 1 had already recovered both supply cores. Their marker approached the central objective tower with frightening speed. Chen Hao pointed toward it. So much for information before speed. Their information is also fast, Luo Yun said. That was the real problem. The elite teams were not careless. Strength gave them options. Speed gave them time to correct mistakes. Standard Class 7 could not depend on arrogance from stronger opponents. Their plan had to work even when the elite classes performed well. The second core lay beyond a shifting barrier corridor. Blue walls rose and fell across a sequence of pressure tiles. 3 teams reached the entrance at nearly the same time. The first charged through an opening as soon as it appeared. They made it. The next 2 followed. Walls separated both formations. Standard Class 7 stopped outside. The short spear girl counted the intervals. 4 seconds. 6, 4, 8. Chen Lai watched the next cycle. Not repeating. Trigger-based, Xiao Fan said. The hook blade boy lowered his gaze. Pressure tiles. Every movement changed the next wall pattern. It was not a timing test. It was a coordination test, pretending to be one. Xiao Fan pointed toward the first tile. Broad shield first. Hold position after entry. The guardian stepped forward. A wall rose behind him. No one panicked. Change confirmed, the short spear girl called. Chen Lai stepped onto the second tile. A narrow side lane open. The hook blade boy crossed and placed a route marker. One by one, they created the next safe position for someone else. Slow, deliberate, the formation advanced. Then a tile beneath Chen Lai dimmed earlier than expected. A wall started rising beside Xiao Fan. The original sequence was gone. For half a second, everyone looked toward him. Training replaced hesitation. Front line back, Chen Lai called. Observation inward, the short spear girl answered. The hooked blade boy abandoned the forward marker and returned to the last confirmed position. The guardian shifted from route control to defense. Xiao Fan moved through the narrowing gap instead of trying to preserve the failed arrangement. The formation broke, then rebuilt. Different positions, same functions. The final wall lowered. All 5 emerged together. A scoring notification appeared above their lane. Adaptation recovery. Excellent. The Western stands erupted. Not every class. Only Standard Class 7. 30 students shouted loudly enough to fill the entire side of the arena. Zhang Hao climbed onto the lowest rail. Recovery before perfection. An instructor pointed at him, off the railing. He stepped down immediately. Support has been administratively restricted. Lin Xiaoyu laughed. On the field, the cheers reached Xiao Fan through layers of barrier light. Warmth appeared in his chest. Heart resonance. Environmental conditions stable. Aligned support maintained under pressure. The panel sharpened. For one breath, his teammates became strangely clear. Not their thoughts. Not their feelings. Readiness. Chen Lai was prepared to anchor. The short spear girl was prepared to redirect. The hooked blade boy was prepared to retreat. The broad-shouldered guardian was prepared to absorb pressure. The sensation disappeared before Xiao Fan could examine it further. His pace slowed by half a step. Chen Lai noticed. Change? System response. Useful? Xiao Fan looked ahead. Unconfirmed. Unknown power was not a resource. Wei Rong's warning remained correct. One brief sensation did not justify changing the plan. Continue. They recovered the second core. The final objective tower stood across an open ruined court. Elite Class 1 had already finished. Several other elite teams followed. Standard Class 7 entered far behind the leaders. Then the academy horn sounded. 2 of the 3 objective towers dimmed. A barrier split the central approach. Every remaining team converged toward the last active tower. The direct route narrowed into a bottleneck. Speed would decide who reached it first. The short spear girl looked toward Xiao Fan. He studied the collapsed wall on the right. Unstable. Narrow. Not prohibited. Alternate route. The hooked blade boy checked the gap. Passable. One at a time. Too slow, the guardian said. Not if the main route stalls, Chen Lai replied. Ahead, 3 teams reached the bottleneck together. Shields collided. No deliberate attack. No violation. Only too many bodies and too little space. Their pace collapsed. Standard Class 7 entered the broken route. The guardian cleared loose debris. The hooked blade boy marked stable footing. The short spear girl passed the supply cores forward. Chen Lai guarded the rear. Xiao Fan crossed last. A stone shifted beneath his foot. His balance broke. Chen Lai caught the back of his academy vest and pulled him upright without stopping. Team condition. Stable. They emerged beside the objective tower. Not first. Not close to first. Ahead of 6 teams that had entered the open court before them. All 5 placed their hands against the objective seal. The 2 supply cores illuminated. Completion confirmed. For several breaths, Xiao Fan heard nothing but the team's breathing. Then the scoreboard appeared above the dome. Standard Class 7. Completion time. 14th. Resource efficiency. 5th. Threat recognition. 2nd. Team integrity. 3rd. Adaptation recovery. 1st. Their total rose. Not enough to threaten Elite Class 1. Enough to place them above 9 classes with stronger average combat ratings. The Western stands fell silent. Then, exploded. The guardian stared at the board. We're in the upper half. The hooked blade boy looked at him. For this category, let me have the moment. The short spear girl turned towards Xiao Fan. Her breathing remained heavy. Her smile did not. We didn't outrun them. No. We didn't overpower them. No. We still passed them. Xiao Fan looked at the score lines. Information before speed. Rolls before pride. Recovery before perfection. The strategy had not created a miracle. It had created measurable value. That was better. Across the field, Zhao Kai stood beneath Elite Class 1's first-place marker. His team had dominated completion time and objective control. Their score remained far higher. His attention rested on only one line: adaptation recovery. First, the category Elite Class 1 had not taken. He looked toward Xiao Fan. No distant acknowledgement. No casual nod. Focused attention. A rival examining a result he had not expected. Above the observation deck, the silver-haired woman closed one scoring panel and opened another. Heart resonance reacted during the barrier failure. The black-coated observer watched Standard Class 7 leave the course together. Did it alter performance? Insufficient. Evidence. Good. She looked toward him. Good? If we understood it after one test, it would not require this much caution. Below them, the public board changed. Unclassified talent application. Selected participants report to the sealed evaluation arena after the adaptation interval. Xiao Fan read the notice as he passed through the exit gate. The satisfaction around him did not disappear. It changed shape. The known competition was over. The unknown evaluation had arrived. Lin Xiaoyu met him beyond the barrier. You proved the path exists. We proved it can produce points. That is what I said. It is more specific. She handed him a water bottle. This time, he accepted it without considering whether he needed to conserve the contents. Chang Hao appeared beside her. We also proved emergency nutrition remains underfunded. Chen Lai walked past him. We proved nothing about that. Luo Yun looked toward the sealed evaluation indicator glowing above the northern wall. The next test will not reward what we prepared. Xiao Fan drank once. No. Around them, Class 7 celebrated a result no one had expected. Ahead, Academy security opened a gate that had remained sealed all morning. Observation drones turned toward him in unison. Their coordination had earned recognition. Now the Academy wanted to know why. The sealed evaluation gate closed behind Xiao Fan with a sound too quiet for something that final. Noise vanished. Class 7 celebration. Zhang Hao's complaints. Announcements from the arena. Footsteps passing through the northern grounds. All of it disappeared beneath layers of silver barrier light. A corridor descended into the earth. Smooth white stone lined the walls. No class symbols. No public rankings. No academy banners. Thin observation runes ran along the ceiling in narrow, precise lines. They barely glowed. Xiao Fan could still feel them. Tang Ruo walked several steps ahead with her hands behind her back. You are thinking too loudly. I am not speaking. That has never stopped you. Gu Qingshui moved on Xiao Fan's other side. Frost-white mana rested around her fingers like cold air. Her gaze lifted toward the ceiling. 12 active observation arrays. Tang Ruo looked up. 14. 2 are concealed. Then why did you say 12? Because concealed arrays are impolite. Tang Ruo laughed softly. Footsteps sounded behind them. Zhao Kai entered last. Blue-white sparks moved once across his shoulder before fading. 14, he said. Gu Qingshui glanced back. You count loudly. Zhao Kai ignored her. The 4 participants continued downward. The 4 participants continued downward. Xiao Fan had expected tension. Instead, Tang Ruo looked entertained. Gu Qingshui appeared mildly inconvenienced. Zhao Kai walked with the calm of someone entering a test he expected to understand. Xiao Fan alone possessed a talent with no accepted evaluation model. That difference followed him to the final door. The sealed arena beyond it was smaller than the central ruin arena. A circular testing field occupied the center. 4 entry platforms surrounded it. Movable walls, barrier columns, weighted gates, signal pylons, and training constructs weighted beneath dim silver light. Observation rooms formed a complete ring overhead. Most of the glass was mirrored. One section remained transparent. Principal Han stood there beside Li Zhenqian, Wai Rong, several instructors, the silver-haired woman, and the black-coated observer. Xiao Fan's gaze paused on the last 2. The black-coated man noticed. He gave no sign. Principal Han's voice entered the arena through hidden speakers. The unclassified talent application evaluation is not a ranking event. Zhang Hao would have objected immediately. Xiao Fan remained silent. The purpose is to observe application under changing conditions. Individual results may affect class contribution only when they produce measurable value within Academy-recognized safety limits. 4 silver panels appeared above the field. Tang Ruo, Gu Qingshui, Zhao Kai, Xiao Fan. You will complete 3 stages. The first establishes individual response. The second introduces conflicting objectives. The third will not be explained in advance. Tang Ruo looked toward the observation room. You could have said the third stage is a surprise. Li Zentian answered. A surprise is pleasant. That sounds threatening. Good. The 4 platforms. That sounds threatening. Good. Illuminated. Xiao Fan stepped onto his. A transparent barrier rose around him. Stage 1 began. The silver barrier sealed completely. A soft chime echoed through the arena. No countdown appeared. No instructions. No visible opponent. Xiao Fan remained still. Every previous academy assessment had rewarded quick reactions. This one rewarded observation. A faint pulse spread across the floor beneath his feet. 5 stone pillars rose from the circular platform one after another. Each pillar displayed an academy emblem. Guardian, Assault, Scout, Support, Command. Principal Han's voice sounded calmly through the arena. Stage 1. Individual application. The objective is simple. Reach the central platform. No restriction is placed upon your method. Begin. The floor shifted. The 5 pillars rotated, rearranging the arena into a maze of moving barriers. Xiao Fan did not rush forward. Neither did Gu Qingshui. Tang Ruo casually leaned against one barrier as if waiting for someone else to solve the problem first. Only Zhao Kai moved immediately. Lightning burst beneath his feet. His figure crossed the first obstacle before the stone wall had fully risen. Observation screens above the arena immediately displayed timing comparisons. Outstanding mobility. Minimal hesitation. Optimal path prediction. Optimal path prediction. Li Zentian folded his arms. As expected, Wei Ron watched Xiao Fan instead. He hasn't moved. He is gathering information. The silver-haired researcher quietly recorded another note. Consistent behavioral pattern. Inside the arena. Xiao Fan observed the rotating walls. The openings changed. Not randomly. Each movement followed the rotation of one pillar. He shifted his attention from the maze itself to the 5 emblems. Guardian, Assault, Scout, Support, Command. The Guardian pillar rotated once every 6 seconds. The Scout pillar rotated twice within the same period. The others maintained their own rhythm. The maze was not changing independently. It was responding to the interaction of the 5 pillars. Xiao Fan stepped toward the command pillar instead of the nearest opening. His hand rested briefly against its surface. Nothing happened. Good. It confirmed his suspicion. The pillars were references rather than switches. The arena wanted participants to identify the governing pattern before moving. He finally took his first step. Rather than chasing openings, he moved according to the pillar cycle. Each turn brought him naturally toward the center. No wasted movement. No sudden retreat. Above the arena, several instructors exchanged surprised glances. Slow, but efficient. He hasn't encountered a dead end. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai had already reached the inner ring. He struck aside a descending barrier with a single lightning-enhanced punch, and continued forward without breaking stride. His solution relied on overwhelming capability. Entirely valid, Gu Qingshui reached the same position moments later. Instead of destroying obstacles, thin sheets of frost briefly slowed the rotating walls just enough for her to pass. Elegant, precise. Tang Ruo remained the strangest. She deliberately chose longer routes. Every unnecessary detour revealed another movement pattern. She smiled to herself. So that's what you're testing. Principal Han watched silently. Xiao Fan entered the inner ring several minutes behind Zhao Kai. His completion time would never be first. That had never been the objective. He crossed the final platform. A silver light surrounded him. Evaluation complete. Method assessment. Excellent environmental analysis. Excellent pattern recognition. High resource efficiency. Average completion speed. No penalties. Xiao Fan looked up at the observation room. Nothing more happened. Stage 1 had not been about strength. It had been about applying one's talent to solve an unfamiliar problem. For Heart Resonance, there had been nothing to activate. No teammates. No shared objective. No sincere aligned support. The system remained completely silent. Exactly as expected. The barriers dissolved. All 4 participants returned to the central platform. Tang Ruo stretched lazily. I dislike puzzles. Zhao Kai glanced at her. You deliberately solved the longest route. I was bored. Gu Qingshui looked toward Xiao Fan. Your route minimized uncertainty. It minimized corrections. That is different. It usually becomes the same thing. For the first time since entering the arena, Gu Qingshui allowed the faintest smile. Interesting. The arena lights dimmed again. Principal Han spoke. Stage 2. Conflicting objectives. 4 sealed containers descended into the center of the arena. Each emitted a different colored beacon. Red, blue, gold, white. The objective assigned to each participant will differ. You may cooperate. You may compete. You may ignore one another. No action is prohibited unless it violates Academy safety rules. Evaluation begins now. Each participant's now. Wristband illuminated privately. Xiao Fan lowered his eyes. Objective: deliver the white beacon safely to the extraction platform. Avoid unnecessary conflict. He looked toward the others. None revealed their assignments. Nor should they. The real examination had begun. The 4 participants moved simultaneously. No one headed directly toward the nearest beacon. That alone revealed the nature of the exercise. Conflicting objectives did not necessarily mean opposing objectives. They meant incomplete information. Zhao Kai reached the red beacon first. Blue-white lightning wrapped around his arm as he lifted the container. The moment it left its pedestal, 3 mechanical constructs emerged from concealed compartments beneath the arena floor. Steel limbs unfolded with mechanical precision. Training grade. Fast enough to pressure, weak enough to avoid serious injury. Zhao Kai did not slow. A single burst of lightning shattered the first construct's balance. The second received a sweeping kick. The third attempted to flank him before a barrier wall rose unexpectedly between them. His route remained intact. Gu Qingshui ignored every visible beacon. Instead, she walked slowly around the arena's perimeter. Ice crystals spread across the floor wherever she stepped. She was mapping movement rather than chasing objectives. Tang Ruo smiled. So everyone noticed. She casually picked up the blue beacon. Nothing happened. No constructs. No barriers. No alarms. She tilted her head. So mine isn't trapped. Xiao Fan approached the white beacon without touching it. He studied the platform. 4 anchor points. 3 pressure grooves. 1 recessed locking ring. Unlike Zhao Kai's platform, this one showed no obvious trigger, which made it more suspicious. He crouched. The locking ring contained faint abrasion marks. Repeated movement. Horizontal, not vertical. He stepped back. The beacon itself was never the trigger. The pedestal was. He removed one Academy-issued signal tag from his pouch and slid it carefully beneath the base. The beacon lifted by less than a finger's width. Nothing activated. He rotated it slightly. A soft click echoed beneath the platform. The locking mechanism disengaged. Only then did he lift the beacon completely. No constructs emerged. No penalty indicators appeared. Above the observation room, Weirong allowed himself a faint nod. He looked for the mechanism before the prize. Li Zentian replied evenly. He looked for the designer. The white beacon felt unexpectedly heavy. Not physically. Responsibility. His objective required safe delivery. Conflict reduced efficiency. He turned toward the extraction platform. A barrier rose directly across the shortest route. 3 new corridors opened instead. None led straight to the destination. The arena adapted. Tang Ruo reached one intersection simultaneously. She held the blue beacon loosely over one shoulder. Our paths cross. They do. You aren't going to ask what my objective is? No. Good answer. She smiled and disappeared into the left corridor. Neither attempted to interfere with the other. Mutual uncertainty made unnecessary conflict irrational. Ahead, metallic footsteps echoed. One training construct emerged from the corridor, then another, then a third. Unlike Zhao Kai's opponents, these carried shield units rather than offensive weapons. Blocking units, designed to delay. Xiao Fan examined their spacing. Not an attack formation, a containment formation. He lowered the beacon briefly and picked up a loose length of broken chain lying beside the corridor wall. The constructs advanced. He swung the chain around a protruding support column and pulled sharply. Loose debris collapsed across the narrow passage. The constructs immediately shifted to clearing the obstruction. Their programming prioritized restoring the designated route. While they worked, Xiao Fan crossed through the wider maintenance gap beside the damaged wall. No combat, minimal delay, resource efficient. Another scoring light appeared above his lane. Environmental utilization, excellent. The extraction platform came into view. Only one participant stood there already. Gu Qingshui. Empty-handed. She looked toward the white beacon. I see. You mapped the arena. I mapped the objectives. The extraction platform accepts only one beacon. Xiao Fan looked at the silver pedestal. 4 receiving slots. Red, blue, gold, white, blue. Gold, white. She followed his gaze. Correction. It accepts 4. Neither moved immediately. Both understood the implication. The participants had never been intended to compete for a single objective. They had been intended to discover compatibility between incomplete assignments. Gu Qingshui inclined her head very slightly. You first. Xiao Fan placed the white beacon into its matching slot. The pedestal illuminated. White. Stable. Accepted. No completion notice appeared. 1 slot of 4. The evaluation was larger than any individual objective. Above the arena, the silver-haired researcher quietly updated her report. Participant, Xiao Fan, continues prioritizing system understanding over immediate optimization. The black-coated observer watched the white light spreading across the extraction platform. And he keeps being correct. Before anyone could move again, the academy horn sounded once. Principal Han's calm voice echoed throughout the arena. Stage 2 complete. Proceed to the central platform. The 4 beacons dissolved into particles of light. The arena itself began changing once more. Stone walls retracted. Training constructs withdrew. The central floor expanded. Large barrier emitters emerged from beneath the arena surface. 4 became 8. 8 became 16. Emergency response architecture. Wyrong exhaled slowly. It's beginning. Li Zentian gave a single nod. The final evaluation. Principal Han's voice remained steady. Stage 3. Emergency response evaluation. The arena lights shifted from silver to amber. Warning runes illuminated across every barrier emitter. A low alarm echoed through the chamber. Unlike the previous stages, no explanation followed immediately. Instead, heavy gates around the arena opened. Standard Class 7 entered first. Chen Lai, Lin Xiaoyu, Luo Yun, Shang Hao, the broad-shouldered guardian, the short spear girl, the hooked blade boy, then additional academy support staff guiding portable recovery equipment. A transparent projection expanded above the field. Emergency scenario. Recovery beacon failure risk. Barrier stability declining. Multiple threat vectors. Protect the recovery beacon until emergency extraction completes. The silver pillar at the center of the arena slowly emerged from beneath the floor. Its protective barrier flickered. Principal Han spoke again. Individual capability is no longer the focus. Respond. No further instructions appeared. For the first time since entering the evaluation arena, Xiao Fan looked immediately toward his classmates. Everyone instinctively moved. Too instinctively. Chen Lai secured the eastern approach. The broad-shouldered guardian advanced toward the northern lane. The hooked blade boy disappeared toward elevated terrain. The short spear girl moved to intercept the closest construct. Lin Xiaoyu rushed toward the beacon itself. Each decision was reasonable. Each decision addressed a real threat. Each decision pursued a different priority. The recovery beacon continued flickering. Heart resonance remained silent. Xiao Fan's eyes swept across the battlefield. The emergency constructs emerged in coordinated waves. Some targeted the beacon. Some targeted supply relays. Some attempted to isolate defenders. The simulation was not asking whether they could fight. It was asking whether they could think together. Another warning sounded. Barrier integrity, 82%. Chen Lai forced back one construct before shouting across the arena. Left side clear. The Guardian answered from the opposite direction. North secured. The information was accurate. It was also fragmented. Everyone was winning individual battles. The objective was still deteriorating. Heart resonance remained inactive. Xiao Fan stopped moving. The battlefield unfolded before him. Everyone he trusted. Everyone supporting the same evaluation. Yet their intentions diverged. Protect, attack, delay, scout, repair, support. Each person believed they were helping. No one was pursuing exactly the same priority. Then he understood. The beacon isn't the objective. Lin Xiaoyu looked toward him. What? The beacon is the anchor. Another warning. Barrier integrity, 76%. Xiao Fan raised his voice. Forget the constructs. Every member of Standard Class 7 turned instinctively. Protect anchor stability. No unnecessary pursuit. No isolated engagements. Everything exists to keep the anchor stable. Rotate it. Around the beacon. One priority. For a single heartbeat, no one moved. Then Chen Lai answered first. Understood. He abandoned pursuit and returned immediately toward the beacon. The Guardian withdrew without hesitation. The hooked blade boy left an exposed flank rather than finishing an opponent. The short spear girl redirected intercept routes. Lin Xiaoyu adjusted the support arrays instead of attacking. No one questioned the order. No one interpreted it differently. Their intentions aligned. Heart resonance awakened. Warmth spread through Xiao Fan's chest. Not violently. Not overwhelmingly. Calm. Clear. The familiar translucent panel appeared. Heart resonance aligned support detected. Shared objective confirmed. Functional readiness perception available. The battlefield changed. Not physically. Perceptually. Chen Lai's next movement became obvious before he made it. The Guardian's shield angle. Lin Xiaoyu's repositioning. The hooked blade boy's retreat path, the short spear girl's interception timing. Each teammate remained an individual, yet their readiness fit together like pieces of a completed structure. Xiao Fan reacted instantly. Guardian, half step left. The shield shifted. A charging construct struck harmlessly against reinforced defense. Chen Lei, rotate clockwise. He moved before the opening closed. Hooked blade, upper relay. The scout vanished. Lin Xiaoyu. Stabilize a support node 3. I have it. Short spear, delay only. Don't chase. The formation flowed naturally. No one wasted movement. No one duplicated effort. Barrier integrity, 73. 76. 81. The recovery beacon stabilized. Above the arena, silence filled the observation room. The silver-haired researcher stared at the monitoring display. It activated. Wei Rong leaned closer. Condition. Sincere, aligned support. Shared objective. Sustained operational pressure. Lai Zentian watched the synchronized movement below. No enhancement to strength. No increase to speed. No amplification to mana. Only battlefield readiness. The black-coated observer nodded once. And that is precisely why it matters. The final assault wave emerged. Twice the previous number of constructs. The Guardian planted his shield. Chen Lai held the rotating defense. Lin Xiaoyu maintained the recovery arrays. The hooked blade boy redirected approaching units. The short spear girl disrupted every breakthrough attempt. Xiao Fan stood at the center, not fighting the hardest, not moving the fastest. Coordinating. Every instruction arrived a heartbeat before it became necessary. The emergency timer reached 0. A clear academy tone echoed through the chamber. Emergency simulation complete. Recovery beacon status protected. Barrier integrity 92%. Evaluation complete. The constructs froze simultaneously. The arena lights returned to white. Heart resonance faded. The translucent panel disappeared. Xiao Fan exhaled slowly. His teammates looked toward him almost at the same time. No one spoke. They did not need to. They all knew the evaluation had changed something. Principal Han rose from his seat. The emergency response evaluation has concluded. The Academy confirms that Xiao Fan's talent possesses verified practical value. A quiet murmur spread through the observation gallery. The talent's operational. Classification remains pending. It demonstrates reliable application only under specific aligned support conditions. Further observation will continue. Wei Rong descended from the observation platform and stopped before Xiao Fan. You want it? Certainty. Xiao Fan nodded. I received a condition instead. Wei Rong allowed himself a faint smile. Conditions are how real talents are understood. Don't chase activation. Understand why it appears. I will. Standard Class 7 gathered cat. Around him. Zhang Hao grinned broadly. So we actually did it. We proved something. Chen Lei folded his arms. We proved everyone contributed. Lin Xiaoyu smiled at Xiao Fan. You gave us one objective. We gave it back to you. The broad-shouldered guardian. The broad-shouldered guardian. Laughed. I still prefer hitting things. You protected them first, Luo Yun replied. That's enough. Across the arena, Zhao Kai met Xiao Fan's eyes. For several seconds neither spoke. Then Zhao Kai gave a small nod. Not admiration, not friendship. Recognition. A rival acknowledging another whose strength lay on a different battlefield. Gu Qingshui looked between them before speaking quietly. Your talent doesn't make you stronger. No. It makes everyone stronger together. Xiao Fan considered her words. It makes us work as we intended. She accepted the correction. Tang Ruo stretched lazily. I dislike mysterious talents. You'll spend years trying to explain this one. The silver-haired researcher closed her report. Recommendation. Heart resonance. Practical value confirmed. Classification pending. Continue long-term observation. The black-coated observer signed beneath the recommendation. Approved. As Standard Class 7 left the sealed arena together, no cheering followed them. None was necessary. Their victory had not changed the Academy's hierarchy. Elite students remained stronger. The rankings remained intact. But something fundamental had shifted. Standard Class 7 had proven that disciplined preparation, trust and coordinated judgment could overcome disadvantages that raw strength alone could not. Xiao Fan walked beside his classmates through the evening light. The mystery of heart resonance remained unsolved. Its future remained uncertain, but for the first time since awakening it, he knew one truth with complete certainty. Its value did not come from standing above others. It came from allowing everyone to stand together.